Arik Valtor had a nose for trouble. 15 years splitting skulls for coin had taught him that. Right now, his nose was twitching something fierce. The tavern, if one could dignify the piss-soaked hovel with such a name, was called the Rat's Tail, and it lived down to its promise. Located in the dregs, the capital's most desperate quarter, it specialized in watered ale, knife fights, and regret. Arik nursed his drink while silently cursing Laurelai for sending him here to meet a potential client. "Best contract we've had in months," she'd said, fingers dancing over her precious ledger. "Just show up, look dangerous, and take their coin." Simple. Except the client was late, and something else had caught Arik's attention. The man sat alone in the corner, hood pulled low, back to the wall. Nothing unusual there. Half the tavern's patrons were hiding from something. But this one was different. He held his cup wrong, fingers curled delicately around the rim instead of gripping the handle, like he feared catching something from where other hands had been. When he drank, his pinky lifted slightly, a habit beaten into noble children by etiquette masters with willow switches. Most telling was how he sat, spine straight as a spear shaft despite the tavern's low, cramped benches designed for hunching. Nobility in the Rat's Tail. Arik might have ignored it. A lordling slumming wasn't his problem. But then he noticed the Tanner brothers at the bar. 3 hulking men with matching scars and matching appetites for violence. Their piggy eyes kept darting to the hooded man, fingers tapping impatiently on knife hilts. "Shit," Arik muttered. His conscience pulled one way, pragmatism the other. Getting involved meant risk. Staying put meant coin. The rusty swords needed that contract. His sisters needed food. Yet his hand was already reaching for his sword hilt. Father would have helped without hesitation, a voice whispered in his mind. Then again, Father's dead. The Tanners were moving now, spreading out to approach the noble from different angles. Their usual tactic, 1 to distract, 2 to gut. The hooded man noticed nothing, absorbed in whatever thoughts brought highborns to low places. Arik drained his cup and stood. As he stepped forward, memories flashed unbidden. His family dragged before the king's court, his father's face as the false accusations were read. How the nobles had watched with polite disinterest as House Valtor was destroyed. Why save one of them? The thought nearly stopped him cold, fingers tight around his sword grip. Then his eyes caught the noble's hand trembling slightly around his cup. The man was terrified, but hiding it well. Whatever had driven him here was serious, perhaps even desperate. Damn it all. "Evening, cousin," Arik said loudly, sliding into the seat opposite the hooded man. "Been ages." The noble stiffened, eyes snapping up beneath his hood. Young eyes, Arik noted. Barely 20, if that. "I think you're Shut up," Arik hissed through a false smile. 3 men are about to gut you like a festival pig. Nod and smile like we're old friends. To the lad's credit, he caught on quickly. A forced grin, a nervous nod. "Good," Arik continued. "Now laugh like I've said something hilarious." The noble produced a laugh that sounded like a strangled cat. "Gods help us," Arik muttered. "You're worse at this than I thought." From the corner of his eye, Arik saw the Tanners hesitate, exchanging glances. Their prey wasn't alone anymore, and Arik's sword, visible above the table, gave them pause. "I don't know who you are," the noble whispered, "but I cannot afford attention right now." "Bit late for that," Arik replied. "The Tanner brothers have a simple business model. They find someone who doesn't belong, follow them to a quiet alley and take everything, including their lives if the mood strikes. I can handle myself, the noble insisted, though his eyes darted nervously toward the brothers. Arik snorted. With what? That eating dagger on your belt, against 3 men who kill weekly for practice? A conflicted look crossed the young man's face, pride warring with fear, desperation with dignity. What do you want? He asked finally. Me? Nothing, Arik replied, surprising himself with the truth of it. Just trying to prevent bloodshed. Mostly yours, but theirs too if it comes to it. Killing gets messy. The noble studied him, suspicion clear in his eyes. People don't help strangers in the dregs without reason. Maybe I'm not from the dregs. And maybe I am, the noble countered, a flash of defiance beneath his fear. Arik's respect notched upward slightly. The lad had spine, at least. The largest tanner was approaching now, ale in hand, thick fingers flexing. The other 2 had positioned themselves near the door. Time's up, Arik said. We're leaving. Together, through the back. Arguments later. There's no back exit, the noble said. There's about to be, Arik replied, rising and dropping coins on the table. Stay close. The lead tanner intercepted them, blocking the path between tables with his considerable bulk. Leaving so soon? He growled, yellowed teeth bared in what passed for a smile. Night's young. As is my patience, Arik replied evenly. Step aside. Tanner dropped all pretense. Your friend there owes us. Matter of respect. Funny, Arik said, feeling the familiar calm of impending violence settle over him. I count no friends here, just inconveniences. That how you see us. Tanner's hand moved to his belt knife. That's how I'll remember you, Arik corrected. Briefly, what happened next unfolded with the brutal efficiency that had made the rusty swords notorious. Arik moved first. Always move first, Varric had taught him. His forehead smashed into Tanner's nose, the satisfying crunch followed by a backward stumble. Before the man could recover, Arik's boot connected with his knee, folding the leg backward with a wet snap. The noble stood frozen, wide-eyed, as Tanner collapsed howling. Move! Arik barked, shoving the young man toward the back of the tavern. The other brothers were rushing forward now, blades drawn. The tavern's patrons, well versed in the choreography of violence, were already clearing space or placing bets. Arik drew his sword. House Valter's blade, the crest nearly worn away but still visible to those who knew where to look. The familiar weight settled into his palm like coming home. My name, he told the advancing brothers, is Arik Valtor, captain of the Rusty Swords. Your quarrel is with me now. The name had its intended effect. The tanners hesitated. Everyone in the capital's underbelly knew the Rusty Swords, and what happened to those who crossed them. Take your brother and go, Arik continued calmly. Make different choices tomorrow. For a heartbeat, it seemed they might fight anyway. Then the younger tanner helped his howling brother to his feet. This ain't over, he spat. It never is, Arik agreed. When the tanners had dragged their wounded out, Arik sheathed his sword and turned to find the noble staring at him. You're Arik Valtor? Of House Valtor. Arik's face hardened. House Valtor no longer exists. I suggest we discuss this elsewhere. With that, he led the way to the storeroom and the loose boards that had served as an escape route for those in the know. The noble followed, questions clearly burning on his lips. As they emerged into the trash-strewn alley behind the tavern, the young man pushed back his hood, revealing a face that stopped Arik cold. I think, said the young man with the unmistakable features of the royal line, that we have much to discuss, Captain Valtor. Arik felt the ground shift beneath him. Here stood a prince of the very dynasty that had destroyed his family, and Arik had just saved his life. The night, it seemed, was full of poor decisions. "Starting with," the prince continued, eyes bright with something between fear and hope, "why I need the rusty swords to help me prevent a coup." The alley behind the rat's tail stank of piss, old meat, and something sweeter that made Arik's stomach turn. The prince kept close, eyes darting between shadows like a trapped rabbit. "You sure this is safe?" he asked. Arik grunted. "No." They took the back ways, narrow passages where even rats trod carefully after dark. The boy, Kalen, was breathing too loudly, each exhale announcing their position to anyone with trained ears. Third son of the king. And he moved like he'd never known danger. Probably hadn't. Arik's fingers brushed the worn pommel of his sword, House Valtor's blade, the crest nearly worn away but still visible to those who knew where to look. Years had passed since that sword had defended noble holdings instead of mercenary contracts. Years since the king's justice had taken his father's head for treason never committed, since the court had stripped their lands and titles. The rusty swords had risen from those ashes, 200 strong now, with contracts across 3 kingdoms. Respectable enough to charge premium rates, disreputable enough to take jobs others wouldn't touch. Arik had built something from nothing, turned his father's disgrace into a company with a code and a reputation. And now a royal brat wanted help. The irony wasn't lost on him. 3 streets over, a dog barked once, then fell silent. Too sudden. Arik's hand closed around Kalen's thin wrist. "Someone's following. How can you—" Quiet. He pulled the boy into a shadowed alcove, barely wide enough for Arik's shoulders. Kalen's breathing came quick and shallow now, the sound of privilege confronting real fear for the first time. "When we reach the end of this passage," Arik whispered, "turn left, then run 10 paces and flatten against the wall. Don't question. Don't hesitate." The boy nodded, face pale in the scattered moonlight. They emerged into a cramped intersection of 3 alleys, took the left, and Arik counted silently. 1, 2, 3, 4. He shoved Kalen hard against weathered brick, hand over his mouth. In the same motion, his sword cleared its scabbard without a sound. Footsteps approached. Light, measured. Not the tread of common thugs. 2 figures passed the alley entrance, their faces obscured by hoods, but their posture unmistakable. Palace guards, moving with the precision that came from years of training. One walked with the confident stride of command. The other moved with a slight limp, favoring his right leg. Arik held his breath, pressing deeper into shadow. He'd faced worse odds 100 times, but tonight wasn't about him. Tonight was about information, and dead men told no tales. The shadows passed. Neither looked in their direction. Kalen's eyes were wide above Arik's calloused palm. When Arik finally released him, the boy gasped like a drowning man finding air. "Palace guards," he whispered. "The tall one's Captain Holt." "You're certain?" "I've known him since I was born. He runs my father's personal security." Arik's eyes narrowed. "Then someone important wants you found." "He shouldn't be here," Kalen said, voice breaking slightly. "He's supposed to be guarding my father." Change of plans, apparently. "No, you don't understand. Holt never leaves the king's side. By royal decree." Something cold settled in Arik's gut. Not fear. He'd burned that out of himself years ago. Suspicion. The feeling that had kept him and 200 swords alive through a dozen campaigns. "There's more to this coup story than you've told me," he said, studying the boy's face. Moonlight caught Kalen's features, sharp cheekbones, narrow nose, the unmistakable jawline of Kurvash royalty. But something else too. Intelligence in those eyes. Fear, yes, but not panic. The look of someone who'd thought things through. "Not here," Kaelin whispered. "Somewhere safe." Arik almost laughed. Safe, as if such places existed. "Come on," he said instead. "I know somewhere they won't look." As they slipped deeper into the dregs, Arik glanced back once. Something about Captain Holt's movement had seemed wrong. Not the limp. Men in their profession collected injuries like merchants collected coins. Something in the rhythm of his steps, the angle of his shoulders. Like a man wearing ill-fitting clothes, or an ill-fitting skin. Scene 2. The sewers, revised. The entrance to the sewers was hidden beneath a collapsed tanner's shop, covered by rotting boards and years of accumulated filth. Arik moved them quickly, descending iron rungs wet with substances best not contemplated. The stench hit like a fist. Kaelin gagged, one hand clutching his mouth while the other white-knuckled the ladder. "Breathe through your mouth," Arik advised, not unkindly. "It gets worse before it gets better." "Wonderful," the boy managed. They waded through ankle-deep muck, Arik's lantern casting grotesque shadows across curved brick walls, slick with moss and worse things. Rats scattered at their approach, red eyes gleaming momentarily before vanishing into cracks. The tunnel widened into a junction where 5 passages met. Arik picked the second from the left without hesitation. "This way." "How do you know these tunnels?" Kaelin asked, trying to keep his fine boots from sinking into the filth. "Running a mercenary company means knowing every entry and exit in the city you operate from," Arik replied. "Never know when a contract goes sour and you need to extract your people." Silence followed, broken only by the constant drip of water and the scuttling of small creatures in the darkness beyond their light. "Is that why you're helping me?" Kaelin asked finally. "Because I'm a potentially profitable contract." Arik stopped, turning to face the boy. In the harsh lantern light, Kaelin looked younger than his 13 years, shoulders narrow beneath his hood, face pinched from a lifetime of illness. "The rusty swords don't take political contracts," Arik said. "Too messy, too many ways to end up dead." "But you're here." Professional curiosity. Arik started walking again. And perhaps a desire to know why the royal guards are hunting a prince through the dregs instead of guarding their king. "Because they're not guarding the king anymore," Kaelin said quietly. "At least, not the real king." Arik's steps slowed, but he didn't stop. "Explain." "I sought you out specifically, Arik Valtor. Not just any mercenary, you." "Why?" "Because 30 years ago, your father tried to warn mine about a threat within the court. A threat I believe has returned." Arik turned, lantern light throwing his face into harsh relief. "My father died for treason." "False charges," Kaelin said. "To silence him." "That's a dangerous claim even down here." 2 years ago, Kaelin continued as if Arik hadn't spoken. "My brother Thalon left to oversee our family's mines in the Eastern Territories. He returned 3 months ago. Different." "Different how?" "People change." "Not like this." Kaelin's voice hardened with conviction. "I've been ill most of my life, confined to the library instead of the training yard. Thalon and I were close. He would visit me daily, tell me stories of what I missed. We shared everything." Arik's face revealed nothing, but he'd learned to listen for the rings of truth. The boy wasn't lying, at least not about believing what he said. "When he returned," Kaelin continued, "he remembered facts but not feelings. He could recite our histories but forgot private jokes. He walks differently, speaks with odd pauses, The boy's voice dropped. And during the last council meeting, I heard him use phrases, exact phrases, that I'd read in restricted texts about the fall of 3 noble houses over the past 3 centuries. Coincidence. The exact same phrases about necessary bloodletting and purification through change. Kalen shook his head. And he's not the only one. Captain Holt returned from the same region. 3 royal advisors who visited the mines. All changed in subtle ways, only someone looking closely would notice. And you've been looking closely. I told you. I've spent my life in libraries. I notice patterns. Arik studied the boy, head slightly tilted in a habit he'd picked up from Varane. These mines. What's valuable about them? Officially? Iron and silver. But there are older tunnels beneath, sealed chambers with markings that predate the First Kingdoms. My father forbids anyone from entering them, but the miners whisper that Thalon ordered excavations during his oversight. A distant memory stirred. Arik's father hunched over maps late at night, muttering about eastern borders and things best left buried. The maps were among the few possessions Arik had salvaged from his family home. Your brother returned from these mines changed, Arik summarized, and now your father's personal guards hunt you through the dregs instead of protecting their king. Yes, which suggests that whatever happened to my brother has happened to others close to the throne. Kalen's young face hardened with a determination that reminded Arik uncomfortably of himself at that age. I believe a coup is imminent, but not a conventional one. Arik weighed truth against risk, suspicion against instinct. 200 swords depended on his judgment. The rusty swords had a reputation. They chose their contracts carefully, maintained a code when most mercenaries would sell their own mothers for the right price. Getting involved in royal politics was usually a quick path to a shortened lifespan. But if the boy was right... You understand what you're asking? Arik said finally. If you're wrong, it's just your reputation. If I commit my company to this, it's all our heads, and we're rather attached to them. I'm not wrong, Kalen insisted. And I can pay. More than you'd make in a year of contracts. With what? Royal coin would be traced within a day. Kalen reached into his shirt and withdrew a small leather pouch. He opened it carefully, revealing what appeared to be a ruby the size of a robin's egg. Family heirloom, untraceable. The gem caught the lantern light, blood-red facets throwing crimson patterns across the sewer walls. Worth a fortune indeed. First, Arik said, we go to Laurelai. If we're doing this, we do it properly, with contracts. Relief flooded the boy's face. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, Prince. If you're right about this replacement business, we're walking into something far deadlier than a normal coup. Arik's eyes narrowed. And I want my interrogator to look at you before we commit. Varane has ways of knowing when people lie. I'm not. Everyone lies, Princeling. The question is whether the lies matter. From somewhere deeper in the tunnels came a sound. Boots on stone, moving with purpose. And right now, Arik added, extinguishing their lantern, we need to move, quietly. They continued in darkness, guided by Arik's memory and the occasional thin shaft of moonlight from storm drains above. Neither spoke again, but Arik's mind raced with calculations, with possibilities. With the growing suspicion that in saving this boy, he might finally learn why his father died. Something had changed in the palace. Something connected to sealed chambers beneath ancient mines. Something his father had died trying to expose. The worn grip of his sword, his father's sword, felt suddenly heavier against his palm, as if the blade itself remembered old promises, old debts. as if it had been waiting for this moment. "9 copper pieces. Harrowport, the copper vault, 26 years ago. Count faster, little bitches." The whip cracked across cold stone, a sound like raw leather over bone, the kind of sound you don't forget, even when you try. Cass's fingers moved in blurs, her mind categorizing, calculating, assigning. 6 piles, no 7. Alderan silver, old Kavashi coppers, the new mint from last year's recoinage, and the counterfeit Felmarch crowns that Master Belvin had mixed in to test them. She knew the other girls wouldn't spot those. Most couldn't count past 20 without using their fingers twice. The whip cracked again, closer this time. Not meant to hit, just to hurry. Belvin had small eyes and a tongue sharp as a serpent's. 30 seconds, you worthless cunts, or it's no supper. Cass was done in 20. She sat back on dirt-crusted heels, hands folded in her lap, a neat grid of sorted coins before her. She didn't cry. She never had. Not even when she came in off the streets with lice in her scalp and one shoe. Crying cost energy. Energy was better spent counting. Belvin squinted, looking down at Cass's work. "Done already, quick fingers?" "Yes, sir." He inspected the piles. "You missed these 3? Cass shook her head. "Counterfeits. Don't mix properly with the cinnabar oil. Real silver darkens at the edges after 5 seconds. These stayed bright." Belvin's smug little mustache twitched like a rat's tail. His eyes narrowed. His opinion changed. "Too smart for your own good." A backhanded compliment that stung worse than the whip. That night, while the other girls slept, Cass practiced by moonlight, organizing pebbles by size and shape. Numbers danced in her head. She was 11 years old and already understood compound interest better than most bankers. He still beat her the next week for insubordination, but he never doubted her numbers again. She'd get out of this shithole someday, and she'd never be hungry again. 26 years later, Cass still counted. But now the coins were gold, and the room was hers. She sat cross-legged on the floor of her apartment, 4 flights above a brothel and 2 rooms east of a smokehouse. The floor was polished bonewood. Warmed by enchanted piping she didn't understand and didn't need to. A perfect temperature for thinking. 3 ledgers were open. One balanced on her lap, one splayed on a low crate beside her, and the third, a leather-bound codex covered in coded glyphs, sat under her hand, pages dense with ink scratches and tiny marginalia. The handwriting was flawless. Her ink-stained fingers twitched every few minutes, reaching for the abacus hanging from her chain. Click, 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 a rhythm older than most songs. In the candlelight, her spectacles glinted. She wore a high-collared waistcoat, pinstriped and pressed, cravat in dark plum, not a wrinkle on her. She could be mistaken for an ambassador or a banker, money running through her veins. Except the numbers told a different story. The rusty swords were bleeding out, contracts thinner than a whore's promise. Been here before, this valley of shit. Arik's got that haunted look again, grey eyes sinking into his skull. She feels it, the weight he carries. House Valter's ghost, his sister's dowries, his damn honor. She's got to fix it. Always does. Rusty Swords had 26 silvers in hard reserve, 1 chest of copper for bribing port authorities, 5 open contracts, 2 that paid, 1 that paid well but required traveling to the Godspine Mountains, which meant equipment they didn't have and a winter they'd never survive. She clicked the beads again. Click, click, pause. Fuck. The word fell soft, like dust off an old ledger. No point in swearing, but sometimes you needed to vent pressure. She turned to the profit and loss ledger and began doing what she did best. Scenario building. 187 days, she muttered. 187 days until bankruptcy, assuming no new contracts and maintaining current expenses. She'd calculated it 3 different ways to be certain. 120 in the worst case. They'd been here before, this valley of shit. Scenario A. Take the tavern reclamation contract. Good coin, bad ethics. Involved clearing a village full of non-compliance. Which meant old men with bent backs and children with blunt knives. Arik would say no. But he'd hate bankruptcy more. At the same time, he was distracted to even notice. Him and his thinking about the other folk. Everyone had heard the whispers, rifts opening, monsters coming through, other folk wearing stolen faces. Arik's obsession, his belief they were tied to his father's death. Varane heard them breathing. Talin's mementos glowed. Cass didn't care. Monsters. Men, same difference. They all bled. They all paid. Her job was keeping the swords alive, not chasing shadows. She flipped the page. Scenario B. Escort duty for Prince Alon of Daromir. High visibility, low risk, also low payout. Reputation job. Might lead to something fatter. Arik would say yes, because of honor. She clicked the abacus 3 more times. Fast, angry. Click, click, click. Honor. The most expensive line item in the history of mercenary bookkeeping. Worse than inflation. Last month, Arik had turned down Baron Tellick's contract, 1,500 in gold to clear troublesome peasants from disputed lands. Would have solved their money problems instantly. But Arik had that look when he read the contract terms. That Valtor pride rising through years of mercenary pragmatism. "We're not hired thugs," he'd said. Arik and his fucking code. Sometimes she wanted to shake him until his noble teeth rattled. Well, former noble teeth anyways. Other times, it was the only thing that separated them from the animals they'd fought alongside over the years. Mercenary with a code. Like a whore with a chastity vow. His sisters, holed up in some northern convent, needed gold, not prayers. Every contract he rejected was a dowry delayed, a debt unpaid. She got it. House Valter's fall, the axe on his father's neck, made him cling to ethics like a drowning man to driftwood. But driftwood sank eventually. She rubbed her eyes, then adjusted her spectacles. She should tell Arik, should have told him last week. But he'd looked so fucking tired after bringing those wounded men back from the Eastern Patrol, always carrying everyone's burdens but his own. Sentiment, she told the empty room. Bad for business. Cass returned to her desk, pulled a fresh sheet of parchment from the stack. Time to draft contingency plans. She numbered them methodically. 1. Abandon headquarters, relocate operations to border territories, equipment transport costs, 1,450 silver. Bribes for safe passage, 600 silver. Lost revenue from urban contracts, minus 2,200 silver. 2. Reduce company size by 25%. Severance for veteran members, 1,700 silver. Potential revenue loss from reduced capacity, minus 1,100 silver. Reputation damage, incalculable. 3. Secure loan from Iron Vault Consortium. Her quill paused, hovering over option 3. The consortium. Marek fucking Steelhand would love that, wouldn't he? Seeing her crawl back after all these years. Not while I breathe, she whispered. She crossed out option 3 with vicious precision, splattering ink. 4. Take a dirty job. Guard an opium caravan. 500 gold. Easy. Arik would say no, but she could fudge the details. Call it spices. Risky, opium drew raiders like flies to shit. 5. Renegotiate the Zamiri deal. Squeeze the merchant for an extra 100. He was soft, he'd fold. But if he squealed to his guild, the golden web would take a hit. 6. Sell a favor. That Thalassian smuggler owed her big. Could get a loan, no questions. Problem was, he was tied to Marek, and he still wanted her head. She checked the coded ledger, the golden web, half-lies and handshakes, promises written in invisible ink. It showed debts owed to the rusty swords from people who didn't like being seen in daylight. 4 minor nobles, 1 merchant prince, 2 ex-generals. She could call in 2 of the debts, would carry them through the month. But if Arik said no to the tavern job, again, she'd be doing creative accounting with blank parchment and hope. She ran a new set of calculations, tapped her ink-stained fingers on the floor, reached for the flask tucked beside the inkpot. The map on her wall was marked with pins, red for active contracts, black for completed ones, blue for prospects. Not enough red, too many black. The blue were mostly wishful thinking, grape brandy, Harrowport stock, vintage 403, sharp, clean, like her numbers. Your fucking code, she muttered, flipping another page. The worst part? It worked. Sometimes. When they took the high road, the stories spread faster than the payouts. They got loyal clients, repeat contracts, soft-eyed noble women offering work and fake sympathy. But you can't pay rent with goodwill. Arik didn't think like that. He thought like a sword, clean or bloodied, but always drawn. She respected it. Mostly. Loved it. She refused the thought. Too messy. Like war. Like life. Cass preferred neat columns even when they bled. She rose from the floor and crossed the room to the steel vault in the corner. Opened it with a 12-symbol sigil only she remembered. Inside were stacks of sealed envelopes, contracts unsigned, deals too dirty for daylight. She took one out, broke the seal, read it for the 5th time. The Baron of Salthearth needed a rival removed, quietly. 500 gold up front, no questions, no survivors. The sort of job Arik would refuse. She slid it back in. Her fingers hovered. That was the difference between her and Arik. She saw value everywhere. Even in the shadows. Especially in the shadows. Because shadows made the gold shine brighter. Back to the floor. Back to the ledgers. She wrote a note in the coded one. Adjusted the margin of debt forgiveness on 1 line. Shifted a fictitious timber shipment forward by 2 weeks. It bought them time. Not solvency, but time. Sometimes time is worth more than truth. Cass leaned back, flexed her fingers. Ink smeared on her palm. Her eyes burned from the candlelight. The abacus beads clicked in her hand, slower now, like raindrops. Click, click, click. She thought about Arik again. Thought about the way he carried weight, like it was nailed into his shoulders. Thought about how many times she'd rewritten the same budget to save them from a war they weren't even paid to fight. She had no children, no siblings, no soft attachments, except maybe knock, a soft rhythm at the door. She froze. No one should be here at this hour. Not even Arik knew she'd be working this late. Sell swords don't knock, neither do assassins. Cass slid the ledgers shut, tucked 2 under the floorboard. Reached for the dagger sewn into the lining of her waistcoat. The knock came again. Slower this time, more deliberate. She stood silent in the warm glow of candles, abacus in one hand, steel in the other. Numbers couldn't protect you from everything, but they could buy you enough time to get your blade ready. Identify, she called. Open the fucking door, Cass. Arik's voice, tight with urgency. "We've got complications." Always. Complications. And they always spelled Arik. She unlocked 3 separate bolts, pulled the door open. Arik stood there, sword drawn, blood splattered across his sleeve. Behind him, a hooded figure. Small, trembling slightly. "What have you done?" she asked, already calculating the cost of whatever new disaster he'd created. "Possibly saved the kingdom," Arik replied, pushing past her into the apartment. "More likely signed our death warrants." The hooded figure followed, stumbling slightly. When he looked up, she caught the unmistakable features of royalty beneath the hood. Sharp cheekbones, that distinctive Kavashi nose. A boy, no more than 13. "This is Prince Kalen," Arik said. "Third son of the king. He needs our help." The abacus beads stilled for the first time that night. Cass stared at the prince, at Arik, at the blood on his sword. "Well," she said finally, "I suppose I'll need a 4th ledger." Midnight Walker. Varane's staff clicked once on cold stone. Then again. Tap, tap. He moved along the jagged cliffs, devourers of more than one ship this year, that guarded Harrowport's eastern edge, shale crumbling beneath each precise step. These cliffs had witnessed the fall of the Alderian Empire, had stood unmoved as 3 dynasties of kings spent their brief lives warring over stone and pride, had watched countless bodies broken on the rocks below. They would outlast him too. Not much consolation in that bit of fucking philosophy. He preferred this hour, before the world drowned him in noise and stink. No cartwheels shrieking against cobblestones, no merchants shouting lies about their wares, no idiots in the camp swinging swords with more enthusiasm than skill, pretending they knew which end went where. Just the sea's rhythm against stone, a conversation older than civilization, and a silence so complete it made the living sound like intruders. But something was off. The pattern broken. He'd walked this path over 300 times. The Rusty Sword's Eastern Camp, Eastern Camp 3, had been waiting, and had memorized every stone, every sound, the precise cadence of waves against the cliff base. Tonight, something interrupted the orchestra. He stepped from the beaten track. His boots whispered against loose gravel as he navigated toward the discordance, the land seeming to exhale beneath him. The smell hit him first. Copper-bright blood mixed with something sweet. Expensive perfume, the kind only court officials and rich merchants could afford. Or expensive whores. Or the expensive whore merchant, he supposed. "Now who goes and dies here wearing that?" he muttered to the indifferent dark. Any curious seagull would have seen body lay crumpled among black rocks with limbs bent at angles that defied both comfort and anatomy, and a fine jacket soaked dark, throat gaping like a second mouth. He crouched, knees protesting with sharp cracks that reminded him he wasn't young anymore. His fingers found the corpse's wrist. Still warm. One sense lost, another gained. But he would any day have switched not being able to see for the sense of touch being heightened. His hands moved across the dead man, reading the body like a text written in flesh and fabric. Court-quality wool beneath his fingertips, layered embroidery on the collar that marked diplomatic rank. Not just any envoy. His fingers traced the pattern. House Corazin insignia. Felmarch's 3rd most powerful family. Silk doublet, Thalassian weave, buttons carved from northern ivory. Worth more than what most of the Rusty Swords earned in a year. He could almost hear Cass's voice. Take it and sell it on the market. Varane's hands moved to the face. The flesh yielded beneath his touch, present but somehow vacant, like a home after its inhabitants had fled. His fingers searched for tensions that lingered even in death. Instead, an emptiness, as if whatever essence had once animated these features had been drawn out, leaving only the abandoned architecture behind. "The shell remains," he murmured, "but the tide has withdrawn." Beneath the diplomatic perfume another scent lurked. Fungi from caves never touched by light. This noble would have never seen a cave fungi, so someone else had left the scent. His search continued, fingers moving with surgical precision through clothing, boots, hidden pockets. Varane straightened slowly, his joints complaining of wars fought decades past. He would switch being blind for being crippled if some great fucking mage could sort that. A pebble dislodged above, skittering down the cliff face with soft impacts that might as well have been war drums to Varane. A voice somewhere between a boy and a man called out, "Master Varane, you out there?" The voice belonged to Tolvan, a night guard who joined the Rusty Swords last month after deserting some minor lord's service. "No," Varane replied, "I'm actually in my bed, dreaming of sweet meadows and dancing girls. This is merely an illusion born of your excessive drinking." Sorry to disturb you, sir. I thought it might be an intruder." "As you should be, and you're the intruder. Now pretend you didn't see me, and I'll pretend I didn't notice you sampling the commander's private whiskey stores at midnight. How did you— I can smell your poor decisions from here. Go back to your post." Footsteps retreated, accompanied by muttered curses about creepy blind bastards and their fucking witchcraft. Varane waited until silence reclaimed the cliff. Rising to the cliff top, Varane oriented himself toward Harrowport. His weekly meeting with Talin would be soon. The thought almost produced what might have been a smile on another man's face. The drowned rat would be alive with early morning commerce, sailors ending night shifts, dock workers starting theirs, thieves counting their takings, whores counting their coin. And Talin, performing his elaborate charade of debauchery, surrounded by empty cups, slurring tales of improbable adventure, while his eyes missed nothing. Their arrangement was simple. Varane avoided the overwhelming sensory assault of the city except for this weekly ritual, and Talin filtered useful information through his network of drunks, criminals, and court gossips. A perfect arrangement between two men who recognized each other's deceptions. Varane set off along the eastern road, pace unhurried but ground-consuming. His staff struck stone with muted finality, keeping rhythm to steps that had carried him through 4 decades of battles, betrayals, and the occasional victory. Behind him, the Rusty Swords camp sprawled like a wounded beast, tents sagging, night fires reduced to embers, the smell of cheap oil and cheaper wine mixing with rust and unwashed men. Home, such as it was. 200 swords fighting other people's wars for coin while carrying the weight of their own unfinished one. As he walked, that nagging sensation intensified, the certainty of being observed from places just beyond perception. He'd taught Arik to trust such instincts. The body knew truth before the mind could articulate it. The drowned rat stank of yesterday. Stale beer soaked into the warped floorboards. Sweat from men who'd long since departed. Vomit, poorly mopped from the corners. To Varane, the place's layered history rose like geological strata, each sin and secret preserved in the very wood. The tavern sat 3 streets from the docks, too deep for casual sailors, too respectable for the true criminal element. A perfect, piss-soaked middle ground where information could change hands, untroubled by the rabble. Varane's staff found the familiar route through tables, counting steps, feeling the subtle shift in floorboards where a section had been replaced after a knife fight gone particularly wrong. "The blind man graces us," a voice bellowed from the back corner. "Must be 6th day again." Varane didn't need to see to know Talin sounded drunk. He wasn't. Varane navigated to the corner table by memory. 16 steps, a turn at the pillar that smelled of tobacco and piss. 11 more steps. Then the chair with the wobbly leg no one ever bothered to fix. He slid onto the bench opposite Talin. "You smell worse than usual," Varane said, his voice a low rumble. Talin laughed, a hollow, theatrical sound. The palace gardens were particularly fragrant this season. A code. He'd been gathering information from court. Varane's ears sensed the room, 32 bodies in varying states of consciousness. None close enough to hear if they kept their voices low. The tavern keeper's heavy tread behind the bar, a distinctive limp that had grown worse since winter. "How's the wine?" Varane asked. "Terrible. Perfect for my reputation." Talin's cup knocked against the table as he gestured, a performance for anyone watching. Subtle movements of glass against wood, another code. 3 short, 2 long. Trouble at the highest levels. A serving girl approached. Varane could smell lavender she couldn't afford mingled with the kitchen's grease. Her steps were uneven, favouring her left foot. "Usual, Master Varane." Her voice was high, northern. "Yes." She departed, footsteps asymmetrical across the creaking boards. "New girl," Varane observed once she was out of earshot. "Brynner. 20. Came from Valenguard last month. Father was a bowyer. Died of fever. 2 younger siblings still there. Sends half her wages north." Talin delivered this information like a man discussing the weather. "You've been busy. It's what you pay me for." Talin's words took on a deliberate slur, the careful performance of a man deteriorating into his cups. Heard the most fascinating rumour at Lady Sorrel's reception last night. Senior envoy Danon Corazin, House Corazin's chief negotiator. That man likes to fuck, I can tell you that. But he's not married, so there's no real leverage. Maybe he'll fuck the wrong person, and then we have something. Varane's hands rested on the table, perfectly still. "I found him dead this morning." The momentary silence told him Talin was genuinely surprised. "This morning? I just saw him minutes ago. Found what's left of him on the cliffs. An hour ago." Talin's heartbeat quickened slightly, a minor tell from a man who controlled his body's reactions better than most controlled their words. But he was just walking by minutes ago. Varane leaned forward. That wasn't him. The serving girl returned, placed a cup before Varane. Wine, watered down. He never drank it. The appearance was enough. When her footsteps receded, Talin dropped the performance. His voice sharpened, sobered. "Explain." "His body makes 3 this month. Same pattern. Body's intact, but..." Varane sought the words. "Emptied. Something wearing the skin, but gone now." Shit. The word was delivered flatly, almost academically. "The others?" "Iron Duchy military attaché, merchant from the spice corridor." Talin was silent for 11 heartbeats. Calculating. "Positions of access. Information gatherers." "Yes." "Like me." Varane didn't answer, didn't need to. "In fact," Varane shifted. "If I'm not mistaken, he's passing by right outside." He stood before he finished the thought, his staff already finding the path to the door. Distinctive stride, slight favour to the left leg, expensive cologne, that Felmarch sandalwood oil that costs a small fortune. Talin found he was talking to air when he looked up. Varane was already on his feet, staff tapping against the floorboards. Outside, the morning air hit him like a slap. City stink, hundreds of bodies, animals, sewage, cooking fires. But beneath it, that scent, sandalwood oil, and something else. Something that didn't belong, ash and fungus, moving right. 30 paces ahead. Varane followed, staff tapping against cobblestones. The thing wearing Danon Corazin's face hadn't noticed him. Not yet. Behind him, the tavern door opened. Talin's distinctive footfalls. "I'll circle ahead," Talin murmured as he passed. No performance now, just the efficient movements of a spy who knew his craft. Junction of Silversmith's Row and Temple Street. He'll turn there and go straight for House Corazin's mansion that crests the hill just above the western city wall. Varane nodded once. Talin's footsteps accelerated, then disappeared down an alley shortcut. Something was gathering in Harrowport, something that stole faces and positions of influence, and House Corazin had influence. Rumour said they were the ones behind ousting House Valtor from the nobility to steal their valuable mines in the north. Tap, tap, tap. His staff marked the pursuit, a blind man's drumbeat counting down to revelation. Or war. The golden box. Arik found them in the alley behind the drowned rat, standing around what looked like a shipping crate with a single hole punched through the back. Varane's coins were spinning, never a good sign. "Please tell me that's not what I think it is," Arik said. Talin looked up from where he was crouched beside the box, knife in hand. "Depends what you think it is." "A crate." "Correct." "With the prince inside." "Also correct." "In a fucking box, Talin." "Well." Talin stood, wiping his blade clean. "When you put it like that, it sounds unreasonable." A muffled thump came from inside the crate, followed by what sounded like creative cursing. Royal creative cursing. Cass adjusted her spectacles. It was the most cost-effective solution. Cost-effective. Arik stared at her. "You put the third heir to the throne in a box because it was cost-effective." "The alternative was a cart," she said, pencil already moving across her ledger. "Carts require horses. Horses require feed, water, maintenance. This requires nothing. Except oxygen. Hence the air hole." Another thump from the crate, more insistent this time. Talin knocked twice on the lid. "Patience, Your Highness. We're discussing logistics." "Guards," Varane said quietly. His coins had stopped spinning. 3 streets over, moving methodically. "Searching," Arik said. "Searching." Talin grinned. "Think they've noticed their prince is missing?" "I think," Arik said. "We need to move, now." "About that." Cass looked up from her calculations. "I've run the numbers. If we're caught with him, we're looking at drawing and quartering for treason. If we abandon him, we lose the contract fee and face potential breach penalties. If we deliver him safely, we get paid and probably live," Talin finished. "Excellent mathematics, Cass. Really illuminating." "The point," she continued unperturbed, "is that the risk-to-reward ratio strongly favors completion." From inside the box. "Let me out of this thing before I—" Talin knocked again. "Language, Your Highness. There are accountants present." Arik pinched the bridge of his nose. In all his years leading the Rusty Swords, he'd never imagined having this conversation. "How long has he been in there?" 20 minutes, Talin said. 37, Cass corrected. "And he's comfortable?" "Define comfortable." "Alive, not suffocating, not having a royal panic attack that brings the entire palace guard down on our heads." "He's fine," Talin said. "Aren't you, Princeling?" Silence from the box. "See? Fine." Varane's head tilted. 2 streets now. "Right." Arik looked at the crate, then at his 3 most trusted people in the world, standing around it like merchants debating the price of grain. "We're really doing this?" Bit late for second thoughts, Talon said. Load him up, Arik said, gently. And for the love of... He caught himself. Treat him like cargo that can have us all executed if it's damaged. Talon and Cass lifted the crate between them, Cass muttering calculations under her breath about weight distribution and optimal carrying angles. Should have charged more, she said as they loaded it onto the cart. My dear Cass, Talon said, securing the ropes. We're smuggling royalty out of the capital in a produce crate. I'd say we're about to earn every copper. Varane had already started walking, staff tapping against cobblestones. One street, he called back. Arik took one last look at the box, now nestled between sacks of grain and bundles of cloth, like any other piece of cargo. Inside was a 13-year-old boy who might be the key to preventing a war, or starting one. Either way, they'd find out which when they reached camp. Move, he said. The cart rolled forward, wheels creaking. From inside the crate came a single resigned sigh. Royalty, Arik thought, was heavier than it looked. Royal cargo. The kicking had started again an hour ago. Stop it, Talon said without looking up from his knife maintenance. Thud. I said stop. Thud. Permission to negotiate with our cargo? Talon asked. He's 13, Arik replied. 13-year-olds understand consequences. The caravan lurched over another rut, wheels protesting against the eastern road. Rain had begun in earnest now, fat, sullen drops that promised a proper downpour. From the box came muffled cursing that would have impressed a dock worker. Royal education, Cass observed, not looking up from her ledger. The thin volume balanced perfectly on her knee, despite the wagon's constant jostling. Very comprehensive. Arik sat opposite, one hand braced against the rough-hewn bench, the other resting on his sword hilt. Everything smelled of wet wool and royal indignation. Varane's head tilted suddenly. Riders, 3 of them, coming fast. Patrol? Arik asked. Maybe. The silver coins in Varane's eye sockets caught what little light filtered through the canvas. Too organized for bandits. Talon moved toward the rear flap. 20 silver says they're looking for our package. No bet, Cass said. Those are terrible odds. The hoofbeats grew louder, then slowed. A voice cut through the rain. Halt! King's Road Authority. From the crate, blessed silence. Finally, Talon muttered, the boy learns. Heavy boots splashed through mud. The flap jerked open, framing a road warden in grey daylight. Water dripped from his helmet as his eyes swept the interior, cataloguing faces and cargo with practiced efficiency. What is the purpose of travel? Arik handed over papers. Mercenaries, returning to camp. The rusty swords? The warden's posture shifted subtly. Recognition. Commander Valtor? That's right. The man studied the manifest with the slow deliberation of someone who couldn't read quickly but wouldn't admit it. Medical supplies and... sundries? 17 wounded men, Cass said smoothly. The East March campaign was expensive. And salted meat, Talon added, the kind that haunts you for days. The warden almost smiled. Almost. What's in the crate? Glass vials, Cass replied. Surgical instruments. Delicate items from the university district. The box creaked softly. Settling, Varane said with flat certainty. Wood does that in the damp. The warden stared at the crate for a long moment. Outside, his companions waited on horseback, crossbows ready. Not a standard patrol formation, more like a hunting party. "We're looking for a boy," he said finally. "Noble-born. Disappeared this morning." "Haven't seen any stray nobles," Talon said, "though we passed a merchant convoy heading west about an hour back. Seemed in a considerable hurry." The warden's eyes moved between them, calculating odds he couldn't quite name. Then he stepped closer to the crate. "I need to see inside." "Not advisable," Cass said quickly. "The instruments are extremely delicate. One jar breaks and—" "Open it." The moment stretched like a bowstring. The warden's hand moved toward the latch. Arik's grip tightened on his sword hilt. 1 heartbeat. 2. Talon shifted almost imperceptibly, fingers brushing knife handles. His eyes met Arik's across the cramped space. A question asked and answered in silence. The warden's fingers touched metal. From somewhere in the wagon came the faintest rustle, like fabric against wood. Cass's ledger closed with a soft snap. Her hand disappeared into her cloak. "Careful with that," Varane said quietly, his voice carrying strange harmonics. "Some things are better left unopened." The warden paused, glancing at the blind man. "What kind of things?" "The kind that complicate everyone's day." Arik calculated distances. 3 feet to the warden, 4 to the flap. The man's sword was half drawn, his companions outside, crossbows ready. Poor odds, but they'd faced worse. "Just open it," one of the guards called from outside. "We're getting soaked out here." The warden's fingers curled around the latch mechanism. The click of metal on metal seemed to echo in the sudden stillness. "Wait," Cass said, her voice sharp with desperation. "Those items cost 47 gold. If they're damaged—" "Open it," the warden repeated, not looking away from the crate. Talon's knives whispered against leather as they cleared their sheaths. "Just barely. Just enough." The latch began to turn. Arik drew breath to speak, to fight, to do something. The crossbow bolt punched through the canvas inches from the warden's head. He dove sideways as 2 more bolts followed, one catching his shoulder and spinning him around. The wagon erupted into chaos. "Ambush!" someone screamed outside. Horses whinnied. Steel rang against steel. Men shouted orders that dissolved into curses and pain. "Down!" Arik barked, drawing his sword as another bolt ripped through the canvas above them. Talon was already moving, rolling toward the rear as the warden struggled to draw his blade with his good arm. "How many?" 8, Varane said, coins spinning wildly. "Maybe more." "They're flanking." The crate shifted violently, then deliberately kicked against the side of the wagon, a calculated distraction. "Smart boy," Talon muttered, understanding immediately. Arik grabbed the warden's good arm. "Your men?" "Corvin's down," the warden gasped. "Brace got his horse." "Cass!" "Working on it." She'd produced a small crossbow from somewhere and was methodically winding the string with mechanical precision. Outside, the battle raged in earnest now. The driver, Varane, was cursing creatively as he fought to control the panicked horses. Metal clashed against metal. Someone screamed, high and desperate. "They're pushing toward the wagon," Varane reported. "Want whatever's inside." "They can have the salted meat," Talon said, then slipped through the rear flap into the storm. Arik looked at the wounded warden. Blood was seeping steadily through the man's fingers. "Can you fight?" "Watch me." They dove through the flap together. The road had become a muddy battlefield. 2 bandits were already down, but the rest pressed forward with the desperate efficiency of men who'd committed to the attack. One rushed Varane, sword raised. Arik took him in the side, driving his blade between ribs. The man dropped with a look of mild surprise. "Behind you!" the warden shouted. Arik spun, parrying a strike that would have opened his neck. His return cut sent the bandit stumbling back, clutching a ruined arm and reconsidering his life choices. To his left, Talin danced between two attackers, knives flashing in the grey light. One went down holding his throat. The other backed away, suddenly very interested in being elsewhere. Cass's crossbow cracked like thunder. A bandit climbing onto the wagon pitched backward into the mud with a wet thud. "Last one running!" Varane called from inside the wagon. The surviving bandits took the hint. They melted back into the forest, leaving their dead in the road like abandoned cargo. Silence fell, broken only by rain and heavy breathing. "Well," Talin said, cleaning his blades with methodical care. That was invigorating. The warden leaned against the wagon, pressing his good hand to his shoulder. Blood seeped between his fingers, but he was still upright, still thinking. "Good fighting," he said, "for mercenaries." "We get by," Arik replied. "Corvan," the warden called. "Here," came a voice from behind the horses. "Alive, anyway." "Brace!" "Breathing," another voice confirmed. The warden nodded, then looked at Arik with new calculation in his eyes. "We owe you." "No debt," Arik said. "Wrong place, wrong time for all of us." "Still?" The warden straightened with obvious effort. His gaze moved to the crate. "Those weren't random bandits. They knew exactly which wagon to hit." Arik said nothing. "Professional mercenaries buy their gear. Someone hired them for something specific." The warden stepped closer to the crate, favoring his wounded side. "Makes a man wonder what's worth that kind of coin." Talin cleaned his blades with deliberate calm. "Bandits see a merchant wagon. They take chances." These weren't taking chances. They were following orders. The warden's good hand moved toward the latch again. "So I'll ask one more time. What's in the crate?" Varane's coins began to spin. Slowly, ominously. Some secrets cost more than they're worth. And some cost less than staying ignorant. The warden's fingers found the latch. "After what just happened, I need to know." Arik stepped forward. "We just saved your lives. And I'm grateful." The warden's eyes never left the crate. Grateful enough to look the other way on certain irregularities, assuming they're the profitable kind, not the treasonous kind. The silence stretched like a blade between them. "The hired mercenaries knew," the warden continued. "They came prepared to kill for whatever's in here." His voice hardened. "So either you're working with them, or you've got something worth dying for." Arik's hand drifted to his sword. "And if we refuse, then I decide you're the treasonous kind instead of the profitable kind." The warden's men had remounted but not left. Their crossbows were loaded, aimed. "Open it," the warden said. The latch clicked. The lid creaked upward. The warden stared inside, his expression shifting from suspicion to surprise to something approaching appreciation. "Well," he said quietly, "that's not medical supplies." Inside the crate, nestled in black velvet like sleeping serpents, lay an ornate silver and sapphire necklace that belonged in a royal treasury. Beside it, a matching bracelet and 3 rings that could buy a small estate. "The Countess Valdris collection," Cass said with resigned dignity. "Reported stolen last month." The warden lifted the necklace carefully, watching sapphires catch what little light filtered through the canvas. "Worth?" "Approximately 400 gold, Cass replied, "if one had a buyer with flexible morals." "Which you do?" "Which we do." The warden studied the jewelry for a long moment, then looked at each of them in turn. So the hired mercenaries were after the Countess's baubles. Apparently, Talon said, though we can't imagine how they found out. Can't you? The warden's tone was dry as old parchment. And the reluctance to open the crate? Professional discretion, Arik said. Our clients prefer privacy. I'm sure they do. The warden carefully placed the necklace back in its velvet nest, especially clients who buy stolen royal jewelry. He closed the lid with a soft click. Here's what's going to happen, he said. You're going to continue to your camp. I'm going to continue hunting for a missing prince, and we're both going to forget this conversation happened. Generous of you, Arik said. You saved 3 lives today. That buys a certain amount of selective blindness. The warden's smile was thin but genuine. Besides, the Countess has insurance, and from what I hear, she's not particularly popular at court these days. He gathered his men and mounted his horse, favoring his wounded shoulder. Safe travels, Commander, he called as they rode away. Try to avoid any more hired mercenaries. When the hoofbeats faded into the rain, Arik climbed back into the wagon. Stolen jewelry, he said. Really? Cass shrugged. I keep samples, for negotiations. Samples worth 400 gold. The best clients require impressive presentations. Talon was grinning like a man who'd just won a dangerous wager. Have to admit, it sold the performance. A muffled voice came from beneath a pile of grain sacks. Can I come out now? Something's crawling on me. Probably just rats, Talon said helpfully. They're everywhere, apparently. That's not helping. Arik pulled back the sacks, revealing a distinctly royal and thoroughly dishevelled 13-year-old. Prince Kalen unfolded himself with the awkward grace of someone far too tall and thin for confined spaces, all sharp elbows and knobby knees. How long was I in there? He asked, brushing grain from his hair. Since the fighting started, Talon replied. You're remarkably flexible for royalty. Years of being sickly, Kalen said with bitter humour. All that time in bed made me compact. Useful skill, Cass observed, making a note in her ledger. I'll add flexibility bonuses to future transport calculations. The prince looked at the empty crate, then at the faces around him, calculating dangerous faces that had just killed men without hesitation. Those mercenaries, they were looking for me. Probably, Arik said. Who hired them? Good question. Kalen was quiet for a moment, processing implications. Someone knows I'm with you. Someone knew we had something valuable, Talon corrected. Could have been the jewelry. Could have been, Arik agreed. But his tone suggested he didn't believe it for a moment. So what now? Kalen asked. Arik looked at his 3 companions, at the blood-stained road behind them, at the long miles ahead to a camp that might not be safe anymore. Now we find out how much a prince is really worth, he said, and who's willing to pay to find out the answer. The wagon rolled forward again, wheels grinding through mud and blood. Behind them, the dead bandits lay in the rain, their ambush turned to disaster by the very cargo they'd tried to steal. The fish man. It looked like a fish. A big, pale fish, flopped on its back. Hairy, too, like it had rolled through a pile of seaweed and decided to wear it home for the rest of its presumably short and disappointing life. It twitched. Made a wet, gurgling sound that might have been words or might have been the noise drowning men make when the sea gets bored of their company. Spat out a lungful of seawater and flopped again, graceless as a landed carp with delusions of dignity. Momo Abasi blinked at it, hands tucked into the sleeves of his morning robe, feet buried in the cool sand of a shore he'd walked 1,000 times before, never expecting to find anything that looked quite like this. The sort of thing that made a man question whether his morning tea had been properly prepared, or if the servants had decided to experiment with hallucinogenic herbs again. "Is it a shirk?" he muttered to himself, because talking to mysterious corpses seemed marginally less insane than the alternatives. Or a crocophant that got its tusks knocked off by something with even worse table manners. Whatever it was still breathing, barely. The chest rose and fell with the desperate, rattling persistence of a man who hadn't yet gotten the memo that he was supposed to be dead. He glanced back toward the house. The rooftop domes of House Abasi shimmered in the morning heat like captured mirages, and he could almost hear his father's voice drifting from the upper court. Something about tradition, obedience, the particular shame of intellectual laziness, blah, blah, bloody blah. A predictable chorus, scheduled to begin properly in about 1 hour's time, right after Momo had the misfortune of returning from his walk and pretending to give a damn about whatever ceremonial ox blessing was first on the morning's agenda. The same conversations they'd been having for 23 years. The same disappointed sighs. The same lectures about duty and bloodline and the sacred responsibility of not asking inconvenient questions about the world beyond their borders. And yet here was an excellent excuse to delay that inevitability. Here was proof that inconvenient questions sometimes washed up on your doorstep, whether you asked them or not. The fishman twitched again, and this time Momo caught something that might have been actual words. Northern words, harsh and cold, where Zamir's tongue was smooth as honey. Momo stepped closer, wary but curious in the way that had gotten him into trouble since he was old enough to walk. His sandals sank into the damp edge of the surf, and he tasted salt spray on his lips. That close, he could see it wasn't a shirk, and certainly not a crocophant, nor a fish, despite his earlier assessment. It was a man. Sort of. Maybe. If you used the term loosely and didn't think too hard about what constituted proper human coloration. It had arms, anyway. 2 of them knotted with muscle and scraped raw from coral or stone or whatever else waited out there in the waters his people spent so much effort pretending didn't exist. The kind of arms that had swung heavy things at other people for most of their natural lives, and probably enjoyed it. But the skin. Momo squinted, leaning closer despite every survival instinct screaming at him to run. No, not skin, not real skin. Not the dark, sun-goldened tones of the people of Zamir, bronzed by generations under the desert sun. This was pale, like milk gone bad in the heat, like the bones of drowned kings dredged up from the sea floor after decades of feeding the fishes. Like nothing that belonged here. Nothing that belonged anywhere decent people were expected to look. And then there was the hair. Sweet, merciful gods, the hair. Not just on the head, which was bad enough, matted and caked with salt and what looked suspiciously like bits of actual seaweed, but on the face. Thick, scruffy, curling out from chin and jaw like some kind of fungal infestation that had given up all pretense of civilization and decided to make itself at home. Barbells, Momo muttered, because somehow giving it a name made it less disturbing. Fish with a beard. That's got to be against at least 3 natural laws and probably a few divine ones. The man made another sound, not quite a groan this time. Not quite a word either, but closer to language than the gurgling death rattle from before. His lips moved, cracked and white with salt, and something wet and shivering slipped out, sounding like scarn or stahl, or maybe just the noise a man makes when he's bleeding out and hasn't realized it yet. Momo knelt beside him in the sand, pushed back damp hair that felt wrong to the touch, and frowned. The man's skin wasn't just pale, it was marked. Faint blue and black symbols ran across his shoulder, some half-healed and raised like brands, others embedded deep into the skin like tattoos made with needles dipped in midnight. They looked like letters from a language meant never to be spoken aloud, the kind of script that made decent people cross themselves and look away. Momo's stomach turned, because he'd seen glyphs like that before. In a book he was never supposed to read, hidden in a room beneath his father's private library that supposedly didn't exist. The book had been bound in leather that felt wrong to the touch, and the symbols inside had seemed to writhe when he wasn't looking directly at them. The symbols had been vibrating then, too, humming with a sound that made his teeth ache and his dreams run strange for weeks afterward. Of course, he muttered to the unconscious fishman, because if anyone was going to find mysterious, possibly cursed barbarians washed up on forbidden shores, it would be him. You'd wash up on my shore, on my morning walk. Couldn't have the courtesy to die quietly somewhere that wouldn't get me executed for treason, could you? The stranger's eyes opened, winter blue, the colour of things that had never seen Zamir's son, and fixed on Momo with the confused intensity of a man trying to remember why he wasn't dead yet. He tried to speak, managed something that sounded like a name wrapped in gravel and seawater. Axel. Definitely Axel. Momo, Momo replied, because introductions seemed important when meeting forbidden strangers from impossible places. And you, Axel of the terrifying beard, are about to get me into more trouble than any rational person should have to deal with before breakfast. Axel managed what might have been a smile. It looked like it hurt. But then again, most worthwhile things did. Trouble, he repeated, and his accent turned the familiar word into something with edges, something that had travelled across unknown waters from lands that weren't supposed to exist. And despite everything, despite the treason and the certain execution and the knowledge that this moment was about to turn his carefully ordered world upside down and shake it until all the comfortable lies fell out, Momo found himself grinning back. After all, he'd been looking for an excuse to avoid breakfast with his father for 23 years. This would do nicely. Thud, thud. Hope that didn't kill the prince, Arik thought. The box hit the tent floor like a corpse dropping from a gibbet, dust puffing up from the rug beneath it. Ragan Durst hadn't so much dropped it as released it with the theatrical precision of a man making a point about whose responsibility it was to cart around mysterious cargo that might get them all hanged. It was a box. Just a fucking box. But everyone in the tent looked at it like it might start screaming accusations of treason. 3 feet long, 2 wide, iron-bound, scarred, and heavy enough to crack stone, or skulls if you set it down with intent. Which, judging by the noise and Ragan's expression, he had. The sort of box you'd expect to find buried in a crypt with the bones of mad kings, or chained shut in the deepest vault where even the rats had enough sense to stay away. Instead, here it was, sitting between camp chairs like it belonged there, radiating menace and political complications in equal measure. Ragan crossed his arms and eyed the thing the way you'd eye a dog that might have rabies, wary, calculating, and already reaching for your sword. "Tell me that's not dinner for the lads," he said, voice carrying the bone-deep weariness of a man who'd seen too many of Arik's brilliant ideas turn into disasters with body counts. "We're hungry. Not suicidal. Well, not more suicidal than usual." "Your lads?" Arik replied, just sharp enough to draw blood. The question hung in the air like smoke from a funeral pyre. Nothing dramatic. No tension you could cut with a knife. more like that moment in a tavern brawl when everyone's still pretending they're civilized men who solve problems with words instead of steel. Ragan's scarred face arranged itself into an expression of mock contrition. "Pardon, my lord," he said, offering a bow with exactly the kind of grace that came from a lifetime of not giving a damn about anyone's noble pretensions. The sort of genuflection that somehow managed to be more insulting than spitting in someone's face. "Didn't mean to lay claim to anything that wasn't mine. We all know command flows down from on high, like shit rolls downhill, and I'm definitely standing at the bottom of this particular slope." Ragan looked at the box again. The silence stretched like a bowstring. Laurelai's abacus clicked steadily in the background, a sound like bones rattling in a cup, which seemed appropriate given the circumstances. Arik stared at him for a long moment, reading the challenge in those weathered features, then cracked a grin and clapped him on the shoulder hard enough to echo off the canvas walls. The sound was like meat hitting stone. "Get up, you insubordinate bastard," he said. "Save the bowing for when we're actually fucked instead of just potentially fucked." "I thought this was us being fucked," Laurelai muttered from her corner, not bothering to look up from her ledgers. Her fingers moved across the abacus beads with the steady rhythm of a woman calculating exactly how much trouble they were in, and whether it was more cost-effective to flee the kingdom or invest in quality coffins. "I've already started estimating burial costs. Group rates are surprisingly reasonable." Ragan turned to fix her with a stare that had made hardened killers reconsider their career choices. "How much does betrayal run these days?" Asking for myself, obviously. "Less than feeding 300 cell swords," she replied, without missing a beat, clicking another bead into place. "And significantly more profitable. Though the overhead on fleeing justice can be murder. Literally." "That's encouraging," Ragan said, hand drifting toward his sword hilt with the unconscious ease of a man who'd been expecting betrayal since before his morning piss. "Really warms the fucking heart." Arik dropped into his chair with the kind of sigh that suggested he was already regretting whatever came next. His hand hovered over the box like he half expected it to start bleeding, or singing, or possibly both. "You all know what's in it," he said, meeting each of their eyes in turn. The words came out flat, matter of fact, like a man announcing it was going to rain. "Let's not pretend otherwise." "Well, I fucking don't," Ragan muttered. "You're about to find out," Arik muttered, then reached for the iron clasps with the deliberation of a man about to roll dice with the gods themselves and probably lose. The tent fell silent, except for the distant sounds of the camp. Men sharpening weapons that might soon taste blood, cursing at cook fires that refused to light properly, placing bets on things that would probably get them all killed. The normal sounds of mercenary life, blissfully unaware that everything was about to change in ways that would make their previous troubles look like minor inconveniences. Arik lifted the lid. Prince Kaelan Drakmor unfolded from the box like a deadly flower blooming, though he didn't look like a flower. Ragan stared, blinked slowly, like a man trying to process a reality that made no fucking sense. Stared again. Then, with the slow, deliberate movements of someone whose simple mercenary life had just become infinitely more complicated and probably shorter, dropped to his knee for the second time in 5 minutes. Twice was the first time for Ragan. "Now is the time I truly fucking drop to my knee, Your Highness," he said, his voice carrying the resigned tone of a man who'd just realized he was about to die for reasons well above his pay grade. "On your feet, you stubborn bastard," Arik said, hauling Ragan upright. "Kaelan, Ragan's my field commander and—" His gaze drifted. "Our shield in the storm." The prince smiled, revealing teeth that were probably worth more than most people's yearly income. "Commander Durst, I presume." Your reputation precedes you. So does yours, Your Highness. Though I was rather hoping it would stay safely in the palace where it belongs, instead of crawling out of boxes in my tent. I'm afraid circumstances have made palace life complicated. Well, said Laurelai, clicking her abacus beads with the sort of methodical precision that usually preceded very bad news. I'll definitely need to recalculate our insurance rates, and probably our life expectancy, and possibly our will-writing budget. Somewhere in the distance a crow cawed once and fell silent. Even the birds knew trouble when they saw it. So, Regan said, still on one knee and looking like he was seriously considering staying there permanently. What's the job, Your Highness? And please tell me it doesn't involve declaring war on anyone with more soldiers than us. Oh, Kaelin said, it's much worse than that. The interrogation. Prince Kaelin sat on a camp stool, spine straight, chin high, royal composure intact, despite spending the better part of an hour folded into a crate like bad cargo. 13 years old, and already carrying himself like a man who expected to be obeyed, even in a tent full of mercenaries who'd killed for less than the coins in his purse. Varane approached with the deliberate steps of a blind man who knew exactly where he was going. His staff tapped once on the ground, then went quiet. Your Highness, he said, voice carrying the polite flatness of a man opening a transaction. I trust the accommodations were adequate? Cramped, Kaelin replied, steel in the young voice, but preferable to whatever my brother's guards had planned. Your brother. Varane tilted his head slightly, like a hound catching a new scent. Prince Thelon, recently returned from the Northern Territories. 2 months ago, Kaelin said. Tell me about him. A quickening of the boy's heartbeat, barely there, but Varane heard it. Fear threaded with something heavier. Grief, maybe. Before he left, Kaelin began carefully. Thelon was different. Kinder. He'd visit me in the library, smuggle books from the restricted shelves when the meisters weren't looking. Tell me stories about the world outside the palace. And after? The prince paused. His breathing shifted. Shorter, more controlled. The kind of breath men used when they were locking something sharp inside their chest. He still knows the stories, Kaelin said at last. Word for word. But now he tells them like he's reciting a lesson. The warmth is gone. Are you certain it's him? Thelon asked from the tent flap, arms folded. Not some elaborate impostor. Varane's coins rattled once, sharply. Be quiet. Thelon shut his mouth, though his eyes stayed on the prince. He remembers everything, Kaelin went on. Our childhood, court protocol, things we said years ago. But it's like he's reading his own life off a page. Physical differences? Varane asked. None. Same height, same scars. He broke his wrist falling off a horse at 10, bone set crooked. Same mannerisms mostly. But, he hesitated. But, Varane pressed. He walks differently now. Steps are measured, like he's counting them. And his laugh... The boy's voice cracked. He used to laugh with his whole body. Now it's just sound. Arik leaned forward. The Northern Territories. Why was he there? Mining oversight for House Drakmor, the Ironhold Peaks. Silver and iron veins that required special attention. Varane's coins went still. In the silence, Laurelai's abacus sounded like distant thunder. The Ironhold Peaks, Arik said quietly. Valtor lands once. Yes, Kaelin replied, meeting his gaze. Until 20 years ago, when your house was stripped for treason. Alleged treason, Regan growled from the shadows. Alleged, Kaelin allowed. I've since learned the evidence was questionable. Varane stepped closer, his shadow falling over the boy's face. And now? House Ravencrest holds the lands, Kaelin said, granted after your father's execution. The name hit the tent like a thrown knife. Aric's hand found his sword hilt, an old reflex for an older wound. House Ravencrest, ambitious, ruthless, patient enough to bleed a rival to death with lies. Interesting timing, Varane murmured. Your brother spends 2 years overseeing Ravencrest mining in former Valtor territory, returns a stranger, and now the palace guard chases you through the capital instead of protecting the crown. That's what I've been trying to tell you, Kaelin snapped, frustration cutting through the composure. Something happened in those mines. Something that's gotten close to the throne. Varane's coins spun slow, deliberate. You mentioned sealed chambers. Describe them. I only saw the reports, Kaelin said. Ancient stonework, older than the kingdom. Symbols carved into the walls. Passages that went deeper than the mining shafts. And these were opened? On Thalon's orders, against explicit royal prohibition. Cass looked up from her ledger, ink-stained fingers still. What kind of fool opens sealed chambers in cursed mines? The kind working for House Ravencrest, Aric said. They've wanted those mountains for generations. My family was in the way. There's more, Kaelin said. Captain Holt came back from there. 3 royal advisors, too. All changed the same way. Memories intact, personalities hollow. Varane circled behind the boy, a predator tracing a kill. You spoke of certain phrases. Necessary bloodletting, Kaelin recited, purification through change. The old order must yield to the new. I found those exact lines in restricted histories, accounts of noble houses destroyed over the past 3 centuries. Convenient, Talon muttered, like someone's following a script. Or, Varane said, coins speeding, like something else has been writing the same script for a very long time. The tent stilled, the only sound the whisper of silver turning. When your brother speaks of his plans, Varane asked, how does his voice sound? Kaelin considered. Different, older, like the words are heavier than they should be. And his eyes? Still blue, still shaped the same. But they don't react right. He'll look at something familiar and not show recognition, until he decides to. Varane stopped his coins dead. Stand up. Kaelin obeyed, posture perfect despite the unease showing in his eyes. Hands, Varane said. The prince held them out, palms up. Varane's scarred fingers traced the air above them, never touching, feeling currents only he could sense. Interesting, he murmured. You've been near it recently. Whatever changed your brother, it's brushed you too. Aric's voice was tight. What do you sense? Displacement, Varane said. An echo of something that doesn't belong in this world. Faint. But there. He stepped back. The boy tells the truth as far as he knows, but there are truths he doesn't. Such as? Cass asked. That whatever's in those mines isn't new, it's been waiting, and Ravencrest didn't just stumble on it. You're saying they knew, Regan said. I'm saying 20 years ago, House Valtor tried to warn the king about something in the north. Something those chambers were meant to keep buried. The coins began their slow spin again. And I'm saying Ravencrest destroyed your house to dig it up. The weight of it settled over them like a funeral shroud. So we're not just dealing with a coup, Talon said bitterly. We're dealing with something that's been playing this game for decades. Longer, Varane said. Laurelai's abacus clicked steadily. "I'll need a new ledger," she said flatly. "The old categories don't cover existential threats." "Welcome to the Rusty Swords," Ragan told the boy, no humor in it, "where every contract turns into something that should have stayed buried." Varane tapped his staff once against the ground. "The question is whether we're hunting the hunters, or they've been hunting us all along." Outside, a crow called. This time it sounded like laughter. A shadow fell across the tent flap. Corporal Beck stood there, mud on his boots, dust in his breath, eyes wide with the kind of news that arrived on horseback. "Commander," he said, not bothering with formality, "you'll want to see this. King's Guard, full regiment, headed this way." Corporal Beck stood wide-eyed, panting, mud-splattered, spitting hard. He had the blank-eyed pallor of a man who'd just seen his own funeral, horses, banners and all, trotting toward him in tidy lines. "How many?" Regan asked, already buckling his sword belt. 300 heavy horse, 600 foot, Beck said. "War banners flying. They brought the drums." "How long?" Aric's voice was steady as a millstone. Only his knuckles gave him away, whitening around a tin cup. 2 hours, less if they press." Kalen shot to his feet. Royal composure cracked like ice in spring. "It's me," the boy said. "They're here for me. They're here to kill all of us. We know too much." "You're just an excuse," Varane said without looking up. "I don't know fuck all," Ragan muttered, spitting in the dirt. Laurelai's abacus went still, first time anyone could remember. She stared at her ledgers like they might contain a way out. They didn't. "We could negotiate," Talon offered, though even his voice sounded tired. "Diplomatic immunity, prisoner exchange." "With what leverage?" Regan snapped. "We've got a princeling the crown once buried, and 900 of their closest friends on our lawn. This isn't diplomacy, this is pest control." "So we run," Laurelai said, already calculating distances in her head. "Pack light, move fast, scatter." 300 mounted men, Arik murmured. "They'll ride us down before we clear the valley." The silence that followed was the kind that preceded either brilliant strategies or spectacular disasters. "Sir?" Beck asked, almost whispering. "Orders?" Arik stood slowly. The weight of command settled across his shoulders like something old and sharp. "We split up." "Arik," Ragan started. "2 groups, different objectives." Arik shoved aside Laurelai's ledgers to reveal the map beneath. "Cass, Talon, you're going south to Goldenhaven. The Iron Vault Consortium has something we need." Laurelai frowned. "What could they possibly—" "Proof," Kalen interrupted. "The Royal Seal Matrix. They hold it as collateral for the Crown's debt." "Exactly," Arik said. "Something that can verify Kalen's identity beyond question. Without it, he's just another boy with a story." "Goldenhaven's a week out," Talon said. "We'll need access to consortium vaults, maybe help on the inside." "You'll have it," Laurelai said grimly. "Some of them still owe me favors, or blood." "And us?" Varane asked, though he already knew. "North," Arik said, "to the Ironhold Peaks." "Into Ravencrest territory," Ragan muttered, "with a marked prince and a blind interrogator. Not a plan, a suicide pact with a scenic route." "It's where the truth lives," Arik said. "Whatever's wearing Thalen's face, whatever's influencing the court, it starts in those minds." Kalen stepped forward. "I'm going with them." "The hell you are," Regan growled. I know the mine layouts, the sealed chambers, the hidden routes. Without me, you'll die blind in a hole." "We already wander blind," Varane said. "It's surprisingly effective." Laurelai muttered, abacus ticking. "We're splitting our forces, sending half our command into enemy lands, infiltrating the most secure bank in 3 kingdoms. "Yes," Arik said, "but it's the only kind of insane that might work." Reagan exhaled sharply. "Even if this madness holds, how do we get out? They've seen our camp. They'll be on us before we're packed." The question settled like smoke. Arik didn't flinch. "Someone has to buy time. Someone needs to be our shield." The words were a blade, and Ragan knew exactly where it was meant to cut. "No," Varane said. "It's the only way," Arik retorted. "Find another way," said Talin. "There isn't." Arik's voice didn't rise. It simply weighed more. "You know that." Ragan looked at the map, looked at the boy, looked at his old friend. "So you're asking me to die? Asking my men to die?" "I'm asking you to fight, and to make them bleed for every inch," Arik said, and stepped closer to Ragan. "Same thing," Ragan said, "just prettier words." Kalen stepped forward. "I won't have men die for me." "You don't get to choose that," Ragan snapped. "We don't all get to be princes." And suddenly Arik, no, not the commander, not the strategist, just Arik Valtor, stepped between them. "If I thought there was another way, I'd take it," he said. "But we all know what this is. They're not coming to capture. They're coming to erase. And if any of us are going to survive long enough to fight back, someone has to stand in that valley and hold the line. Be the shield, Ragan." Ragan stared at him. Something old and bitter flickered in his eyes. "You're your father's son," he said at last, "and that's not always a compliment." Arik nodded. "I'll take it anyway." The silence that followed was an agreement made of iron and resignation. 50, Reagan said. "Volunteers only. No one gets ordered into this." He turned to Arik. "If we die down there and your mission fails, swear to me you'll find whoever's behind this, and bury them." "You have my word." "Good." He turned to Kalen. "And you, Princeling. Make sure this means something, or I'll find a way to haunt you." Beck cleared his throat. "Sir, men are asking questions. They see the dust." "Tell them to pack light and prepare for battle," Arik said. "We move in 1 hour." The hour came. It always does. Ragan sat atop a borrowed horse at the ridge mouth, armor dull, sword sheathed across his back like a cross he'd been carrying too long. The sky was iron grey, heavy with heat, the kind that made men sweat before they moved. He stared down the valley like he'd stared down gamblers, traitors, and gods. Dust clouds rolled in slow from the east, thick, deliberate. Cavalry in formation, infantry columns, war drums, and at the head of it all, silk banners catching the sun like blood in water. King's Guard, 900 of them, give or take a few who'd be dead by nightfall. Behind Ragan, 50 men and women stood ready. Volunteers. Every one of them knew the odds. He nudged his horse forward, trotting out past the barricades alone. Halfway down the slope, a standard bearer rode out to meet him, flanked by 2 knights in polished plate. One of them pulled off his helm. "Commander Durst," he said. "Captain Dayrick," Reagan replied. "Didn't think they'd send a pretty boy to handle the dirty work." "I volunteered," Dayrick said. "If I'm going to kill a legend, I'll do it face to face." "You're early," Reagan said. "Sunset would have been more dramatic." "Orders are orders. The prince is to be returned to the capital, or buried under it." Reagan snorted. "He's already gone." By now he's a week out in 2 directions. Derek raised a brow. Then we take what's left. That's the idea. A pause. You stood with Valtor once, Derek said. I still do. Even after the treason. Especially after. Another pause. This isn't your war, Reagan. It is now. He turned his horse and rode back up the hill. By dusk, the smoke thinned to pale blue. He looked at Hob. The old sergeant was cleaning blood off his knuckles like he meant to have a proper dinner later. A few of the younger ones were sharpening blades. They wouldn't live long enough to dull. Positions, Ragan said simply. They moved without a sound. He checked the oil lines one last time. Lit a slow match in a fire pot. Made sure the barrels labelled surprise were just unstable enough to make the gods flinch. He rolled his shoulders, sucked in the smoke-heavy air. No speeches. Just the beat of war drums rising through the valley and the fire already catching the grass like it wanted to live. Then, "Archers," he called. "Show them hell." The first volley rose, a black flock, and fell hissing. Horses screamed. Officers swore. The drums hammered faster, as if noise could keep them brave. Fire went up, not neat, not pretty, wild and hungry, licking the dry grass, sprinting the ditch, devouring the oil. Smoke rolled into the valley mouth like a black tide. Reagan's eyes watered, his throat burned. Good. Still alive. He banged the rim of his shield against the pike wall. "Hold! Don't chase! Let the bastards break themselves first!" The King's Guard pressed the choke. Pike met horse, shields cracked. Men died in ugly ways and didn't scream long. Ragan fought like a door, opening, closing, letting in only what he could kill. When Hob caught a spear, he dragged him back by the collar and shoved a boy into the gap. "More fire!" he barked. They hauled barrels. They lit grass. They threw death in the faces of men who'd been told they were heroes. And when the fire burned low, Ragan raised his sword again, voice raw. By dawn, Reagan's 50 had become Reagan's 20-something. The enemies still outnumbered them at least 10-fold. His shield arm trembled, but he ignored it. The dead lay in a heap behind them, because there was no time for gentler ground. This is what's left, and it's enough. He dismounted, looked at Hob, his oldest sergeant, who was knuckling blood off his cracked fists like he meant to go 10 more rounds. "Positions," Reagan said. They moved without a sound. "Ready," he said. "Ready," they answered. He lifted his sword. He grinned, bloody and bone-tired. "Good. Let's show them what treason looks like when it fights back." From the saddle, Arik risked one glance back. The valley was a smear of black smoke and red fury, the kind of sight that burned itself into memory whether you wanted it to or not. Even at this distance he could hear the drums, and somewhere in that thunder was Ragan's voice, cursing the enemy into the grave. He turned forward. North lay the Ironhold peaks, dark teeth biting at the sky. North lay the mines, the truth, and whatever waited inside them. Ragan was buying time. Arik intended to spend it like a knife in someone's ribs. He did not look back again. On Cass and Talin. The apartment was too expensive. That was the point. Everything in Goldhaven's upper banking district was too expensive, and the people who could genuinely afford it did not notice. The trick Cass was still failing to grasp was that ignoring cost was itself a performance, and performances had to be practiced. She crossed the room. Talin stopped her. "No." Cass turned. "What?" "Everything." He made a vague gesture at her, top to bottom. "All of it. The whole walk." "No." "I was walking in a straight line." "You were calculating. I could see you doing it." He crossed his arms and watched her the way a man watches a horse that keeps choosing the wrong gate. You walk like you're afraid someone's about to ask you for payment. Everyone always is. The silence that followed was the kind that had weight. Taylin let it settle, did not prod it. Cass looked at the window, at the Goldhaven skyline stacked up gold and grey and sharp in the morning light, and something in her jaw tightened. Neither of them acknowledged it. "You scan," he said at last. "Every room you walk into, you scan it. Exits first, then threats, then assets. You do it in that order every time, and it's obvious." "That's sensible." "It's a ledger clerk's sensible, not a noblewoman's sensible." He moved to the center of the room and walked, slow, easy, like a man who assumes the floor is grateful for the contact. Nobles don't scan rooms for exits. They assume exits will be provided. They assume the world will arrange itself around their needs, because it always has. He stopped and looked at her. "Walk into a room like you expect it to apologize for not being bigger." Cass walked across the room. Taylin said nothing. "Well, better." He paused. "You still looked at the door." "There is a door there." "There will always be a door there. You cannot acknowledge it." He rubbed his eyes. It was going to be a long morning. "You've done all your maths at speed, haven't you? Entire columns of figures in your head, faster than most people can read them." "Yes." "Then do that. Every time you feel the urge to scan, to check exits, run a column of figures instead. Give your brain something to eat so it stops looking for trouble." "That's," she considered it, "that's actually sensible. I've managed the occasional sensible. Walk again." She did. It was not perfect. It was not even convincing. But the door did not get a second glance, and Taylin, watching, decided that was progress enough for the hour. Her hands were the real problem. They had always been the real problem with her. Cass talked with her fingers when she thought no one was watching. Not gestures, calculations, tiny ones. Thumb to index, index to middle, a private abacus she had been running since childhood without ever deciding to. The copper vault had built that into her. 18 years of counting, cross-checking, reconciling, and her hands had learned to think independently of the rest of her. Taylin caught it during their second hour. He crossed the room and, without ceremony, took hold of her right hand, held it flat, stopped the counting mid-sequence. Cass went very still. "Your hands," he said quietly, "are confessing things your face won't." She looked down. The fingers caught in the middle of something. She had not noticed. "They're attached," she said. "Difficult to remove." He almost smiled. Did not. Nobles use their hands like this. He demonstrated. A slow lateral wave, dismissal. A languid lift of 2 fingers, acknowledgement. A weighted press of palm to air, patience. Lazy. Ownership gestures. The hand is not communicating thought. It's communicating status. The difference matters. She watched his hands the way she watched columns of figures, completely. "Again," she said. He showed her again. She tried. The result was spectacularly wrong, theatrical in entirely the wrong register, like someone performing nobility for an audience who had never seen nobility but had heard it described in broad strokes. Taylin laughed. He could not help it. It was the laugh of a man ambushed. Cass's eyes went sharp and narrow. Then she watched his hands again, and tried once more, and this time she had it, not perfectly, but the ghost of it was there. The shape of careless authority, and the accuracy of it sent something cold walking down the back of his neck. She learned fast. Too fast. The way people learn fast when they have spent years being punished for getting it wrong. He did not say that. He said, "Better." And she said nothing, because she had already moved on to memorizing the next gesture. "When someone speaks to you," Talin said, "you wait." "How long?" "That's—" He stopped. "You're missing the point. You don't calculate how long. You simply wait. 3 breaths. 4. Long enough that the person who spoke to you begins to wonder if they've made an error." Cass stared at him. "That's deliberately inefficient." "Yes. There is information being transferred. Every second of delay is a second of productive transaction lost." "Wealthy people," Talin said patiently, "are not in a hurry. They have people for hurrying. The hurry happens somewhere below them, out of sight, managed by someone they don't know the name of. They look at you, they pause, and they make you understand, without saying a single word, that they're deciding whether you're worth the effort of a reply." Cass processed this. "That," she said, "is a form of cruelty." "Yes." "And it works?" "Every time." She practiced it that afternoon. Talin would speak. She would wait. The silence would build between them like water behind a dam, and he watched her resist, physically resist, the urge to fill it with facts, corrections, or numerical elaborations. Her jaw would tighten. Her hands would start to move and she would stop them. Then she would look at him as though she was deciding whether he was worth the effort of a reply. It felt like lying to her. He could see it on her face, the distaste, the sense of something fundamentally dishonest in weaponizing silence against someone who had only asked a question. She hated it. She kept doing it. By evening, she was better at it than most people he had ever trained. The silence came off her naturally now, not hesitation, not discomfort. Authority. As though your words had simply not yet interested her enough to warrant a response. "You've done this before," he said. "No. You've been silent before, in rooms, with people." A beat. "Not by choice," she said. And that was all she said. Not the violent kind, the other kind, the kind that does not leave marks. "Servants exist," Talin said. "You do not see them. They perform a function. The function is performed, and you are no more grateful for it than you are grateful to a door for being a door." "That's—" Cass stopped herself. "That's a very specific kind of unpleasantness. That's wealth." She turned this over, examined it from several angles. He could almost see the mathematics of it, the way she was trying to find the logic that connected contempt to prosperity. "It wastes social capital," she said finally. "Alienating the people who control your immediate physical environment is tactically poor. Every major bank in Goldhaven operates on this principle and has done for 300 years. Then 300 years of major banks have been making a tactical error. They've also had 300 years of making money." She conceded this with a tilt of her head. A small thing. He filed it away. "Here's what I need you to understand," he said. "You see people as useful or not useful. That's already not how nobles see people. Nobles see people as orbit, as furniture that occasionally has opinions. But useful is still closer to reality than most nobles manage, so we'll work with it." He sat across from her. "Do not thank service. Do not acknowledge greetings unless they come from someone who outranks you, and no one in that vault outranks you. Let others speak first in any room you enter. You arrived. The room happened to you. Everyone in it should be aware of that. And if someone insults me, look at them the way you look at a column that doesn't add up." She considered. "Mildly frustrated, but ultimately confident it's their error, not mine." "Exactly that." She thought about it. "Why?" she asked. "Would anyone choose to live this way? To go through life performing indifference to everything around you?" He was quiet a moment. Outside, Goldhaven was doing what Goldhaven always did, going about the business of accumulation, of leverage, of the 1,000 small transactions that made a city run on money rather than people. He had hated this city the moment he arrived. He supposed that meant he fit right in. Because unpleasant people, he said, keep their wealth longer, and people who keep their wealth longer live longer. And living longer is the one investment that pays out in everything else. She accepted this immediately, no hesitation, because she understood, better than most, what it cost to survive. 2. The tailor's chamber smelled of cedar oil and old ambition. Private, quiet. The kind of quiet that costs extra. Taylin waited outside. Not because he had been asked to, because he needed a moment that had nothing to do with Cass, or the iron vault, or the silken jewels and elaborate performance they were constructing around a woman who had spent the better part of her life invisible. He stood in the corridor and thought about a coat he had left behind in a country he no longer had a name for. A grey coat, nothing special, the kind of thing that had once hung on a hook beside a smaller coat and a smaller coat still, the three of them in a row. And the door opened. Cass emerged. She was wearing silk the colour of deep water, a veil of translucent amber worn loose in the Zamiri fashion, enough to suggest rather than conceal. Jewellery that caught the light without chasing it. Everything controlled. Nothing wasted. The effect was not that of a woman wearing costume. It was the effect of a woman who simply happened to dress this way, because she always had, because it was the only register she had ever occupied. She was still Cass. He could see that, the set of her shoulders, the precision in her eyes, the way she was already calculating the weight of the veil and adjusting her balance accordingly. Still Cass underneath. But she looked like someone who could end a dynasty without raising her voice. "Convincing?" she asked. He answered immediately. "Yes." Then looked at the wall. There was a brief silence in which nothing was acknowledged. "We should discuss the house name," he said to the wall. "We should," she agreed, to the room in general. They built the fiction the way Cass preferred to build everything, from the numbers outward. House Abasari. Third generation of a trade dynasty in the eastern provinces of Zamir, not old money, which attracted scrutiny, but not new money either, which attracted contempt. The comfortable middle vintage. Rich enough that the first question is never where did this come from, but only how much more of it is there. "You speak no gold speak," Taylin said. They were at the apartment's dining table, the remains of a meal between them, maps of the iron vault's exterior spread between the plates. He had a pen. He was drawing things on the maps that she would memorize tonight. Passable Zamiri, some Kurvash trading dialect, nothing useful in this city. I understand more than I admit. Obviously, but she doesn't. Lady Abasari has been insulated from linguistic inconvenience her entire life. She understands it's a gap and she doesn't care because the gap has never cost her anything. So I listen. So you listen. You observe. You notice things and say nothing about them, which means they'll underestimate you twice, once for being foreign, once for being quiet. Both of those are weapons we need. She looked at the map. At the Iron Vault's main entry, its secondary gates, its loading yards where deliveries of wealth arrived under cover of night. Her eyes tracked the routes, the vectors, the invisible architecture of how things moved and where they stopped. "The deposit," she said. "The jewellery first, then the swords funds." "Yes." "In what order?" "Jewellery first, a small piece, enough to make them recalibrate." He tapped the map. "Then the funds. Don't reveal the full sum immediately. Let them discover it in stages. Each stage should feel like they've finally found the floor and then they realize there isn't one." She nodded slowly, not agreeing. Computing. "They'll invite us to dinner," she said. "They'll beg us to dinner. And at the dinner, they'll show us things they shouldn't. Because they need us to be impressed. And they'll need us to be impressed," she said, "because what we're depositing makes their other clients look like they've been saving their pocket change." He looked at her. "You've done this before," he said. "Not this, but transactions, the psychology of them." She smoothed a wrinkle from the map. "People with money behave predictably. They want more of it, or they want it safer, or they want someone else to have less of it, usually all three. 300 years of banks," he said. "Tactically still wrong," she said. "Financially correct." This time he actually smiled. San. It was late. The city's particular brand of evening had settled in, not quiet, Goldhaven was never quiet, but the noise had changed registers, become domestic and liquid and distant, the sound of people who had somewhere to be and had arrived there. Cass was at the window, not looking out. Looking at the reflection of the room in the glass, at Talin, who was sitting in the chair by the cold fireplace, his hands loose in his lap, staring at nothing with complete professional thoroughness. She had learned to recognize that look. She had it herself sometimes. It was the look of someone doing arithmetic on things that do not have numbers. "What are you calculating?" she asked. "Nothing." He was lying. But badly, which surprised her. He was good at deception during daylight hours. Something about the late hour had stripped the professional varnish off him. She turned from the window, sat in the chair opposite, did not speak. He looked at the fireplace for a long time. Then he said, "I had a son." Just that. No preamble. No context. The sentence arrived like a stone dropped in still water, and then it was just silence and the stone gone. Cass said nothing. Not because she did not know what to say. She had never been good at knowing what to say. She said nothing because she had learned in the copper vault that when someone puts a thing down in front of you like that, puts something real and damaged down between themselves and you, the worst thing you can do is pick it up too quickly. Handle it wrong. Drop it. Sometimes silence was the only decent response. So she sat, and he sat. After a while he said, "His name was Davan." And then nothing else. Cass looked at the cold fireplace. She thought about the copper vault, about the row of cots in the children's ward, 12 beds for 12 minds that the vault was investing in, and how the other 11 children had each had a mother who came on 7th day to bring sweets and complaints. She had not. She thought about what that absence was shaped like, how you get used to the shape of it eventually, how getting used to it is its own kind of grief. "I never had family," she said, not in response to him, just a thing that was true that seemed relevant. He looked at her then, the fireplace forgotten. "Neither do I," he said, "now." The symmetry of it sat between them. Not comfortable, not resolved, just present. Two different kinds of the same wound occupying the same room and recognizing each other. Neither of them moved closer. Neither of them moved away. Eventually she said, "We should sleep. Tomorrow I need to be someone who has never needed to count coin." "Yes," he said. She went to her room. He stayed in the chair by the cold fireplace for another hour, and eventually the city outside finished whatever business it had been about, and the silence finally became total, and he sat in it and let it be what it was. 4. Arik. The smoke followed them like a bad decision. Arik could taste it every time he breathed too deep. Char and pitch and burned cloth, hot iron cooling in the open air, that particular stink of men who died in a hurry, and the grass that had died with them because it had been in the way. The wind carried it up the valley and laid it across the road like a hand on the back of his neck, gentle and insistent. He did not turn. He'd looked back once already when they crested the first rise. Just a glance. Just enough to confirm what his mind had been painting in bright colors since the moment Beck had stumbled into the tent. Smoke, a smear of black, tiny flickers of orange like someone had dropped a torch into a pile of old sins. 50 against 700, give or take. Ragan had called it reasonable odds, and spat into the dirt like he was trying to drown the whole business in contempt. Now Arik rode north with the horse's steady rhythm beating up through his thighs and the smoke at his back, and the weight of command nailed into his shoulders like a punishment meant to last. Kaelin sat behind him, light as a bundle of reeds and twice as stiff. The boy's hands were on Arik's belt. Not clinging, not quite, but close enough. Arik could feel him shifting in the saddle every few minutes, twisting to look back. Kaelin had the kind of posture that belonged on a throne. He'd lose it. The road had a way of sanding princes down to whatever they really were underneath. "Still nothing," Kaelin said for the third time, voice strained with the effort of not sounding afraid. "No riders. No dust." Arik grunted. "No riders doesn't mean no trouble," he said. Kaelin fell quiet, then asked, "Do you think they'll follow?" Arik didn't answer straight away, because the answer was too complicated for a boy who'd spent most of his life in libraries and sickbeds. The answer was that if they were being followed, they wouldn't see it. The answer was that if they weren't being followed, that might be worse. He kept his eyes on the road ahead. It rose toward a line of dark trees, the forest crowding the horizon like it was waiting to swallow them. "If they want us," Arik said finally, "they'll come." Kaelin shifted again behind him. "That's comforting. It's honest." Kaelin made a sound that might have been a laugh on a different day. Today it was just air pushed through teeth. Varane rode a little behind and to the right. He did not need to see to keep pace. His head angled slightly into the wind, like a dog reading scent trails the way scholars read ink. The old man's staff was strapped across his back, though he rarely used it when mounted. He held the reins loosely, one hand resting on the pommel, posture relaxed in a way that would have looked careless on anyone else. Arik had seen that posture before, in men who survived wars. They rode in silence for a while, the only sounds the horses' breathing and the creak of leather. The road narrowed as it climbed. The land changed under them, less farmed, less friendly. Grass grew in clumps, stones showed their teeth. The sort of country where people didn't build villages, they hid in them. Arik's mind kept slipping backward, like a blade catching on bone. Ragan on the ridge mouth, smoke in his hair, voice carrying over the drums. "Be our shield, Captain." Arik had said it. Arik had meant it. Arik had watched the man ride down the slope like he was going to a tavern brawl, not a slaughter. This was the only way, Arik told himself again. There wasn't a better plan. There wasn't time. 700 men were coming to erase them, not negotiate. The prince was a problem the king wanted buried, and they were the shovel. Still, Arik's gut kept asking the same question, over and over, like a child picking at a scab. What if there was another way? What if you'd missed it? What if you'd killed 50 people because you couldn't think fast enough? He pressed his heels into the horse's sides and made it climb. Movement helped. Movement kept the thoughts from settling. By late afternoon, the trees were close. The air cooled. The smoke thinned, replaced by damp earth and leaf mold. The road dipped into the forest like a throat. Arik preferred forests. Forests hid you. Forests also hid everyone else. The light dimmed under the canopy. Shadows thickened between trunks. The world narrowed to a tunnel of roots and mud and quiet. Kaelin twisted in the saddle again, but this time Varane spoke before Arik could. "If you keep looking back," Varane said, voice calm as a man discussing weather, "you'll start believing you can change it." Kaelin faced forward. For a moment, Arik could feel the boy's anger like heat through cloth. Princes were used to being able to change things by wanting them changed. Kaelin swallowed it. He was learning. Painfully, but quickly. They rode until the light began to die. Arik chose their camp with care. Not too close to water, not too open. a shallow hollow between two low ridges, the ground soft with needles, the trees thick enough to hide a small fire if they kept it low. They didn't light one immediately. Arik unsaddled the horses and checked the straps twice, fingers moving out of habit. He cleaned hooves, rubbed flanks, murmured nonsense to keep them calm. Horses were honest creatures. They didn't pretend bravery. They didn't lie about fear. They just survived. Kaelin helped without being told. He fumbled at first, hands too soft for buckles, but he didn't complain. He worked with the grim focus of someone who understood that refusing to help was how you got left behind. Varane dismounted with a quiet grunt, joints speaking in sharp cracks. He rested a hand on the horse's neck for a moment, reading it like a pulse, then moved to a fallen log and sat with his head slightly tilted, listening. Arik did a perimeter check, then another. He moved through the trees like he'd been taught, stepping where the ground was firm, avoiding dry branches, letting shadows break his shape. He'd learned all that from Varane long before he'd learned how to lead men. When he returned, Kaelin had pulled his cloak tight and was staring into the dark like it might answer questions. "Still no riders," the boy said. Arik glanced at Varane. The old man's mouth twitched. "Riders make noise," Varane said. "Men who want you to see them make more." Kaelin's jaw tightened. "So we are being followed?" Arik shrugged. "Maybe, maybe not. Either way we move at first light." Kaelin looked like he wanted to argue. He didn't. He was learning which arguments mattered. They ate cold food, dried meat, hard bread, water that tasted like old leaves. Arik watched Kaelin chew, watched the boy's throat move when he swallowed, watched the muscles in his face fight to keep from looking disgusted. Royalty wasn't built for travel. It was built for being carried. After eating, they allowed a small flame, shielded behind stones. Barely enough to warm hands. Not enough to shout their presence to every hungry bastard in the forest. Arik pulled his map from his saddlebag and laid it on the ground. The parchment was old, edges worn, corners folded and refolded. House Valtor's crest had once been stamped in the corner. Now it was faded, like everything else. Varane leaned forward. "Main road north runs through Ravencrest toll stations," Arik said. "If they're hunting, they'll watch those." "They will," Varane said. "There's a logging track here." Arik traced a line with his finger. "Cuts east, then north. Adds 2 days." "Adds cover," Varane replied. Kaelin watched them, eyes flicking between map and faces. "I've been through the Ironhold passes," he said. "With my father. Once." Arik's finger paused. "You said you were sickly." "I was," Kaelin said. "Still am, apparently. But my father insisted I see the lands. He said a prince should know what he rules, even if he never swings a sword." That hurt. Not because it was sad, though it was. Because it reminded Arik what it felt like to have a father who believed in you. Varane's head tilted slightly, like he'd heard the thought. Kaelin's voice went quieter. "He loved the mountains. He said the air up there was honest, cold, but honest." Arik didn't answer. He didn't have anything useful to say. He didn't know Kaelin's father. He'd seen the man once from a distance, on a balcony, wearing gold and indifference. Kings always looked the same from below. Kaelin continued anyway, words spilling because the night made people do stupid things. "He's dead now," Kaelin said. "And my brother—" He swallowed. "My brother sits on the throne." Arik looked up from the map. "Thalon," he said. Kaelin flinched at the name. "Yes." "You called him changed," Arik said. "I didn't call him anything," Kaelin snapped, sudden heat. "He is. He's not—" He struggled. "He's not him." Arik watched the boy's face in the firelight. 13 years old and already carrying too much, Anger, fear, grief, duty. The same things men twice his age used to drown in drink. Men change, Arik said. Not like this, Kaelin whispered. Varane spoke then, voice calm, almost bored. He breathes wrong. Kaelin turned toward him, eyes wide. You've been near him? Close enough, Varane said. And? Varane's mouth tightened. He breathes like a man listening to someone else speak. The words hung in the air, heavier than they should have been. Even Arik felt it, something cold settling in his gut. Suspicion, but deeper. The sense of a door somewhere opening. Kaelin stared into the fire. My brother used to hate hunting, he said quietly. He said he didn't like killing things that didn't understand why. Arik said nothing. He thought of Varane again. Varane had understood why. That was almost worse. Kaelin looked up, and for a moment he didn't look like a prince. He looked like a boy who'd lost the only person who'd understood him. He was gentle, Kaelin said, with servants, with animals, with me. Varane's coins stopped spinning. Gentle men can become sharp, Varane said. Kaelin's hands clenched. And sharp men can become monsters. Arik felt the boy's gaze on him, a question he didn't dare ask directly. Are you a monster? Arik looked away. We sleep, he said. We move at first light. Kaelin lay down, cloak wrapped around him. He faced away from the fire, shoulders tight, pretending to sleep. Arik waited until the boy's breathing slowed, until the forest's sounds reclaimed their space. Then he rose and walked the perimeter again. He moved through the trees, listening for the wrong sound, a boot scrape, a cough, a hoarse snort that didn't belong. Nothing. Or nothing he could hear. He returned to the hollow and found Varane still awake, staring sightlessly at the fire. You think they're behind us, Arik said softly. Varane's head tilted. I think they're not in a hurry, Varane said. Arik's mouth went dry. Which means? Varane's lips twitched in something that might have been a smile if the world was kinder. It means they don't need to catch you, he said. They need to learn where you're going. Arik clenched his jaw. They already know. No, Varane said. They suspect. Suspicion is cheap. Proof costs blood. Arik stared into the fire, watching the tiny flames fight for oxygen. I keep thinking, he said, voice low, that I missed something, back at the camp, before the valley. Varane's expression didn't change. You did, he said. Arik's eyes snapped to him. Varane raised a hand, palm outward. You missed that this was always the cost, he said. You built a company on the idea that you could choose your battles, that you could keep your hands clean enough to sleep. Arik swallowed. Varane chose, Arik said. Varane nodded once. And now you choose what his choice buys. Silence. Arik rose again and walked to the edge of the hollow. This time he looked back. The smoke was fainter now, just a smear against the sky, like a bruise healing slowly. The fire itself was gone beyond distance. Only the memory remained. Arik whispered, very quietly. Varane. No title. No flourish. Just the name. Then he turned away. He went back to the fire and sat with his back to the smoke. Kaelin's breathing was uneven in sleep. Not dreaming, Arik suspected, just wrestling with loss. Varane sat like a stone. Above them, the forest held its silence. And somewhere far behind, men rode at a measured pace, not chasing, not hurrying, following. Because the new king was not panicking. He was counting. Woo! The Iron Vault Consortium did not look like what it was. That was its first and most fundamental power. It looked, from the street, like an institution of considerable respectability and no particular warmth, columns of dark granite, steps worn smooth by centuries of cautious feet, guards at the entrance who were so professionally unobtrusive they were almost invisible. No flags, no signs, no announcement of what lay within. Because it did not need to announce. Everyone in Goldhaven knew. Cass descended from the carriage without looking at the iron vault. She looked at a point approximately 6 feet past it, and slightly upward, as though she had been considering something more interesting than her destination for the last half hour, and had not quite finished the thought. Behind her, at the correct servant distance, not close enough to crowd, not far enough to abandon, Talon kept his face smooth and his hands empty. The door guards looked at her. She did not look at them. They let her pass. Of course they did. His name was Merrin. Mid-level. Hungry in the particular way of men who can see the tier above them and believe proximity to wealth is a form of wealth itself. He wore his suit like armor he had polished that morning, and he smiled the exact regulation smile of someone paid to make people feel important, while efficiently determining how important they actually were. He approached. He gave a small bow, calibrated to cover several possible social levels at once. "Welcome to the Iron Vault Consortium. How may we be of—" Cass did not look at him. She was looking at the ceiling, not admiring it, assessing it, but he did not know that. Talon stepped smoothly forward. "My lady has recently arrived in Goldhaven and is exploring options for resource allocation in the Western markets. She is not currently committed to any particular arrangement." He produced, from inside his coat, a small case. Opened it. Placed it on Merrin's table without ceremony, as though it were a calling card. Inside the case, on black velvet, sat a single piece of jewelry. Not the most spectacular piece in Cass's collection. Not even in the top 5. Just something that existed at the intersection of breathtaking and offhand, and which Talon had selected precisely because the Iron Vault needed to understand that this was not a significant item. This was what she carried in her traveling case. Merrin's smile did not change. Everything behind his eyes did. "Of course," he said, "if you'll follow me." Private. Hushed. The kind of room where numbers were spoken about in low voices, because numbers of this magnitude were treated with the same respect as religion and illness. Cass placed the jewelry on the table. Then the second case. Then the third. Then she sat and folded her hands in her lap and became very interested in the middle distance, while 3 senior counting clerks tried to assess what was in front of them and not visibly come apart. This was the Rusty Sword's remaining operational funds. To Cass, it was also, and this was the specific ache she held perfectly still, money she was responsible for. That she had counted and recounted and was trusting to survive this particular maneuver. She trusted the numbers. She did not entirely trust the maneuver. The maneuver depended on people behaving predictably, and people were not numbers. The clerks whispered. She watched their micro-expressions. The way a man's eyelid flickers when he reaches a figure he has not encountered before. The way hands slow down. The way posture changes, the spine elongating slightly as the brain begins to process that this is different, that this is of a different order than what usually came through this door. She catalogued all of it, filed it under Iron Vault tells. She would need them later. The head clerk looked up. Talon said blandly, "My lady will also be making further deposits over the coming months. This is, I believe the phrase is, an exploratory arrangement." The head clerk swallowed so carefully it was almost artistic. "Of course," he said. "Of course. If you would permit me to fetch someone slightly more, that is to say, we have staff who specialize in—" "Fetch whoever you like," Talon said pleasantly, and looked at the wall. The first man came back with a second man. The second man, upon seeing the figures, went and got a third. The third man had grey hair and the bearing of someone who had spent 40 years ensuring that nothing in the iron vault ever became visibly exciting. He looked at the figures. He looked at Cass. He looked at the figures again, more carefully, as if they had been misread. They had not. He sat down. Cass was examining her veil, adjusting the amber fold with the exact degree of casual attention you gave to something that required no real thought. She was, as far as the room was concerned, mildly bored. Talin translated, selectively. Accurately enough to not arouse suspicion, dishonestly enough to make Lady Abercrombie sound even richer, more disinterested, and harder to impress than she actually was. He was rather good at this. He must have had practice. The grey-haired man, who turned out to be a senior director of client liaisons, which was a title that meant he talked to the kind of people who needed their own titles, was asking careful questions. Each question was a net thrown toward information, and each of Talin's answers was a fish that got away. "Perhaps," said the senior director at last, having run out of dignified ways to circle the same point, "we might arrange a more personal meeting to discuss what House Abercrombie requires from a partner of this level." Talin translated. Cass listened, said nothing for 5 seconds. The 5 seconds were very loud. "My lady is available," Talin said, "this week. Her schedule is full after that." This was a lie. Her schedule was empty, but the Iron Vault did not know that. The senior director moved like a man who had just remembered he was late for something and was too senior to run. His name was Aldrich Vane. He had excellent cheekbones and the confidence of someone who has been told about his excellent cheekbones enough times to believe it was a transferable skill. He was the Iron Vault's premier relationship manager, which meant he was the person they deployed when the amount of money involved required someone charming enough that the client forgot to ask uncomfortable questions. He arrived at the meeting room and executed the bow of a man who had practiced it enough times that it looked instinctive. "Lady Abercrombie, it is a genuine honor." His Zamiri was accented but functional. He had learned it specifically for this kind of work. Cass did not react to the Zamiri. She had not reacted to anything in this room, and she was not about to start now. "I would be deeply grateful for the opportunity to serve as your primary contact at the consortium during your time in Goldhaven. I believe we can offer arrangements that would—" He stopped, because she was looking at him. Not rudely, not aggressively. With the particular quality of assessment that Talin had taught her, the silence weaponized into judgment. He was being weighed. He could feel it. Most people in Cass's current professional experience could feel it. "That would," Aldrich continued somewhat more quietly, "exceed any competing arrangement available in this city." Talin said something in Zamiri. Cass made a small sound. It communicated, perhaps. This was evidently more encouragement than Aldrich had been hoping for, because his posture changed, fractionally, professionally. But Cass caught it because Cass caught everything now. She had been watching this man since he walked in. "We host a private dinner tomorrow evening," he said. "For our most significant clients and potential clients. I would be honored if Lady Abercrombie would attend. It would give her an opportunity to see the consortium from the inside, to understand what we truly offer." A pause. Long enough. "My lady accepts," Talin said. The hook was set. The line was taut. The fish did not know it yet. They were walked through the Iron Vault's public-facing inner regions by a man who clearly considered every step of this tour a gift, and who was deeply gratified by Lady Abercrombie's apparent interest, which was not actually interest, but was, in Cass's private interior experience, professional hunger of the most acute kind. She saw 4 guard rotations in the outer corridor, 18-minute intervals. The pattern was staggered, not sequential. Someone had thought about this. The someone had also left a 17-second window at each corner rotation that they presumably did not know about. Cass knew about it now. The paper logs were kept in a secondary room whose door was reinforced and whose guard changed at midday and midnight. She caught the empty bracket on the wall where a watch had been and the fresher paint around the lock housing where it had been recently upgraded. Recent enough to still be proud of. Access to the inner vaults required 2 senior staff members present simultaneously. She filed this under problems requiring solutions. Not yet. Later. Talon, walking 2 steps behind her, watched the people. Not the systems. The people. The guard who shifted his weight to his left foot when he was bored, which told you when he had stopped watching the door and started watching the clock. The clerk whose eyes tracked Cass for slightly too long, which told you he was the type to notice details and remember faces. The senior staffer who kept touching the key at his belt, unconsciously confirming it was there. Which was helpful because it told you exactly where the key was. 2 different intelligence systems, passing each other information without speaking a word. They returned to dinner exactly as informed as they had hoped to be. Other clients were present. Goldhaven's wealthy were a specific subspecies, not loud about it, not performative, but with that particular quality of people who have stopped thinking about money in the way that most people think about money, which is to say, as a limit, as a thing that runs out. They circled each other with the wariness of old predators sharing territory, trading information in the form of pleasantries, and evaluating each new face for threat, opportunity, or irrelevance. Cass was evaluated. She endured it. She ignored everyone. This made her, by default, the most interesting person in the room. "The Harren family," Talon murmured, appearing at her shoulder with wine she had not asked for. "Textile trade out of the eastern ports, 3rd generation. Nervous about the new tariff negotiations, which is why they're here. They want to move assets laterally in case the negotiations go wrong." Cass accepted the wine without looking at him. "And the woman in green? No idea, but she's watching the exits more than anyone else in the room. Professional habit. Or she's been somewhere that taught it to her." He moved away, seamlessly, the perfect servant, present and invisible. 6. Aldrich Vane arrived and began what Cass privately catalogued as the performance. He wanted to dazzle. It was genuine. There was real pride in the way he spoke about the consortium, a man who believed in the institution he served in the way that people who have traded hard things for security will always believe in the thing that gives them security. She listened. She watched. She appeared to be somewhere else entirely. She was not somewhere else entirely. She was absolutely here. The Iron Vault bragged beautifully. It had had centuries to practice. They spoke of their reach, a word they used as though it were a virtue and not a threat. They spoke of their security as though it were impenetrable, which was always the first sign that it was not, because truly impenetrable institutions do not need to tell you about it. They spoke of client confidentiality, with the specific warmth of men who had built careers on discretion and wanted credit for the self-restraint. "Our inner vault systems," Aldrich said, with the smile of a man serving a favorite course, "have never been compromised. In 3 centuries. Talon translated. Cass looked at the wine in her glass. "My lady asks," Talon said, "about the matrix authentication system. She had a concern in the Zamiri correspondence. There was an incident with a seal authentication in a similar institution. She wants to understand how the consortium's approach differs." He had not translated this from anything Cass said. She had not said anything. He had invented the question wholesale and delivered it in her voice. She approved. Silently. Aldrich, enormously pleased to be asked something he could actually answer, explained the matrix authentication system in more detail than was probably wise. How the matrices were cross-referenced, where the verification records were kept, which staff had authorization to access them, and under what circumstances. None of this was sensitive, technically. All of it, combined with what Cass had seen on the tour, was now a map. She asked, through Talon, 2 more questions. each one precise, each one apparently born of mild, aristocratic curiosity, each one slotting another piece into the architecture she was building in her head. The bankers answered eagerly. They wanted her wealth. They did not see her knife. They never saw the knife. Nobody ever sees the knife. The senior accountant, Vress, a thin man with ink-stained fingers and the genuine passion of someone who loves the thing he counts, was going through the consortium's portfolio structure, and he made the mistake of mentioning in passing that certain accounts were balanced against a compound interest structure using a modified tripartite formula derived from the Harrowport standard. Cass said, in clear and unaccented goldspeak, "That's," and then stopped. Talin's hand touched her elbow, barely, a breath of contact, and he was already talking, in Zamiri, rapidly, smiling, something that sounded like translation, but was actually a story about a similar system in the eastern markets that he had made up on the spot, while simultaneously keeping his face in the expression of a bored manservant clarifying a technical point. Vress looked slightly confused. Aldrich smiled politely. The moment moved past. Under the table, Cass pressed her thumb to her index finger. One tap. Acknowledgement. She felt his elbow fractionally relax. She had not looked at him. He had not looked at her. They had communicated entirely through proximity and pressure. She thought, that's the second time today I've trusted him more than I meant to. She thought, I'm going to need to look at that later. She looked at Aldrich Vane and said nothing, and Aldrich Vane said too much, and dinner continued. The evening air was cold and clean after the stuffed warmth of the Iron Vault's dinner hall. They walked 2 blocks in silence, professional silence, correct servant distance, and then Talin pulled even with her, because there was no one watching, and they walked side by side through the lamplight. "Did I perform adequately?" she asked. He considered the word. Adequately. As though the standard she was holding herself to was completion of a task, rather than what she had actually done, which was walk into a room full of some of Goldhaven's sharpest financial minds and make them compete to impress her. "You terrified them," he said. She turned this over, examined it. "Is that useful?" People who are afraid of losing something give away more than they mean to. They were afraid of losing you as a client before you'd agreed to be one. He looked at the lamplight on the wet cobblestones. You did it right. You built the frame correctly. She was quiet for a moment. The matrix room is on the 2nd sub-level. The corridor that opens to the left from the tour's 3rd junction, the one Aldrich moved us past quickly. He moved us past it because there was nothing down there he wanted us to see, which means there was something down there. I saw the junction. I know you did. He looked at her sideways. She was already somewhere else in her head, in the sub-level, building the map, filling in dimensions she had measured in glances. He recognized this. He had seen it before. He had seen it once, in a man who could read a battlefield the way she seemed to read rooms. His general, in another country, in another war before everything. He stopped thinking about that. "Tomorrow," he said, "we go back for the 2nd paperwork session. And we find the matrix. If we can. We can." She said it with the confidence of someone who had already done the maths. He thought, the problem with people who are good with numbers is that they trust them too much. Numbers are reliable. People are not. And this particular plan depended on people. He thought, I'll make sure the people part works. He thought, I always do. Then he thought about the word always, and what it assumed, and the war, and Davan, and the grey coat on the hook beside the smaller coats. And he stopped thinking entirely and just walked, in the lamplight, on the wet cobblestones, beside Cass, who was already 3 sub-levels down in her head and running numbers on their exit routes. 7. The 2nd paperwork session was going well, which should have told them something. Things going well was, in Cass's experience, the universe drawing back for a better swing. Aldrich Vane was being pleasant. The documents were in order. The consortium staff had prepared an arrangement that was, structurally, not entirely stupid, and Cass was running through it in her head, making corrections she would not voice, because voicing them would require her to demonstrate a level of financial literacy that Lady Abercrombie should not technically possess. Taylin was translating. She was performing disinterest. Standard operating procedure. Then Aldrich looked up at the door. His smile shifted, genuine warmth replacing professional warmth, which was a different creature entirely. "Ah, forgive the interruption. One of our senior partners has just returned from the northern routes. He's been away some weeks now. Belvin, come in, please. We have a rather significant new client I'd like you to." Cass did not look at the door. She should have looked at the door. Nobles look at doors when interesting people come through them. She did not look at the door because she had heard the voice in the corridor, and the voice had said something to a clerk in the tone of a man who had been travelling and was tired and politely grateful for the welcome. And the voice had unlocked something in her thorax that she had not known was locked, had not known was there, and all the numbers in her head had gone absolutely silent. 26 years. She knew that voice. The door opened behind her. Taylin, standing slightly behind her right shoulder, saw a man enter. Older, well-dressed without being showy, the particular iron vault uniform of good fabric worn correctly. Soft around the middle in the way that wealth insulates against hunger, but not time. White at the temples. The eyes of someone accustomed to assessing things quickly and pricing them accurately. The man crossed to Aldrich, shook his hand, turned automatically toward the room's most significant guest. He looked at Cass. She was still not looking at him, still performing the middle distance. Her hands were folded in her lap. Perfect. Still. The man called Belvin sat. He watched. Not her face. He was experienced enough to know faces could be managed. He watched her hands. A banker across the table said something about quarterly projections and compound returns, and Cass's right hand moved, one finger barely, against her thumb, counting. Just slightly. Just for a moment. Old habit. Copper vault habit. Bone deep, reflex old, 26 years of careful practice, and it was still there, living in the spaces between her knuckles, waiting. She stopped. Too late. Belvin's face did not change. But something behind his eyes went absolutely still, the specific stillness of a hunter who has just heard a sound in the undergrowth and knows with certainty what made it. Under the table, Taylin's fingers found her forearm, very lightly. She did not move. He pressed once. She gave the smallest nod, almost nothing, a breath displaced sideways, the kind of agreement you cannot see unless you are watching for it specifically. He was watching for it specifically. The paperwork session continued. Aldrich made a joke. Belvin laughed. Cass examined the middle distance with the serene disinterest of someone who has always had a middle distance worth examining. And the room between her and her past got shorter by the minute, and neither of them showed it, and the numbers in her head were moving very fast now, running not columns of accounts but something else, escape vectors, timing windows, every guard rotation she had memorized in a building that was beginning to feel, with each passing second, very much less like opportunity and very much more like a trap. She had survived the copper vault. She had survived everything since. She was going to need to survive this. Belvin kept talking. That was the tell. Men like that did not keep talking unless they were buying time. The room was the same room. The table was still polished. Cass was still Lady Abercrombie, silk and distance and boredom like armour. Aldrich was still smiling like a man whose teeth had a pension plan. Nothing in the air changed, except Belvin. Belvin looked relaxed the way a rope looks relaxed when it is about to cinch. He watched Cass with the patience of someone who already owned the outcome, and was deciding what kind of receipt he wanted. Taylin did not know his name yet. He barely knew his face. But he knew predators. He knew the particular stillness behind the eyes. He knew the small choices that meant a man had stopped being social and started being practical. Belvin's hand moved beneath the table. Not dramatic, not a wave, just a shift of fingers. A signal, given the way you give a signal when you do not want the room to know it exists. Taylin's skin tightened around his bones. Then Belvin dropped a coin on the table. It was nothing. A casual gesture, a little theatre of money for a room full of men who worshipped it. The coin spun, bright and confident, and the banker's eyes followed it for an instant, because movement always wins. Cass's eyes followed it too. Not the polite glance of a noble, not the bored acknowledgement of a woman who had never needed to count coin. The precise tracking of someone who had counted coin until it was the only kind of certainty she owned. Taylin felt the mistake land like a wet slap. Belvin saw it. Of course he saw it. Belvin's smile stayed where it was. His attention did not. His attention snapped into place like a lock finding its key. Taylin leaned forward and set his hand on the back of Cass's chair, servant close, protective enough to look like habit. He dipped his head as if to translate. He whispered so softly it barely existed. "We are leaving." Cass did not turn her head. Her posture did not change. She did not ask why, because she had seen it too. Her breathing hitched once, then resumed at the exact same pace. That was Cass. Perfect control, right up until she died. He was not letting her die in a banking hall over a coin. Belvin kept talking. Trade routes, delays, tariff nonsense, the dullest words in the world, used like a blanket. Then he looked at Cass and said, in gold speak so clean it cut, "You look like someone I knew." Aldrich chuckled politely, the way a man chuckles when his job depends on charm. A banker across the table offered a meaningless comment about resemblance. Belvin did not laugh. He turned his head slightly toward Taylin. Evaluating, measuring, not hostile. Curious, which was worse. Hostility meant you were an obstacle. Curiosity meant you were part of the problem he wanted to solve. "Forgive me," Belvin said, pleasant as an expensive knife. "But what did they call you back then?" Cass did not move. Taylin felt the room tilt. He could almost hear the con creaking. Belvin said it softly, as if speaking to himself. "Quick fingers." The word landed on the table with the coin's weight, except it did not spin. It just sat there, ugly and heavy and true. Cass's face stayed calm. Her hands stayed folded. But Taylin saw it. A fraction of a second where her breath stopped, then resumed. A body remembering pain before the mind caught up. Belvin's eyes warmed. Not kindness. Ownership. "I wondered," Belvin said, still gentle, "what happened to you?" Taylin did not think about a good answer. Good answers were for rooms where people wanted to keep you alive. He thought about Voss. He thought about the day he had believed talking might save his family. He thought about how long regret lasts. Then he made the decision that kept people breathing. He knocked the wine over. 8. The glass tipped. Red wine spilled across white cloth like something trying to become a story. Everyone's attention snapped to it. Expensive mess in an expensive room, and even the richest people cannot ignore the sin of waste. Taylin stood with the quick apology of a servant who has made a mistake. He had practiced mistakes. Mistakes were useful. He reached for a napkin. He reached for the knife. Servants were allowed knives. Servants cut fruit, opened letters, carved roast. Servants did the ugly little jobs that kept wealth clean. Nobody watched a servant's hands too closely. Until they did. The nearest guard moved. Not fast enough. Taylin put the blade into the soft place under the guard's jaw. No flourish. No duel. Just meat and pressure, and a wet sound the room did not know how to process. The guard's eyes went wide with betrayal, as if he had trusted the institution to keep him alive. The institution did not care. Talin caught the man as he fell, to keep the body quiet, to keep the collapse from becoming a warning too soon. He lowered him like a friend. Then he shoved the corpse into the spill, so it looked like the guard had slipped. It was not elegant, it was not honorable. It worked. Cass stood. For one heartbeat she was still Lady Abasari, smooth and bored, rising as if leaving a dull meeting. Then the performance cracked, and the woman underneath moved like someone whose life depended on moving. Because it did. The room erupted behind them. Voices sharp with surprise, then sharper with purpose. Chairs scraped. A shout went up, then another. The word guard was spoken in 3 different tones, all of them useless. Talin grabbed Cass's wrist, hard enough to steer, not gentle. Gentle was for people who were not being hunted. Left, he said. Cass did not question him. She ran. They hit a corridor junction. Talin's memory threw up the map they had walked yesterday. The servant routes, the blind corners, the places the tour guide had hurried them past. He turned them into the left corridor. It was the correct corridor for 20 paces. Then it ended in a locked service door that Talin did not remember being locked. He swore, quietly, sincerely, with the intimacy of a man betrayed by a plan. Behind them, boots, fast, professional. The Iron Vault did not hire men to look serious. The Iron Vault hired men who could catch you. Cass looked at the lock. Talin did not have a key. Talin had pride and a shoulder that already hurt. He hit the door with his shoulder. The door did not care. He hit it again. The lock held. The frame held. The Iron Vault had invested in quality. Talin felt the mistake bloom. It was not fate. It was not bad luck. It was his arrogance, believing he knew a city better than the city knew itself. Cass's hand slid into her sleeve. She produced the thin metal counting spike she had kept hidden in her costume. A child's tool turned into a weapon by necessity. She stabbed it into the lock. Not like a thief, like a clerk correcting an error. Metal snapped inside. The mechanism shifted. The lock gave with a small, offended click. Talin stared at her for half a second, then pushed the door open. They ran through, servant stairs, narrow, steep, built to move bodies without acknowledging them. Talin took them 2 at a time. His lungs burned, his shoulder screamed. His mind did the cold arithmetic of distance and time. Cass followed, breathing hard, refusing to fall behind. Halfway up, Talin heard the door below slam open, shouting, a barked order. They were being hunted now, properly. They burst through the roof access door into daylight. Goldhaven spread out in its true shape, not the painted skyline, but the stacked chaos above it. Roofs pressed together like teeth, chimneys, rails, pigeon coops, patched tile, tarred wood, scaffolds left to rot because removing them cost money. A city built by people who did not have the luxury of planning. Talin smiled, grim and brief. He knew this kind of city. This was terrain for people who could not afford doors. "Follow me," he said. "Step where I step." Cass looked once, down the street far below, and went pale. Then she looked back at him. "Okay," she said. Not brave, not calm, committed. That was worse. That meant she would do what he said, even if it killed her. He jumped. The first gap was easy. Cass made it, stumbled, recovered. Her veil snagged on a nail and tore. Silk gave way with a sound like a lie being punished. She did not stop to mourn it. The second gap was longer, sloped landing. Old tiles slick with morning mist. Talin landed, slid, caught himself on a chimney. Cass landed worse, knees buckling, hands slapping down, the posture of a worker, not a noble. A glance from a rooftop guard would have taken that in and remembered it. Cass hissed a breath through her teeth, forced herself up, smoothed her dress like her dignity depended on it. Which it did. Dignity was camouflage. Behind them, the roof access door banged open. 3 men came out. Not lobby guards, roof guards, men built for this. The iron vault did not just buy locks, it bought contingencies. Talin's stomach sank. "Faster," he said. Cass's eyes narrowed. She went faster. The third roof looked solid. It was not. Cass hit a patch of tiles that had been quietly dying for years. They gave with a soft crunch that sounded almost polite. Her foot dropped. Her rhythm broke. She slid. For a second, she was a woman in silk, scrambling like a child on ice, hands clawing at tile that crumbled under her fingers. Talin turned and went down the slope toward her. He did not think. Thinking was slow. He caught her forearm. Hard. She caught his wrist with both hands, white-knuckled, desperate. They slid together, 2 bodies turning into one problem. Talin slammed his boot into a beam that bit through the sole and into bone. Pain flared bright enough to taste. It stopped them. Cass hung there, breathing too fast, eyes wide. "You good?" he said. "Yes," she said. "You are lying." "Yes," she agreed. He hauled her back up. Her hands were shaking. She forced them still. Forced them into the lazy, noble pose Talin had taught her. The effort of that, the violence it did to her instincts, made something twist in Talin's chest. He ignored it. The roof guards were gaining. They moved like men who had practiced. 2 coming in to cut angles, 1 hanging back with a crossbow, already judging distance, already deciding where to put a bolt. Talin's knife felt very small. The first guard closed. Talin met him at speed, knife to ribs, shallow, not enough. The guard grunted and kept coming, strong and trained, baton whipping toward Talin's head. Talin ducked, felt wind, felt the baton graze his hair. He drove the blade up under the guard's arm. This time it stuck. This time the guard made a sound like surprise turning into understanding. He went down. The second guard did not close. Smart man. He waited, blade ready, forcing Talin to choose between advancing and being cut. Cass moved behind the guard. Not like a fighter, like a worker, like someone solving a practical problem. She grabbed a loose roof tile and smashed it into the back of the man's skull. It did not knock him out. It did not end him. It made him turn, startled, offended, and that moment was all Talin needed. Talin stepped in and opened him from ribs to hip with a quick, ugly pull. The man folded, hands trying to hold in what belonged inside. The third guard, the one with the crossbow, raised it. Talin saw the bolt line up with Cass's chest. His body moved before his mind did. He shoved Cass sideways. The bolt hit Talin in the upper arm, punched through meat and stuck. Pain flared. White, hot, stupid. Cass stared at the bolt in him. Her face did something raw and immediate that the noble mask could not cover. Then the mask snapped back on, hard as stone. She threw a broken tile at the crossbowman's face. It hit his cheek. Not enough to kill. Enough to make him flinch and curse. Enough to buy time. "Move," Talin said, voice thick. "Now." They moved. "That's too far," Cass said. "Yes. I'm not going to make it." "Probably not." He looked at her. "I'm not going to make it either, with this arm." "So?" Cass stared at the gap. He watched her do what she always did, run the numbers, find the answer, accept it even when the answer was bad. "Right," she said. They ran. He did not make it cleanly. He got his arms over the ledge, and the bolt ground against stone, and the sound he made was not dignified. He hung there and thought about nothing in particular, which was what his mind did now when it thought he was dying, went blank and unhelpful, as if it had given up on last thoughts as a concept. Cass landed half on top of him. Her knee caught his ear. He bit through his tongue. They lay on the far roof for a moment that was too long, both breathing too loudly. "We're across," she said, as if she needed to verify it. "Yes." She got up. He got up. His arm had stopped hurting, which he knew was worse than hurting. They kept moving. There was nothing else to do. They found a drainpipe. Old iron, bolted into stone with the optimism of people who believed maintenance was someone else's problem. Talon tested it with his weight. It shifted. Cass stared at it like it was an equation that did not resolve. "That will not hold." "Then we die up here," Talon said. "Choose." He went first. The pipe groaned under his hands. The bolts creaked, one by one, like teeth deciding whether to bite. He dropped the last stretch and hit an alley hard, rolled, came up with his knife out and his arm screaming. "Your turn," he called. Cass climbed. Halfway down, the pipe began to peel away from the wall, bolts popping, iron ripping free with slow inevitability. Cass fell. Talon caught her, not heroically. He simply put himself under her trajectory and let gravity make the argument. They hit the cobbles together. Talon's knees sent a formal complaint to whatever gods handled pain. They got up anyway. The drainpipe hit behind them with a crash like a verdict. "Still alive?" Talon said. Cass's mouth twitched. It might have been humor. It might have been nausea. "Apparently," she said. "Good. Walk." They broke out onto the harbour street, wide, bright, full of people who worked for a living. Tar, salt, fish, rope, the honest stink of commerce before it became numbers. Talon hated open ground. Open ground was where people came at you. But the docks were chaos, and chaos was cover. He took Cass's hand again. It felt wrong now, too intimate, too human, but he needed her close. "Do not run," he said. "Running gets noticed." They walked fast, purposeful, like they belonged, like they had always belonged. Talon scanned ships. There. A medium trade vessel, northern weathering on the hull, cargo being loaded, crew too busy to watch every plank. They moved toward it, acting like they had permission because most of the world let you in if you walked like you owned the floor. They climbed aboard. Nobody stopped them. That was the thing about busy men. They assumed someone else had checked. The cargo hold was half full and dark, crates and barrels, sacks of something that smelled like spices and old damp wood. Talon wedged them between two stacks where the shadows were thickest. Then they stopped. Divini. Silence pressed in around them, not clean silence, ship silence. Wood creaking, water shifting, distant footsteps above. Talon's heart hammered like it was trying to get out. Cass sat with her back against a crate. Her hands folded in her lap, not noble now, just tired. Talon looked at her and saw the truth. She was shaking, slightly, trying to stop it by force. "Belvin," she said. "Who?" Talon asked. "The man, the banker." Her voice went thin, controlled. "He trained me. Copper Vault, 26 years ago." Talon felt cold settle under his ribs. "He recognized you," he said. "Yes." "From your hands." Cass stared at her fingers as if they belonged to an enemy. "I did not mean to. The counting. It happened." "I know," she swallowed. "We should have left sooner." "Yes," Talon said. "We should have." That was as close to an apology as he could manage. She looked at him. Her eyes were bright, not with tears, with calculation that had nowhere to go. "Are we going to die?" she asked. It was the first time she had asked the question like a person. Talyn thought of the facts: no money, no allies, the Iron Vault hunting them, Belvin owning their past and wanting interest. Bad numbers. He said, no. Cass did not believe him. She chose the word anyway, the way you choose a plank when the water is cold. Talyn leaned closer, voice low. We stay until the ship leaves. Then we learn where it is going. Then we make the next choice. That is the plan. That is not a plan, Cass whispered. It is the only kind I have ever survived, Talyn said. Cass's mouth tightened. Trust me, he added. Within the context of the objective, she said. That will do, Talyn said, because he could not afford to want more than that. Time stretched, the way it always did in hiding. Cass's shaking slowed. Her breathing steadied. The mask rebuilt itself, not for performance, for function. She watched Talyn's arm. The bolt was still there, snapped short but lodged. Blood had dried down his sleeve. You are hurt, she said. Yes. That is a problem. Yes. She paused. Then, quieter. You were good at that. Running, fighting. Talyn stared into the dark. The ship creaked like it was laughing. Yes, he said. Where? Cass asked. Talyn did not answer for a long time. He did not want to feed her that part of him. He had kept it locked away because opening it always cost. Then he heard Belvin's voice in his memory, calling a name like a knife, and he realized the past was coming for them whether he spoke of it or not. Boss, he said. Cass waited. She had learned waiting. I had a wife, Talyn said. A son. He swallowed around something thick. Coup, fighting, the sort that burns the wrong houses because fire does not care about politics. His voice stayed flat. He forced it. We ran for the docks. We almost made it. Cass did not interrupt. Crossbow, Talyn said. Random. A bolt that did not even know his name. It hit my boy. He was 6. In the dark, Cass's breath caught. One small sound. A human one. I carried him anyway, Talyn said. All the way. Told myself he would live. He died before we reached the water. Silence sat between them, heavy and ordinary. I am sorry, Cass said. Talyn wanted to say do not be. He wanted to say it was long ago. He wanted to say words that made grief smaller. He did not. He said, thank you. Cass blinked. For what? For not trying to fix it, Talyn said. Cass nodded once, like she was filing that away under lessons that hurt. A lantern glow spilled down into the hold. Footsteps on the ladder. Slow, confident. Talyn's knife was in his hand before he noticed he had moved. The man holding the lantern looked at the knife and then at Talyn's face, and the sequence of his expression was not fear, but the professional assessment of a man deciding whether this was an inconvenience or an incident. One of you, he said. 2, Talyn said. Cass stepped out. She had smoothed her dress and lifted her chin without thinking. Even now. Even here. Something about that made Talyn's throat tighten. The man studied her for a moment, then looked back at Talyn. Knife away, he said, or I'll take it from you. And I don't think that ends well for either of us, with your arm like that. Talyn put the knife away. The man sat on a barrel with the ease of someone who had already made his decision and was not worried about it. Name's Axel. This ship is mine. You're costing me half a day's loading and 2 men who went nervous when they smelled blood, so... He waited. We need passage, Talyn said. Wherever you're going. Everyone needs something. Axel looked at Cass again, not unkindly, just thoroughly. You're running from the Iron Vault. I know the smell of that particular trouble. It tends to spread. He said it without heat. That was worse. The second man had not spoken. He was sitting on the ladder, elbows on knees, watching Cass with the fixed attention of someone who had recognized something and was deciding how much it was worth. Young. Sharp-faced. The kind of smart that went bad when it got bored. "She's carrying a ledger page," he said. "It's mine," Cass said. "The encoding is Iron Vault secondary cipher. I've seen it before." He tilted his head. "On correspondence that got people killed. Not the people who were supposed to die, either." Axel sighed. "Momo." "They're already here," Momo said. "Might as well know what they've brought with them." Axel looked at Talin, and the expression was not welcoming. It was the expression of a man calculating whether throwing them back over the side was simpler than whatever was coming. "If you bring trouble on my ship," Axel said, "I will put you in the water myself. Are we clear?" "Clear," Talin said. He did not say we won't bring trouble. He had learned not to make promises he could see were already broken. Axel seemed to understand this. He did not look happy about it. "Fine," he said. "We sail at noon. Stay out of sight until then." He stood. "And get that bolt out before you bleed on my cargo." He went back up the ladder. Momo stayed a moment longer, still watching Cass. "What does it encode?" he asked quietly. Not hostile. Hungry. "I don't know yet," Cass said. Momo's mouth curved. Not warmly. "Neither do I," he said. "But I will. Fire makes everything honest. It strips the valley of pretense, burns the banners down to rags, turns armor into scrap and men into weight." The colors that had meant something an hour ago meant nothing now. Rusty swords red and the king's blue had mixed in the churned mud until the ground itself looked undecided. Ragan stood because sitting meant accepting something, and he wasn't ready for that yet. He counted without looking. The way you counted debts. The way you counted the days since you'd slept well. 50 had formed the line. 6 were still upright. Him. Joran, missing 2 fingers and most of his good humor. Hask, who had an arrow through his shoulder and kept insisting it wasn't ideal. Lisa, blood to the elbows and none of it her own. 2 more breathing hard and stubborn about it. Ragan spat something thick and dark onto the ground. "Roll call," he grunted. He could count them, but wanted to hear their voices. They answered. The names that didn't answer rang louder than the ones that did. 700 of the king's finest had come down the slope like a tide that knew exactly where it was going. Ragan had planted his shield and grinned at them, the way you grin at old enemies at a wedding, because you know how it ends, and there's a strange comfort in that. He'd known how it would go before the first horn sounded. That didn't make it lighter. It just meant he'd had longer to get used to the weight. A horn called him back to this moment, my last, once across the valley. Not triumphant, procedural. The king's guard closed in. No jeering, no victory chants, just boots, ordered, precise, unhurried. The sound of men who'd done this before and saw no reason to make it anything other than what it was. Ragan liked that less than he'd have liked cheering. Professionals didn't get drunk on blood. They filed it. They were disarmed methodically. Swords taken, daggers found in places daggers shouldn't reasonably have been. One guard patted Ragan down twice, expression unchanged, as if expecting him to be hiding a small war somewhere inconvenient. "Careful," Ragan said. "You'll fall in love." The guard didn't smile. His eyes moved to the next man. That was interesting. They weren't killed immediately. That was more interesting. You didn't leave a rearguard breathing unless you wanted something from it, and the only thing you'd want from a rearguard was what it had been bought to protect. Joran leaned close, voice low as gravel. "Think he got clear?" "He did," Ragan said without hesitating. He believed it. If Arik hadn't made it out with the prince, then this had been theatre. 50 men and their names spent on nothing. Regan did not do theatre. They were marched uphill and made to kneel. Hands bound, not roughly but efficiently, which was its own kind of message. Below them, the valley was already being processed. Bodies sorted. Dead counted. Equipment salvaged. Fires stamped out with a discipline that came from rehearsal, not inspiration. Ragan watched, and something in the watching unsettled him more than the swords had. Too smooth. War had friction, panic, shouting, some poor bastard dropping his spear at the wrong moment. This had none of that. The whole operation moved like water finding its level, like something running on a logic that didn't require the men involved to understand it. He felt the shift in the gathered soldiers before he could name it. Not fear passing through the ranks, something more like a compass needle swinging to find north. The ranks parted. Prince Thalon rode into the valley. He dismounted without flourish, handed off the reins without looking at who took them, and walked toward the kneeling prisoners as though arriving slightly late to a meeting he'd already decided the outcome of. Dust on his boots, none on his expression. The court portraits had his face right, handsome, severe, precise. But they'd missed something the painters either hadn't seen or hadn't known how to render. His eyes were wrong, not blank, focused, but the focus pointed somewhere Ragan couldn't locate, like a man listening to a voice in the next room. "You held well," Thalon said. Ragan rolled his shoulders, testing the damage. "Could have done worse." "You bought them time." "That was the plan." Thalon studied him with the patient attention of a man reading something in a language he'd recently learned. "Where is my brother?" "North." "Yes." The word was almost gentle. "With whom?" "Friends." "Names?" Ragan tilted his head. "No." The word sat there between them, unimpressed with its own situation. Thalon leaned slightly closer, voice dropping to something that was almost intimate. "You could live. You and your people. Tell me where they go. Tell me who rides with him." Regan considered it. The offer was real. He could tell that much. Not a mercy exactly, a transaction. The kind of king who kept his word on arrangements like this, because breaking it would be inefficient. He looked at Thalon's face and found nothing there that resembled a brother searching for a brother. No heat, no old grievance, no loss. Just the clean lines of a problem being solved. "You already know," Regan said. "Or you wouldn't be here." Something moved in Thalon's gaze. Not irritation. The slight adjustment of a man recalibrating an estimate. "Necessary bloodletting," the prince murmured, as if finishing a thought he'd started somewhere else. The phrase landed wrong. It didn't sound like something a man thought. It sounded like something repeated, carried from somewhere else, and placed into his mouth by a hand Ragan couldn't see. He filed that away. Thalon straightened and turned to the officer at his shoulder. "Take care of them." Then he walked back to his horse, unhurried, untroubled. No execution watched for satisfaction. No speech to the assembled troops. Whatever Ragan and his people were, they had already been categorized and set aside. The army moved out, thousands of boots, thousands of spears. They passed the kneeling prisoners as if they were stones in the road, already accounted for, no longer requiring attention. When the last of them vanished over the ridge, the valley held its silence like a thing that had forgotten how to give it back. The execution detail was 6 guards and a captain. Efficient. The captain cleared his throat. "For the record," he said, "you fought well." "So did you," Regan said. The captain almost smiled. He had the look of a man who had done this before and found it neither satisfying nor troubling, just part of the ledger. Ragan looked at his 5. Joran winked at him, the expression of a man who had decided some time ago that dignity was overrated. Could have gone worse, Joran muttered. Shut up, Regan said. The first arrow came out of the tree line and took a guard through the eye with the clean indifference of something that had been waiting patiently for its moment. The second found the captain's throat before he'd finished the first syllable of a shout that would never form. What followed wasn't loud, it wasn't sloppy. Men in mismatched armor emerged from the trees, moving with the quiet purpose of people who had counted the guards, marked the spacing, and decided this was the right stupidity to interrupt. Blades came out quickly. One guard turned to run. A knife found his kidney before his legs got the news. Within a handful of heartbeats, it was over. Someone cut Regan's bonds. Took you long enough, he growled. Lysa had already kicked a fallen sword into her own hand. Joran had headbutted one of the remaining guards hard enough to break something that would require future explanation. Hask, arrow still in his shoulder, was looking around with the expression of a man reassessing whether the day might end bearably after all. From the tree line came a dozen more, mud-caked, scarred, carrying themselves like people for whom ambush was a professional skill rather than an emergency measure. "Miss us?" one of them asked. "You're always bad at timing," Regan said, which was how he showed affection. They moved immediately. No celebrations. Bodies checked, pouches stripped, identifying marks removed, the bleak arithmetic of survival. "Army's gone southeast," someone reported. "Full strength, left almost nothing behind." Regan nodded. "Prince got clear?" "Yes." Quiet glances exchanged. Then we're not done." Regan looked one more time at the valley. At his 50, or what the valley had made of them. At the churned earth and the fading light, and the spot where Thalen had stood and spoken with no more feeling than a man settling accounts. Necessary bloodletting. The phrase wouldn't sit still in his memory, the tone of it, the absence of anything human in it, the sense that the words hadn't originated with the mouth that spoke them. He turned to the nearest sword. "That prince," he said. "The king now. Whatever he is." Regan spat blood into the grass. "He's not right. Kings rarely are." "No." He looked north, where Arik was riding with the boy, and whatever trouble came next. "Not like this." He started walking. Broken ribs, 50 dead, 6 survivors, and now more. The rusty swords were still standing, and the dead were still owed something for what they'd bought. That would have to be enough. 2. The road of avoidance. The road into the ironholds climbed like it hated them personally, loose shale that crumbled under hooves, wind with teeth in it, cold enough to make your eyes water and your nose run, and your dignity pack up and find warmer employment. The pines leaned away from something higher up the slope, something older and meaner than weather, and Arik kept the horses to a steady pace that said, "We are not rushing, and also we are absolutely not stopping, and also, under that, do not ask me about anything." Prince Kalen was asleep in the saddle again. Not gracefully, not in any fashion that might suggest the divine mandate of kingship. His head dropped forward in slow, inevitable increments, breath by rattling breath, until his chin nearly touched his chest, and then snapped back with a soft, undignified clack of teeth that echoed off the rock face. The future of the realm, drooling on his collar, one lurch away from eating gravel. Arik did not look at him. If the boy fell, he would catch him. That was the arrangement. That was the whole of the arrangement, really. Catch the boy, keep the boy breathing, deliver the boy somewhere that wasn't here. Everything else was secondary. Everything else was noise. Varane rode with his face turned into the wind, the way he always did when he was about to say something Arik didn't want to hear. He inhaled once, slow, deliberate. Then again. "Lilac," he said. Arik stared at the road. Old stone, beeswax polish. A pause, the wind carrying something faint and stubborn down from the ridge to the east. White walls up there, behind terraced gardens and vows and women who had chosen a quieter kind of suffering. Arik pulled his gloves tighter. The leather creaked. "North Road," he said. "We keep north. There's a convent east." "I know. 15 years is a considerable amount of time not to visit family." Arik nudged his horse forward a fraction. Just a fraction. Not enough that anyone watching would call it running away. Enough that it was. "We have no time," he said. Varane's mouth did something that wasn't quite a smile. The scarring around it pulled wrong when he tried to smile properly, so he'd mostly given up on them. He did this instead. That slight, considering twitch, like a man politely acknowledging that you've said something he finds deeply unconvincing. "We have been riding for 3 days at a pace better suited to men fleeing their own funerals. 10 minutes would not meaningfully alter the shape of destiny. 10 minutes becomes an hour." Arik kept his eyes on the road ahead, on the shale, on the perfectly interesting middle distance. An hour becomes questions. Questions become attention. Attention becomes a problem. Varane turned those blind eyes toward him. Sharp as filed steel, those eyes, whatever use they'd lost. "Is that why?" he asked. Arik said nothing. The mountains rose ahead of them, layers of grey and white stacked against the sky, like a jaw closing slowly around something it intended to grind flat. A beautiful view, probably, if you were the sort of person who found comfort in being reminded how small you were. Behind them, somewhere back through the valleys and the pine-thick switchbacks, and the cold little inns where no one had asked questions, because no one with sense ever asked questions, the King's Guard would still be sweeping roads, checking registers, asking after a sickly young prince and a mercenary captain with an unfortunate reputation for surviving situations that were meant to kill him. Paranoia was not panic. Panic was loud and stupid and got you killed in the open. Paranoia was quiet and practical. It sat behind your eyes and checked the tree line. It counted exits in every room before you took off your boots. It looked at a fork in the road and asked which choice was the one someone wanted you to make. Paranoia had kept him alive a long time. Kalen jerked awake with a sound like a man discovering cold water. "Did we stop?" he mumbled. "No." "Good." He blinked at the mountains with the expression of a man receiving bad news from a physician. "I would strongly prefer not to die in a ditch." "Ambitious," Varane said. "Most men your age consider it a success not to die in their own vomit." Kalen managed something approaching a smile. Pale, hollowed out, but genuine enough. "I have always held myself to a higher standard." Then he slumped again, both hands locked around the saddle horn like a drowning man finding driftwood. The wind shifted. Lilac. Arik felt it land in his chest like a flat stone. He could see it without looking. He'd spent 15 years making sure he never had to look. White walls, low bell tower, terraced gardens full of things that grew quietly and didn't ask anything of you. He had walked through those gates with mud on his boots, and old blood dried dark under his fingernails, and 3 small girls who had not understood what was happening, and had clung to him precisely because they didn't. Elira had been 5. Old enough to understand too much, young enough that understanding it hadn't helped at all. She hadn't cried. He wasn't sure which was worse. Mira 3. She had cried, loudly, without apology, which was more honest than anything else that had happened that day. Sarah barely walking. 1 year old and furious at the whole business, furious at the strangers, furious at him, furious at being alive in a world that kept handing her to people she hadn't agreed to. He had signed the papers with hands that had held steady. They'd shaken later, when there was no one watching. Small mercy. He sent coin every month. Reliable as a tide, generous as a man with guilt money to spend, anonymous as a coward. He had not gone back. Elira, Mira, Sarah. He said their names in his head the way he counted blades before a fight, quick, methodical, making sure everything was accounted for and intact and not leaking anywhere he hadn't noticed. Elira, steady. Mira, bright. Sarah, stubborn as a bad scar, inventory. Not grief. There was a distinction. He was fairly sure there was a distinction. Varane shifted his weight in the saddle. "There it is again," he said. Arek's jaw tightened. "What?" "You're counting." "I'm always counting." Not like that. The silence between them had texture to it. The particular texture of a man who knew he was being seen and had run out of angles to be unseen from. Arek had faced down professionals, soldiers, assassins, one extremely motivated minor lord with an axe, and found it considerably easier than Varane, looking at him with those ruined eyes and that patient, terrible quiet. Kalen muttered something about purification rites and then trailed off again. The road forked ahead. East dipped gentle and inviting, down through orchards and pale stone walls and the smell of old prayer. North clawed upward into shadow and rock and the honest indifference of mountains that didn't know anyone's name and wouldn't have cared if they did. Arek did not slow down. North. He'd made the decision before he was conscious of making it, which was either discipline or cowardice dressed in discipline's clothes. He'd stopped examining the difference. Varane waited until the smell had gone, carried off somewhere behind them by wind that didn't know it was helping. "They would like to see you," he said. "They are safe." "That wasn't the thing I said." "Safe is the thing that matters." "Is it?" "Yes." Varane made a small accepting sound. The sound of a man who has heard an argument before and has catalogued it and found it familiar without finding it convincing. They rode. The shale scraped under hooves. The wind scoured everything it touched. Somewhere behind them, white walls and terraced gardens. After a while, Kalen came back to himself properly, blinking, straightening, doing an inventory of his own limbs and finding them present if not delighted. "Is that the iron holds?" He squinted at the peaks like they'd personally offended him. "Yes." "They look—" He chewed on words, settling eventually on honesty. "Unfriendly." "They are." Kalen shifted in the saddle with the careful movement of a man whose everything ached. "House Bara is before the high passes, isn't it? Next valley?" "River-fed. Good land. Vineyards." "Wine," said Kalen, and the word had prayer in it. "Bad wine," Arek corrected. He said it without thinking, the way you say things you have said 100 times in your head. Too sweet. Like someone explained wine to a man who'd never tasted it, and he did his best. "You drank enough of it at 16, Varane said. "Diplomatic necessity." "With the steward's daughter." Arek let that one go past him. "House Bara. Summer sun hammering flat river stones warm enough to burn bare feet if you were young enough and stupid enough to not care. Boys who would grow into men with something solid to inherit, something that wasn't reputation and warrants." His father laughing, actually laughing, not the careful version he kept for court, in open air under a sky that wasn't full of someone else's politics. He remembered golden light. He didn't remember what the ledgers had looked like when the axe came down. "Bara stood with us," he said, more to himself than anything. "When the accusations came, and when the heads fell." Varane asked it gently, which made it worse. Arek's mouth went thin as a blade. "They did not join the feeding." "No," Varane agreed. "They sent a very carefully worded letter of regret, did not testify, did not protest, did not open their gates when the warrants were read." A pause. The wind. The scrape of hooves. "Did not profit either." "In politics," Arek said, "that counts as loyalty." It counts as something, Varane said. Arik looked at the road. Elira, Mira, Sarah, House Bara, north. He breathed out slowly. The mountains waited for him, patient and entirely unimpressed with his various complications. We will rest there, he said. One night. Varane tilted his head in that way he had, listening to the weight of words, not just the words themselves. Of course, he said. Somewhere behind them, past the ridge, past the gardens and the white walls and 15 years of coin and silence, bells might have been ringing for midday prayer. Arik did not look back. He counted instead. Counted until the names sat quiet, and the road went north, and the mountains closed around them like a fist around something it meant to keep. 3. What the wind keeps. The wind did not move across the mountain. It moved through it, the way cold moves through old bone, not touching but inhabiting, finding every hollow, every fault, every place where the rock had cracked and healed badly. Varane felt it in the scar tissue along his jaw and the deeper ache behind his eyes that had no name he'd ever given it. The air had weight today, a pressure that had nothing to do with weather. It carried 3 heartbeats. One of them was trying very hard not to sound afraid. Kaelin's rhythm was wrong, too quick when he woke, too thin when it faded, a drummer skipping bars and pretending it was artistry. Men who were falling apart often mistook the speed of their own unraveling for momentum. Varane had seen it before. He did not find it comforting. Arik's pulse was steadier, too steady by half. Men who were genuinely calm did not have to manufacture it. He tracked the prince by the disturbance in the air around him, a slight lurch in the quality of silence, saddle leather creaking under sudden imbalance, before the dry clack of bone against shale confirmed what Varane had already known. A brittle sound. Too light for a body that carried a crown somewhere in its future, or had, before that future became a question rather than a certainty. Kaelin did not fall so much as surrender to gravity, with a kind of bleak dignity. He lay there, pulse hammering fast and wild, the rhythm of it passing through the stone and up through Varane's boots in small, dull reports, like a message sent in a language just short of coherent. Arik's pulse jumped once, then locked. Damn it, he muttered. Not anger. Calculation with an edge worn thin by repetition. Varane felt the shift in air pressure as Arik bent, hauled the boy upright, held him a fraction too long before releasing him to his own equilibrium. Whether that was sentiment or assessment, Varane could not say. Perhaps Arik couldn't either. Kaelin attempted dignity. It came out as a wince. I meant to inspect the road, he said. You've done so thoroughly, Varane replied. They walked the horses. The wind slid down from the eastern ridge carrying lilac, faint and persistent, incongruous up here among the shale and cold, like a word spoken in the wrong language. A smell that belonged to lower altitudes and gentler histories. Arik's pulse stuttered. He did not look east. He did not need to. The air changed around him the way air changes around a man who has just been handed news he already expected, but had spent considerable effort not thinking about. Elira, he murmured, barely above the wind. Then, quieter still. Mira. Sarah. He did not say them loudly. He said them the way a man counts his money before a wager he already knows he's going to make, a habit worn smooth by repetition. The names moved through his teeth like inventory. Varane felt the pattern in it. He only counted like that before something expensive. Kaelin's knees folded cleanly, without drama, in the way of a man whose body has simply finished negotiating. His breath hitched, sharp, thin, close to the sound of something giving way. And Arik caught him before the mountain could finish the conversation. The wind shifted. There it was again. That tightening in the air. Not fear. Fear was a spike, bright and brief. This was narrowing. The way a passage narrows when the builders stopped caring about the people who'd have to walk through it. "You're about to lie," Varane said quietly. "I'm fine." Aric's jaw flexed once. He looked at Kalen the way men look at injuries they're still deciding whether to treat. "Your left step is shorter than your right," Varane said. A long silence. The wind picked at the edges of it. "Has been for 2 days," Aric said finally, his voice carrying the flat affect of a man who had decided feeling something about it would not improve the situation. "Since the second pass." Kalen said nothing, which was its own kind of answer. They made camp in a shallow cut of stone that broke the worst of the wind. No fire. The mountain carried sound the way old buildings carried rumour, along unexpected channels, arriving at destinations no one intended. The stone smelled of iron and old rain, and something underneath both that Varane had no word for. Something that had been waiting longer than weather. Kalen lay on his back and stared at nothing with the focused expression of a man sorting through a problem too large to hold all at once. His pulse settled, then quickened. Thought replacing weakness, the body's last, most reliable resource. Aric leaned against rock and breathed with the deliberate, metered control of a man who had learned that sleep was a negotiation rather than a right. 3 in, 4 held, 3 out. He did not sleep. He entered a holding pattern and called it rest. Varane remained upright and felt the mountain's weight and the wind combing the ridge and something deeper that had nothing to do with weather and everything to do with the particular quality of pressure that precedes a thing becoming undeniable. "They were not myths," Kalen said. His voice had changed. Softer, but not from weakness. The softness of a man who has decided that what he knows is dangerous and is choosing to speak it anyway. The wind thinned briefly, as if attending. "Nothing useful ever is," Varane replied. Kalen pushed himself upright, gravel shifting beneath him in small protests. He was quiet for a moment, the way men are quiet when they're deciding how to open a door they've never opened before. When he spoke carefully, with the precision of someone who had spent a long time organizing information he had not wanted to possess. "In the third archive there are references. 4 of them. Different centuries. Different scribes. None aware of the others. I found them over 3 years of work that I told myself was academic interest." He paused. It wasn't. His heartbeat had steadied as he spoke. Sharpened. This was where he lived. Not in flesh, in pattern, in the cold comfort of things that could be charted and measured and laid out against each other until they confessed. "Face-wearers," he said. The word scraped against the silence like a blade being drawn too slowly. Varane felt Aric's breathing pause. "Go on," Varane said. "They return from campaigns altered. Magistrates who speak with perfect recall but have forgotten how to smile at the right moment. Bishops who laugh exactly 3 seconds after the jest has finished, as though something inside them is translating." He swallowed, the sound of it audible in the hush. Not wrong, precisely, just displaced, like a portrait that's been copied by someone who understood proportion but not expression. Varane finished the thought. Memory intact, emotion absent. Kalen's head turned toward him sharply. "Yes," he said, "exactly that." Aric's fingers tightened once against his knee. Leather creaked. He said nothing, which from Aric was the equivalent of a long speech about the nature of dread. Kalen leaned forward, his voice dropping to the register menus when they're saying things they'd rather not hear themselves say. They share phrases, across decades, sometimes centuries. The same words turning up in margin notes and trial transcripts and private correspondence that should have no connection to each other. He hesitated. The wind pressed colder. "Say it," Varane murmured. "Necessary bloodletting." The air went thin. Aric's breath stopped completely. "And," Kalen said, barely audible, touching the words as though they might burn. Purification through change. The silence that followed was not empty. Silences on mountains rarely were. They were just the absence of the sounds men made, which left room for everything else. Varane pressed his palm flat against the stone beside him. The rock held cold. It also held something else, a faint vibration, slow and deliberate, and utterly indifferent to the three men sitting above it. "These phrases," Kalen said, pulling the thread back with visible effort, "are never explained, never attributed, only repeated, by people who have one thing in common." "Tell me," Varane said. They had recently been below ground. He let that settle before he continued. "Excavations, mine expansions, crypt clearings, renovation work in deep foundations, always after the earth was opened, always within weeks." Arik opened his eyes. They had the look of a man who has been carrying a suspicion for long enough that confirmation feels less like a revelation than a sentence being read aloud. "You're saying whatever wears the face comes from beneath it?" "I'm saying the evidence clusters," Kalen replied. "I'm saying the pattern is not coincidence. I'm saying—" He stopped, pressed his mouth flat. "Yes, that's what I'm saying." "They don't replace at random," Varane said. "No, they select. Administrators, commanders, advisors, men and women at the centers of decisions." He paused. "They improve them. That's the worst of it. The decisions become more efficient. The hesitation disappears. The governance tightens. Dissidents vanish, but cleanly. No mess, no martyrs, nothing to rally around." "Too cleanly," Varane said. "Yes." Kalen's voice had gone flat. "Too cleanly." Arik's jaw flexed. The scar along his neck caught the faint light and held it for a moment before the darkness reclaimed it. "Your brother," he said. "You're certain?" Kalen was quiet for a long time. "He used both phrases," he said at last. "Within a week of returning from the northern mines, I thought it was exhaustion. I thought it was the altitude." He stopped again. The breath he drew was deliberate, effortful. "I thought a great many things that were more comfortable than the truth." The wind died entirely. The silence that replaced it was different from the silences before. Heavier, more deliberate, like a held breath rather than an absence. Arik reached for his sword without drawing it, his hand settling on the pommel, the way a man's hand settles on something familiar when the world becomes briefly too large. Varane tilted his head. The mountain inhaled, not wind, not stonefall. A pressure change, deep, rhythmic, immense, rising from somewhere far below the roots of the ridge with the slow patience of something that had been waiting through longer silences than this one. It moved against Varane's palm through the stone, slow and vast, and utterly without urgency. Out of time with Kalen's heart, but close enough to feel like intention. "They are not the only things that listen," Varane said. Kalen's breath quickened. Arik did not move, but his hand tightened on the pommel until the leather creaked again, and beneath them, deep in the marrow of the ridge, something shifted its weight once more. Not waking, not sleeping. Patient, in the way that only very old things, or very certain ones, ever learn to be. 4. House Bara. The descent into the Bara Valley felt wrong, and Arik had learned, through considerable suffering, to take that feeling seriously. It was too calm. The vineyards spread out in neat lines below the iron holds, vines heavy with late harvest, workers moving through them with baskets and short knives. Heads down, hands steady, not a word between them. Arik slowed his horse. "Something's off." Varane was already scanning the tree line. Too quiet. "Harvest is never quiet here." Arik squinted at the rows of bent backs. "Fights over barrels, dogs. Someone's always drunk before noon." There's usually a fist fight by the third press. Not today. The gates stood open. 2 men in pale blue and silver waited either side, spears grounded. They stepped aside as Arik approached, didn't say a word. Welcome home, Arik thought bitterly. Or not. He rode through. The courtyard hit him harder than the road had. No dogs, no stable hands, no distant clatter from the kitchens. Just a few servants moving with the practiced purpose of people who had been told very precisely what to do and where to be. Like stage dressing. Like the whole valley was a play, and someone had forgotten to hire an audience. Elman came out to meet them, same hunched posture, same dry parchment face. The man had looked 60 years old for as long as Arik had known him, and would probably still look 60 when they put him in the ground. "Captain," he said. Nothing else. Arik swung down from the saddle and put himself between Elman and Kalen. Habit. Useful habit. "We need rooms. The boy's sick." Elman's eyes moved to Kalen. Not a glance. A look. Taking stock. Longer than it needed to be. "Of course," he said. "You're welcome here." Then, "You were expected?" Arik kept his voice pleasant. "Word travels fast." "You're not exactly keeping a low profile these days." "Fair enough." He smiled. "And you were waiting for us. So someone sent word ahead. Interesting." "Lord Bara." In the cellars, expanding the lower vaults. Elman said it like it was the most natural thing in the world for a lord to be digging at this hour. New work. Important work. "Of course it is," Arik said dryly. "Lady Elena is in the garden. She asked to see you when you arrived." That stopped him. Did she? "She remembers the lilac." Arik said nothing to that. Just turned his head a fraction. "Varane." "I hear it," Varane said very quietly. "The house is listening." Arik handed off his reins to a stable boy who materialized from nowhere, took them without a word, and disappeared back into that strange, too precise calm. "Rooms first," Arik said. His eyes had already gone to the gardens. 5. The garden. The lilacs were in full bloom, too early by a month. But Bara had always pushed things: warmer slopes, better drainage, breeding programs for everything from horses to grapes to, apparently, shrubbery. They took pride in making nature do what it was told. The scent was thick enough to taste. Arik had never liked lilacs. Eleanor sat on the stone bench where she'd always sat when she wanted to be found, which meant she wanted to be found, and that itself was information. She stood as he came down the path, and for just a moment, in the flat grey afternoon light, she looked exactly the same as she had 12 years ago. Then he got closer. She was harder now. Or perhaps she'd always been hard, and he'd simply been too young and too stupid to notice. "Arik." "Elena." There was a pause that could have been warmth, and wasn't quite. He remembered summers here, wine too young to drink, kissing her behind the presses while her father's men played dice in the yard and pretended not to know. Promises made and quietly abandoned by mutual unspoken agreement. Christ, he thought. I've got bad taste in noble houses. "You look tired," she said. "I've had a busy month." "So I've heard." Her eyes moved past him to Varane, cataloguing, then back. "You bring company." "I also bring trouble." He spread his hands. "Some things don't change." Something almost warm moved across her face. Almost. "I remember." Then it was gone, and she was watching him with the careful attention of someone deciding how much rope to give a man before they pull. "You shouldn't have come here," she said. There it is. Not a welcome, a warning wrapped in regret. Didn't have a lot of options. You never did. He supposed that was fair. Varane had drifted sideways, standing at the garden's edge with his head slightly tilted, the way he did when he was listening for things other people couldn't hear. "Birds aren't singing," he murmured, conversationally, as though remarking on the weather. Eleanor ignored him, pointedly. That told Arik something too. "They're looking for you," she said. "Quiet. Careful. You and the boy." "I know." "Close," she said. "Closer than you think. Then we'll be gone before dawn." She shook her head. Small movement. Certain. "No," she said. "You won't." That landed in his chest like a stone dropping into still water. He studied her face and found nothing he could use. She'd always been better at this than him. He'd made peace with that fact somewhere around the third time she'd beaten him at cards. "You're stalling," he said. She didn't deny it. "You always were quick," she said. And there was something in it that might have been admiration if he was being generous, and probably wasn't. "Not quick enough," he replied. "Not back then, and it's a running theme." A flicker behind her eyes. Real this time. Gone before he could name it. "This isn't about us," she said. "It's bigger than old loyalties." Arik looked at her steadily. "That's what people always say right before they sell you out. I've heard it 3 times this year alone. The consistency is almost comforting." Her jaw tightened. "I'm trying to keep you alive. By slowing me down. By making sure you don't run straight into something worse." She said it fiercely, quietly, the way people talk when they don't want to be overheard but can't quite stop themselves. "There are things moving that you don't understand, Arik. Not yet. Enlighten me. Something you can't fight head on, not like you think. I'm open to other approaches. I've noticed." She looked away, out over the valley, and he watched the line of her throat and the tension in her shoulders and thought, "She's frightened, genuinely frightened, under all the careful composure. You're very good at surviving things you should die from. I've been watching it for years. But this..." Behind them, somewhere in the house, a door slammed. Controlled, deliberate. A signal, not an accident. Varane turned his head sharply. "They're moving," he said. Eleanor exhaled through her nose. Something in her resolved. "Go," she said. "North wing, down to the river. Don't use the main road." Arik didn't move. "You just told me I wouldn't leave." "I said you wouldn't if you stayed." She stepped closer, dropped her voice further. "Don't make me regret this." He looked at her for a long moment, trying to find the angle. There was always an angle. You just had to be clever enough to see it, and humble enough to admit you might not be. "You've been stalling us," he said quietly. "But you're also telling us to run." "I bought you time." Her voice was steady. Her hands weren't quite, though she'd folded them to hide it. "That's all I can do. That's all I could do, Arik. Do you understand?" He thought about what that meant, what constraints she was working inside, what she'd risk to give him even this much. "Not really," he said honestly, "but I'll work it out later." He turned to go. "Arik." He stopped. "Next time," he said, without turning back, "pick a side before the trouble arrives. It's cleaner for everyone." He heard her answer behind him, very quiet. "I just did." He didn't let himself think about what that cost her. Sentiment was a luxury, and he was already overdrawn. 6. The North Wing. The hallway looked normal. That was the problem. Arik moved at pace, Varane at his shoulder, and nobody tried to stop them. No shouts, no boots on stone, just servants standing against walls and stepping aside like water around a stone, faces carefully, deliberately blank. They're not stopping us, Varane said. No. Aric's hand rested on his sword's hilt. The grip of it was familiar, worn smooth in all the right places, comforting the way that only things you'd had to use too often become comforting. They're guiding us. He didn't like the shape of that thought. Kaelin's room. 2 attendants standing by the bed with the attentive stillness of people pretending not to be watching. A physician at the foot, rolling his sleeves up with the calm efficiency of a man who had done this 1,000 times and wasn't in a hurry because he knew something about the timetable that Aric didn't. "What are you doing?" Aric snapped. The physician turned. Older man. Unimpressed eyes. The particular expression of someone who'd long since stopped finding soldiers threatening. "Trying to keep him alive," he said. "Same as you, I'd imagine." Move? A pause. A short one. Just long enough to make it clear it was his choice. And then the physician stepped aside. Aric hauled Kaelin upright. The boy hissed in pain and grabbed his arm. "We're leaving," Aric said. "No argument here," the physician said mildly. He was already straightening his instruments. "I'd be quick about it if I were you. They're close." "How close?" "The kind of close where you don't have time to ask questions." "Helpful," Aric said, and meant the opposite. Varane's head tilted again, that particular listening angle. Downstairs, a lot of them. Not running, not yet. Marching. The disciplined, unhurried sound of men who don't need to hurry because they know where their quarry is going. "Window," Aric said. "The drop," Varane started. "I know what the drop is." He didn't hesitate. Hesitation was how you thought yourself into a corner. They went out fast and dropped hard into mud and river-smoothed stone. Varane rolled, came up with a knife already in his hand, scanned the shadows. Kaelin made a sound that was mostly teeth and swallowed it. Aric looked back up. Figures lined the balcony, 5 of them, 6, watching, not moving, pale blue and silver in the low light, still as carvings, patient as things that knew they'd already won. "Why aren't they following?" Kaelin rasped. Varane said it before Aric could. "Because we're going where they want." Aric looked at the river. Dark water, moving toward the mountain, toward the pass, toward the one road that made sense if you were 3 people and one of you was sick and you needed to be somewhere else quickly. The obvious road. The expected road. "Then we don't follow it," he said. "We climb." 8. Ironhold Peaks. The old man was emptying a wheelbarrow of pig shit when Aric found him, which felt, in a poetic sort of way, entirely appropriate. Aric had spent the better part of 3 days running from soldiers, sleeping on rocks, eating things he preferred not to identify, and carrying a sick prince up a cliff in the dark. The universe balancing that against a man shoveling manure felt almost fair. He watched from the grass as Boran finished the barrow, set it down with the satisfied grunt of a man who'd done an honest thing, then pulled out his cock and pissed against a fence post. His moans louder than the birds chirping. Looking around with the easy ownership of a man on his own land. Now, Aric thought. Varane was already shaking his head beside him. Aric stood up anyway and strode towards the man. "I think we've met, good sir." The reaction was faster than it had any right to be from a man in his 60s who'd just been pissing and enjoying life in the Ironhold Peaks. One swift motion, not even a pause to think, and something left Boran's hand and parted the air beside Aric's head with a sound like a whispered profanity. A throwing knife. It clattered against a pine tree somewhere behind Aric. Aric raised both hands. Boran stomped toward him. Not walked. Stomped, with the energy of a man who had been startled while pissing and was going to be aggrieved about it for a considerable time. "You daft fucker!" "You missed on purpose," Aric said. Only because I heard that posh southern accent before I threw. Varane looked him up and down with sharp grey eyes, then extended a hand with the abruptness of someone who'd made a decision and was done deliberating. Well, come here then. Arik grabbed it. Varane pulled him in with wiry strength that had no business existing in a man his age, clapped him once on the shoulder hard enough to rattle his teeth, and stepped back. Varane. I know who you are, you bloody fool. I'd have aimed differently if I hadn't. The old man looked past him, and his gaze sharpened. Who's your friends? Arik turned. Varane had materialized from nowhere, which was his habit. The man moved like an unpleasant surprise, and beside him, Kaelan, pale and hollow-eyed, and doing his best to stand straight about it, which Arik privately respected. You'll remember Varane, Arik said. He served my father until... Aye. Varane nodded once, something passing behind his eyes. The kind of nod that meant, I know, and I've thought about it, and I'm not going to say it out loud. He'd always been perceptive, Varane. It was a quality that Arik had found reassuring in the man and occasionally inconvenient in himself. And the lad? Arik was quiet for a moment. The lad was watching him with the strange stillness he'd developed since the fever, like he'd learned to conserve everything, even expression. 12 years old and already running out of things to waste. He's the reason I'm back in the Ironholds, Arik said. Not a day too soon, muttered Varane and nodded at Kaelan. I thank you, young sir. Then Varane paused, looking at Kaelan properly. Let the silence sit. Then, slowly, or should I say Lord? Arik noddin. This is Kaelan. Another pause, longer. Prince Kaelan, Varane said, and it wasn't a question. The same. Varane's jaw moved like he was working something over, some thought that didn't quite fit comfortably in his mouth. He looked at Arik with an expression that had several layers to it, and none of the top ones were particularly friendly. So you've brought death to my doorstep, he said pleasantly. The kidnapped prince. Every soldier in the kingdom is looking for him. You dragged him up my mountain and knocked on my fence and introduced yourself while I was having a piss. He scratched the back of his neck. Arik, I watched you take your first steps on this land. I bounced you on my knee. I need you to understand that I say this with genuine affection. He paused. You absolute catastrophe of a man. I need to get into the mines, Arik said. The shift was immediate. Not dramatic. Varane's face didn't do dramatic. It had been worn smooth of drama by decades of hard weather and harder work. But something moved behind the grey eyes. Recognition, alertness, old locks turning. The mines, Varane repeated. The way my father used them. You know which way. A long silence. A crow called somewhere down the slope, and the wind moved through the pines with a sound like the mountain breathing. There've been riders, Varane said finally, and his voice had dropped. Day and night, the last few days, birds in and birds out. The Ravencrest men are up to something, moving fast and quiet, which is never a good combination with that lot. He looked at Arik steadily. And word is coming down the valley. The king is coming, Arik said. King Thalon. Varane's mouth opened. Then, startlingly, completely, his face opened into something like joy. The hard lines softened. He looked 10 years younger, briefly, like a man remembering something he thought he'd lost. King Thalon, by the gods. He shook his head slowly. He was a good lad, that one. Came through here. 3 years past? Sat with the small folk. Listened. Not that look they get, the nobles, the look that means they're waiting for you to finish so they can tell you why you're wrong. He actually listened. A broad, genuine, slightly foolish smile. What a thing. King Thalon. The boy said nothing. Just met the old man's eyes. Varane's smile faltered. Something worked across his face. doubt, scrutiny, the careful reassembly of memory against what stood before him. "He has changed," Kaelan said quietly. "The mines changed him." Boran looked at the boy for a long time. Something old moved in his face, not grief exactly. Closer to the feeling of watching something you thought was simple reveal unexpected depth. "Aye," he said at last. He didn't say, "Your Highness." Somehow that felt more respectful. "Aye, I suppose they can do that." Then he turned to Arik, and the shadow that fell across his face was one Arik had never seen there before. Boran had always been solid, certain, the kind of man whose face told you the ground was still under your feet. This was something else. He leaned in close, and Arik smelled the morning on him, cold air and wood smoke and something underneath that he took a moment to name. Fear. "Did your father ever talk to you?" Boran asked. Low, careful. "About the mines. What's in them? What's been in them?" The ice flooded Arik without warning. Just there, flooding through him, the memory of it. He looked away, took the memories and put them somewhere manageable, which was something he'd had 12 years of practice at and still hadn't perfected. "Not before he killed himself," he said. Flat, even. A sentence he'd assembled into a shape he could carry. Boran was quiet for a moment. Then, very quietly, "It's never that clean, my boy. What happened to your father?" He seemed to wrestle with something. Arik could see it happening, the argument between what he knew and what he owed and what it cost to say it out loud. "I don't know if it's my place." The door crashed open. All four of them moved. Varane's knife was already in his hand, Arik half-turned with his hand on his sword, and Kaelan pressed back against the fence with a stillness that was either courage or shock. Probably both. Boran's wife stood in the doorway, gripping the frame. She was a solid woman, not given to theatrics. Arik had known her since childhood and couldn't remember seeing her run. She was running now. "For the love of gods, woman," Boran started. "The king." She got her breath in a gasp. "A scout came. King's Guard on the Valley Road. An hour, maybe less." She looked at her husband, and her eyes were very wide. "And 8,000 men behind them." The silence was total. Arik counted the arithmetic quickly. He'd always been faster with bad numbers than good ones. 8,000 wasn't a hunting party. 8,000 wasn't a show of royal dignity. 8,000 men this far north moving fast meant one thing, and that thing had a word, and the word was war. "Thalassia," Boran murmured. He was somewhere else for a moment. Past or future, Arik couldn't tell, and wasn't sure Boran could either. "So that's how they're playing it." "Front door's not an option," Arik said. "No." Boran was already moving, with the decisive speed of a man whose mind had finished its argument and arrived somewhere uncomfortable. "Bring your shovels. We're going digging," he shouted. Kaelan looked at Arik. "Is that an expression?" he asked. Arik took a shovel, leaning towards the shed. "I wish it was." 9. The new rear guard. The fastest line between 2 points is straight. This was mathematics. Ragan had never been much for mathematics, but he understood the principle, and more to the point, he understood its implication as he crouched over the map, spread across a flat rock, and felt his broken ribs remind him in considerable detail that they existed. 6 survivors. Now 18, with the ambush crew. And somewhere to the north, Arik was running with the prince and whatever catastrophe he'd managed to collect along the way, and every hour Ragan spent not being there was an hour the odds kept quietly shifting in the wrong direction. He stared at the map. The map stared back. "Right," he said. "Right," Joran agreed from somewhere behind him. He'd wrapped his missing fingers. The bandaging was imaginative, if not technically sound. There's no good option. There rarely is. Shut up. Regan traced the route with a finger, south around the iron holds, which was a week at best and required passing through 3 different jurisdictions, 2 of which had outstanding grievances against either him personally or the Rusty Swords collectively. He couldn't remember which. Or north, straight through the back of Thalen's army. There was some poetry to that, in a way Regan didn't see through his anger. 8,000 men. Their rear guard was probably thinning out, which meant, in theory, in the very optimistic theory of a man with a desperate timeline, there was a window. A small window. A window he would have laughed at 3 days ago. He groaned as he bent closer to examine it. His ribs sang. He ignored them, the way you ignored any recurring complaint that wasn't going to stop regardless of how much attention you gave it. "There's no going around," he said. "Not if we want to matter." Hask had drifted over, an arrow hole in his shoulder, newly dressed, the expression of a man who had conducted a private assessment of his own suffering and arrived at begrudging acceptance. He squinted at the map, then tilted his head toward the coast. The sea glittered in the far distance, grey and indifferent. "Could find a boat," he said. "But a couple of fishing villages up the shore. Shouldn't take long." Regan straightened, looked at his people. "Did the count?" He pointed. "You," the young one with the scar across his chin. "Can you sail?" "No." "You," Lisa, blood-stained and sharp-eyed. "Sail? I grew up 100 miles from water." "You," Joran already shaking his head with the weary certainty of a man who knew where this was going. "You." The big, quiet one from the ambush crew, whose name Ragan was still learning. "You." Another. "You." He pointed last at himself. "Me." He looked at Hask. "How many of us can sail or swim? Because I count none. I count precisely none, Hask. Between us we have, 8 functional limbs, no nautical experience, and a collective track record of solving problems by walking directly into them until they stop." Hask considered this. "Fair," he said. Ragan looked back at the map. The map continued to offer only bad options, arranged in order of how quickly each one would kill them. And then, in the way that ideas arrived when you stopped looking for them, when you were tired enough and hurt enough and out of alternatives, something shifted. He'd spent 20 years convincing people to do things they didn't want to do. Lords, merchants, reluctant allies, enemy officers whose cooperation could be purchased if you understood the right currency. He'd walked into a Ravencrest garrison once with nothing but a forged seal and absolute confidence, and walked out with 3 supply wagons and an apology. He'd talked a border lord into lending him 40 men by pretending to represent a faction that didn't exist. The Rusty Swords were terrible sailors, but they were exceptional liars. He bent back over the map, ran the numbers differently this time. "Planktown," he said. Hask looked. "That's through the rear guard, yes. Through. As in through. Straight through. Up their ass. We move fast. We move like we belong there, and we reach the coast. Planktown's a transit point. They'll have boats, supplies, and more importantly, they'll have enough confusion that a few dozen soldiers moving with purpose won't raise questions." He looked up. "Because nobody questions people who look like they know where they're going." "We'd be walking through 8,000 soldiers," Joran said. "The rear of 8,000 soldiers. The rear guard. The ones who've been told to hold position and are bored and cold and wondering why they're not marching with everyone else." Ragan rolled up the map with his one good arm. "Bored rear guards are not alert rear guards. What do we do when someone asks who we are? We're detached couriers from the 3rd column, returning to regimental command via the coast road because the northern pass is compromised." "Is the northern pass compromised?" Ragan shrugged. "Well, it is now." He looked around at them. Anyone here not capable of looking confident and slightly annoyed? Silence. Good. Annoyed is the key. Confident soldiers get questioned. Annoyed soldiers get apologized to and waved through, because everyone assumes the annoyance means there's someone else's problem. Lisa was already checking her gear. What if they ask for papers? I'll handle the papers. You don't have papers. I'll handle the papers, Lisa. She gave him the look, the one she reserved for plans she considered survivable, but barely. He'd been getting that look for 6 years, and had yet to decide whether it bothered him. Hask tilted his head at the army's general direction. The faint sound of thousands of men, equipment, voices, the low grinding sound of a military machine digesting the landscape, drifted over the ridge. Right up the arse, he said, with something that wasn't quite admiration and wasn't quite dread. Straight through, Reagan corrected. Someone's taking it up the arse either way, Joran muttered. Questions just who. The rear guard, Ragan said, if we do this right. He looked at his soldiers, beaten, bandaged, running on spite and stubbornness and the specific fury of people who had watched 50 of their own die and decided that dying themselves wasn't an acceptable response to the situation. The rusty swords are still standing. Everyone understand what that means? They understood. It meant they still owed something. That the 50 weren't settled yet. That Thalon's army and its clean efficiency and its necessary bloodletting had not, in fact, written the last line. Reagan started walking. Look annoyed, he said over his shoulder. I am annoyed, Joran said. Good. Look more annoyed. And someone find me a Thalon army cloak before we hit the first checkpoint, or this is going to be a very short plan. 10. The mine. The shovel hit something that said clank. Boran looked at Arik. Arik looked at Boran. Take a step back, Boran said. Arik felt the ground shudder beneath his boots, a slow, deep exhale from the earth, like something enormous shifting in its sleep. He stepped back. Is this your secret entrance? He asked. Well, Boran scratched his jaw. No, it's more about shoveling shit. He crouched down and began scraping mud away from the edge of the trapdoor with his boot, with the patience of a man who had done this before and found it undignified every time. We're not smuggling diamonds down here, Arik. The mine drainage runs through this section. Used to overflow into the lower yard every spring, ruin 3 weeks of work and everyone's boots, until I bolted this section up and redirected the flow. He stood. So yes, there is a way in. But I want you to understand that it was originally designed for shit. That is its heritage. That is what it was built for. Noted, Arik said. I want the boy to understand that as well. Kalen looked at the trapdoor, then up at Boran. I've shoveled gravel out of flooded tunnels, he said. I think I can manage the heritage. Boran grunted, which from him was practically a standing ovation. He worked the bolts, 4 of them heavy iron, fighting every inch, and hauled the door up with a sound like a wound reopening. Cold air rose from the darkness below. Not the cold of weather. The cold of deep places, of stone that had never seen sun, of air that had been sitting in the dark for a long time and was mildly offended by the intrusion. It smelled specifically of rust and old water and something mineral underneath that Arik couldn't name but recognized, distantly, the way you recognized a song you'd heard as a child without remembering where or when. He didn't examine that feeling. He filed it. Varane was already lowering himself through the opening, moving with the quiet efficiency of a man for whom dark enclosed spaces were a professional context rather than a concern. Boran handed Arik a lamp. Main tunnels are marked with red paint. Follow the red, you don't get lost. Lose the red, we get lost. You get very lost. These workings go back 300 years. There are sections that don't appear on any map I've ever seen. He paused. Sections I've never been in. You've worked here 30 years, Arik said. I'm aware of that. Something in his voice that Arik didn't like. He filed that too. What are we looking for? Varane asked. Arik looked at Kalen. The boy had been quiet since they'd come off the mountain. A different kind of quiet than the fever quiet, than the exhaustion quiet. Thinking quiet. The expression of someone sorting through a large amount of information and trying to find the piece that mattered. There was a map, Kalen said, in my father's library, private collection, not the public holdings. He said it carefully, like a man navigating territory he wasn't sure was solid. I wasn't supposed to be in that room. I was 12. I was bored, and I'd found the key behind the third griffin on the mantelpiece because my father hid everything behind the third griffin. I think he considered it subtle. Varane made no comment on the griffin. The map showed the Ironhold workings, but older than the current survey. A different layout, chambers that aren't on the official plans, a section to the northeast that the current maps don't acknowledge. He paused. And a notation. Old script, the kind they used before the Second Reform. I could only read part of it. What part? Arik asked. Where the stone breathes. Silence. Varane's expression did something Arik couldn't quite read. Go carefully, Varane said. That was all. The mind swallowed them. That was how it felt. Not like entering a tunnel, but like being swallowed. The dark, closing around the lamp's small halo as the entrance receded and the earth sealed itself overhead. The worked stone gave way to older stone. The shoring timbers thinned. The red paint marks became sparser, faded, the paint cracking away in places to show the marks beneath the marks. Older ones, different colours, a language of navigation that nobody living remembered the grammar of. They followed the red. Kalen had the old map in his head, which was imperfect. He'd seen it once at 12 by candlelight, under the considerable psychological pressure of being somewhere he absolutely should not have been. He navigated by memory and inference, which Arik found either admirable or terrifying, and couldn't quite decide which. Northeast Passage should branch here, Kalen said, at a junction where 3 tunnels met. All 3 tunnels continued northeast, in slightly different interpretations of the direction. Which one? Varane asked. Kalen studied them. The map was old. There may have been collapses, redirections. So we don't know, Arik said. We don't know. The middle tunnel had a cave-in 30 feet in, a ceiling come down, packed earth and broken timber. The left tunnel was passable, but the floor was wrong, too even, too deliberate, the kind of even that meant water had been standing there recently, and the drainage was questionable. The right tunnel smelled of that deep mineral cold, stronger now. They took the right tunnel. It descended. Gradually at first, then decisively, the grade tilting them forward into the dark, with the gentle insistence of a hand in the small of the back. The walls changed, less worked stone, more raw rock, the tool marks older and more irregular. Someone had cut this with different tools than the main workings used. Different technique, different era. The lamp threw their shadows long and strange ahead of them. Arik swept the walls out of habit, the way you swept a room you weren't sure of, looking for exits and angles and things that didn't fit. Old graffiti, names carved by bored miners. A crude drawing of something that might have been a horse or might have been a significant comment on someone's mother. A survey mark. Another survey mark, contradicting the first. A section where the stone had been smoothed deliberately, worked flat. He stopped, held the lamp closer. The inscription was small. Not decorative, functional. The letters precise and close together, cut with care, and then, it looked like, partially obscured. Someone had chiseled over it, not to destroy it, but to confuse it, blurring the first and last characters while leaving the middle intact. Old script. Older than old. The kind that Arik had seen exactly once before in his life, on a piece of paper his father had been holding at the kitchen table at a house in the Midmark lowlands late at night when he'd thought his son was asleep. The paper his father had burned in the fire before Arik could ask about it. The paper that had been in his father's hand 3 days before he hanged himself. Not before he killed himself, he'd told Boran. "It's never that clean," Boran had said. Arik stood very still and let the memory do what memories did when you stopped fighting them. Expand, clarify, fill in the details that panic and grief had compressed into nothing. His father's face in the firelight, the angle of his wrist as he held the page, the particular controlled stillness of a man reading something he already knew. And his father's voice, which Arik had thought he'd forgotten, speaking quietly to the fire as the paper caught. "You don't follow it. You close it. You bury it, and you walk away." Arik. Varane at his shoulder, quiet, careful. "I know this," Arik said. "Know what?" He pointed at the inscription. "My father had this, or something like it. I saw it once." He traced the letters without touching them. They had a quality, up close, that made him reluctant to make contact. Not quite a feeling. The idea of a feeling. He burned it. And then he stopped, filed it. "Can you read it?" Kaelin asked. Arik stared at the surviving characters. Middle section. Whatever the flanking letters had said, the core remained. He had no old script. He'd never studied it. But his father had clearly, and somewhere in the inheritance of growing up in a house with a man who'd carried a secret for 20 years, some things transmitted without intention. He could read 3 words. "Stone breathes here." "This is it," he said. The tunnel opened without warning. One moment, stone on all sides, low ceiling, the ancient close dark of a working mine. Then the wall simply ended. Gave way to nothing, or rather to space, the lamp's reach failing to find the far side, the ceiling jumping upward into shadow. They stood at the edge of it and let their eyes adjust. A chamber. Natural, or nearly natural. The walls had been worked in places, smoothed, shaped, but the basic architecture was the stone's own doing. High and wide and cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature, the cold of wrong angles, of space that didn't quite sit right in the eye. In the middle of it. Arik didn't have a word for it. Not immediately. His mind went through several options and discarded them the way you discarded tools that weren't quite the right shape for the job. A wound. No, a door. Closer. An absence that moved. It was vertical. Perhaps 4 feet wide, 8 feet tall. Its edges were the most real thing in the room. Sharp, definite, the stone around them oddly smooth as though worn by years of something passing through. But the center of it was the opposite of definite. It shifted. Not with wind, not with heat. It shifted the way a reflection shifts when you're not quite looking at it directly, the way peripheral vision shows you things that disappear when you turn. And it breathed. The exhalation was small, rhythmic. The cold that came off it was specific, precise, and deeply wrong in a way that Arik's body understood before his mind caught up. The hairs on his arms, the specific animal certainty that something was looking back. "Gods," Kaelin said quietly. Not a prayer, just the word, placed in the air with the care of someone who needed to say something and had nothing adequate. Varane stood very still. He had the quality, sometimes, of a man receiving information in a register other people couldn't access. He had it now, entirely. "Things have come through this," he said. Not a question. "Yes," Arik said. He didn't know how he was certain. He was certain anyway. He thought about Thalan, about what Reagan had said in the valley. He's not right, not like this. About the reports they'd been hearing for a year, quietly at first and then louder, about the new king's eyes, and the new king's voice and the particular quality of his attention, the sense of a man listening to something else even while he spoke to you. About a prince who had, by all accounts, been a good young man, studious, thoughtful, prone to sitting with small folk and asking genuine questions. And then, in the space of a winter, had become something else. Something with different priorities. Something that used the phrase necessary bloodletting the way you read a line from a book. The rift breathed. Arik looked at Kaelin, who was staring at it with the face of someone watching a door they'd known existed, somewhere, but had hoped very much not to find. "Your brother came here," Arik said. Kaelin's jaw worked. "I don't know when. I don't know. If he came himself, or if someone brought him, or—" He stopped. "But yes, I think so. I've thought so for a long time. I just didn't have a shape to put it in." Now he had a shape. It was 4 feet wide and 8 feet tall, and it moved when you weren't looking at it and breathed cold that had no business existing inside a mountain. And somewhere on the other side of it was something that wore faces and walked in borrowed skin and had been running a kingdom for the better part of a year. "Can it be closed?" Varane asked. The question sat in the chamber and found no answer. Arik thought about his father and the paper, and you close it, you bury it, you walk away. He thought about a man who had apparently known exactly that, and hadn't managed it, or hadn't been able to, or had tried and carried the failure until the carrying broke him. "It's never that clean," Boren had said. "I don't know," Arik said. "Yet." He made himself hold the lamp steady and look at the rift directly, without flinching from it, because that was the only useful thing he could do right now, and he was going to do it properly. You didn't solve things by looking away. You solved them by looking until you understood the shape of them. The rift looked back. He didn't look away. 11. Planktown. The song was terrible. It was terrible in the specific way that songs become terrible when the people singing them are drunk enough to have forgotten the words and are improvising, which meant it was now mostly about a woman from Milford with anatomically implausible characteristics and a surprising number of goats. Ragan didn't know who had started it. He suspected Joran, on the grounds that Joran was responsible for most things that couldn't be formally attributed. The tavern, the bent nail, which was either a comment on the building's structural integrity or an aspirational statement about its clientele, had not been designed for 40 soldiers. It had been designed for perhaps 15 fishermen and the ambient despair of a port town in autumn. Every table was full. 3 men were sitting on the bar. Someone had found a fiddle from somewhere and was playing it badly and enthusiastically, which was, in Ragan's experience, the only way fiddles got played in establishments like this. He sat in the corner with his back to the wall, always, without exception, a rule he'd made and kept for 20 years, and drank something that described itself as ale, and watched his soldiers drink with the rear guard of the army they'd walked through 2 days ago, and felt, despite everything, the particular satisfaction of a plan that had been stupid and had worked anyway. Those were the best kind. They reminded you that the world was essentially improvisational. The rear guard had been a Captain Sol's problem. Sol was a professional, mid-40s, careful eyes, the kind of soldier who'd survived long enough to get cautious and hadn't let caution make him slow. He'd seen them coming down the valley road and put his hand up before they'd covered half the distance, and 3 crossbows had tracked them the whole way in. Ragan had kept walking, confident, annoyed. The annoyance was genuine by that point, which helped. "Third column," he'd said, before Sol could open his mouth. "Detached courier unit, Northern Pass reassignment. Who's commanding here?" "I am," Sol said. "Captain Sol. I don't have any orders about a detached unit." "You wouldn't." Reagan had looked at him with the expression he reserved for situations where the other person needed to believe they were dealing with someone important and irritated. The reassignment came through 4th Command, not through the line division, which is why nobody told you, which is why we're standing here having this conversation instead of being on a boat, which is why I have now had a genuinely terrible week. He paused. No offence. None taken, Sol said, carefully. That was when Ragan had noticed the man's boots. Expensive boots. The kind of expensive that a captain's pay didn't cover, which meant either corruption or inheritance, and the man's face said inheritance. The particular expression of someone who'd had money once and didn't anymore, and still dressed the part out of stubbornness. You're from the Reach, Ragan said. Something shifted in Sol's posture, almost imperceptible. I was. Lagan Province. A pause. Longer. My family had land there. I know. He didn't know. He was making a calculation based on the boots and the accent and the specific flatness that people from the Reach got around the vowel sounds when they were trying not to sound like they were from the Reach. I spent 3 years in Lagan, before. He let the before carry weight without explaining it. Good country. Sol looked at him. Reagan looked back. Right, Sol said eventually. We're moving to the coast. Planktown staging point. I suppose your unit can march with us. Appreciated, Ragan said. He'd fallen into step beside the man, and somewhere in the next 4 hours of road had learned that Sol had 2 daughters, a persistent problem with his left knee, a genuine passion for a card game called Fours that Reagan didn't know but pretended to, and a 17-year-old grudge against a Ravencrest logistics officer that was, frankly, justified. By the time they'd hit the Planktown gate, Sol had called him by his first name twice without noticing. Ragan had not corrected the name he'd given. The fiddle found something approximating a tune, and the volume in the tavern climbed another notch. 2 of Sol's men were teaching Lysa a drinking game that she was winning with the systematic efficiency of someone who had played it before and was pretending not to have. Joran had his arm around a rear guard sergeant who had apparently decided that Joran was his oldest and most trusted friend, which was fast work even by Joran's standards. Hask dropped into the chair across from Reagan, moving carefully around his shoulder. The arrow hole was clean, which was the best you could say for it. Sol's asking questions again, he said. What kind? The slow kind. Conversational. Where exactly was the northern pass compromised? What was the nature of the threat? Which officer signed the reassignment? What did you tell him? That I was going to get another drink and he should ask you. Good. Reagan watched the room. Sol was at the bar, talking to one of the rusty swords, the young one with the scar, who had been briefed and was nodding along with the careful attention of someone trying to remember a script. He's not suspicious. He's thorough. Different thing. Suspicious men watch your hands. Thorough men ask follow-up questions. He picked up his cup. I can handle follow-up questions. For how long? Long enough. He looked at the harbour through the tavern's single grimy window. The masts of 6 vessels shifted with the tide. We need a boat. I know we need a boat. We've needed a boat since you pointed at a map and said straight through. And here we are, in a port, with 40 soldiers who think we're their friends. Ragan set down his cup. Tomorrow morning, when everyone has a headache and a general reluctance to examine anything too closely, we requisition transport. I have Sol's trust. Sol has the authority. The authority gets us a boat. Hask looked at him. And then? And then we're not here anymore, which solves the follow-up question problem. He'll know we lied. He'll suspect. Different thing. Ragan watched Joran's new best friend attempt to stand up, fail, and accept this with philosophical grace. And by the time he's sure, we'll be up the coast. Hask was quiet for a moment. The fiddle lurched into a new song, equally bad, more enthusiastic. What's in Ironhold? He asked. Not the operational question, he knew that. The other one, underneath it. The one that had been sitting in both of them since the valley. Reagan thought about Thalen's face, the quality of the man's attention. the phrase that wouldn't sit still. "Arik," he said, "and whatever he's found. And if he hasn't found anything? If we get there and it's not just anything." Varane said it with more certainty than he owned. But that was the thing about certainty. Sometimes you had to spend it before you had it, and hope the accounts balanced later. "Something is wrong with that king, Hask. Wrong in a way I don't have words for, and I've been trying to find the words since he stood in that valley and spoke like a man reading from a document." He looked at his cup. "Arik went north with the boy. The boy is the reason. Whatever the reason points at, that's where we need to be." Hask nodded slowly. "Accepting it, the way you accepted things in companies like this. Not because you were convinced, but because you trusted the man doing the convincing, and trust, after 11 years, had its own logic." Captain Sol materialized from the crowd and pulled up a chair with the careful movements of a man who was drunker than he wanted to be and was managing it professionally. "Your man," he said to Varane, gesturing vaguely at the scar-chinned boy, "tells me the past situation was weather-related." "Primarily," Varane said. "Rockfall secondary. Significant rockfall. Travel's impossible until spring at the earliest." Sol nodded slowly. His eyes were doing the thing, not suspicious, thorough. And Varane held his gaze with the pleasant openness of a man with nothing to hide, which was a face he had spent considerable time developing. The night air off the harbour smelled of fish, tar, and approximately 40 soldiers' worth of bad decisions fermenting nicely in the bent nail behind him. Varane stood at the alley's edge and attended to the considerable business of a man who had been drinking since late afternoon with the focused dedication of someone who felt he'd earned it. The wall was cold against his shoulder. The stars were doing whatever stars did. Everything was temporarily fine. He was midway through what he privately considered a moment of genuine peace when 2 figures appeared beside him, left and right, out of nowhere. The specific nowhere of people who had practiced appearing out of it. He did not stop what he was doing. Sudden movement seemed inadvisable. "Evening," he said. The one on his left was young, sharp-faced, dark, the eyes of someone who was permanently running calculations on whatever was in front of him and permanently dissatisfied with the results. He looked at Varane's situation with the flat expression of a man who had seen considerably worse and wasn't going to comment. The one on his right was older, weathered, the kind of weathered that came from water and wind rather than war, though war hadn't left him entirely alone either, if the way he stood was anything to go by. He had the stillness of a man who owned whatever ground he was standing on, regardless of whose ground it technically was. They waited. Varane finished. He squared himself up, adjusted his sword belt, found his broken ribs with the buckle because apparently that was just how things were now, and turned to face them properly. "Right," he said, looking from one to the other. "Is this some sort of contest? Because I've got 40 mates inside who'd be delighted to serve as judges. Standards have dropped since the battle, but they're bloody enthusiastic." The young one's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "Close." The older one said simply, "You need to come with us." "Do I? She wants to see you." Varane looked at him. "She?" "Yes. That's doing a lot of work as a pronoun." "Not as much as you'd think," the older one said. "Not for you, specifically." The young one turned his head. "She knows you, Varane." He said it the way people said things when they knew exactly where it was going to land and were watching to see if they'd aimed right. Varane kept his face where it was. "Who are you two?" he said. "Axel." The older one. "Momo." The younger one. Then, before Varane could say it, "Yes, it's a real name. No, I don't want to discuss it." Varane looked at the harbour, at the ships shifting in the dark, at the lights on the water and the general shape of a situation he hadn't seen coming, which was annoying, because he preferred to see things coming, It was his entire professional model. "Which ship?" he said. Axel pointed. Ragan looked. He breathed out. "Of course it is," he said. The Turn's Promise sat at the end of the third berth, looking like it always did, like a ship that had been somewhere difficult and was quietly considering where to go next. Northern weathering on the hull, cargo half-loaded, a lantern on the stern throwing amber light on the water. Momo walked ahead. Axel fell into step beside Ragan, with the ease of a man who'd spent years walking beside armed and complicated people and had stopped finding it remarkable. "How long has she been in port?" Ragan asked. 3 days, waiting out a problem." "What problem?" "The kind that finds you," Axel said. "The Iron Vault Consortium." Ragan stopped walking. Axel kept going for 2 paces, then stopped and looked back. "The Iron Vault," Ragan said. "In Goldhaven." "The same." "What in the name of every bastard god?" "Not my story to tell," Axel said. "Come aboard." The cabin smelled of salt air, old charts, and something that was probably brandy and definitely wasn't being offered. She was sitting at the table. Cass looked up when he came through the door, and the expression on her face went through several things in quick succession. Recognition, relief, something complicated in the middle that she filed away before he could read it, and then the particular focused calm of a woman who had just made a decision and was done deliberating. "You look like shit," she said. "I've had a shit week." Reagan stood in the doorway and looked at her. She had silk on, or what had been silk, torn at the shoulder, missing a veil, a long scrape down one forearm that was recently dressed and recently acquired. A bolt wound, half-treated, on the man beside her, who Reagan was only now noticing, dark-haired, good coat, the careful stillness of someone managing pain professionally. Ragan leaned against the doorframe. "You're supposed to be in Goldhaven." "I was in Goldhaven," Cass said. "Goldhaven became complicated. The seal matrix is still there." "The Iron Vault." "Someone recognized me." She said it without elaboration, the tone of a person who had processed a thing completely and moved past it. "We left in a hurry, via the roof." "Right," Reagan said. He pulled out a chair and sat in it and let his ribs make their feelings known privately. "The money?" "Safe," Cass said. "Mostly." "Mostly." The deposits were made before the Iron Vault situation became a physical situation. The funds are in. She folded her hands on the table. One finger moved against her thumb, almost imperceptibly. Running the numbers the way she always ran the numbers, the habit she'd never been able to kill. "The Rusty Swords Operational Fund." "Intact," she said again, firmly, the way she said things when she wanted you to stop asking about them. Ragan breathed out. "All right. Good. That's—" He stopped. Looked at her properly for the first time, the torn silk. The composure that was real but had clearly been assembled recently, built back brick by brick from something that had knocked it down. "Are you hurt?" "I fell off a roof." "Are you hurt?" Cass looked at him with the expression she reserved for questions she considered inefficiently emotional. "I'm functional." "That's not what I asked." "It's the relevant information." Ragan looked at Talin, who had the expression of a man who had had this exact conversation already and lost it. "She's all right," Talin said. "Knee, hands, pride possibly, though she disputes that." "I don't have pride," Cass said. "I have standards. They're different." "Right," Reagan said. He put his elbows on the table. The lamp threw shadows across Cass's face, and he thought about the last time he'd seen her, which had been in a camp that was about to stop being a camp, handing her the accounting ledgers and the operational funds and the direction of north, fast, don't stop. She'd looked at him then with the expression of someone who understood exactly what was happening and had decided not to say it, because saying it wouldn't change it. Then he'd ridden down the valley with 50 men. She'd carried the money east. The ledger of that transaction had been sitting between them ever since. "You saw the battle," he said. Not a question. "I saw the smoke," she said. "After." "How many did you think made it?" She looked at him steadily. "I ran the numbers." "And?" "I decided the numbers were wrong," she said, "so I didn't use them." Regan sat with that for a moment. Outside, the harbour moved. Wood and water and the distant sound of the bent nail having the time of its life without him. "We need to get to Ironhold," he said. "Arik's up there. The prince is up there. And something is very wrong with the king, Cass. Wrong in a way that doesn't—" He stopped, sorted through the vocabulary, and found it insufficient. "It doesn't sit right. Talon, in the valley. He spoke like a man who was reading from something," she said. Ragan looked at her sharply. She pulled a piece of paper from inside her ruined jacket, set it on the table between them. This came out of the iron vault before everything went sideways. Encoded. Iron Vault secondary cipher, according to Momo, and he seems to know what he's talking about. She smoothed it with her palm. "I've been working at it for 2 days. "And?" "Partial decode. Enough to know its correspondence. Between the Iron Vault and someone in the royal administration." She paused. "Movement of funds. Significant funds. Not treasury funds. Private. The kind of private that means someone is paying for something they don't want anyone to know they're paying for. What are they paying for?" Cass looked at the paper. At the numbers she'd spent 2 days pulling from their encoding like teeth from a jaw that didn't want to give them up. "I don't know yet," she said. "But it started 2 years ago, just before Thalon changed." The word hung in the cabin. Ragan thought about the valley, about the phrase that wouldn't leave him alone, necessary bloodletting, the voice that had said it, smooth and certain and empty of everything that should have been in it. "Right," he said. "We need Axel's ship." "Axel's already considering it," Cass said. "He's practical. He can be negotiated with." "What does he want?" Cass glanced at Talon. Something passed between them that Regan couldn't entirely read. "He has a personal interest in the Iron Vault problem that he hasn't fully disclosed yet. I'm working on it." "You're always working on it." "Someone has to." She looked at him, direct, steady. The way she looked at ledgers that didn't balance, with the absolute patience of someone who knew the answer was in there somewhere and was simply going to sit with it until it appeared. "He kept you alive, Ragan." He didn't need to ask who she meant. 50 men kept Arik alive," he said. "That's how it works." "Don't." Her voice was quiet, not soft. Quiet was different. "Don't do that. Not with me. I've seen the numbers. I know what that valley cost." Regan looked at his hands on the table. The cuts across the knuckles, the bruising from the fight, 2 days old now, going interesting colours. 5 of mine made it, he said. Then the ambush team found us. 18 total. Cass absorbed this with the stillness of someone storing something painful for later. 18, she said. 18. Still more than the numbers said. "I told you the numbers were wrong." A sound came from somewhere in the ship. Momo, moving above them, feet on the deck. Axel's voice low, talking to someone on the dock. Cass straightened. The composure that had been assembled came fully together, brick by careful brick, until she was sitting across from him, looking exactly like what she was. A woman who had fallen off a roof and decoded half an Iron Vault cipher and escaped a city with a bolt through her colleague's arm and had the Rusty Sword's operational fund sitting intact in a banking vault and would cheerfully do all of it again tomorrow if the numbers required it. "I need you to convince Axel," she said. "Why me? You're better at people than you think." "I'm functional at people," she said precisely. "You're good at people. There's a difference. He needs someone who's going to bleed next to him, not someone who's going to manage his risk profile. She looked at Reagan. Be the man who walked through a rear division because the alternative was worse. He'll understand that. Reagan stood, his ribs, his knees, the various accumulated complaints of a man who had been doing this too long and was going to keep doing it anyway. And if he says no? Cass's expression didn't change. I'll offer him something from the ledger, she said. Everyone has a number. Not everyone. Everyone I've ever met. She picked up the encoded paper, folded it, put it back inside her jacket with the precision of someone replacing a weapon in its sheath. Go talk to him, Reagan. Tell him what's at stake. Tell him Arek's up there. She paused. Tell him the man who ran the last stand in the valley needs a boat. Reagan stopped at the door. You know he'll say yes to that. Yes, Cass said. Because? She looked at him with the expression she reserved for questions that had obvious answers. Because you walked down that slope, she said. And people who do that, people who actually do that, not the ones who say they would, they're worth following. A beat. Even Axel knows that. Give him the chance to. Ragan stood in the doorway of the cramped cabin on the Turn's Promise in the harbour of Planktown, with 18 soldiers in a tavern behind him, and a king who wasn't right somewhere ahead of him, and a rift in the earth that breathed cold in the mountains to the north, and felt the specific weight of things that didn't have better options. Right, he said. He went to find Axel. Behind him he heard Cass go back to her numbers. She was always going back to her numbers. It was, he'd long since decided, the most reassuring sound he knew. The thing that slips through. The rift breathed. Arek had been watching it for 10 minutes and it had not stopped, which was 10 minutes longer than he'd wanted to spend in its company and considerably longer than his instincts were comfortable with. His instincts, which had kept him alive through 14 years of professional violence, were currently having a very loud conversation with the rest of him about the wisdom of staying in this chamber. He was listening to them. He simply hadn't decided what to do about it yet. It's larger, Kalen said. Arek looked. The boy was right. The edges of the rift, those too sharp, too real edges that didn't quite sit right in the eye, had shifted. Fractionally. The way shadows shift when a cloud moves across the sun, too slow to see happening, too obvious once it had. 4 feet wide when they'd entered, perhaps 4.5 now. Is it always like this? Arek asked. Varane turned his head toward the rift the way he turned toward things he was reading through means other than sight. His coins were very still. He'd put them away, which was a different kind of signal. No, Varane said. It's responding. To what? To us being here. The cold that came off the rift sharpened, not dropped, sharpened, the way a blade changes in your hand when you grip it properly, becoming more itself. Arek became aware that he was holding his sword. He didn't remember drawing it. The muscle memory of a long career had apparently made decisions on his behalf. Then the rift split. Not dramatically. Not with noise or light or any of the theatrical accompaniments that the stories promised. It simply opened further, the edges pulling apart like lips parting. And from that dark, vertical mouth came something that was not cold and not air and not the dark of the mine, but all three and none of them, moving without moving in the specific fashion of things that existed in the space between categories. It was bigger than a man, considerably bigger, and it had no face. What it had instead was a surface that shifted and reorganized the way ink shifts in water, dark and patient and without apparent urgency. It made no sound. It occupied space in a way that made the space around it feel provisional, like the chamber had been renegotiated without anyone's consent. Kalen made a sound that was not quite a word. Varane was already moving, not away, which was remarkable, but sideways, circling, the staff coming off his back with the fluid ease of a man who has spent decades finding the angle before anyone else does. Eyes, Varane said. It uses light. Don't let it. The thing moved. Arik had fought fast men. He had fought men on horseback, and men in formation, and once, memorably, a man in a burning building who had apparently decided the fire was the lesser concern. None of them moved like this. This was not speed. This was the rearrangement of physics, here, then there, with no discernible interval between. He put his sword where he thought it was going. The blade connected with something that was not flesh and was not stone, and was absolutely not what his arm expected, a resistance that travelled up through his wrist and elbow and shoulder like a wrong note played on a bell. The thing recoiled, not in pain, in adjustment. The ink surface reorganized. It's physical, Arik said, which was information, which was useful, which was the only kind of thought he had room for right now. Marginally, Varane said. He swung his staff in a long horizontal arc that the thing would have had to move through, and move through it did. Except Varane had predicted the arc it would take, and continued the swing into something that connected solidly, resonating through the old wood in a way that made the chamber feel briefly smaller. The thing made a sound then, not a voice. The sound that silence makes when it is suddenly compressed into a small space. Kalen, to his lasting credit, did not run. He picked up a piece of fallen timber from the cave floor, old shoring, heavy, mostly rotted, and hit the thing with it the way you hit something you are genuinely angry at, rather than the way you hit something you're afraid of. The distinction mattered. Fear made you small. Anger made you large. It staggered. There was no better word for it. The reorganization failed temporarily, the surface splintering and reconnecting, and in that moment of splintering, Arik stepped in and hit it with everything he had in a single committed downward stroke. The thing dissolved. Not entirely, and not permanently. He could feel that in the way the cold air reorganized itself, something redistributing rather than ending. But it was no longer in the chamber, and the chamber was suddenly just stone and dark, and 3 people breathing too hard in the lamplight. Arik lowered his sword. His arm was shaking. Not fear, exertion. The impact had been like hitting a waterfall. "Did we kill it?" Kalen asked. "We interrupted it," Varane said. He had already turned away from where the thing had been and was facing the rift, his head at that listening angle. It went back. The rift was 5 feet wide now. "How long until another comes through?" Arik asked. "I don't know," Varane said. "But the opening is—" The boots reached them through the stone before the voices did. Distant, initially. Then not distant. The particular cadence of soldiers moving in formation through a narrow space, disciplined, unhurried, carrying torches by the smell of pitch that was threading through the mineral cold of the deep tunnels. A lot of torches. "That," Arik said, "is not Boran." "No," Varane agreed. Kalen looked at the rift, then at the tunnel they'd come in by, then back at Arik with the expression of a man who has just understood the shape of his bad options. "How many?" Arik asked. Varane was already listening. The coins did not come out. His hands were very still. "Enough," he said. "Moving from 2 directions." Arik did the geometry. 2 directions meant the main tunnel and something else. A parallel shaft. Someone had mapped these workings better than Boran had suggested was possible. Someone with access to surveys that shouldn't exist. Ravencrest. Of course, Ravencrest. "We go back," Arik said. "Boran's exit, now." He grabbed the lamp and moved without further discussion, which was the correct approach to situations where further discussion was a luxury you couldn't afford. Kalen fell in behind him. Varane brought up the rear with the calm of a man who had already decided that running was undignified and was instead walking with considerable purpose. The boots got louder. They hit the red paint marks at a jog and followed them back through the older tunnels, through the junction where 3 passages met, through the section where the floor was wrong, still too even, still suspect, and Arik gave it a wide berth out of habit, and up through the worked stone, back toward air that smelled of something other than iron and cold and the particular wrongness of things that had come through doors they shouldn't have. The trapdoor was shut above them. Arik hit it with his shoulder and it didn't move, and he hit it again and it moved the second time, swinging up into grey light and cold air and the smell of pig shit and pine and the outside world, which had never smelled so specific and correct. He came up first. The man in the king's colours had his sword drawn before Arik's feet had cleared the opening. Behind him, 3 more. The pale blue and silver of the royal guard, bright and cold in the mountain air, and the expression of a man who had been waiting and was pleased that the waiting was over. "Captain Valtor," the officer said, "the king sends—" He stopped, because Arik had stepped left and Varane had come up through the trapdoor on the right, and the officer was now between 2 problems instead of across from one, which was the kind of geometrical development that tended to interrupt speeches. 3 against 4. Arik had fought worse odds in smaller spaces. Then, from the tree line, 50 feet, 60, close enough that the sound arrived almost before the source, came a noise that was not the measured march of king's soldiers and was not the silence of mountains. It was approximately 30 people crashing through underbrush with the coordinated chaos of a rescue operation being conducted by people who were very good at violence but had been doing it on a ship for the last several days and were genuinely thrilled to have solid ground under their feet. Ragan came out of the trees like a man who had been told where the party was and was extremely annoyed that it had started without him. He had a sword in each hand, which was technically redundant, but communicated intent very effectively. Behind him, Joran, Lisa, Hask, with his perpetual shoulder. A dark-haired man with a bolt scar and the kind of precise economy of movement that spoke of very specific training. A sharp-faced young man who was already flanking without being told, the instinct of someone who had learned long ago that standing in front of problems was a choice for people who hadn't thought it through yet. And Cass, who was not holding a weapon, who was standing at the edge of the tree line with her arms folded, and her expression that of a woman reviewing an audit and finding the numbers deeply unsatisfying. The king's officer looked at the tree line, looked at Ragan, looked at Arik, did the arithmetic. "This doesn't have to," he started. "I genuinely can't hear you," Ragan said, and hit him with an elbow that had considerable history behind it. What followed was not elegant. Battles in confined spaces never were. There was a very brief period of urgent and sincere disagreement between the king's guard and everyone else, conducted in the language of blades and boots and things hitting other things, and when it resolved, as these things resolved, the king's men were on the ground in various states of the aftermath, and everyone else was still standing, though breathing hard and reconfiguring their opinions of the morning. Arik looked at Ragan. Ragan looked at Arik. "You're late," Arik said. "We came by boat," Ragan said, with the energy of a man who had been waiting to say this. "Do you have any idea? There were waves, Arik." "The mine," Arik said. "What about—" "There's a rift in there. It's growing. Something came through it." He looked at Ragan's face and saw the specific quality of a man receiving information he had already suspected and is unhappy to have confirmed. "And the king's troops are in the tunnels below, which means they know where it is, and they don't intend to close it." Ragan was quiet for 3 seconds, which was a long time for Ragan. "Right," he said. "Where's Varane?" Arik turned. Varane was standing apart from everyone else, facing back toward the trapdoor. His staff was planted. His coins were out, spinning slow and deliberate. Arik felt something cold that had nothing to do with altitude. "Varane," he said. "There are more below," Varane said. "A great many more. They've found the chamber." A pause. The coins slowed. "They're going to open it further. What they've brought, the equipment, the tools, they intend to widen it deliberately. Then we go back down and—" "No." Varane's voice was very quiet. "There are too many. And the thing that came through has gone back and brought information. They know we were there. They know what we found." He turned then, those ruined eyes finding Arik with the accuracy they always managed, across space, in dark rooms, through years. "They will come through the trapdoor in approximately 4 minutes. Enough of them to not matter how good we are." Arik stared at him. "There's something else," Kalen said very quietly. "Yes," Varane said. "What?" Varane smiled. It pulled his scars wrong. He'd given up on smiles years ago, and this one was the real kind, which made it worse. "The trapdoor opens one way," he said, "from below." Arik heard it before he understood it. The logic of it, working through him like cold water. Someone had to be below. Someone had to be there when they came through, making the calculus of what came next as expensive as possible, buying the minutes it would take to get everyone to the ship. The mathematics of the shield. Ragan understood at the same moment. Arik could see it on his face, the same recognition, the same refusal, the same knowledge that the refusal didn't change the numbers. "No," Arik said. "I have been your father's sword," Varane said, "and your father's eyes, and when the occasion required it, your father's better judgment." He picked up his staff and moved toward the trapdoor with the unhurried deliberation of a man who has made a decision and found it restful. "I have waited a long time to be someone's shield. There has to be another Arik." The name landed with weight, not a reprimand, not comfort, something between them, something that carried 30 years. "You built something worth protecting. Go protect it." He descended through the trapdoor. He pulled it shut behind him. The sound of it closing was the sound of a decision made. Arik stood at the edge of it and felt the weight settle and did not move for several seconds, and then moved, because Varane would have expected him to move, because there were people behind him who needed direction, because the boots below were getting louder, and the minutes were what they were. "To the ship," he said. His voice was steady. He made it steady. It was the only thing he had control of. "Now." Nobody argued. They ran down the slope toward the harbour with the particular focus of people who have something to run toward rather than only something to run from. Reagan kept pace with him and said nothing, which was the correct thing to do. The dark-haired man, Talin, ran with the efficiency of someone who had done this before and found it familiar. The young one, Momo, was already 50 yards ahead, moving like he'd been born to navigate complicated terrain at speed. Cass ran. She ran with the grim, functional determination of a woman who had fallen off a roof 3 days ago and was going to run anyway because the numbers required it. Behind them, somewhere in the mountain, they heard it. Not a voice. Not a sound like anything Arik had a category for. The silence, compressed into a small space. Then nothing. The ship was at the dock. They boarded without stopping. Axel was already at the wheel with the expression of a man who had been told this would be complicated and was finding it was correctly described. He looked at the people coming aboard, counted them, and his expression adjusted for the one who wasn't there. He said nothing. He started moving the ship. Arik stood at the stern as the harbour fell behind. The mountain rose above Planktown, grey and cold and indifferent, and somewhere inside it a trapdoor sat shut over a chamber with a rift in it that breathed. Reagan came to stand beside him, not too close. The right distance for someone who understood that some things needed space around them. "He was the best man I've ever known," Arik said, not loudly. "Yes," Ragan said. "He taught me everything that mattered." "Yes." The harbour was behind them. The sea was grey and vast and honest. "I look forward to being your shield," Arik said. He was repeating it to himself, keeping it somewhere he could find it. "He meant it," Ragan said. "That's the thing about Varane. He always meant it." The wind came off the water, cold and clean. Arik turned away from the mountain and faced north and let the sea do what it was going to do. Cass appeared at his shoulder. She didn't say anything. She stood and pulled her ruined jacket tighter and looked at the horizon with the expression of a woman calculating distances she couldn't yet see. After a while, she said very quietly, "I'll add him to the ledger." Arik looked at her. "The ones who bought something with themselves," she said. "I keep a separate column. It doesn't balance with anything else." She paused. "It's not supposed to." Arik looked back at the sea. The Tern's Promise moved north through grey water, carrying its cargo of battered and owed and furious and alive, and behind them Planktown shrunk to nothing, and behind Planktown the mountain held its breath, and inside the mountain something breathed that had no business breathing. It was 5 feet wide. It was getting wider. They needed to move faster. 14. The Symbol in the Stone. Sleep on a ship in open water was a negotiation. Arik had never won it. He lay on the narrow bunk in the forward cabin and listened to the Tern's Promise work through the swell, the creak of timber, the shift of cargo, the particular conversation the hull had with the sea, and stared at the low ceiling, and did not sleep. This was not grief, though grief was present. Grief was manageable. Grief had a shape you could put your hands around and press until it stopped expanding. This was something else. This was the shape of a thing he almost knew. He'd seen the inscription in the mine. "Stone breathes here." 3 words. Middle section. Flanking characters obscured. His father's handwriting in the way that symbols belong to someone who has copied them often enough that they leave an impression. And the paper, burning. And his father's voice, "You close it. You bury it. You walk away." He'd seen it before the mine. That was the thing his mind kept circling. The mine had been recognition, not discovery. The way you recognize a face before you remember the name. He got up. The deck was cold under bare feet. Most of the ship was asleep, Momo somewhere in the rigging for reasons Arik hadn't inquired about. Cass at the small table in the stern cabin with a lamp and her encoded paper, and the expression of someone who had decided sleep was a problem for people who didn't have ciphers to finish. Talin was propped against the mast with his eyes shut and the careful stillness of a man who was resting, but would be armed before you finished blinking. Axel at the wheel. Because Axel was always at the wheel, looking at the dark water with the patience of someone who'd made peace with the sea a long time ago and maintained that peace through vigilance rather than trust. Varane was sitting in the bow. Not sleeping either. Of course not. He had a flask and was looking at nothing in particular with the focused attention of a man who was looking at something very specific on the inside of his own head and didn't much like what he was finding there. Arik sat beside him. The sea moved. The stars were out in the clean, excessive fashion they managed when you were away from cities and their smoke, more stars than sky, the kind of sky that reminded you of the scale of things in an unhelpful way. They passed the flask between them without speaking. The silence had the quality it got between people who had run out of the kind of things you said and arrived at the things underneath. After a while, Varane said, "Can't either." "No." Varane could sleep anywhere. I watched him sleep through a cavalry charge once. Woke up before the impact, drew his staff, went back to sleep after. A pause. I never asked him how. He would have said something annoying about the nature of attention, Arik said. He would have, Varane agreed. And he would have been right, which was the worst part about him. The flask made another circuit. "What happens to the rift?" Varane said. "It keeps growing," Arik said, "unless someone closes it." "How does someone close it?" "I don't know yet." "Your father knew." "My father tried," Arik said. "There's a distinction." Varane absorbed this. He had the quality of men who had survived a long time. He absorbed bad information without reacting to it immediately, the way good wood absorbs water, storing it somewhere internal before deciding what to do with the weight. The lamp from Cass's cabin threw a rectangle of amber across the deck. Through the porthole, Arik could see her hand moving, fingers against thumb, running numbers on something that resisted numbers, or possibly running numbers on something that didn't, and simply finding the act of counting a more reliable companion than sleep. He understood that. He looked up at the stars instead. And there it was, not on the stars. On the mast, 3 feet from where Reagan was sitting, where the timber had been patched at some point in the ship's history, and the patch had weathered differently from the wood around it. A pale, irregular mark, salt-bleached and old, that Arik's eyes moved past and then snapped back to with the specific violence of a thing that has been trying to get your attention for some time. He stood up. "Arik!" He put his hand on the mast, traced the mark. It wasn't carved. It was the grain of the wood, the pattern of growth rings exposed by the weathering, the way old timber showed its history when the surface wore away. Natural, accidental. But the shape was 3 words in old script, and they said "stone breathes here," and Arik had been looking at it for 30 seconds, and his mind was building a list, involuntarily, efficiently, the way his mind built lists when it recognized that a pattern had more instances than he'd accounted for. The mine inscription, the ship's mast, the underside of the windowsill in the kitchen of the old Valtor estate, where he'd sat as a child and watched his father work by lamplight, and never thought to wonder what the marks on the wood meant because children don't wonder about the furniture. He turned around. Ragan was watching him. "When did you last see your family home?" Arik said. "I didn't have one," Ragan said. "You know that." "Mine. When did you last see my estate?" Ragan's eyes sharpened. "Never been inside. You know that, too." Arik looked at him. "We need to go back to the mainland," he said. Ragan looked at the flask, then at the sea, then at Arik with the expression he kept for moments when he was evaluating whether the idea in front of him was genuinely intelligent or simply confident enough to sound like intelligence. He put the flask away. "There's a rowboat," he said. Waking Axel at 2 in the morning was a negotiation of its own. The captain listened to Arik's request with the blank expression of a man who had signed up for coastal supply runs and was currently reflecting on the sequence of decisions that had brought him to this moment, several of which involved other people's problems becoming structurally integrated with his own. "You want to row to shore?" Axel said. "Yes." "In the dark?" "Yes." "To investigate a house?" "My family's former estate." "Yes." The estate was where he'd left it. He'd known it would be. Estates didn't move. They sat, and they weathered, and they accumulated history the way stone accumulated moss, slowly and without intention, until the history was inseparable from the structure. But knowing a thing and finding it were different experiences. And Arik stood at the edge of the tree line in the pre-dawn dark and looked at the house he'd grown up in and felt the difference between them like a blade between ribs. Not sharp, persistent. They'd done things to it, Ravencrest had. The Valtor crest above the main gate was gone, chiselled off, the stone pale where it had been, a deliberate erasure that was somehow worse than simple damage. 15. The Hidden Library. The Valtor estate had been many things. A home once. A working house, full of the particular noise of a family occupying space. Boots on stone, fires in grates, the smell of someone's supper carried from the kitchen on a draught. A seat of minor noble power, which meant visitors in good coats arriving to discuss things that mattered to them and receiving careful attention from a man who had other things on his mind. Then it had been a crime scene, stripped methodically by men with warrants and no particular malice. Malice would have been personal, and this had been professional, which was somehow worse. The furniture inventoried and removed, the library catalogued and taken, the crest chiselled from the gate, then abandoned. Ravencrest had taken the mining rights they wanted and found the house itself inconvenient, too far from their main holdings, too associated with the family they'd destroyed to repurpose without awkward questions. So they'd left it. A skeleton of a building, stripped to the bones, left to do what buildings did when the people inside them stopped caring. It was rotting gracefully. That was Aric's first thought, coming through the gate in the grey morning, that the house was doing its decline with a certain dignity. The ivy had taken the east wall comprehensively. The north wing roof had partially surrendered. The gardens had become something between a garden and a forest, the cultivated things making peace with the wild things and splitting the difference. His second thought was that it was smaller than he remembered. Everything was smaller than he remembered. He'd been 16 when he left, which was old enough to have memories, but young enough that the memories had been stored at the wrong scale. The long drive from the gate to the main entrance was perhaps 40 feet. It had felt like 100. His third thought was that it still smelled the same: stone and old wood and the specific mineral smell of the spring that fed the garden well. That hadn't changed. Smell was the most honest sense. It didn't perform. Ragan stood at the gate and looked at the house with the expression of a man who had heard a great deal about a place and was now adjusting his understanding. "Bigger in your stories," he said. "Smaller than I remembered," Arik said. "Different thing." They went in through the front entrance because the front entrance had no door anymore. Someone had taken it, the iron hardware probably, which had been good iron, and left the opening bare. The hall beyond was stripped to plaster, the plaster beginning to crack at the corners and ceiling, small arcs of failure spreading through the white. Arik stopped. He stood in the entrance hall of his father's house and let it happen. The flood of it. The specific violence of a familiar space seen from the wrong side of a long time. The staircase was still there. The banister was still there, though the wood had dried and a section near the top had split. The floor was the same stone, the flags worn smooth in the path from door to stairs, the groove where his father's boot had caught the same flag edge 10,000 times worn into a shallow channel. He stood in it and breathed through it, and when it receded, he was still standing. "Right," he said, quiet, to himself. He started moving. The library had been taken. Of course it had. The library was the obvious thing. Books were portable wealth, and the men with warrants had known what they were doing. The shelves were bare, dusty rectangles marking where the volumes had stood, the air still carrying the ghost of old paper and leather binding that would outlast the books themselves. Arik stood in the empty library and looked at his father's stripped shelves and felt a complicated anger that was not about books. His father had read in this room every evening, had sat in a specific chair by the window. The chair was gone, the indentation in the floorboard where its leg had stood for 30 years still visible, with a specific lamp that always needed trimming, with a glass of something that was never quite good enough wine, surrounded by books that now sat in Ravencrest libraries or had been sold to pay for things that Ravencrest needed. The work of a life redistributed. He turned to go, and stopped. The far wall of the library was panelled wood, old oak, darkened with age, the kind of installation that predated the rest of the house's interior work by at least a generation. His father had always said his grandfather had done it, which made it old enough that nobody currently alive knew quite why. In the third panel from the left, at shoulder height, a small decorative boss, carved oak, a stylized shape that Arik had always taken for a flower or a sun, or the generic ornamentation of a craftsman who had filled the space. He crossed the room and looked at it properly. It was not a flower. It was not a sun. It was the same symbol, condensed, simplified, made to look like ornamentation for anyone who didn't know what they were looking at, which was everyone who had ever been in this room except, apparently, the man who'd installed it and whatever he'd intended to tell his son at 18, that he'd never got the chance to say. Arik put his hand on it. Pressed. The mechanism was so well fitted that when it released it made almost no sound. A click, barely audible, and then the panel moving inward with the smooth inevitability of something that had been built to last and had. A dark space beyond. Cold air, different from the room's cold. Deeper, stiller. He looked back at Ragan, who was standing in the library doorway with the expression of a man who was revising his estimate of how complicated the next several hours were going to be. "Of course," Ragan said. Arik took the lamp from the wall bracket in the library, miraculously still containing oil, though the wick needed trimming, lit it from his tinderbox, and went through. The room behind the panel was small. Not a cellar, not a vault. A room deliberately built, with a low ceiling and walls of dressed stone that had been fitted with the kind of care that spoke of someone who intended this to last. Bookshelves on 3 walls, floor to ceiling, built into the stone itself. A small desk, bolted to the floor. A chair. The books were still here. All of them. Every one that had been removed from the library upstairs, or not those books, but the other books, the ones that had never been in the library because they were never meant for the library, never meant for a room that guests entered, never meant for shelves that could be inventoried and seized. The books that were meant for this room. Only this room. Only for whoever knew how to find it. Arik held the lamp up. The shelves went back 20 years. 30, further. The spines were plain, numbered, dated in his father's hand, and beneath his father's, in an older hand, and beneath that older still, the system consistent across the generations because the system was the point, because the work required continuity, because you couldn't hand something like this to someone who didn't know where to start. The recorded history of the others. He understood it before he pulled the first volume. He understood it the way he'd understood the inscription, from the bones outward. This was what his father had been doing at the kitchen table. This was what the maps in the cellar had been supporting. This was the work. He pulled a volume from the middle of the oldest shelf and opened it. The handwriting was his grandfather's. He knew it from the estate documents he'd seen as a child, formal and careful. The entries were dated. Simple, clinical language. The language of a man making maintenance records rather than history. 3rd day of the harvest month. Return to the eastern seam. The mark holds. No pressure change noted. Seal intact. 6th day of the harvest month. Northern passage. Faint vibration in the lower stone, not present on previous visit. Marked for observation. No action required at this time. 12th day of the harvest month. Vibration has ceased. Seal intact. The shield holds. Record after record. Survey after survey. Written in the flat, efficient language of a man conducting rounds. Not drama, not horror, work. He put it back and pulled another, newer. His father's hand. He knew it immediately, the way you know a voice. The iron-hold seam has been active for 3 weeks. Pressure differential higher than recorded in any previous survey. I do not know what this means yet. I'm trying to find out without alerting anyone to the interest. Note: Ravencrest has petitioned for expanded mining rights in the eastern passages. This cannot be coincidence. The seam runs directly below their proposed expansion. I have written to the Council. I do not expect this to be sufficient. The Council has declined to restrict the expansion. I am exploring other options. I have been approached, not by men, by the sense of one. The thing that wears Aldrich Ravencrest's face is not Aldrich Ravencrest. I have suspected this for 2 months. I am now certain. The eyes are wrong. The breathing is wrong. He uses phrases he should not know. I cannot prove this to anyone who has not been taught to see it. That is the oldest problem, and I still have no solution for it. The expansion has begun. I have tried to obstruct it through every legitimate channel available to me. I have run out of legitimate channels. They know what I know. I don't know how long I have. Arik sat down on the floor of his father's hidden room with his father's journal in his hands and read until the lamp needed trimming. Then he trimmed it and read more. The full picture assembled itself with the merciless clarity of something that had always been true. House Walter had not been a minor noble family with a moderately distinguished military history and an unfortunate end. House Walter had been, the word was in the oldest volumes, plain and unadorned, the shield. Not a shield, the shield. One family, across however many generations the record went back, doing the work that nobody else knew needed doing. Maintaining the seals, monitoring the rifts, keeping the pressure manageable. Not because they were special, not because the bloodline conferred power or insight or any of the mythological nonsense that noble families attach to themselves, because someone had to. Because the work required continuity, and continuity required commitment, and commitment, across generations, required a family that understood what it was committed to. The rusty swords had been, without knowing it, the continuation of something 3 centuries old. Arik had built the company on instincts he hadn't known were inherited. Had called it the swords for a reason he'd thought was irony. Had maintained a code that he'd thought was his own, stubbornly held against professional sense, and had never understood why abandoning it felt like something worse than tactical failure. The work is more important than the worker. He found the letter at the back of the most recent journal, folded and sealed, his name on the outside in his father's hand. For Arik. To be read on his 18th name day, in the event that I cannot deliver it myself. He sat with it unopened for a long moment. The room was very quiet. The cold of old stone, the smell of old paper, the lamp burning steadily. He broke the seal. Arik, if you're reading this, something has gone wrong. I had intended to sit with you on your 18th name day and explain it properly, with a glass of wine and the time to answer your questions. The fact that you have found your way here instead means the wine was not possible, for which I am sorry. I'll be brief. You have always preferred brevity. Our family are the shield. We have been the shield for longer than the records go back, which is longer than the kingdom has existed in its current form. We seal the rifts. We maintain the seals. We monitor the pressure and respond when it changes. It is not glamorous work. It is not the kind of work that gets commemorated. It is the kind of work that goes entirely unnoticed when it is done correctly, which is what you want. You want it to be unnoticed, because noticing means something has gone wrong. The others are real. You have seen evidence of them by now, or you would not have found this room. They exist on the other side of the rifts, and they are patient in the way that only things with a very long view can be patient. They have been waiting for a breach for longer than our records cover. They require multiple rifts opened simultaneously to achieve it. This is why we maintain all of them, not just the nearest one. One seal failing is a crisis. Multiple seals failing at once is the end of something that cannot be recovered. The rifts are concentrated in 2 places. The Ironhold Peaks, which are ours, which we have maintained, and Thalassia, which was ours until the partition 100 years ago. We lost access when the border changed. The Thalassian rifts have not been maintained since. I do not know their condition. This is the thing that has kept me awake for 15 years, and I have not solved it. Ravencrest knows about the mines. They have known for some time. I believe they have been approached. By a replaced man, as we have always suspected, someone in a position of influence who is no longer the person who held that position. The Ravencrest expansion is not commercial. They are trying to destabilize the Ironhold seams. Whether they understand what they are doing, or whether they are simply tools of something that does understand, the result is the same. I have tried to stop them through legitimate means. I have exhausted legitimate means. I am writing this letter because I am running out of other kinds. If they have won, if you are finding this in a world where House Walter has fallen, then the work is still yours. It does not care about titles. It does not care about what was taken. The shield is not a name. It is a function, and the function continues regardless of whether anyone is watching. You were always better at this than you knew. You were always better at seeing the shape of things, at finding the angle, at carrying weight without letting it show. I watched you do it from the time you could walk, and I did not tell you often enough that I saw it, That is my failure, and I'm sorry for it. Find the Thalassian rifts. That is the most urgent thing. If the iron-hold seams are destabilized, and the Thalassian rifts are breached simultaneously, it cannot be undone. The shield holds, Arik. It has to. Your father. P.S. The wine I had set aside for your 18th is in the cellar behind the false wall, second rack, third bottle from the left. It is better than anything we usually drank. I had been saving it. If you find it, drink it. You will have earned it. He read it twice. Then he folded it along its original creases and put it in his coat next to his heart, which was not a thing he would have admitted to, but was what he did. He sat for a moment in the small, cold room. His father had not killed himself. The understanding arrived clean and complete, the way things arrived when you finally had all the pieces. Not a revelation, but a recognition, the feeling of a shape you'd been tracing in the dark, finally becoming visible. His father had known what was coming, had written the letter, had sealed the archive, had made arrangements. And then they had killed him. Not the family, stripped of titles, publicly disgraced, driven to despair. That was the story Ravencrest had written, because the story of a broken man who couldn't survive his fall was neater and less dangerous than the truth. The truth was that his father had known too much, had been too close to exposing what they were doing, and had been removed. Efficiently, professionally, with a story already prepared for anyone who looked. Arik sat with this for as long as he could afford to sit with it, which was perhaps 2 minutes, which was not enough, and was what was available. Then he stood. He took the most recent journals, his father's, the last 5 years of records. He took the maps he hadn't taken from the cellar, the ones showing the Thalassian rifts, partial surveys done from across the border by a man working without access, the kind of work that was better than nothing and worse than sufficient. He took the letter. He left the rest. The archive was safer here than anywhere he could carry it. It had been safe for 15 years. It would be safe until someone could return with the time to do it properly. He came back through the panel into the stripped library. Varane was sitting on the floor with his back against the empty shelves, eating something from his pack with the unhurried patience of a man who had learned that you ate when there was food and didn't when there wasn't. He looked at Arik's face. "How bad?" he said. Arik sat down against the opposite wall. He told him. All of it, this time. Not the edited version, not the operational summary. The whole shape of it, from the beginning, the shields, the rifts, the patience of the others, the Thalassian seals, the calculated destruction of House Valtor, his father's letter, the P.S. about the wine that he was going to have to file away and retrieve later because he couldn't think about it now. Varane listened without interrupting. When Arik finished, Varane ate the last of whatever he'd been eating and put the wrapping away and looked at the ceiling. "Your father," he said. "Yes." "They killed him." "Yes." "And the family name, the company name." He turned it over, examined it from the angle of a man who has just understood a joke that wasn't a joke. "You built the shield back, without knowing." "Apparently." "That's either very poetic or absolutely fucking typical," Reagan said. "Probably both," Arik said. Outside, through the stripped windows, the morning had become full day, pale winter sun on overgrown gardens, the ivy on the east wall bright with it. Inside, the stripped house held its silence the way stripped houses did, all the absence of the things that had been there before. Arik looked at his hands. Ink from the journals, his father's ink, dried on his fingertips. "The Thalassian rifts," he said. "If Thalon takes the city." From outside, through the empty window frame, carried on the cold winter air with the casual cruelty of bad timing. Voices. Street voices from the road beyond the estate gate, the particular carrying quality of people talking without caring who heard. 2 men. Not soldiers, by the sound of them. Merchants, perhaps. the voice of men who had just heard news and were processing it the way people processed news, out loud, to whoever was nearby. Said the vanguard reached the walls 3 days ago. 8,000 men, they say, maybe more coming. It's happening then. Thalassia will be ours by spring, the way the king's men talk. About time. My cousin does trade through the eastern pass. Always said Thalassia thought too well of themselves. The voices faded, moving down the road, carrying their cheerful ignorance with them. The room was very quiet. Arik looked at Ragan. Ragan looked at Arik. Cass, Arik said. Is in Thalassia, Ragan said. Kaelin, also in Thalassia. Momo, Axel, Talin. All in Thalassia. Ragan stood up, the motion of a man who has finished deliberating, which is currently being besieged by 8,000 men and a king who is not a king. And contains a rift, Arik said. That has not been maintained in 100 years. That Thalon needs open simultaneously with the Ironhold's seam to create a breach. He stood. The weight of it settled, not crushing, not paralyzing, the weight of a thing that was real and required action, which was different from the weight of a thing that was simply terrible. He'd been carrying his father's ghost for 15 years. He'd been carrying the shape of a loss he hadn't understood. He'd been building something without knowing what he was building toward. He knew now. He picked up the journals and the maps, checked his sword was clear in the scabbard, felt the letter against his chest. The shield holds, Arik. It has to. We need horses, he said. Fast ones. We need a miracle, Ragan said. We need horses first. The miracle can come after. He looked at Ragan. There's a rift in Thalassia. If Thalon opens both rifts simultaneously, everything that's been waiting on the other side comes through, and it cannot be undone. He held Ragan's gaze. My people are inside those walls. Ragan picked up his pack. Your people, he said. That's new. I've been slow, Arik said. You've been building up to it, Ragan said. 15 years is a reasonable run-up. He moved toward the library door. Horses, then Thalassia. Then we figure out how to close a rift we've never seen from the inside with no equipment and probably a siege going on around us. Yes, Arik said. Right. Ragan paused at the door. For what it's worth, your father sounds like he was a good man. Arik looked at the empty shelves, the stripped room, the groove in the floorboard where the chair leg had stood for 30 years. He was the shield, Arik said. He just never got the chance to tell me. Now you know, Ragan said. Now I know, Arik said. No. He walked out of his father's library and through his father's house and out through the front entrance where there was no longer a door, and the winter sun hit him full in the face, and he turned north toward Thalassia and started moving. Behind him, the house settled into its patient decline. The ivy held the east wall. The spring still fed the well. And deep in the stone behind a panel in an empty library, in a small cold room that had survived intact everything that had been done to the house around it, the record of the shield continued. Waiting, as it had always waited for whoever came next. Won the boiling pot. Boss didn't rise. It accumulated, like a scab. Nico had heard some thin-chested historian say that once, right before he had drifted into a drunken stupor. At the time, the only thing that mattered was staying upright in his chair. Now, standing on the docks with the smell of salt and rotting fish stinging his nose, he decided the scholar might have been right. The city was just layers of stone stacked on the bones of things better left forgotten. A boiling pot. You got fed or you got cooked. Either way, the heat was rising. Apparently a Kavashi army was bringing kindling. Lucky enough for Nico, that was someone else's problem. Nico adjusted his coat. His hands were shaking again. He was sober, a professional failure he usually avoided, and it made the world feel sharp. Unpleasantly sharp. The council would be meeting now. him included. 41 men in clean clothes talking about the army marching at the gates while they sipped wine that was about to turn to vinegar. Thalan's forces were close enough to spoil the mood, but not yet close enough to stop the ships. Nico spat into the oily water. The docks were honest. The council was a lie. He saw them near the waterline, 5 people who knew how to occupy a space without being seen. A large man, solid as a pier piling. A man so dark he looked like a hole in the air. A woman counting invisible sums on her fingers. And a boy with eyes that had seen too much to ever be young again. But it was the man leading them that made Nico's gut tighten. The man shifted, tracking the crowd with a predator's ease. The light caught his face. Talin. 7 years since that name had been a death warrant. Nico looked away fast. Looking too long was an invitation to a shallow grave. They weren't talking. They weren't even looking at each other. They were just covering angles. Professionals. Strange family, Nico muttered. His heart was hammering against his ribs. He moved on, neither hurrying nor lingering. He wound through the narrowing streets. Buildings leaned together like old gossips. Voss didn't give you space. It compressed you. It pushed the past up through the cobbles until you were tripping over your own history. He stopped at a narrow cut between 2 rotting tenements. An alley that stone had claimed back from intention. 3 years ago, he'd wandered down there while significantly drunk. The stonework had changed partway down. Too precise, too cold. The air had felt like a weight. He hadn't gone back since. He found her in a doorway off the Street of Lanterns. Her hair was a dull, mousy brown, but her eyes had the flat, hard look of someone who had long ago stopped expecting anything good from the world. "Looking for something?" she asked. Her voice was like gravel in a tin cup. "Borrowing," Nico said. He reached into his coat and pulled out the wig. It was a violent, unnatural red, the colour of a scream. He held it out like a dead animal. The woman looked at the wig, then at him. She didn't laugh. She didn't even sneer. She'd seen stranger hungers than this. 3 silver. 2, Nico said. And I don't tell the merchant in the grey coat that you're the one who lightened his purse 3 streets back. A flicker of something, annoyance maybe, crossed her face, then vanished back into the grey. 2 then, up the stairs. The room smelled of damp plaster and old sweat. Nico sat on a stool that creaked under his weight while she pulled the red hair over her own. She didn't have a mirror. She did it by touch, tucking the brown strands away until she was someone else. Or at least, she looked like the ghost of someone else. "Better?" she asked, turning to face him. Nico looked at the red hair. It sat wrong on her head. It was too bright for this room, too bright for the grime on the windows. It was a lie, and a poor one at that. "Lower the lamp," he said. He paid the 2 silver. He watched her hand disappear the coins into some hidden fold of her dress. There was no warmth in the touch when they finally got to it, just the mechanical movement of 2 bodies trying to find an end to the day. Nico closed his eyes. In the dark, with the smell of her cheap soap and the scratchy synthetic hair against his cheek, he could almost pretend he wasn't himself. He could pretend the world wasn't going to end. But when it was over, the tremors in his hands hadn't stopped. If anything, they were worse. He sat on the edge of the bed, dressing in the dark. The mousy-haired woman was already taking the wig off, tossing it back to him like a piece of discarded trash. "Pathetic," he whispered to the empty air. He didn't mean her. He gathered the red hair, stuffed it back into his pocket, and walked out into the cold, honest filth of the street. He felt smaller, compressed. Like the city was taking another bite out of him, and he was running out of meat. He waited for the tremors to settle into the familiar, dull ache of existence. It took longer than usual. By the time the council building came into view, the air felt wrong. Important things have a weight, and this place was heavy with the scent of a disaster that had already arrived. Inside, the council sat behind straight lines and clean stone, pretending the world behaved. The king's emissary was mid-sentence. A demonstration of His Majesty's... Nico stopped in the doorway. Halfway in. That saved his life. The last thing he saw was the emissary's face, who had turned to Nico opening the door. The emissary looked disappointed. Then the world tore open. It wasn't a sound at first. It was pressure. A violent, thudding vacuum that wanted his lungs. Then the roar. Then the stone. The door hammered into him. Nico Höglund hit the opposite wall with the bone-cracking force of a man whose luck had finally run out of credit. The dark came for him. He woke to the smell of scorched hair and wet rot. The door was gone. The council chairs were gone. Nico tried to stand, but passed out again. 2. The strange little family. Talin stood on the deck and let Voss find him. It did. It always had. Not like an old lover. More like an old lover who'd come back as a skeleton. Same shape, same reach, familiar in all the wrong ways, and considerably colder than he remembered. He recited the names. Quietly. The way you recited things that needed to stay alive by the saying of them. Because the alternative was letting them become abstract. And abstract was how the dead became manageable. And manageable was something he refused to let them be. Davan. 10 years old and already convinced he could outrun his father, which he could. Lena. 6. Who had never once in her life entered a room without announcing it. Marta. Who had loved them both with a completeness that made everything else in Talin's life look like a rough draft. He felt his gut close around the names like a fist. The screams were there too, always there, in the specific register of things you couldn't unhear because you'd been close enough to hear them and far enough away to do nothing. And he let them pass through him the way he'd learned to let them pass, not fighting, not welcoming, just making space until they were done. They were never quite done, but they faded when he moved. That was the transaction. The city of Voss had a way of reaching, not like a hand extended in welcome, but like a hand reaching into a pocket it already knew, certain of what it would find there. He had left 7 years ago, with the specific conviction of a man who had decided that returning was something that would happen to other people, in other stories, and had crossed the water with the thoroughness of someone burning a bridge while still on it, which in retrospect explained a great deal about the 7 years that followed. And yet, here he was. The harbour had changed in the way harbours changed. Same bones, different skin. The businesses shuffled like a deck that kept producing the same cards in different order. The smell was identical. He had not missed the smell. It was the smell of salt and old rope, and the particular ambitions of commerce conducted at close quarters, and it had the quality of things that were exactly what they were, with no interest in being anything else. He watched. Not because there was anything specific to watch. Because watching was the habit that had kept him, and you didn't retire from habits that had kept you, you just got better at making them look like nothing. Maybe I'm getting old, he thought, scanning the dock with the bored patience of a man studying a painting he'd seen before. 7 years away, and I'm not seeing... There. A man. Good coat, worn badly. The coat of someone who'd once cared about good coats and had stopped caring without quite noticing. Standing at the edge of the main flow, not participating in anything, carrying himself with the quality of someone who had once stood in rooms where decisions were made and had survived them, which left a particular mark on the posture that didn't wash out. The man's eyes moved across the dock in a pattern. Not random. Professional, or once professional, which amounted to the same thing in the body even when the mind had moved on. And for one fraction of a second, barely long enough to register, exactly long enough to matter, those eyes landed on Talin, and stayed a beat past casual. Nico. He had been a scribe, a junior scribe, some sort assistant to the council. Talon did not turn, did not adjust. He filed the recognition in the place where he filed things that needed to be returned to later and let the man move on. The coat disappeared into the dock traffic. The recognition stayed, sharp and inconvenient. Nico Höglund was exactly the kind of person who remembered things he was supposed to forget, which made him a survivor in Voss, but a complication for Talon. I'll know if he follows, he thought. He's always been better at noticing than at acting. The other voice arrived the way it always arrived, in the stillness, when the watching had nothing new to report, and the quiet opened up like a wound. Coward. He didn't react. He was used to it. Look at your son. He would have celebrated his 17th name day in 4 days. Look him in the eye and tell him his father did everything he could. He looked at the dock instead. Look at your daughter. She would have cheered when her brother took the first bite of the cake, because she always cheered for him, because that was who she was. The dock was busy. Commerce and function and the organized indifference of people with somewhere to be while the king's army loomed outside the city. Look at your wife. She loved them. She loved you. Coward. Look at the nothing you have left and tell me you couldn't have come back sooner. He breathed. I would have been killed, he told the voice, if I'd come back. Maybe, the voice said. Maybe you'd have been killed, or maybe you'd have found them in time. You'll never know now, will you? He breathed again. The voice was right. That was the problem with it. It was never entirely wrong, and it knew it, and it used the knowledge with the precision of something that had been sharpening itself on the same stone for 7 years. But it faded when he moved. That was the transaction. That had always been the transaction. He stood. Cass was doing the finger dance, thumb to index, index to middle. The private abacus she ran without deciding to, the one she'd never been able to fully stop even after the circumstances that had built it were 30 years gone. He'd watched her do it across 3 countries and one very eventful rooftop, and had never once asked what she was counting, partly out of respect for the habit, and partly because he suspected the answer was everything. Always. Simultaneously. Today, he guessed, how many minutes before Thalon's advance force arrived to turn this approaching army into a concrete reality. She had the focused expression of a woman arriving at a number she didn't like. Momo stood at the rail looking at Voss with the sharp attention of someone cataloguing exits. He stood out in the way of people who had decided that standing out was preferable to standing still. Too young, too precise, the kind of intelligence that showed in the eyes whether you wanted it to or not. Axel beside him, broader, quieter, the competence of a man who'd been in complicated situations long enough to have stopped being surprised by them. Between the two of them, they occupied the visual space of 4 average people and the combined subtlety of approximately none. Maybe that's what Cass is counting, Talon thought, the number of people on this dock who are going to remember us. Kalen was at the far rail, back to the city, face to the sea. The posture of a prince who had spent his entire life looking at things from the inside, and was only now beginning to understand the view from outside, and was finding it considerable. Talon knew that feeling. He had not enjoyed knowing it. His first step off the gangplank onto Thalassian dock, onto Thalassian soil, if you were generous with the definition of soil, which the dock planks required, felt like something. Not good. More specific than good. The particular sensation of a step taken in the right direction after a long time standing in one place. The body knowing before the mind does that this is the beginning of something rather than the continuation of nothing. Action, he thought. It fades when you move. He moved. Cass materialized at his shoulder in the way she had, not approaching so much as simply ceasing to be elsewhere. She had the decrypted page in her hand, held with the careful tension of someone who has finally gotten something to confess and isn't sure yet what to do with the confession. She looked at the city. He looked at the city. They stood in the companionable silence of people who have recently fallen off a roof together and have graduated past the need to fill every pause. "So," Cass said, "do we walk up to the nearest guards and say, 'Take us to your leader'?" "That's one approach," Talin said. "Is it a good approach?" "It's an approach with a very clear failure mode and a very unclear success mode, which is not my preferred ratio." "What's your preferred ratio?" "Ideally reversed." Cass considered this. "We have a prince." "We do." "A legitimate claimant to the throne of the kingdom currently marching on this city." "That's an accurate summary of the situation, yes." "So we walk up to the nearest guards," Cass said, "and say, 'Take us to your leader,' but we bring the prince." Talin looked at her. "That's essentially the same plan," he said. "It's a significantly improved version of the same plan," she said. He turned toward the city. 7 years of it, rising above the dock, stone on older stone, the accumulated weight of a place that had been deciding its own survival for centuries and was currently being asked to decide it again, faster, with less information and worse odds than it probably deserved. He had contacts here. Had contacts, which was a different tense with significant practical implications. 7 years was long enough for contacts to become former contacts, which was the polite term for people who had moved on or moved away, or in some cases stopped being people in the various permanent fashions that Voss had always offered. But some things persisted. Information networks had the quality of the ground cover in the other realm. Distributed, resilient, warm in the places you didn't expect. You could pull one thread and find it still connected to something. He knew who to find. The question was whether they'd want to be found by him specifically, which was the question that made returning to a city you'd left badly always slightly more complicated than the journey itself. He looked at Kalin. The prince had turned from the rail. He was watching Talin with the patient attention he'd developed, the look of someone who had spent years observing and had recently discovered that observation was a transferable skill, that the thing you'd trained reading books could be pointed at people and produce similar results. Young, too young still, carrying too much. But here, standing on the dock, back straight. "Your Highness," Talin said. Kalin raised an eyebrow. "How do you feel about being announced?" Talin asked. "That depends considerably," Kalin said, "on who's doing the announcing and what exactly they're announcing." "The truth," Talin said, "more or less." Kalin looked at Cass. Cass was doing the arithmetic with her hands, her expression the particular focused calm of a woman who had run the numbers and arrived somewhere uncomfortable and was proceeding anyway because the numbers didn't leave her a better option. "More or less," Kalin repeated. "The more is, you are who you are, the king is not who he is, and the city is in immediate and specific danger that its council doesn't yet understand." Talin paused. "The less is everything we can't prove yet." "Which is most of it," Momo said, appearing from nowhere in the way he did, which Talin had stopped remarking on and had not stopped finding slightly unsettling. "Most of it," Talin agreed. "But we have the prince. We have the Iron Vault correspondence. We have Cass, who can explain the financial architecture of what's been happening in a way that is either completely convincing or completely incomprehensible, depending on the audience." "I can calibrate," Cass said, without looking up. "She can calibrate," Talin confirmed. Kalin straightened, not performing, the genuine adjustment of someone deciding what posture the next several hours required and selecting accordingly. The prince, underneath the exhaustion and the road dust and the several weeks of running for his life, surfacing with the specific composure of someone who had been trained for rooms like the one they were about to walk into. "Then let's find someone to take us to their leader," Kalin said. "That's essentially what I suggested," Cass said. It was my plan, Talon said. You said it had an unclear success mode. It did. The prince fixed the success mode. He started walking. Which is something I never expected to say sincerely. Kalen fell into step beside him. Momo drifted into the position he always took. Slightly ahead, slightly to the side, the point of a formation that wasn't quite a formation, covering angles by instinct. Axel brought up the rear with the patient solidity of a man who had sailed them here and had apparently decided that having done so, he was committed to whatever came next. Cass walked and counted. 22, she said. What? Talon said. People on this dock who will remember us, she said. Minimum. Probably 30 by the time we reach the gate. Is that a problem? Kalen asked. It depends on whether we're still alive when they remember us, Cass said. If we are, it's useful. If we aren't, it's academic. That's a very specific form of optimism, Kalen said. It's not optimism, Cass said. It's scenario planning. They walked into Voss. The city reached back. 3. The new mayor. Nico woke to pain and expectations. In that order. Pain was the only thing in the room that wasn't lying to him. Alive. Barely. Everyone else is... He opened one eye, took a quick inventory of the wreckage, and closed it again. The world was a disaster. It could wait a minute. When he finally committed to both eyes, he found the ceiling had departed. Through the jagged hole, a pale summer sky stared down, magnificent in its indifference. Nico had always found the sky's lack of concern either a comfort or an insult. Today, it was a slap in the face. Ah, he croaked at the blue void. That explains the draft. Sir, a voice said. Nico squinted, a boy in a uniform, young. He had the look of someone who'd rehearsed delivering bad news in a mirror and was now realizing the mirror hadn't prepared him for a room full of charred meat. Sir, the boy tried again. No, Nico grunted. Not me. I'm no sir. He sat up. The room gave a nauseating lurch, then settled into a new, broken configuration. He waited for his stomach to do the same. They're all dead, the boy said. Nico wiped a smear of soot from his forehead. Who's dead? All of them. The council, the mayor, the electmen, the blast took the lot. All 42 of us? That's a very thorough explosion. The boy hesitated, swallowed hard. 41, sir. You were late. Nico sat with that. 32 years of being told his tardiness was a character flaw, and now it was a survival strategy. Life was funny like that, right up until it kicked you in the teeth. So, just me. Yes, sir, just you. Lovely, Nico spat. Forgive me for not knowing the protocol. Please illuminate me on how this works. He stood. His knees gave a dusty pop, protesting the sudden demand for labor. He ignored them. In the line of succession, the boy said, looking like he wanted to be anywhere else on Earth. That makes you... Don't say it, Nico hissed. The High Justice has already updated the rolls. Time is of the essence, sir. Reports say the army is nearly here. Army? What army? Our own lot is in tatters because the coin was siphoned off to somewhere. I was in that meeting. Most of the people I'd complained to are currently decorating the walls. The Kurvash army, under King Thalon. Nico leaned against a scorched pillar. A new king. They always wanted to make a show. Thalon would stand outside the gates, rattle his saber, and talk about how the kingdoms were once won. The same tired bullshit every conqueror used to justify a butcher's bill. The High Justice thought it best to proceed immediately. We need leadership, sir, in these dire times. Nico looked at the chamber. A serious argument against the idea that stone lasts forever. Leadership? From me? You've clearly got the wrong man. I've spent my life avoiding anything that looked like a decision. He thought of the emissary's face, that last second before the door shut. No fear, just calculation. A cold, non-human revision of a plan. Nico knew that look. He'd seen it on men who were playing a game the rest of the room didn't even know had started. "The walls," Nico said, his voice dropping. "What's the state of them?" "Holding. Thalen's vanguard is on the eastern approach. The main force is significant." "Give me a number. Not a range. A number." 8,000. Minimum. Nico nodded. "You didn't bring 8,000 men for a demonstration. You brought them to take something specific, and you brought them to wait." "The Council's records. Did the lower archives survive?" "Some, sir." "Get them. I want history, foundations, the old city, every scrap of paper on the lower districts." He paused, a memory of a thin, excited man surfacing. "And find me the historian, the one who talks about the city being a problem of accumulation. Thin, annoying, smells like old vellum." "I'll try, sir." "Do better than try. We're in the doing business now." He turned toward the gap where the door used to be. He thought of the docks, the strange little family, the pale man, the dark man, the counting woman, and the boy who stood too still. And Talen. 7 years gone. Once the golden boy of the council when Nico was just a scribe trying to stay sober. A man like Talen didn't show up on the same day as an invading army and a magical explosion by accident. Nico didn't believe in coincidences. They were just patterns for people who weren't paying attention. "One more thing," Nico called out. "Sir?" 5 people arrived by ship today. A pale giant, a dark shadow, a woman who counts with her fingers, and a boy, led by a man named Talen. He fixed the boy with a hard stare. "Find them." "And then?" Nico looked at the ruins, at the 41 ghosts he'd just inherited. "Start by finding them." He started walking. The city was boiling, the walls were straining, and somewhere beneath the streets, something ancient was waking up. It was, objectively, a total disaster. "Typical," Nico muttered. "I finally get a promotion and the building falls down." 4. The rift. The iron holds hadn't changed. That was the first insult. The mountains didn't care about the dead. They just sat there, grey and indifferent, existing on a scale that made a man's life look like a footnote. The pine forests still clung to the slopes, and the air had that same cold, mineral honesty that Arik's father had supposedly loved. Arik had read that in a letter he'd found in a looted library. He was trying not to think about it. He was failing. "Raven Crest Patrol," Reagan whispered. He was crouched behind a boulder where they'd been rotting for the last 4 minutes. 3 men. Eastern approach. "I see them." "You're staring at the cliff, Arik." "I know where they are." He was looking at the rock face. Memory was a jagged thing. He remembered the night they'd dropped out of a window with Kalen tied to his back, running for the cliffs. Varane had been at the top then. "I can feel them," Varane had said, staring down into the dark. "They're not done with us." "Neither are we," Arik had replied. He'd been talking about the climb. He hadn't realized he was making a promise to the next several weeks. That was the trouble with words said under pressure. They grew into things you never intended. "Moving on," Ragan grunted. "Good. We should move too, before the next lot shows up." Arik didn't move. Ragan didn't push. He was a good man for a silence, Ragan was. They moved when the sun began to fail, using the long shadows to hide their work. Arik knew the terrain with a 16th-year-old's clarity. It was stored somewhere deep, below the level of conscious thought. They avoided the main tracks, taking a logging trail that added an hour but subtracted a grave. Ragan moved with a quietness that shouldn't have been possible for a man of his bulk. Arik appreciated it without saying so. The forest wasn't a place for talking. The farmhouse was empty. Boren was gone. No leaning against the fence post, no insults, no absolute catastrophe of a man. The door was swinging wide. It hadn't been kicked in. It had just been left. The quick departure of a man who knew when the wind was turning. Arik hoped he'd made it. He needed that to be true, because he didn't have the time to find out if it wasn't. He took a lamp, oil, and a coil of rope from the hook by the door. He left more coin on the table than the lot was worth. Regan watched him, arms crossed, saying nothing. The trapdoor was right where it was supposed to be. It was the only thing in the world that didn't relocate when you weren't looking. Arik lit the lamp. "Ready?" Regan asked. "No," Arik said. He pulled the ring anyway. The mine was a damp, narrow throat of stone. Red paint marks, faded, cracked, ancient, guided them through the dark. Arik's body remembered the turns before his mind did. They moved past the new workings into the old, where the timbers were rotting and the tool marks looked like they'd been made by ghosts. The cold deepened. Not the kind of cold that came with snow. This was the cold of a place that had never known a sun. "How far?" Ragan's voice was a low rumble. 20 minutes. Maybe less. The lamp threw their shadows long against the walls, two tired men walking toward a hole in the world. Arik focused on the junction ahead. Middle tunnel collapsed. Left floor too smooth. Right tunnel cold as a tomb. He thought of his father walking this path. A secret kept for 16 years, an explanation meant for a later that never came. The work is more important than the worker. It was a fine sentiment for a wall, but it felt like a heavy coat in a storm. The cold sharpened into a blade. They rounded the final turn. The worked stone gave way to raw, jagged rock. The lamplight spilled into a chamber so large the edges simply vanished. And there at the mouth of the dark, Arik stopped. He'd known. Deep down in the quiet places, he'd known Varane would still be here. The king's men didn't care about mercenary corpses, and Ravencrest only cared about the rift. No one was coming down here to be kind. He'd known. He still wasn't ready. Varane lay where he'd fallen. The staff was still gripped in his hand. Arik forced himself to look at the face. It wasn't peaceful. Peace was a lie told by people who hadn't seen the end. Varane looked settled. Like a debt finally paid in full. No. Arik looked at the man who had taught him how to read a room, how to find the angle, and how to carry a burden without letting the world see your knees shake. His father's sword, his father's man. The lamp was too bright. It made his eyes sting. "Arik," Ragan said softly. "I know." "We should—" "I know." Arik forced himself to see it all. The staff, the angle of the limbs, the settled face. He owed Varane the honesty of looking. "I look forward to being your shield," Varane had told him. He'd meant it. He'd always meant exactly what he said. It was a rare quality, and Arik hadn't realized how much he'd relied on it until the silence started. Behind the body, the rift breathed. 5 feet wide now, a shimmering non-space that hurt the eyes. The cold came off it in rhythmic gasps. Varane had died in front of it. He'd made the shield's calculation. The work is more important than the worker. "He knew," Arik said, his voice tight and controlled. "He knew what this was before we did. He said things in the tunnel, like he was just waiting for us to catch up." "That was Varane," Ragan said, 3 steps ahead and too polite to mention it. He wasn't polite. He was patient. Ragan shifted his weight, standing just behind Arik's left shoulder. Present. Available. He knew when to shut up. Arik crouched and picked up the staff. It was heavier than it looked. Varane had always used it like it was made of air, a trick of the hand Arik had never mastered. The wood was smooth, oily from decades of the same man's grip. It smelled of the oil Varane used every week to keep it supple. Arik stood up. Ragan was watching him with that look he got when he didn't have the words, a heavy, attentive stillness. "Say it," Arik commanded. "I don't have anything useful, Arik." "Say the useless thing, then." Ragan looked at the body, then the rift. "He chose it, not just the end, all of it, every damn day. That's not nothing." "No," Arik said. "It's not." They stood there in the quiet, the lamp flicker the only thing moving. Arik thought of his father at a kitchen table. He thought of Varane riding a half-length behind him through a dozen campaigns. He thought of all the things he'd had and never realized were precious until they were gone. He didn't have time for this. That was the real bitterness. Cass was in Voss. Kaelin was waiting. The world was coming apart, and he didn't have the luxury of a proper grief. He accepted it. Not with peace, but with the simple animal necessity of putting down a weight so he could keep walking. "We should bury him," Ragan said, "properly, when this is over." "Yes. I'll remember the spot." "I'll remember too," Arik said, "but your memory is better. I once got us lost in a town with 4 streets. The streets were fine, Arik. You were the problem." A ghost of a smile touched Arik's face. It wasn't real, just a reflex. Varane would have seen through it in a second. He would have named it for what it was. A man trying to make the unbearable look manageable. Arik leaned the staff against the cavern wall, carefully, like he was coming back for it. He was coming back. He'd find a place Varane liked, if the old man liked anything, and he'd do the job right. But not now. Now, there was the rift. "Right," Arik said. "Right," Ragan replied, with the sigh of a man who had already accepted he was about to do something stupid. "How does this work?" "I don't entirely know. Figures. My father wrote that the transit takes 3 seconds. The counting part of your brain goes elsewhere while it happens. And on the other side, stone, cold, something growing on the ground the size of a country. And people, tall ones, mostly curious." "Mostly," Ragan repeated. He was specific about the mostly. "Precedent isn't exactly encouraging, is it?" "It's the only one we've got." Arik stepped forward. The cold from the rift wasn't just a temperature, it was a pressure against his soul. It was the feeling of a world with different rules. He thought of his father stepping through this alone, without a journal, without a friend at his back. The courage of it was staggering. Arik reached back without looking. Ragan's hand clamped onto his arm, a firm, heavy grip. "Together," Ragan said. "Together," Arik agreed. They stepped into the dark. 5, other realm. Arik hit the ground hard enough to expect the bone-deep jar of an impact. He didn't get it. He rolled anyway. Training was a bitch like that. It stayed with you even when the world stopped making sense. He came up in a crouch, hand white-knuckled on his hilt, waiting for the pain to arrive. It never did. The ground felt cooperative, like it was trying a bit too hard to be dirt. It held his weight with a strange, focused attention that made his skin crawl. "Reagan?" His voice sounded wrong, too close and too far at the same time. Silence was the only answer. Then movement, ahead and to the left. Something was shifting in the dark. Distance bent. Things looked closer, or farther, hard to tell which. A shape stepped into whatever passed for light here. It was man-shaped in the way a poorly made scarecrow was man-shaped. A head that hadn't quite decided on its own existence. Where the face should have been, there was only a pending absence. It held a sword. Arik felt a flicker of relief. Swords he understood. "Easy," he whispered, lifting his own blade. "We don't need to—" The thing lunged. It was fast. Arik met it on instinct. Steel hit steel, but the shock didn't jar his bones. It felt like a brittle vibration, a sharp tink that resonated through his arms. The thing pressed him, strong and precise. No wasted motion, no flourish. Trained. Someone had taught this thing how to kill. Arik parried a low cut that turned high in a clean, economical motion. He shoved back, buying half a breath. "We can talk about this." The thing tilted its knot head. Then it spoke. "Stay where you are." Reagan's voice, clear as a bell. "Ragan!" The thing advanced, blade steady. "I said stay where you are," it growled, the specific growl that meant someone's day was about to get significantly shorter. Arik let out a sharp, jagged laugh. "Not funny, Ragan. Drop the act." "Where's Arik?" the thing demanded. "You're looking at him." "Like hell I am. Don't you dare say that name like it means something." The thing lunged again. They went at it properly then. No probing, just the brutal aggression of two men who knew exactly how to take a life. The style was a mirror. Direct, brutal. That hurt worse than a blade. Arik shoved it back, creating distance. "Think! Listen to my voice, you horse's cock!" "I'm seeing something wearing a voice it didn't earn," Ragan said. "Good, because I'm looking at something wearing your voice on a body it has no right to." They broke apart. Neither of them moved. "Arik's taller," the creature said, "and uglier." "That's your test? Height and poor aesthetics?" "I'm working with limited resources," Ragan spat. "Now answer me." Arik searched his head for something lived. "The dregs," he said. "The inn with the broken sign." "Rat's tail," Reagan said, automatically. "You said the ale tasted like regret and horse." A pause. "Horse piss." Arik shook his head. "Horse's cock, you said. Not that I know how you would now." Ragan, or the thing pretending to be, stayed silent. "And you still drank 3 of them." "It was a long day," Ragan said. The blade in front of him dropped an inch. "Say something only you would say." Arik didn't have to think. "If this goes wrong, we don't die for it. We make sure someone else does first." The silence that followed had weight. "Could be you," Ragan said. The voice came from a head that was still a suggestion. "Or something that listened well enough. At least your looks have improved." Arik exhaled. "Your turn." "We hold the line, especially when it's stupid, because the only thing worse than dying for the wrong reason is living with having let someone else die for the right one." Arik nodded. "That's you." They lowered their swords. Arik felt a sudden, cold preference. Not his. A stance, an angle, a way to put a blade through a man's throat. Clean, something thought. Not his voice. Not quite. Fast. Arik didn't like how much he agreed. The thought wasn't an impulse. It was a memory he hadn't made yet. He felt the phantom weight of the strike in his wrist, the sickeningly perfect satisfaction of the kill already done. It made his stomach turn, not because it was violent, but because it felt like home. He waited for the feeling to pass, but it stayed, a dark stain on the back of his mind that wouldn't scrub off. He blinked, testing the inside of his head like thin ice. It felt brittle, ready to crack. "You don't look like you," Ragan said. "I don't feel like me," Arik admitted. The words felt too small for the hole opening up inside him. He looked down at his own hands. His stomach did a slow, sick roll. His fingers weren't fingers. They were smooth, pale stubs, joined together like a child's toy. "Ragan, look at your arms." Ragan lifted a limb. It moved with a stiff, clicking precision. Ball and socket seams. Carved wood. "By the dead," Reagan muttered. He flexed his hand, a flat, hinged paddle. Clack. "I look like a doll, a damned wooden doll. A cheap one, too. The paint's peeling off your chest." "Still an improvement," Reagan grunted. I've got more personality as a toy than you do as whatever that is. Porcelain? You look like a fancy tea set someone gave a sword to. I don't feel delicate, Arik snapped, though his wooden socket hip clicked when he shifted weight. You look like you'd shatter if I sneezed on you, Varane grunted. He poked Arik's shoulder with a blunt finger. Tink. Top quality. You'll be the pride of some little girl's bedroom, you will. And you'll be the one the dog chews on, Arik countered. Better than being a saucer. Varane looked at the shifting dark. Is this it? We're just playthings in the basement of the world. It's a transition, Arik said. The word felt borrowed, familiar in the wrong way. Something like that, placeholders. Placeholders, Reagan spat. I'm currently a block of pine with a grudge. If I ever find the man who built this door, I'm going to beat him to death with my own foot. You'd have to detach it first, Arik noted, which wouldn't take much effort. Varane let out a sound that was half growl, half clatter. Good start. Can't see each other. Can't trust what we're holding. Nearly killed each other in a minute. Let's move. I want my knees back. Real ones. Agreed, Arik said. He tried to walk, his porcelain boots making a sharp clack-clack on the ground. And Varane? What? If we run into any giant children, I'm letting them play with you first. Fair enough, Reagan grunted. You'd probably just break anyway. They moved into the dark, two wrong shapes with the right voices. Ahead, something shifted. Not walking. Waiting. 6. The Historian. Solvessa hadn't slept in 3 days. Sleep was a luxury for men who still believed time moved in straight lines. He moved through the undercity like a man in his own kitchen. His fingers brushed stone cut for purposes no one living could name. His boots kicked up dust that might have been mortar or bone, or both. A lantern swung from his left hand like a drunkard's conscience. In his right, he cradled a cylinder of black glass no longer than his forearm. It was perfectly smooth. Not polished, made that way. The glass didn't catch the light correctly. The reflection bent at a sickening angle, as if the world were drawn wrong and the cylinder refused to agree with it. He tapped it with a knuckle. It didn't ring. It answered. A tone too clean for stone, too controlled for glass. A tone that didn't fade so much as withdraw. He'd found it wedged between two courses of masonry that had no business being together. One layer was tight-fitted stone, cut with a precision no mason in Voss could reproduce. The other was rough brick, hurried and uneven, built by hands that needed a wall finished more than they needed it right. Two different intentions, two different ages, forced into contact. Sul smiled. "Tell me what you replaced," he whispered. The Undercity didn't answer in words. It answered in patterns. Voss didn't rise. It accumulated. Not like a story, but like a midden. A burial. Every generation built on what it inherited without understanding it, solving today's problems with materials that answered yesterday's questions. He had mapped 17 strata so far. He was still only working in what he called the upper organs. Below those, the assumptions stopped holding. He'd named the layers anyway. Naming things made them behave. Layer 1, the first foundation, crude stone, the lie of origin. Layer 3, the ordered age, symmetry for people who believed control was permanent. Layer 7, the collapse, fire and desperation pretending to be continuity. Layer 12, the Red Hand, a city that had tried once to hold something in place. The deeper he went, the less the sequence behaved. Every layer inherited things it couldn't reproduce. Metal that wouldn't rust. Stone cut by ghosts. A civilization didn't just forget those things. A civilization was interrupted. Sul tucked the cylinder into his coat like a confession. By the time he climbed the last crooked stair and stepped into the grey afternoon, The excitement had sharpened into a blade. The city above was a mess of contradictions, streets laid over streets, buildings leaning into each other with the intimacy of long-term inconvenience. People thought they lived in Voss. They lived on it. He reached his door, a narrow, sagging thing in a row of houses that looked like they were only standing out of habit. He fumbled for his key, his mind still down in the dark. The cylinder suggests controlled refraction properties. Not decorative. Functional. Possibly. The door wasn't locked. It swung open under his touch. Empty. Not quiet. Not abandoned in a hurry. Empty. Like a book that had reached the final page and been closed. His wife's shawl was gone from the hook. That was the first thing. She always left it there. She always said she'd take it later. Apparently later had arrived while he was counting centuries. The table was clear. The wall where his son's height had been scratched year after year was still there. The marks stopped. Not recently. He stood in the doorway, the black cylinder heavy against his ribs. He waited for grief. For anger. Something large enough to match the absence. What came instead was recognition. Just another layer. His own life. Treated like the city. Built over. Not removed. He let out a short breath that might have been a laugh. "Of course," he murmured. "Of course you left. I was counting centuries. You were counting days. That's on me." He didn't linger. There was nothing in the house that would change if he stood in it longer. The cylinder was still warm against his chest. That mattered. Finally, he thought, something large enough to justify the damage. He stepped back outside and pulled the door shut. He didn't lock it. There was no point in locking a void. He hadn't gone 10 paces before the boots started echoing against the cobbles. 2 of them, city guard, moving with the heavy, practiced stride of men who were used to being the most unpleasant thing in the street. Their faces were the careful blanks of men told not to think. "Historian Vesser," one of them grunted. Sewell blinked, returning from a distance that didn't map to geography. "Yes, that's me. The one who talks to walls." "The mayor requires you. Immediately." "Which mayor?" The guards exchanged a glance. "The current one." Sewell filed that away. Adjusted. "Reason?" The soldier didn't respond. He didn't have to. "They finally noticed," Sewell whispered. He looked back at his house once, long enough to register the shape of the hole left behind. He nodded to himself. "Tell him," Sewell said, his voice calm and precise, "that the city isn't old. It's repeated. Tell him we aren't building anything. We're covering something. Over and over, until we forget what we're afraid of." The soldiers didn't write it down. Good. It would sound better in person. He touched the cylinder through his coat. "But first," he said, already moving, "I'm going to show him what I found today. He's going to hate it." The soldiers exchanged another glance that confirmed he was mad. Sol didn't care. He walked between them, the distinction between being escorted and leading the way becoming irrelevant. Voss, like any structure that survived this long, was not built on truth. It was built on what people could afford not to understand. And Sewell was done with being affordable. 7. The gate. The city didn't let them in. It allowed them. Voss made sure you felt the difference. The docks had been manageable, the usual press of sweating bodies and the honest stink of salt. But the moment they turned inland, the streets tightened. Bad news had wings, and whatever had torn the heart out of the council building had left its mark on the city's face. Doors were bolted, windows watched without admitting it. People moved with the jagged direction of those choosing where not to be. Taylin noted it all and said nothing. At his side, Cass's fingers were doing the private arithmetic. He didn't ask the sum. The checkpoint was 2 overturned carts and 6 men in city colours. They had the look of soldiers rather than watchmen. Soldiers had stopped asking if violence was appropriate. They were only interested in the target. "Stop!" They stopped. The man in front had a scar that divided his face from eyebrow to cheekbone. He looked like someone given a job he didn't understand and managing it through pure suspicion. His eyes raked over them, the pale giant, the dark shadow, the counting woman, and settled on Talon like a man finding the one stone in his boot that didn't belong. "City's under restriction," the guard said. His voice was dry as old kindling. "No one moves past this point without authorization." "We need to speak to whoever's in charge," Talon said. "Everyone does." The guard spat into the dust. "There's a process. The process is going to take longer than we have." "That," the guard said, "is not my problem." Talon measured him. The way the man's weight was distributed, the way his eyes kept flicking to Kalin with the specific nagging attention of a man who has noticed a ghost and can't place it. Talon had planned to do this differently. Slow. Careful. Let Cass's documents bleed the truth out over days. Then he thought of the 8,000 men marching toward these walls and decided the time for patience was buried with the council. "Your Highness," Talon said. Kalin stepped forward. The boy had been practicing, or perhaps he hadn't needed to. Perhaps the command had always been there, buried under the fever and the road dust. He moved with the structural certainty of a boy who expected space to be made for him. The guard really looked at him then. At the jaw, the brow, the unmistakable architecture of a bloodline that had been stamped onto every coin in the kingdom for 4 generations. He looked at the silver ring. It was plain, and the plainness was more expensive than any jewel. "I am Kalin Drakmor," the boy said, "second son of the late King Aldrich. My brother Thalen sits the throne and commands the army marching at your walls." He let the silence hang, just long enough to let it bruise. "I need to speak to whoever is governing this city, now, not as a courtesy, because what I know about that army changes the nature of this siege, and every hour you waste is an hour you'll never get back." Silence. The guard's mouth opened, closed. His eyes darted to Talon, who gave him a stare as flat as a grave marker. He looked at Cass, who was already holding a document with the grim efficiency of a woman waiting for the world to catch up to her. He looked at Momo and Axel, who stood like the bookends to a very violent story. "Wait here!" the guard grunted. He turned and barked at a runner. The man vanished with the urgency of someone who had just realized he was standing too close to a fire. They waited. A woman passed with a basket. 2 men argued over grain prices, using commerce as a shield against the fear. Above them, a thin thread of black smoke still fouled the sky where the council had been. Cass leaned toward Talon. 28 people have looked at the boy longer than the rest of us combined, she whispered. The bloodline is recognizable even under the dirt. Good, Talon said. It's a problem too, she noted. If anyone here is replaced, they'll know him the moment they see him. Noted, Talon said. Keep counting. The runner returned with an older man, cleaner coat, harder eyes. This was a face that had been making difficult decisions until the choices had become a reflex, like blinking. He looked at Kalin. It wasn't recognition at first. It was the reaching quality of a man trying to pull a thread out of a tangled mess. Then the pattern resolved. Talon saw it happen, the exact moment the man saw the shape of a dynasty in a boy covered in mountain cold. The man's jaw tightened. He looked at Talon. You're with him? We're with each other, Talon said. Distinction matters. The man absorbed that, filed it. You understand what you're asking? You want me to walk a Drakmor prince through a city soon to potentially be besieged by Drakmor forces. Past guards who haven't slept in 30 hours, to a man who inherited a catastrophe this morning and doesn't need a bigger one. I'm asking because the alternative is worse. That's everyone's excuse for everything. Usually, Talon said. This time it's true. The man looked at Kalin again. At the ring. At the bearing that the road hadn't managed to kill. He exhaled, the sound of a man accepting a burden he'd been hoping to dodge. Keep your hands visible, he said. Walk where I walk, don't speak. And understand that if this is a trick, then the blood is on me, Talon said, not on the city. The man studied him for a heartbeat longer. Then he turned. Move! The guards stepped back. The carts shifted with a scrape of wood on stone. The city closed around them. It wasn't a trap. It was the feeling of a thing that had been waiting for the end to arrive, and was finally ready to see it through. Talon walked into Voss. 7 years later, he didn't look back. 8. The Measure of a Prince. The chamber had been built to contain arguments, straight lines, clean stone. The sort of architecture that suggested, politely but firmly, that if men spoke long enough in the right shape of room, the world would eventually agree with them. The explosion had disagreed. Half the ceiling was gone. What remained was cracked in ways that made geometry a suggestion rather than a rule. Through the gap, a pale sky looked down with the distant interest of something that had seen better constructions fail. Nico stood at the far end of the long table. It was no longer a table so much as a collection of intentions held together by weight and habit. He had not slept. That wasn't new, but for the first time in 32 years, the lack of sleep actually mattered. He pressed his hand against the edge of the stone. The upper surface was smooth, civilized. The crack running through it exposed the older stone beneath. Rougher, denser, less concerned with appearances. Bring them in, he said. They entered like a unit that had decided not to look like one. Talon first, because of course he was first. Older, composed in the way men became when they had run out of things to lose and found they were still standing. Behind him, the others arranged themselves in a silence that felt like a threat. The pale giant took a position that suggested patience, but only the temporary kind. The dark one was already somewhere else in the room. Nico's eyes slid past him and then back, uncertain. The woman did not stop the private arithmetic of her fingers. And the boy. Kalin, Prince Kalin, supposedly, or just another ruse. He stood where Talon indicated, not at the center, not at the edge, a place chosen, not given. He was young, too young, carrying himself with an effort that was almost convincing. Under the road dirt and the haunted eyes, the face was undeniable. "This is him," Talon said. It wasn't a declaration. It was a statement placed on the table like a knife. "Are you also going to explode?" he said, spreading his arms wide, looking around in the chamber. Nico didn't pick it up. "That," he said, "is what you say." He looked past them and raised his voice. "Historian." Sulvessar had already been looking at the wall, not the broken part, but the part beneath it. His fingers traced the seam where one intention had been placed over another and forgotten. "Historian," Nico said again. Louder. Sul turned slowly, as if the word had to travel through several strata to reach him. "Yes, that's me. The one you dragged out of the part of the city that still makes sense." "You're here," Nico said, "to answer a simple question. Is he Prince Kalin?" Sul looked at the boy, not quickly, not dismissively. He looked the way he looked at an excavation, as if the surface were an inconvenience he had to dig through. "Titles," Sul said, almost to himself, "are easy to fake. Continuity is not." He stepped closer. Kalin did not move. "Your Highness," Sul said without irony. Kalin inclined his head. That depends, he said, on whether I am. Sewell smiled. It was a thin, sharp thing. Good. Let's find out. West Wing, Old Palace. There is a corridor longer than the building that contains it. What is it used for? Kalin blinked. Recognition, not confusion. It isn't used. Not officially. It's where the servants take things that aren't supposed to be moved through the main halls. Deliveries. People. Sometimes both. He paused. You have to turn sideways halfway through. The wall narrows. No one knows why. Sewell nodded once. Good. You didn't try to explain it. Your father banned the Iron Archive after the fire. No, Kalin said immediately. He sealed it. He still uses it. How? Through the eastern stair, the one that doesn't appear on the plans. Sewell's eyes flicked to Nico just for a beat. Cass saw it. What did your tutor smell like? Sewell asked abruptly. The one who taught you numbers. Kalin frowned. What? The smell, boy. Answer me. Oil, Kalin said. And cloves. He chewed them constantly, said it kept him focused. Sewell exhaled. Not relief, completion. He stepped back. He is who he says he is. Nico felt something settle in his gut. Not certainty. Something worse. A decision. Then speak, he said. Start at the beginning. Talin didn't start at the beginning. He started where it mattered. The Ironhold peaks, the mines. He spoke without flourish. Stone. Descent. Old workings that were older than they had any right to be. A chamber. A man named Varane who had held a line because that was what he did. Kalin filled in the rest. A door that was not a door, the boy said, his voice dropping. Stone that did not open so much as stop being stone. The cold. Always the cold. And then, Talin added, it was there, the rift. The room went cold. How wide? Sewell asked. 4 feet, maybe more now. How long ago? Days? Sewell closed his eyes. In his mind, the layers shifted. The first foundation, the ordered age, the collapse, the red hand. He saw them again, not as a sequence, but as a response. Every reinforcement, every sealed corridor, every artifact that didn't belong. Not inheritance, aftermath. How many times? He murmured. Nico stared at him. How many times what? Sewell opened his eyes. He looked at the crack in the wall. You think this is new? It isn't. It's just the first time you've noticed it happening. Nico pushed off the table. I don't care how many times it's happened. I care about now. Can it be closed? Sewell was looking at Kalin again. At the boy who was more than a boy. At the line that extended behind him. Palace. Foundation. Layers. What do you know, Sewell said slowly, of what your palace is built on? Kalin hesitated. Stone, foundations, old ones. Yes, Sewell said. Old ones. We didn't build Voss to live in it, Nico. Nico said nothing. We built it, Sewell continued, to hold something. The room held that silence for exactly as long as it could. Then the door burst open. A soldier, breathless, his face white with more than just exhaustion. East wall. Full deployment. They're moving, sir. Nico closed his eyes for half a second. Then he opened them. Of course they are. He looked at Sewell, at Kalin, at Talin, and the strange, quiet violence of the group that had walked into his city and turned it into a target. Right, Nico said. We act. Sewell was already looking at the floor, at the stone, at the layers beneath. It always escalates, he said softly. It always has. Somewhere, far below the streets that pretended to be current, something that had been waiting longer than any of them had been counting, had just been given a reason to wake up. Nico felt the floor under his boots. It felt cooperative. It felt like it was listening. 9 new faces. They watched the camp for a long time before either of them said anything. Not because there was nothing to say, but because saying it made it real. They were still at the stage where they hoped their eyes were lying. Too straight, Regan grunted. He was crouched behind a rise of pale stone that felt too attentive under his stubs. His hand was on his sword hilt, not because he'd decided to put it there, but because his body knew the world was about to ask a question he didn't want to answer. Arik didn't look at him. He was watching the lines. Human hands didn't build like this. Humans negotiated with the mud and the slopes. This place was a map forced onto the dirt. Exact angles. Perfect repetitions. It made Arik's eyes ache. His brain wasn't built for geometry this certain. Not straight, Arik said. Certain. Regan exhaled a wet, heavy breath. I don't like it. Good. Means you're still in there. Below them, the camp breathed. It wasn't the usual camp noise, the bickering of men or the crackle of wood. Underneath the clatter was a low mechanical hum that vibrated in the soles of their boots. At intervals, a sharp, pressurized hiss cut the air, followed by a column of white steam erupting from vertical pipes. Steam, Regan said. Yes. Coming out of pipes, going somewhere specific. I don't think we're going to like the destination, Arik finished. Ragan didn't argue. He turned his attention to the figures below. The movement was the worst part. Soldiers were drilling in blocks, turning as one, not because they were watching a sergeant, but because they'd all agreed on the turn before the order was even given. No human lag, no hesitation. Just the command and the motion, as if they were limbs of a single cold body. I liked it better when they were just trying to kill us, Regan muttered. They still are. They've just organized the butchery. Arik pointed toward the eastern perimeter. 2, moving along the outer line. The first one died without a sound. It wasn't a fight. It was a termination. Arik's blade went through the throat, a cold intrusion of steel that cut the man's life short before his shadow could even hit the dirt. The body folded like a suit of empty clothes, the only sound the soft, wet thud of meat hitting the cooperative ground. The second one almost had time to gasp. Ragan's hand clamped over his mouth, a massive, wooden-knuckled vice. He shoved the blade up under the ribs with a grunt, twisting the steel to make sure the heart stopped its nonsense. Ragan held him close, a lover's embrace of cold wood and dying heat, until the shivering stopped. The camp's hum continued, indifferent. Ragan lowered the corpse. He stared at the face, that pending, unfinished mess of features. His own wooden mask felt loose, the seams itching. Right, Ragan growled. Take it, before the warmth leaves. Arik crouched over the cooling guard. He hesitated for a heartbeat, long enough to feel the absolute, soul-deep wrongness of the act, then reached down. His stubs touched the guard's cheeks. It wasn't skin. It was wet clay, yielding and warm. He didn't just touch the man, he invaded him. The connection snapped into place with the violent clarity of a bone setting. It wasn't a touch, it was a melding. The guard's features didn't stay on the corpse. They blurred, dissolving like salt in water, and Arik felt his own porcelain face soften to receive them. The man's life tore itself away from the meat and grafted onto Arik's mind. Language arrived first, tasting like copper and old stone. He found the words already sitting in his throat. Then the layout of the camp, the iron veins of the pipes, the rhythmic pulse of the steam. It was a cold, logical architecture that sat on top of his own memories like a layer of ice. Arik recoiled, sitting back on his heels. He pressed his hands to his forehead, feeling the porcelain crack and then knit itself into new fleshy shapes. His skull felt too small, a room being crowded by a stranger who wouldn't stop screaming facts. You look like you swallowed a wasp, Varane said. He was already standing, his wooden limbs hidden under a sudden shimmering coat of human skin. He looked like a man again. Mostly. Arik looked up. And you look like a horse kicked you in the mouth and then tried to apologize. Reagan touched his new nose. It was a bulbous, crooked thing. It's a face, isn't it? Better than being a block of pine. Barely, Arik whispered. The words felt oily. I know where he slept. I know the way the steam smells when the pressure peaks. And I know what they call the rift. Varane gripped his sword. And? Conduit, Arik said. They aren't just coming through it. They're feeding it. They moved into the camp. Metal was everywhere. Pipes ran along the ground like iron veins, steam pulsing through them. They passed a massive horizontal cylinder where rods and pistons hammered in a rhythmic heartbeat. Arik slowed down. They're boiling water to move everything. To move a world. Varane watched the pistons for a second. Fine. Another problem for the list. They kept moving. No one stopped them. Why would they? They had the faces. They had the permissions. The knowledge sat in Arik's mind like a borrowed coat. Phase deployment. Stability threshold. He pushed the words away. The map in his head wasn't paper. It was a memory. And at the center of the web sat one name, Thalassia. Varane stopped dead. Tell me I didn't just think that. You did. That's not a raid, Arik. It's a schedule. The army outside Voss isn't the invasion. It's the timer. They stood in the middle of the camp, two ghosts in a world of steam, and no one looked at them because they were exactly where the schedule said they should be. The second pair of faces were harder to take. Officers. The fight was short and jagged. Varane took a hit to the ribs that would have cracked a man. It just splintered his wooden skin beneath the stolen flesh. He didn't even flinch. He ended the man with a brutal stroke. Then the second melding. This time, it was understanding. The framework of a plan that had been running since before they were born. Varane was quiet afterward, staring at his hands. I just thought about deployment corridors, Arik, like it was my own thought. I know. It gets easier to listen to them. I'm uglier now, aren't I? Varane asked, touching a face that was now lean, sharp, and perpetually frowning. Positively hideous, Arik agreed. Suits you. Your own chin has tripled, Varane noted. You look like a prosperous merchant who's allergic to his own profit. Good, Arik said. Maybe no one will look at me twice. The final pair fought like they were expecting them. The fight wasn't clean. Arik felt a blade find the gap in his borrowed skin, a line of fire along his forearm. He still bled. They took the faces. It was too much. The information was a flood. Timelines, logic gates. Voss wasn't the goal. It was the keyhole. Arik staggered, his head spinning. Varane caught his arm. Still you? Yes, Arik said. Mostly. They found the train in the eastern sector. It was a beast of steel, resting on iron lines that cut across the world. Steam vented from its flanks in white bursts. It wasn't alive, but it had a heartbeat, a deep, thrumming power. Faster than anything with legs, Arik said. And we're getting on it, Varane replied. I hate the arithmetic. Cass loves it. She can keep it. They boarded with the others. Inside was the smell of hot oil and the vibration of the engine. They took their places. Arik watched the camp slide past the narrow window as the train began to move. Deployment window. Optimal approach corridor. He shut the thoughts down. He focused on the letter in his coat, on the weight of Reagan's shoulder against his. The thoughts came back. They were patient. They had all the time in the world. Varane, Arik said, how bad is it? The train gathered speed, the landscape blurring. "I just thought about optimizing the route through the city," Varane said carefully. "It wasn't my thought, but it was useful. I don't know if that's the right answer." "It's an answer," Arik said. Outside, the world moved at a speed nothing in Arik's life had a name for. He sat inside a borrowed face, holding on to the fragments of himself, while the machine carried them toward a city that was running out of breath. 10. A door made wider. The train did not slow so much as decide, reluctantly, to stop pretending it couldn't. Arik had been standing for the entire journey. Not discipline, mistrust. The thing beneath his boots moved with a confidence he didn't share, a long iron spine threading through a landscape corrected with steel. The carriage shuddered, and the brakes bit with a wet, angry scream. Varane was leaning against the wall, arms folded, indifferently. "This," he grunted, "is a total disaster." "We're already on it," Arik said. "That's the part I'm complaining about." Across from them, a junior officer, Sub-Lieutenant Varane, the face whispered, sat with the rigid posture of a man trying not to stare. He was failing at intervals of 40 seconds. "Sir," Varane said, his voice reaching for permission. "We've arrived at—" "I know where we are," Arik snapped. He didn't. Then, a half-second later, the borrowed mind supplied the answer. Forward Assembly Complex 12. Primary staging ground for Phase 3 deployment. Alignment near completion. Arik nodded with the practiced boredom of a man receiving a dull report. It was a manner he was cultivating. The manner of the face. It was getting harder to tell where the mask ended and the man began. "Of course," Arik said. Varane was watching him. He had a specific look for when things were going wrong in a way he couldn't yet put a blade through. "Do you?" he murmured. "No," Arik said. "Good. Start worrying when you stop noticing the difference." The doors hissed open. Heat hit them first. Not the heat of a summer's sun, but the oily, manufactured breath of a furnace that had no interest in the time of day. Arik stepped onto the platform. Before him rose the chimneys, dozens of them, belching slow, deliberate columns of black smoke that stained a sky already exhausted by the effort. Buildings were assembled rather than built, all rivets and jagged angles. Nearby, a boy with burned-off eyebrows carried a sack of heavy valve fittings. His hands shook with a fine, rhythmic tremor, and no one, not the guards, not the workers, not even the sky, looked at him. Varane stepped down beside him. "Right," he said, cataloguing the mess. "That's a hell of a lot of work just to open a door." "They're not just opening it," Arik said. "They're widening it, for good." A pipe vented nearby, metal hitting metal until Arik's teeth hurt. Steam spat from the joints. The whole place sounded angry to be useful. "Move," Arik said. A man approached them, carrying a document case and the expression of a man for whom other people were merely scheduling inconveniences. "Commander," he said, nodding to Arik. Arik nodded back. The face expected it. "Status?" the man asked. Arik let the borrowed thoughts surface. They came too fast. "On schedule," he said. It was, irritatingly, the truth. The man nodded, satisfied. "Phase 3 begins at dusk. Final alignments are underway. The engineers have completed the primary—" He stopped. A fractional pause. His eyes moved across Arik's stolen face, trying to identify a knot in the wood he couldn't quite see. Arik felt his collar tighten. The wound on his forearm, hidden by the sleeve, began to throb in time with the factory's hammer. "The engineers," Arik said, leaning into the dry heat of a senior officer whose time was being wasted, "have completed what they always complete, slowly. And they've spent more time talking about the slowness than the completion." The man's expression shifted. The suspicion resolved into the shared professional misery of dealing with subordinates. "Quite," he said. "If you'll excuse me, sir." He moved away. Ragan exhaled. That felt like standing on thin ice and listening to it decide whether to break. Yes. "I'd like to stop doing it. We need one more thing first. Explosives." Ragan's face tightened. "Lead on." The factory floor was a rhythmic, industrial hammering. Steam spat from joints. Metal hit metal until Arik's teeth hurt. Arik moved through it with a borrowed certainty. He knew where the stores were. He tried not to think about why. They stopped near a work table. A worker with 2 missing fingers wrapped in dirty linen was measuring out powder. He did it with the remaining 3, his focus as sharp as a jeweler's. Reagan looked at them, then at Arik. "Those?" "Yes." Enough to make the conversation very short for everyone in the room. Arik watched the floor. He saw the patterns of eyes and feet. A crate had been set aside against the wall. The worker had been called away. "Now," Arik said. "Don't look at me." Arik moved to the far end of the table. He asked the nearest worker a technical question about tolerances. While the man engaged, Arik felt the sweat slicking the palms of his stolen hands. He gave a perfect, detailed answer about pressure ratios, words he didn't know, concepts he shouldn't understand, and he hated the way his mouth enjoyed the precision of it. Reagan moved. He crossed the floor with the bored purposefulness of a man who moved crates for a living. He picked it up. He didn't get 5 paces before a supervisor barked, "Hey, you! That's Phase 4 material. It doesn't go to the loading bay." Reagan stopped. He turned slowly, his wooden joints clicking under his stolen skin. He looked at the supervisor with a face that was lean, sharp, and perpetually frowning. "Commander's orders," Ragan said. His voice was a dry rattle, but he nearly slipped into his old mountain cadence before catching it. He looked toward Arik. Arik stepped into the light, his stolen face radiating cold authority. "There's an alignment issue at the rift," Arik said. The face supplied the lie instantly. "We need the high-yield charges for a priority seal, or would you like to explain the delay to the general yourself?" The supervisor's throat bobbed. He looked at the crate, then at the commander. "Of course, sir. My apologies." They converged 3 minutes later near the eastern exit. Ragan held the crate, but his eyes were darting toward every shadow. "Heavy," Reagan said. "Good." An officer found them 10 minutes later. Higher, his borrowed skull informed him. Dangerous, too. He looked at them with the expression of a man who had spotted a smudge on a clean window. "Commander, you weren't scheduled for this section." "Plans change," Arik said. "They do," the officer agreed. "I would have expected to be informed." His eyes moved to Ragan, to the crate, back to Arik. "The informing happens in stages," Arik said, his voice flat. "As I'm sure you're aware." The officer studied him. Arik held the stare. He didn't blink. The mask didn't make those mistakes. "Of course," the officer said. He moved on. Ragan let out a breath. "I want to kill him." "I know." "Not now," Ragan added regretfully. "Not now. Move." They felt the rift before they saw it. The air didn't just change, it decayed. It wasn't the heat of the factory. It was a heavy, static pressure. Arik's tongue went numb. The cut on his arm began to itch under the skin, a crawling sensation like insects moving through the muscle. "Tell me you felt that," Ragan whispered. "I felt it." The eastern section was older. The factory had grown up around the rift like a scab over an unhealing wound. 2 lines of guards stood there, focused. "Shift change in 4 minutes, Arik said. "Left line." Ragan looked at him. "You sure?" "Yes." "Is that you being sure, or does it matter?" Arik snapped. Reagan thought about it. "No, I suppose it doesn't." They waited. The shift change happened in 4 minutes exactly. For a heartbeat, the outgoing guards were thinking of sleep, and the incoming ones were thinking of their post. Arik and Ragan moved, no hesitation. Behind the guards, the rift waited. It wasn't just a hole, it was a tear in the fabric of the dark. The edges were too sharp, shimmering with a light that didn't illuminate anything, and the center was a shifting, hungry non-space. It hummed, a low, visceral vibration that Arik felt in his teeth, a sound that said the world was being unmade, one atom at a time. Ragan set the crate down. "If we use these in here, we won't be here," Arik said. "You're certain?" "No, but I'm committed. That's usually enough." He picked the crate back up. Neither of them mentioned that Arik had known the shift change without looking for the information. The distinction between what was his and what was borrowed had quietly, without announcement, collapsed. The rift was ahead, a screaming silence in the heart of the Iron City. The thought that arrived as they moved, optimal approach, clean entry, was so thoroughly in Arik's voice that he almost didn't notice he hadn't thought it. Almost. He shut it down. He kept walking. 11, the rift facility. They did not sneak in. Sneaking was for places with shadows you could trust. Corners that stayed where they were. Guards who blinked. This place was all light. White, flat, merciless light that showed every crack in the stone and every stain someone had failed to scrub out. Nothing hid. Nothing needed to. Anything that didn't belong was expected to die quickly. The faint smell of old blood and hot oil suggested that expectation was usually met. Arik walked straight at the guards like a man already annoyed with them. Like they were late obeying an order he hadn't bothered to give. Reagan followed half a step behind, carrying the crate the way a dockhand carries something expensive. Careful enough not to drop it. Not careful enough to respect it. The wood creaked under his grip. Ragan adjusted the weight on his shoulder. "Cheap planks," he muttered. "If this goes off, it won't be the crate's fault." "Keep walking," Arik said. The guards straightened, halberds knocking lightly against the floor. "Commander!" "Inspection!" Arik snapped, not slowing, already past them. Authority wasn't about being right. It was about not leaving space for anyone else to be. There was a pause behind them. A small one. Measured. The kind men take when they're deciding whether today is the day they die for asking a question. They chose silence. The door slammed shut behind them, thick and final. Ragan let out a breath through his teeth. "I love it when that works." "We don't have a plan," Arik said. "I know." Ragan shifted the crate. "That's what makes it impressive." The corridor was old. Older than it should have been. Stone worn smooth by hands that had been gone a long time, iron ribs bolted into it as if someone had tried to reinforce the place and ended up pinning it together instead. It didn't look built. It looked contained. "Older than the factory," Ragan said. "Pre-alignment," said the dead officer in Arik's head. Too fast, too easy. Arik didn't like that. The first chamber was cluttered with machines that had outlived their purpose. Frames, coils, glass tubes threaded with dull light. Everything humming, everything warm. The air tasted like burnt dust and oil. And in the middle, nothing. Not empty. Not quite. The air bent there, sagged, like heat over a forge, only thicker. Heavier. "Don't," Arik said. Ragan squinted. "Don't what?" "Don't try to describe it." Reagan considered that. Nodded once. "Fair." A woman approached, eyes fixed on a trembling set of gauges. Her face looked like it had been carved for counting things, and never forgiven for it. "Commander," she said, "outer boundary stable. Readiness in 4 hours." "How long if you push it?" Arik asked. "Less. Several hours less, perhaps, but the risk." "Then don't," Arik cut in. The answer was already there, sitting behind his eyes, waiting. Maintain the current rate. She hesitated, just long enough to notice. Then nodded. Yes, sir. She left. Reagan leaned slightly closer. You just told them to slow down. Voss needs time. The face told you that? I trust the part of it that agrees with me. That sounds like a terrible way to die. Arik didn't answer. The side chamber was exactly where he expected it to be. That bothered him more than anything so far. Charts covered the walls, notes, lines, measurements that tried to make sense of something that didn't want to be understood. He stopped at the largest one. Voss. Ragan followed his gaze to a marked point deep below the foundations. That's where it connects. He tapped the crate lightly. Why bring this through? Why not leave it here and let someone else regret it? Because this room gets checked every watch, Arik said. He hadn't worked that out. He knew it. Cold, certain, not his. We take it through, he went on. We bring it back when they're not expecting anything to come back. Reagan's grin was thin. Knife in the dark. He adjusted his grip. Let's go. They didn't make it far. Commander! The officer's voice had weight, not loud, not polite, just firm enough to resist. This section wasn't in your orders. Reagan shifted the crate. His stance changed with it, from carrying to ready. Arik felt the borrowed voice rise inside him. Smooth, certain, wrong. He let it speak. Everything in this facility is within my authority, Arik said. If your orders don't reflect that, then your orders are incorrect. The officer held his gaze. Arik held it back, still unblinking. The mask didn't need to blink. Of course, sir. He stepped aside. They walked on, 20 feet, 30. Ragan spoke without looking at him. You didn't think about that. I know. It just came out. I know. Reagan's jaw tightened. It's getting faster. I know. The rift chamber made Arik's teeth ache. A deep, grinding pressure inside the bone. His cut arm itched under the skin, not on it. Something crawling where nothing should be. The air felt tight, compressed, like the room was holding its breath and waiting for something to go wrong. The rift wasn't a tear here. It was a doorway, wide, stable, controlled. That was worse. Together, Ragan said quietly. They stepped forward. The world didn't split. It folded. Badly. Arik tried to count. 1. The number slipped. Lost its place. The crate jerked in Ragan's grip as the ground seemed to tilt sideways. The wood groaned. Inside, the sticks shifted with a heavy, muffled thud, pressing against each other. Careful! Ragan snapped. Hold it steady! The weight dragged at his arms as if the world had suddenly decided on a different direction for down. Something passed through them. Not wind, not light. Pressure, movement. Like standing in a crowd you couldn't see, bodies brushing past from angles that didn't exist. One of them stopped, turned, looked at Arik. The impact hit behind his eyes. Hard, physical. Then it was gone. The rift shifted, layers sliding past each other. A forest, black trunks, a city, too clean, too straight, empty in a way that felt deliberate. Arik snapped his head toward Ragan. Ragan's face was slipping, the borrowed skin not holding properly. Edges wrong. His blade half raised, stance uncertain. Don't look at yourself, Arik barked. I wasn't. You were about to. The crate lurched again as the ground twisted. Ragan staggered, boots scraping. Drop it, Arik snapped. No, Ragan snarled. We didn't carry this through that to lose it now. Be useful. Stop fighting it, Arik said. Move with it. Ragan adjusted, shifted with the motion instead of bracing against it. The crate steadied. The weight settled. "Better," Arik said. "I always improve when shouted at," Ragan spat. Ahead, the layers thickened, resistance building. Arik reached out with memory. Voss, not the shape. The smell, salt, rotting rope, fish left too long in the sun, streets too narrow for comfort. The rift shuddered. Something gave. "Now!" They slammed into stone, hard, solid, real. Arik came up with his blade half drawn. Ragan hit beside him with a grunt. The crate struck the ground with a dull crack. Nothing exploded. "Good." "Voss," Ragan said. "Under city, damp, close, the kind of place where people minded their own business." Ragan dropped to one knee and cracked the crate open just enough to check. Cylinders intact, fuses dry. He looked up. "Still you?" Arik checked himself. The edges felt thin. "Mostly." Ragan snorted, not reassuring. "No." Ragan shut the crate and hauled it up again. "Let's find Cass." "Cass will have a plan," Arik said. "She'll have too many." "And charge for all of them." Ragan grinned. "Worth it if we live." They started up. Behind them, the small rift shifted. Not moving, not following. Just aware. In the quiet space between Arik's thoughts, something spoke. Now. Calm. Patient. He's not looking. The crate. The rift. End it. Arik stopped. Ragan turned instantly, eyes already narrowed. "Arik!" The thought waited. Arik looked at him. At the crate. At the tunnel. "I'm here," he said. Ragan held his gaze, measuring. "Good," he said. "Stay there." They moved on. The thought pulled back, but not far. Arik held onto himself. Tight. The tunnel climbed toward the city. Neither of them mentioned how close that had been. Some things you didn't look at, if you wanted to keep going. 12. Convergence. The room had gone quiet in the wrong way. It wasn't the silence of agreement. It was the heavy, suffocating kind that arrived when too many things made sense and none of them were survivable. Saul Vessar stood with one hand pressed flat against the table. "It isn't an invasion," he said, his voice a dry rasp. "It's a meeting. The army outside and the thing beneath our feet. Two halves of the same ritual, a convergence." Nico Höglund frowned. "A con what?" "They're coming to open a door, Nico. A big one." Nico stared at him, then spat on the floor. "Wonderful. We're the meat in a cosmic sandwich. Stop talking." The door didn't open so much as arrive. A man with a half-fastened uniform and a face stripped of everything but panic filled the frame. "They're forming lines," he said. "All sides. Full formation." Nico stood up. He didn't look like a hero. He looked like a man who had just seen the bill and realized he was short on coin. "Right," Nico said. "Then we stop talking and start moving." They hit the corridor at a clip. Nico walked with the blunt, efficient gait of a man converting terror into data. "Numbers!" Nico snapped. 8,000 minimum," someone said, falling into step. "And our forces inside the walls?" "Under 1,000. "Good," Nico said. He felt the word leave his mouth like a lie. Good. In his head, the arithmetic was already screaming. 8-1. You didn't defend those odds. You just chose the manner of your burial. 1,000 men to cover 4 miles of wall was a thin thread trying to hold back a flood. "If I look like I'm panicking, they'll start jumping off the battlements," he thought, "so I'll be the man who likes bad news." "Good?" Talon asked, his voice sharp with disbelief. Nico didn't slow down. "It's a math problem, Talon. I can't hang a feeling from a battlement, but I can work a math problem until it bleeds. Gates? Sealed. Supplies? 11 days before the starving begins, Cass said, appearing at his shoulder. Appreciated, Nico said. 11 days. I have 11 days to find a miracle or a very sharp sword to fall on. Commander Halveth joined them at the next junction. Spread the forces, he said. Even distribution across all wall sections. No obvious weakness. No, Talon said. They aren't trying to starve us out. They're trying to time their arrival. They'll pick one spot and hit it with everything. Halveth's face looked like he was chewing gravel. They reached the upper level and the wind found them, salt-heavy and carrying the smell of fires burning in disciplined, unnatural lines. Beyond the walls, the plain was no longer land. It was a machine. Fires in parallel lines, units moving without shouting. Nico leaned against the parapet. They're not rushing. No, Talon said. They're waiting for the door to open. Kalen stood nearby and his face was doing the work of a man of 60. Nico noticed, felt a fresh stab of guilt for the boy's stolen youth, and looked away. They'll hit the old foundations, Sewell said, pointing to an unremarkable section of the wall where the stonework was slightly misaligned. That's where the rift is deepest. That's the door. Nico watched the army. A portion of their formation had oriented like a compass needle toward that single spot. That's where they break us. Yes, Talon said. No, we spread forces, Halveth insisted. Even distribution. That is the soundest tactic in any siege. This is not any siege, Talon snapped. Nico stepped between them. He felt the impossible weight of it. If he followed Talon and was wrong, the city fell in an hour. We fortify that sector, Nico decided. Halveth looked at him. The gravel was apparently not tasty. As you wish. Talon watched the commander turn and move toward the stairs. He watched him until he was gone. Then he looked at Nico. 13. The breach. The first breach did not announce itself. It began with a sound like something tired giving up. A dull internal thud felt more than heard, somewhere deep in the wall's gut, and then a seam opened in the stonework no wider than a man's hand. Dust sifted down from it with the patience of something that had been waiting a long time to fall. Talon saw it from 20 paces. Hold that section. Already moving. Not shouting. Shouting was for men who needed the volume to make themselves believed, and he'd stopped having that problem with these men some weeks back. Shields forward. Don't chase the opening. Let it come. Because it would. Walls didn't fail honestly. They failed all at once, after months of pretending otherwise, and the pretending was always the most dangerous part because it encouraged hope. Another thud. Deeper. The seam widened. Men along the parapet shifted back, the instinct of every sane person who had ever stood near a wall reconsidering its commitments, the instinct that kept you alive in most circumstances and killed you in this one. Stay, Talon said. They stayed. The wall came apart. Not down, sideways, stones punching outward, the inner facing collapsing in a grinding cascade that threw dust and splinters and the smell of old mortar into the air. The opening was perhaps 6 feet wide when it finished deciding, and through it, before the debris had stopped falling, came shields. Black-rimmed, tight formation. The front rank pushing through with the specific momentum of men trained to move through gaps before gaps had time to become decisions. The first man through took a spear in the throat and died still moving forward, carried by the press behind him. The second climbed over him without breaking stride. The third stepped on both. They did not slow. That was the thing about them. They did not slow. Form line. Do not give ground. The line met the breach. The first wave was bodies and pressure, shield to shield, shove and stab. No room for anything that required space. the work of people who had run out of options and were conducting the remainder of their choices at very close range. Spear thrusts finding gaps under ribs. Knives going places knives shouldn't be able to go. Men leaning into each other with the intimate violence of people trying to push the opposing side out of existence through sheer physical will. Momo was there. Not in the line, along it, moving at its edge, never quite visible unless you were looking for him, which most people weren't because there were more obvious things to look at. A wrist cut here, a hamstring there. The kind of work that didn't announce itself and didn't need to, that showed in the accumulation of men on the ground who hadn't understood what had happened to them until after. He materialized beside Talin for half a second. Their second rank is carrying axes. Then gone. Axes. Not for men, for the wall. Talin filed it. Kalen was on the line. That was the first time Talin properly saw him, not the prince, not the boy who'd spent his life learning the shape of the world through documents, but a person holding a shield like he meant it, sword moving in the tight, economical arcs of someone who had watched enough fighting to understand that elegance was a peacetime luxury. He took a blow on the shield that staggered him. He answered with a thrust that found the gap under an arm. Not a boy anymore. They needed everyone. That was what mattered. Axel was not in the line at all. Axel was in the breach, properly in it, half a pace beyond where the line ended, in the space that tactically should not have been occupied by a single man and practically was occupied by Axel, because Axel had looked at the mathematics of the situation and decided the mathematics were incomplete. His axe came down on the first soldier's shield, and the shield split. The man behind it was still processing this when Axel stepped into him, the second blow landing at an angle that made several nearby people wince for reasons they couldn't quite articulate. Push! Not theatrical. Just the full authority of a man who had decided this was the appropriate volume. They pushed. The second wave broke. The third brought more axes, more men, and the settled confidence of a force that understood it had more of everything than the people opposing it and was simply working through the arithmetic. The breach became 10 feet. 12. "We can't hold this," someone said. They were right. The explosion came from inside the wall, not from the enemy, not from the breach, from within the stonework itself, a sound that wasn't quite sound, a pressure that arrived before the noise did, and then both at once. A concussive crack that Talin felt in his back teeth, and the wall's entire midsection punching outward in a single catastrophic exhalation of stone and dust and 20 years of mortar. The breach didn't widen. It closed completely, the rubble mound rising fast and brutal and final, stones the size of men locking together in a grinding crush that sealed the gap as thoroughly as if it had never existed. The axe teams on the far side had no time to understand what was happening before several tons of granite made the question irrelevant. The soldiers already through the original breach, still fighting, still pressing, looked back. Looked at where the gap had been, looked at each other. Momo stepped in behind them. They made poor decisions after that. On the parapet, nobody spoke for a moment. The enemy screaming on the far side of the rubble was already becoming distant, muffled, a problem being handled by several 1,000 pounds of stone. Then the rubble moved, not settling, not collapsing further. Moving with purpose, one stone rolling free, another shifting sideways, a hand punching up through the debris with the particular energy of a man who is furious and has been furious for some time and is looking for someone to be furious at. Reagan hauled himself out first. He was grey from head to boot. Something had burned along his neck and jaw, raw skin, scorched, with splinters of something darker embedded in it that might once have been wood. He came over the rubble crest, coughing hard enough to fold at the waist, spat a mouthful of dust onto the stones, and straightened up with the expression of a man conducting a thorough inventory of his grievances. Arik came after him. His face was wrong, a crack running jaw to temple, porcelain peeling away in flakes to show burned skin beneath, the mask that wasn't quite a mask shedding itself in the heat. He slid down the rubble slope, caught himself badly, and stood with the look of someone whose evening had been declining steadily for several hours and showed no sign of finding a flaw. On the parapet, silence. Not complete silence. Men still bleeding, steel still ringing further down the wall. But the specific pause that happens when a group of exhausted soldiers all arrive at the same impossible conclusion at the same time, and none of them wants to be the first to say it out loud. Axel said it. He said. That was all. Just The sound a man makes when something has confirmed a suspicion he'd held for some time about the general direction the world was heading. Talin looked at the two men standing in his rubble, at the closed breach behind them, at the muffled, increasingly distant sounds of an assault that had just lost its avenue of attack. He looked at Ragan. He looked at Arik. He exhaled through his nose. "Told you the fuse was too short," Ragan rasped. "The fuse worked." "The fuse detonated while we were in the wall, Arik. Which is why we ran." "You ran into me." "There wasn't much room." Reagan turned to face him fully, which took some effort given that his neck appeared to have been reconsidering its relationship with his spine. "There was no room because you were standing in front of the thing we were about to explode. I was lighting it. From inside it. It needed to be lit from... If you say from the inside, I will push you back over that rubble." Arik considered this. "From a suboptimal position," he said. "I was lighting it from a suboptimal position." Reagan stared at him for a moment. Then he turned back to Talin with the expression of a man presenting evidence to a court. Talin said nothing. What was there to say? The wall was closed. The men who'd come through the breach were dead or dying behind him. The enemy was on the wrong side of 20 feet of fresh granite and wouldn't be doing arithmetic about anything for a while. He looked at Ragan's belt, where a row of dull metal cylinders hung in careful sequence. Looked at them for a moment. "Tell me," he said, "that you have more." Reagan glanced down, patted one of the cylinders with the flat of his hand. "Enough," he said, "as long as we don't have to stand quite so close to them next time." "We won't," said Arik. "That's what you said before." "I mean it this time." Reagan looked at him. The look of a man assessing a load-bearing guarantee from a source with a recent structural failure on its record. Then he looked at the breach, sealed, final, the enemy screams now, barely a murmur through the stone. "Same as before," he said. "Only further away." "Further away," Arik agreed. Talin looked at the two of them standing in his rubble, burned and grey and bickering, having apparently travelled through whatever hell they'd found beneath the city, planted something from another world inside his wall, and collapsed it from within, while the rest of them were busy dying at the front. He turned back to the line. "Get back to your positions," he said. "All of you." They went, because sometimes there was nothing else to do. 14. The cartographer's problem. Sol Vessar had been underground for 3 hours before he found the thing he wasn't looking for. That was the way of the world. You set out with a fine, disciplined plan to find one thing, and the world waited until you were neck-deep in the dark to trip you over something else. Usually something worse. He had come for the mark. He'd seen it 6 years ago in the 19th stratum, back when he still had a student who smelled of lavender and complained about the damp. Then the city had groaned, a passage had shifted, and the mark had been buried under 1,000,000 tons of indifferent rock. Sul had carried it in his journal like a splinter under a fingernail ever since. Voss didn't care about history. The city was a living, rotting thing that rearranged its bowels whenever it felt a cramp. The 19th stratum was reachable through the lower eastern passage. The bracing was 3 years old, rusted and weeping orange tears, but it held. Sul moved with his lamp low. He didn't look at the walls. Amateurs looked at walls. He looked at the floor. The floor told the truth. This floor was worn smooth, not the chaotic scuffing of a crowd, but the deep, patient polish of people who knew exactly where they were going and why. It didn't look abandoned. It looked finished, like a meal eaten to the bone and the plate licked clean. The passage narrowed. Saul remembered this bit. Last time the ceiling had dropped so low he'd had to crawl on his belly like a worm. He'd had the student then. The boy had been insufferable about the mud on his silks. Now, Saul was alone. His knees popped with a sound like dry kindling. His back felt like a collection of rusted hinges. He took off his hat, tucked it under an arm, and squeezed through. On the other side, the ceiling rose just enough for a man to stand and feel sorry for himself. He raised the lamp. The mark was there, shoulder height, a jagged bit of geometry that looked like a bird's foot or a broken star. Saul felt the cold, thin satisfaction of a man closing a ledger. Then he turned the lamp, and the light bled into the chamber beyond. It wasn't a cathedral, it wasn't a vault of gold. It was a room the size of a counting house, where the air tasted of stale stone and very old failures. The floor was smooth, but not from feet. It had been worked with tools, deliberate repetitive strokes that left the stone as flat as a frozen pond. The walls were covered in scratches. Not art. Function. The kind of marks a man makes when he's counting down the days to a hanging or measuring how fast the water is rising. Saul moved closer, his breath hitching in a chest that felt increasingly like a bellows full of holes. Old Kavashi. He could read it, but it was like squinting through a dirty window. Dates, measurements, a record of something being watched for 300 years. The monitoring had stopped 4 centuries ago, right around the partition. He pulled out his journal. His hands were shaking, cold or age, or the weight of the ceiling he didn't know. He scribbled a note. His handwriting was a disaster, a frantic scrawl that only he could decipher. It didn't matter. No one else was coming to read it. The tablet was set into the far wall, flush with the rough-hewn rock. You'd miss it if you were looking for glory. Saul wasn't. He sat down, his joints screaming a protest that he ignored with the practiced apathy of the elderly. He peered at the stone. Half was Kavashi. The other half was something else. A knot of lines and circles that looked more like a map of nerves than a language. He'd seen fragments of it before. 3 times, in 3 different dusty basements owned by people who didn't want him there. The Royal Archive. He thought of the prince, Kalen. A 13-year-old boy who looked like a stiff breeze would snap him in half, but who had eyes like a man who'd already buried his own heart. The boy had spent his life in libraries because his legs were too weak for the parade ground. Saul closed the journal with a snap that echoed too loud in the silence. He stood up, his hip clicking. He felt the sudden heavy urge to be somewhere with more light and fewer secrets. 15. Numbers don't lie. Cass had been working for 18 hours, which was not unusual. What was unusual was the quality of what she was finding, which had been getting steadily worse since hour 4 and showed no signs of improvement. She was on the floor. The table had filled up around hour 6, and the floor had more space, and Cass had stopped having opinions about dignity in work environments sometime in her 20s, if she'd had them then, which she doubted. The lamp needed trimming every 40 minutes with the reliability of a bad contract. She trimmed it. She kept working. 3 sets of documents arranged around her in a pattern that looked chaotic and was not. The iron vault correspondence, decoded, annotated, the cipher broken to its components and the components mapped to accounts. 37 pages, 2 days to crack, 40 minutes to understand once cracked. The usual ratio. Financial obfuscation was always the hard part. The understanding, once you stripped it away, was generally depressing in its simplicity, because money moved in patterns and patterns were legible if you knew what you were looking at, and Cass had been looking at things like this since she was 11 years old. The Valtor estate documents, Edric's records, the ones Ravencrest hadn't bothered taking because they looked like the ordinary domestic accounts of a minor noble family, which was exactly what they looked like if you didn't know how to read them. Edric Valtor had been, among his other qualities, meticulous. The money was all accounted for. It was where the money went that told the story. The Voss Lower District Archive, property records, business registrations, the accumulated bureaucratic sediment of a city that had been keeping records since before most of its current buildings existed. Nico's staff had pulled 20 years of it at her request, with the expression of people managing a siege and harbouring strong feelings about priorities. She'd taken the documents anyway. The financial architecture of this situation was at least as important as the tactical one. She had been right about that. She picked up her pen. The accounts were a system. That was the first thing to understand about obfuscation at this level. It was never random. Random obfuscation created inconsistencies that any competent auditor could find in an afternoon. Professional obfuscation was systematic, which meant it was legible once you identified the key, the same way a cipher was legible once you found it. The key here was the intermediary structure. Money moved from the Thalassian military budget through accounts that appeared, individually, to be ordinary commercial transactions. Legitimate businesses, legitimate services, legitimate paper. Businesses that appeared in the records but not in the markets. Services invoiced but not delivered. The paper was real. The commerce wasn't. Cass called these ghost accounts, in the privacy of her own head, though she'd never written the term down because it was informal and she had standards. She found 11 of them. They formed a web, not a straight line from source to destination, but a network, each account connected to several others, money flowing in patterns designed to exhaust auditors before they reached the center. Designed by someone who understood how investigations worked and had built the structure to outlast them. The designer had not anticipated Cass specifically. Cass did not get exhausted by financial complexity. She got interested in it, which was functionally the opposite, which was her advantage over every other auditor who had ever looked at a system like this, and stopped. She traced the web. The central node resolved at hour 14. A property in the Voss Lower District. Business registration under a holding company with no other assets. Acquisition 11 years ago. Cash, through a solicitor's firm that had since dissolved, the solicitor himself dead 3 years back from natural causes that she had no reason to doubt, and was flagging in her notes anyway. The holding company had a director. Behind the director, a shareholder. Behind the shareholder, a trustee. The trustee's name was in the Thalassian military personnel files. Commander Halveth. She wrote it in her journal. Looked at it. The man had been in the room with them since the battlements. Had been walking through the city, attending briefings, issuing orders, operating with the full authority of his position while the position was rotten in the most fundamental way available. She wrote the name again underneath the first, because she did this when something mattered, and she wanted her notes to reflect it. Halveth. Halveth. She continued tracing. The Ravencrest connection took another 2 hours and was more complex, not a network built for a specific operation, but infrastructure. The accumulated financial machinery of an organization that had been doing this kind of work for decades, built up in layers the way cities built up in layers, each addition making the whole more resilient to exactly the kind of tracing Cass was now doing. She traced it anyway. That was the job. Ravencrest wasn't the end of the chain. They were a node, large, well-resourced, strategically placed, but still a node. Behind them sat accounts that predated their involvement by 30 years. Accounts that had been moving funds before Ravencrest became relevant, whose ultimate beneficiaries were. She worked through it, layer by layer, with the patient focus of a woman who understood the answer was in there and was going to sit with the problem until it gave it up. She found the name at hour 17. Not a family, Not an institution, a person. A merchant name she recognized from the lower Kavashi trade records: minor, unremarkable, not particularly wealthy, not politically visible. The kind of person who spent 30 years being someone nobody looked at. Which was, Cass reflected, the most effective kind of operative there was. She cross-referenced. The name appeared in the Iron Vault correspondence, a footnote, secondary signatory on a ghost account she hadn't yet traced. That account ran back into the Halveth network. The Halveth network connected to the Ravencrest facilitation. The Ravencrest facilitation connected back to this name. The circle closed. She wrote the merchant name under Halveth's. Looked at both of them. The financial record of a very large and very deliberate operation. Decades of work. Multiple jurisdictions. Built on the labor of people mostly unaware of what they were facilitating. And in the middle of it, 2 humans, specifically, who had known exactly what they were doing and had chosen to do it. She turned the page. She found the entry at hour 17, 40 minutes. She hadn't been looking for it. She'd been following a thread from the Halveth network into older accounts connected to the merchant name. Those accounts had a subledger. The subledger had categories. One category was listed as Civil Consultation Services, which was the kind of description that appeared in fraudulent accounts when the actual service couldn't be accurately named in a legitimate document. She looked at the dates in the Civil Consultation Services column. One entry. 7 years ago. A payment. Significant but unremarkable by the standards of the accounts around it. Regional coordination. Administrative. Paid to an intermediary already in the Halveth network. The Halveth network connected to Ravencrest. Ravencrest connected to the Thalassian court operation that had preceded the current siege by the precise amount of time it would take to destabilize a court from the inside and manufacture the conditions for a military campaign. She looked at the date again. 7 years ago. She knew what had happened 7 years ago. Not in general terms. Specifically. She had been told in a cargo hold that smelled of spices and damp wood by a man who spoke in the flat affect of someone who had processed something into the only form he could carry it. A bolt that did not even know his name. A boy who was 6. Carried all the way to the water. She put her pen down. 4 lines. That was all the ledger had given it. Civil Consultation Services, Regional Coordination, Administrative, a date, an amount, a receiving account. 4 lines for the financial record of a thing that had cost a man everything he'd had and several things he hadn't known he was capable of losing. She understood the distance between a ledger and the event it recorded. She had always understood it, the map and the country, the transaction and the fact. She understood it completely. The understanding was not a comfort. She sat for a moment in the minor clerk's office and thought about a man in a cargo hold saying Davan, and then nothing else for a very long time. Thought about what it had cost him to say it. Thought about what it would cost to hand him this. The alternative was not handing it to him. She dismissed that thought in approximately the time it took to have it. She had never withheld information because it caused pain. The hurt was the recipient's right, not hers to manage. She picked up the pen, completed the notation, compiled the full chain, Thalassian military budget through ghost accounts, through intermediary, through civil consultation services, through the date, laid out in the logical sequence of a document that could be followed by anyone who could read numbers, 11 pages, complete, unambiguous. The arithmetic making the case that no amount of denial could rebut, because denial was not a number and numbers did not particularly care. She assembled it, looked at it. Then she put it in her jacket instead of her document case. The document case was for information in its professional capacity. Her jacket was where she kept things she was carrying rather than managing. The distinction mattered to her, which was not something she was going to spend time examining. She stood, checked the lamp had oil enough for the next person to use the room, put her coat on, and went to find him. His door was on the 3rd level. She stood outside it, This was not hesitation. Cass did not hesitate. This was a decision about timing, which was a different process. Inside that door was a man who had spent 7 years looking for an explanation and was about to receive one. The chain was solid. The document was as close to airtight as financial evidence got. What she was doing with these 14 seconds was not something she was going to examine directly. She knocked. He opened the door with the quality of a man who had been awake a long time and had made his peace with it. He looked at her. "I come in," he said. She came in, put the 11 pages on the table, reached into her jacket, not her case, and put them down. Sat across from him. He looked at the document. At her. At the document. "How bad?" he said. "Complete. Source to event to receiving account. 11 pages. It's unambiguous." He was quiet for a moment. "You've had it since last night." Not a question. She didn't deny it. "I needed the Ravencrest property link to close before." "Cass." She stopped. "That's not why," he said. She didn't answer. He picked up the document and read. She watched. This was the part she had prepared for, and found she was not adequately prepared for. Watching someone receive information of this particular weight. His eyes moved quickly, the controlled speed of a trained reader retaining everything. His hands stayed still. His breathing changed at page 4 and steadied by page 6, with the specific control of a man who had practiced steadying it under conditions that didn't warrant steadiness. He read all 11 pages. He put the document down. He looked at the window, which showed nothing because it was night and the view was an interior courtyard. So what he was looking at was not the view. After a while, 4 lines. Yes. Civil consultation services. Yes. He looked at the document again, not reading, looking at it the way you looked at a thing when the reading was done and what remained was the fact of it. Neither of them spoke. The silence between them had stopped requiring management some time ago, which was either progress or a problem, and she hadn't decided which. "The merchant," he said, "the name on page 9. Kavashi, Eastern Trade Corridor, alive." He nodded, the nod of a man filing a coordinate. Then he sat with it for a moment longer than she'd expected. Long enough that she understood it was intentional. That he was choosing to sit with the 4 lines rather than immediately converting them into the next thing that needed doing. It was a small thing. She noted it. "I need to talk to Momo," he said. "Yes." He stood, took the document, folded it along her original creases, put it in his coat. "Stay until I come back." She looked at the small, characterless room. "I'll need something to work on." The corner of his mouth moved. "I'll find you paper." "And the lamp needs trimming." He trimmed it, practical, unhurried, the attention of a man who had long since stopped distinguishing between the important things and the ordinary things that kept the important things possible. Then he left. Cass sat in the room he'd left, with paper and a trimmed lamp and the remaining threads of the financial architecture to follow. The merchant on page 9 had accounts she hadn't fully traced. The Ravencrest structure had implications she'd flagged for later. The lower district records had 2 additional entries sitting in her notes. She picked up her pen. She noticed, without dwelling on it, that working in this room while waiting for him to come back was different from working alone, which she had been doing for 30 years without particular objection. Apparently that had changed. She kept working. 16, what the boy knows. Kaelin had learned, in the last several weeks, that the most useful thing he could do in any room was to be the person nobody was looking at. This was not new knowledge. He had spent his entire life being the person nobody was looking at, the sick prince, the library prince, the third son who was not expected to matter and had therefore been left alone with his books and his patterns and his considerable private opinions about the things he read. It was the condition that had made him what he was, which was a person who knew a great deal about everything that happened when nobody was watching, which was most of what actually happened. In the command room, this meant he was standing in the corner with a map in front of him that he was annotating with a pencil, while 3 men argued about supply routing 6 feet away, without acknowledging his presence. The argument was unproductive. They were disagreeing about a variable that none of them had the information to resolve, which meant the disagreement would continue until someone produced the information or everyone got tired enough to defer the question. Kalen had the information, or most of it. He had read the Voss logistics survey that was in the pile of documents on the command table, and none of the 3 men appeared to have done the same. But he had learned that offering information in arguments like this produced defensive reactions that slowed the resolution rather than accelerating it. Better to wait until the argument exhausted itself and then provide the information as if it was simply the next natural step. He was annotating the map and waiting for the argument to exhaust itself when Sul appeared. Sul Vesser arrived the way Sul always arrived, slightly too focused for the room he was entering, his attention already on the next thing rather than the current one, his coat carrying the specific dust of someone who had been somewhere that rooms didn't usually have access to. Kalen had been watching Sul since they'd met in the command room 2 days ago, with the attention he gave to people who had interesting relationships with information. Sul's relationship with information was the most interesting he had encountered in a long time, which was saying something, because he had spent his formative years in a library and had strong opinions about interesting relationships with information. Sul was not looking at the 3 arguing men. He was looking at Kalen. Not with the slightly embarrassed quality that most adults brought to looking directly at him. The acknowledgement of his rank complicated by uncertainty about how to handle a 13-year-old in a siege. The calibration between treating him as a prince and treating him as a child that most people resolved by doing neither adequately. Sul's look was direct, assessing, and completely free of the complications. "I need something from you," was what the look said, "and I think you can provide it." Kalen put down his pencil. "Your Highness," Sul said, "I need to borrow the prince." "You have him," Kalen said. Sul blinked. He had clearly prepared for at least a brief negotiation. "Now," he said. "Unless you need a moment," Kalen said. Sul did not need a moment. They moved toward the stairs. "Where have you been?" Kalen asked as they descended past the 14th stratum. "Below," Sul said. "The 19th. There is a passage in the lower eastern corridor that I braced 3 years ago, and then did not return to because other things were more pressing at the time, and I did not return to." He finished, in the tone of a man who was avoiding a more complicated explanation of why he had not returned to it. "What's there?" "A chamber," Sul said, "and in the chamber a tablet. The tablet is in 2 scripts. I can read one of them. I believe you can read the other." Kalen processed this. "The notation system," he said. Sul stopped walking. He turned and looked at Kalen with the expression of a man whose preparatory work has just been significantly shortened. "You know it," Sul said. "I've seen fragments," Kalen said. 3 times, never enough to work with systematically. I've been trying to identify it for 4 years. Sul studied him for a moment. "How old are you again?" Sul turned back to the stairs. "Come on," he said, in the tone of a man revising several assumptions simultaneously. The passage narrowed at the point that Sul had warned him about. Kalen had been warned about it in the specific terms of someone who had experienced it and found it undignified. A section that requires commitment, which was the language of a man who had gotten mud on his coat and was being diplomatic about it. Kalen appreciated the diplomacy and did not require it. He had spent 2 years confined to a sickbed at various intervals, which had produced in him a complete indifference to the indignities of physical limitation. A narrow passage was a narrow passage. You went through it or you didn't. He went through it without particular difficulty, which he could see Sul filing away as information about him. The chamber beyond was dark until Sewell brought the lamp up, and then it was not dark, and Caelan stood in the light of it and looked at the space with the specific quality of attention he brought to anything that his reading had prepared him for. His reading had prepared him for this. Partly, the construction was pre-partition. He could see that in the method, in the economy of the stonework, the particular way the walls had been worked to a functional smoothness rather than an aesthetic one. This was a room built by people who cared about what happened in it rather than what it looked like, which was the construction philosophy that appeared in the texts from the century before the partition and disappeared from the texts after it, when both countries had begun building for permanence and authority rather than purpose. The marks on the walls were dates and measurements. He could see that from across the room. Old Curvashi, Sol's territory, but Caelan had enough of it to recognize the format, a systematic record, regular intervals, the same notation repeated across 300 years of entries before stopping abruptly. He looked at the date of the last entry, worked out the conversion. 400 years ago. The partition, he said. Yes, Sewell said. The monitoring stops at the partition. Caelan moved to the far wall. The tablet resolved itself as he approached. It had the quality of things that required proximity, the marks too fine to read from a distance, the stone too similar in colour to the wall behind it to register clearly until you were close enough to see the distinction. Caelan stood in front of it with the lamp Sewell held at his shoulder and looked at it with the full attention he had developed over years of reading things that didn't want to be read easily. Old Curvashi on the left margin and woven through the primary text. The notation on the right portion and interwoven throughout. He had been looking for the notation for 4 years. He had first encountered it at 9 years old, in a document that had no business being accessible to him and had been accessible to him because the librarian responsible for the restricted archive had the particular quality of people who were underpaid in proportion to their responsibilities and had developed a proportionate investment in those responsibilities. The document had been about a trade dispute from 4 centuries ago, a disagreement about mining rights in the Eastern Territories that had been settled long before his grandfather's grandfather was born. Unimportant in every way except for a marginal note in a different hand, added after the main document was completed, in a notation system he had never seen before and couldn't identify. He had copied it. He always copied things he couldn't identify. The copies lived in a private journal that he had kept since he was 7, and that had survived the last several months through the specific determination of someone who understood that the journal was, at this point, an extension of his own memory, and losing it would be the equivalent of losing part of himself. The second time, a fragment in an architectural survey, pre-partition, Eastern Territories, in the same notation. 11 marks, not enough to work with systematically. The third time, a restricted text about sealed chambers in the Ironhold Peaks, 30 marks. Still not enough, but enough to confirm that the notation was systematic, that it was a notation rather than idiosyncratic marks, that it was doing something consistent across multiple documents in multiple contexts. Here there were hundreds of marks. Here there was enough. He reached toward the stone, stopped himself with the trained instinct of someone who had spent his formative years in a library where touching the documents was the primary violation. The instinct was not entirely applicable here. The tablet was stone, not paper, and had survived 4 centuries without his intervention, but some instincts operated below the level of rational override. He looked at the notation without touching it. "It's not a language," he said. "No," Sewell said from behind him. "I didn't think so. It's a notation system. Mathematical, but not arithmetic. Relational." He traced the marks in the air, following the patterns. It describes relationships between things rather than quantities. The way you would write a proof rather than a calculation. He moved along the tablet, reading. "There's a variable here, this cluster, with the repeated mark at the beginning, that I can't resolve from the notation alone. It's not a quantity or a relationship, it's a qualifier, a condition." "This section," Sewell said, and read it slowly, imperfectly, with the hesitations of someone reconstructing meaning from a language learned through documents rather than use. "The stone breathes," he paused, working the grammar. "And the one who has breathed with it carries the breath, the recognition." He stopped. "Something about recognition. The word is one I've seen, but not in this context." Kalen looked at the notation cluster beside that section. The qualifier. He read it 3 times. Let the system do its work, the 4 years of fragments assembling themselves into the grammar he'd never had enough material to complete, completing now. "Biological recognition," he said. "That's what the qualifier is. Not intellectual recognition. Not someone who knows about the rift, someone the rift has encountered, someone it has registered in the biological sense." He looked at Sewell. "The other realm's substrate, the ground cover. It's warm. It responds to presence. It registers contact and return." Sewell was watching him. "Someone who has been through," Sewell said. "And come back," Kalen said. "The qualifier is both, through and back. The rift has to have encountered them from both directions." He turned back to the tablet, reading ahead. "The ceiling, the old Kavashi section here, the condition described." "Sustained contact," Sewell said, reading it. "Someone at the boundary, holding the connection, long enough for—" He worked the construction. "Equilibrium, long enough for the equilibrium to return." Kalen stood very still. "That's not a battle," he said. "No. That's maintenance." He heard it in his own voice. The specific quality of something arriving that had been almost arrived for a long time, the recognition of a thing that you had almost known, and now fully knew. "The shield has always been maintenance, not combat, not sealing by force. Maintenance, sustained attention, regular monitoring, holding the connection." He looked at the tablet. "This is the original description of the work. This is what the first shield understood and what got lost when the institution split." Sewell exhaled. "The Ironhold half kept the practice without the original text. The Voss half kept the text without the practice." He paused. "Neither half had both." "Until now," Kalen said. They looked at the tablet. 400 years of waiting. The stone unhurried, the marks precise, the tablet containing the complete description of a mechanism that had been half known on one side of a border and half forgotten on the other. "Someone preserved this knowing it would need 2 people to read," Kalen said. "Yes," Sewell said. "Someone who anticipated the split, who knew that one person might not have both systems, who built in the redundancy deliberately." He thought about the restricted texts in the Royal Archive, the fragments scattered across 3 separate documents in 3 separate archives, none of them cross-referenced. They didn't just preserve it here, they distributed it, fragments in documents that would be accessible to different people in different contexts, so that if one person found part of the notation, they'd know the system existed, so that someone, eventually, would come looking for enough to work with. Sewell looked at him. "You found 3 fragments," Sewell said. "Yes." "Over 4 years?" "Yes." "And came to Voss?" Kalen almost smiled. "I came to Voss because my brother was possessed by something that came through a rift, and I needed someone to help me stop it. The fragments were coincidence." Sewell looked at the tablet. "I don't think the fragments were coincidence," he said. Kalen considered this. He thought about the librarian who had been chronically underpaid and insufficiently attentive. He thought about the architectural survey that had been misfiled under Eastern Territories rather than restricted documents. He thought about the restricted text about the Ironhold peaks that should not have been in the section he had access to and had been there anyway, as if placed. He thought about a person 400 years ago who had understood that the institution was fracturing and had decided that the knowledge could not be allowed to fracture with it. "No," he said. "I don't think so either." The silence that followed was the kind that accumulated rather than simply existed. Each second adding something to it. The weight of the chamber and its history, and what they had just understood pressing into the quiet and being held there. Kalen looked at the tablet, at the two systems interwoven, each carrying half the meaning, each requiring the other to be complete. He thought about what it meant to build something for people you would never meet. To write a message in two systems, knowing that the person who could read one system would not be the person who could read the other, and that therefore the message would wait. For as long as it needed to wait, patient and stone and complete, until the two people arrived in the same place at the same time. He thought about Arik. Not the man he'd met in a tavern in the dregs, the mercenary captain with the worn sword and the complicated relationship to his own history. The man he'd come to understand in the months since, the person who had been carrying the shield's function without the shield's name, who had built a company called the Rusty Swords, without knowing he was reconstituting something 3 centuries old, who had walked through a rift because the work required it, and had come back because the work required that too. "Arik," he said. "Yes," Sewell said. "His father went through the Ironhold Rift," Kalen said, "and Arik went through. Both of them. The rift has encountered the Valtor line from both directions." He paused. "Maybe more than twice. If previous Valtors." "The recognition would be cumulative," Sewell said, "each encounter adding to it." 300 years of Valtors, Kalen said, maintaining the Ironhold rifts. The rift doesn't just know Arik. It knows his family. It knows the function they've been performing. He looked at the qualifier in the tablet. "The recognition is as strong as it can be." Sewell nodded slowly. "Then the condition is met," he said. "The mechanism is available. We know what's needed, and we know who can do it." "We need to tell him," Kalen said. "Yes," Sewell said. "We need to go up." Neither of them moved immediately. Kalen put his hand against the stone beside the tablet. Not on it. Beside it, the flat of his palm against the wall, feeling the cold of it, the specific density of stone that had been here for as long as the city above it had been building its 17 documented layers of history. "We'll come back," he said. "Properly, with time." He said it to the chamber because the chamber was the appropriate address. Sewell understood this without it being explained, which Kalen was finding to be a reliable quality of Sewell. He understood things without them being explained, which was rare, and he received the understanding without making it into a performance, which was rarer. "Yes," Sewell said, "we will." They went up. The climb back through 17 strata took longer than the descent had. Not because of the physical distance, the distance was the same. Because of the weight of what they were carrying, which was not the weight of objects, but the weight of understanding. And understanding was the heaviest thing Kalen knew how to carry. He had been carrying it his entire life. Books were heavy, not in the physical sense, but in the sense of what they put in you when you read them, the accumulation of other people's knowledge becoming part of your own structure, changing the way you moved through the world. He had spent the last several months moving through a world that was considerably more complicated than the world he'd understood from the Royal Library, and the complication had been educational in the way that the most expensive educations always were. Not comfortable, not controlled, not the managed transmission of knowledge from a position of safety, but the other kind, the kind that arrived as events rather than information, and had to be processed in real time without the luxury of the library's retrospective calm. He was not the person he had been when he'd hidden in a crate and been carried out of the capital in the back of a wagon. He was not certain yet what person he was instead. The 14th stratum. The 13th. The passages widening, the construction becoming newer and louder with the evidence of recent human habitation, the distant sounds of the siege filtering down through the stone with the muffled quality of things happening at a remove. "Sewell," he said. "Yes," Sewell said, ahead of him with the lamp. "The notation system. The fragments in the Royal Archive. He paused, working out how to say what he was thinking. I've been trying to identify it for 4 years. I've shown fragments to 3 scholars and 2 archivists, and none of them recognized it. I'd started to think it was idiosyncratic, the private notation of one person rather than a system. It is a system, Sewell said. I know that now, but the reason nobody recognized it, because the people who used it are 400 years dead, Sewell said, and the records of the institution that used it were distributed across 2 countries that separated and then forgot they had ever been one. The Voss half and the Kavash half, Kalin said, each preserving fragments without knowing the other half existed. Yes. And the Royal Archive had Kavashi fragments, Kalin said, from the period before the partition, before the knowledge was split. Carried across the border when the court moved, Sewell said. Filed under general historical documents. Never cross-referenced because nobody knew what they were cross-referencing toward. Until now, Kalin said. Until now, Sewell agreed. They walked. The 12th stratum, the 11th, the stone becoming more familiar, the lamp's radius containing things Kalin had seen before, the world recovering its ordinary dimensions after the specific compression of the underground. Sewell, he said again. Yes. What do you think happens after this? Sewell was quiet for a moment. The question was large, and he was treating it with the seriousness it deserved, which was one of the things Kalin had come to appreciate about him. Most adults treated large questions from young people as opportunities to deliver reassurance rather than answers. Sewell treated them as questions. After the rift is closed, Sewell said. After the siege resolves. After... He gestured vaguely upward at the various problems stacked above them like the strata themselves. Yes, Kalin said. I think, Sewell said carefully, that there is a great deal of work to be done. That the shield was an institution, and institutions require infrastructure. People, resources, knowledge, systematized knowledge, not fragmented across 2 countries in documents nobody is cross-referencing. He paused. I think that the fragment problem is as dangerous as the rift problem in the long run. You can close one rift. You cannot close all of them from ignorance. No, Kalin said. You can't. And there are other rifts, Sewell said. Your father's maps showed them. The Valter Estate archive documented them. The Thalassian records, such as they are, gesture at them obliquely. They're there. They've always been there. The question is whether anyone is paying attention to them. Someone should be, Kalin said. Yes, Sewell said. Someone should. They were at the upper strata now, the 10th and 9th and 8th, the stone fully domesticated, the marks on the walls, the marks of a city rather than an institution, the noise of the siege clear and close. I'm going to be king, Kalin said. Sewell did not say yes, Your Highness, or of course, or any of the things people said when he made this kind of statement, which was usually not a statement of fact, but a statement of weight. The weight of it, the reality of it, the thing that had been true in theory for his entire life, and was now becoming true in practice. Sewell said, Yes, and? Kalin almost laughed. And I'm going to need someone who understands the strata, he said. The layers, not just the history of them, the meaning of them, what they're covering, what they're built around. He paused. Someone who has been paying attention for 20 years and knows where the significant things are. Sewell was quiet. I'm not a political person, he said finally. Neither am I, Kalin said. I've read about politics extensively. I find it considerably less interesting than the things that politics is usually failing to address. He paused. I think the things that politics is usually failing to address are what we should both be working on. Another pause. Longer. I would need resources, Sewell said. Proper archival access. The ability to work across both countries' records without the current restrictions that make cross-referencing effectively impossible. He paused. access to the Valtor Estate archive, which is substantial. Yes, Kalen said, and I would need... Sewell seemed to be genuinely working this out as he said it. People who could do the field work, the underground work, the work that doesn't happen in archives. The Shield was never just archivists, Kalen said. No, Sewell said, it wasn't. They emerged into the 9th Stratum's main corridor, properly lit, properly aired, the world above them conducting its business at volume. Sewell looked at Kalen. Kalen looked at Sewell. I'll think about it, Sewell said, which was not the same as no, and both of them knew it. The command room received them with the peripheral attention of a place managing too many things simultaneously. Nico Höglund peeled away from the man he'd been talking to and covered the distance between them with the purposeful efficiency he'd developed over the last several days. The efficiency of a man who had discovered that the situation required him to be a different person than he'd previously been and was managing the discovery by simply being that person without examining it too carefully. He looked at Sewell's eyes, at Kalen's posture, at the dust on both of them. Tell me it's good news, he said. It's complicated news, Sewell said. Sewell. Nico's voice had the specific patience of a man who had been dealing with complicated news for 72 consecutive hours. Good or bad? Sewell considered. The rift can be sealed, he said. From this side, without force. We know the mechanism. Nico looked at him, then at Kalen, who nodded once. Then at the dust on both of them again, which implied a great deal about where the mechanism had been found and what finding it had required. Then back at Sewell. Who seals it? He said. Sewell opened his mouth. Arik, Kalen said. Nico's eyes closed for 1 second. The specific second of a man receiving information that is simultaneously the best news and the most complicated news, and who is doing the arithmetic on both simultaneously. Then his eyes opened. Right, he said. He turned to the room. Where is Arik? Nobody answered immediately, which was the answer. Nico looked at Kalen. Find him, he said. Kalen was already moving. Not because he'd been told to, because he was the person who had just understood what the tablet said and who needed to say it, and Arik was the person who needed to hear it, and between those two facts there was no reason to wait for permission. He moved through the command room and into the corridor beyond, looking for a man who had spent his entire life doing the work without understanding what the work was, who was about to be told. The city moved around him, noisy and alive and full of people managing the next 10 minutes, which was what cities did under siege. Collapsed the future into the immediate, the long view into the next decision, the accumulated weight of history into what was happening right now. Kalen moved through it with the purpose of someone who was beginning to understand that the long view was his specific responsibility. That the next 10 minutes were Nico's domain, and the next 10 years were the domain he was being given, whether he was ready for it or not. He was not ready for it. He was going to do it anyway. That, he was beginning to understand, was the whole of what readiness meant. 17. The document. Momo was in the corridor outside the second level's western exit, which was where Momo was when he was watching something on the floor below without appearing to watch something on the floor below. He was leaning against the wall with his arms folded and the expression of a man who was resting, which he was not, because Momo had never rested in the time Talin had known him and did not appear to have started. Halveth, Talin said. Third level, Momo said. Currently in the East Records room. He's been there for 20 minutes, which means he'll be leaving in approximately 8. A pause. The senior guard does his check-in in 32 minutes. That leaves a window of approximately 24 minutes, Talin said. 23 now, Momo said. He unfolded his arms. We should move. They moved. The third level was quieter than the levels above it. The command function had pulled the energy upward, toward the battlements and the walls and the immediate tactical problems, and the administrative levels had been left with the residual noise of a siege rather than its centre. Boots on stone. The distant sound of something being moved. Voices at the wrong volume for the words they were saying. Talin moved through it with the specific quality of presence that his training had given him, and 7 years of managing difficult situations had refined. Not invisible. Not performing invisibility. Just occupying the space in a way that didn't invite scrutiny. Purposeful rather than purposeful about something. The difference between a man with somewhere to be and a man with something to do. Momo moved differently. He moved the way water moved through a complicated space, finding the path of least resistance without appearing to find it, arriving at positions that were slightly better than the positions he'd appeared to be heading toward. Talin had watched him do this for weeks and had still not entirely worked out the mechanism. The East Records room was at the end of the corridor. Door closed, but not locked, light visible under it. Talin stopped 10 feet from it and listened. Movement inside. The settling quality of someone concluding an activity. The last adjustment. The sounds that preceded departure. He looked at Momo. Momo showed him 2 fingers, then 1. 2 guards in the cross corridor, 1 forward, then a sequence. Positions, timing, the architecture of the next several minutes laid out in gesture with the efficiency of someone who had mapped it before arriving, which was what Momo always did. Talin absorbed it, nodded. They waited. Halveth came out of the records room with the measured pace of a man who had completed what he came to do and was returning to what came next. A pace Talin had watched across 2 days, and which had registered wrong from the first time he'd seen it. Not wrong in any visible sense. Not wrong in any way a person without training would name. Wrong in the way of a translation that was very good but not perfect. The idiom almost right, the rhythm almost natural, the specific friction of a mind performing a body rather than inhabiting it visible only to people who knew what that performance looked like. He had known what it looked like since Goldhaven. He stepped forward. Halveth saw him. The calculation happened immediately. Talin could see it, the processing, the assessment of variables. What Talin was, what his presence in this corridor meant. Whether the performance could be maintained. It was not maintained. Not dramatically. It didn't collapse, didn't shatter, didn't produce anything visible to a casual observer. But to Talin, watching with the attention of someone who had been cataloguing the wrongness for 2 days, the shift was clear. The features losing the quality of inhabitation, the eyes changing register. The particular wrongness emerging from underneath the correct proportions, the way a chamber floor emerged from rubble, the same material, reorganized, suddenly visible as something other than what it had appeared to be. "Commander," Talin said. Not loud. The word placed precisely in the space between them, carrying exactly the weight required and no more. Halveth stopped. His gaze moved to Momo, who had appeared at the corridor's far end with the specific quality that Momo appeared with, then back to Talin. The reassessment was visible, variables revised, options narrowing. "I'd like to ask you something," Talin said. "Of course," Halveth said. The words were correct. The tone was correct. The posture of a subordinate officer receiving a question from a senior, all correct. Which was the tell? Always the tell. Human beings were not entirely correct. They were approximately correct with variations, and the variations were what made them legible, and the absence of variations was what made this wrong. "The property in the lower district," Talin said. "The holding company. 3 removes back from your name." He paused. "You know which one." No surprise in the response. Surprise was human. Involuntary, the body reacting before the mind caught up. What there was instead was adjustment, calculation revising, options narrowing to what remained. "I don't know what you're referring to," Halveth said. "That's fine," Talin said. "You don't need to. The document exists regardless." He watched the face that was not quite a face. "I'm not here for a confession. I'm here for a name." A pause. "The Ravencrest intermediary," Talin said. "The merchant, the person who brokered the operation." He held the gaze, the eyes that processed rather than felt. "You know who I mean." "I don't." "You do?" Talin said. "And I know you do. And we can spend the next 10 minutes performing the version where you don't, or we can do this more efficiently." He paused. "You're better at efficiency than I am, I know that. But I have Momo behind you and a financial document that closes the chain without requiring your cooperation, so the efficiency, this time, favors me." Halveth looked at him. Then it moved. The fight was short. It was always short when it had to be short. When noise was the constraint that compressed everything else, when the available margin was measured in seconds rather than minutes, and the seconds had to be enough. Talin had been fighting in conditions like this since he was 19 years old in a city that was eating itself. The conditions had taught him the same lesson they taught everyone who survived them. Short was better, clean was better. Committed was the only approach that worked when the alternative was not working. Halveth fought the way the face-wearers fought, trained, precise, the efficiency of something given the occupant's skills along with the occupant's face, and applying those skills with a directness the original owner had tempered with hesitation and self-preservation. No hesitation here, no self-preservation. Just the application of trained violence with the single-mindedness of something that had decided the outcome it wanted and was pursuing it without remainder. Momo handled the guards. In the particular way he handled things that needed handling quietly and quickly, without apparent effort and without apparent method. Talin had long since stopped trying to observe the technique and simply noted the results. The results were that the guards were not a factor. A blade came close enough for Talin to feel the air of it. He trapped it, redirected, moved into the space the redirection created. Halveth was very good. Talin was better. Not because of any quality particular to the face he was fighting. Better because he had been doing this for a long time in situations where being better was the condition of remaining alive to do it again, which was the most reliable form of improvement available. It ended. He stood in the corridor afterward and felt the specific nothing that followed necessary violence performed correctly. No grief in it, because the grief was elsewhere, in an older place, in a debt that predated this by 7 years and would not be settled by this but had been moved. Advanced. The shape of the settling changed, even if the settling itself was not complete. He said their names quietly, in the corridor, for the last time in the particular way he had been saying them. The way you said things you were keeping alive by the saying, things that would become abstract if you stopped, things that needed the sound of them to remain real. Davin. 6 years old, could outrun his father, delighted by it. Lena. Every room announced. Marta, complete. They would remain real without the saying now. That was what the finding had done. He breathed. Then he was done with the corridor and Momo was beside him, and there was just the merchant's name on page 9 of Cassie's document, sitting in the place where he kept things he was going to do something about. They moved, from somewhere below, not the rumble of the army, not the settling of walls, something that came from directly underneath and moved upward through the stone with the quality of intention. The ground shifted. Not a tremor, a resolution, the absence of something that had been present. Talin stopped. Momo had already stopped. They stood in the corridor and felt the quality of the silence that had replaced the vibration. Not the silence of something waiting, not something pausing before continuing, but the silence of something that had finished. That felt like, Momo started. Yes, Talin said. Is it? I think so. Momo was quiet for a moment. Arik? Yes, Talin said, or something Arik did. The sense of the tide having turned, not arrived, not completed, but turned, the direction of things changed. The army was still there, the walls still held. But something in the architecture of the next several hours had shifted, and both of them felt it, and neither of them said anything more about it because there was nothing useful to say, and Momo did not speak without purpose. "We should find Nico," Momo said. "Yes." "Tell him what happened here." "Yes." "Jay." They moved up. He came back to the room in considerably less than 40 minutes, because the window Momo had mapped had not been needed in full, because some things went according to the preparation rather than against it. This was not the usual experience. He accepted it without examining it. The lamp needed trimming. He trimmed it. Cass looked up from her work. "Done?" she said. "Done," he said. She looked at him, at the corridor dust on his coat, at his face, which was doing the thing it did when he had processed something and arrived on the other side of it. Not peace, not resolution, but the specific quality of a man who has set something down and is learning what his hands feel like without it. "The Merchant," she said. "Page 9. "Yes," he said, "after this." She nodded. Once. The nod of a woman who had already factored this into her understanding of what came next. He sat down across from her. The paper in front of her had numbers on it. She had been working, of course. The work was what she did with the space other people filled with the things they didn't know what to do with. "Which subledger?" he said. She looked at him, at the pen he'd picked up from the table. "You can't read these," she said. "The notation is—" "Show me," he said. She looked at him for a moment longer. Then she turned the paper toward him and showed him. He was not good at it. He made mistakes, and she corrected them without comment, matter-of-factly, without the performance of patience, because patience that performed itself was not patience, but its own kind of condescension. He made fewer mistakes as the hour progressed. Not because he was learning the notation quickly, but because he was learning where his mistakes tended to occur and was checking those places twice. She noticed this. Didn't say anything. Didn't need to. Outside, the siege continued its patient business. The walls held. The army waited for something that was no longer coming, though it didn't know that yet. And in a room 2 levels below the command function, 2 people worked at a table by a trimmed lamp, building the financial record of something that had happened a long time ago and would take a long time to account for. And the building of it was the next thing, and the next thing was what they had. 18. Longest way down. Sul found Arik in the stairwell between the 6th and 7th levels. Not in a room. Not at a table. On the stairs, sitting on a step with his back against the wall and his forearms on his knees, the specific posture of someone who had chosen a location because it was between places rather than at one. He looked up when Sul appeared. Sul looked at him, at the road on him, not just the pale stone dust that didn't match anything in Voss. The other road, the kind that stacked up over weeks of events that didn't give you time to process them as they happened. The processing deferred until the deferred stack became the weight you were carrying, visible in the way you sat and the way you breathed. "I've been looking for you," Sul said. "Kaelin found me first," Arik said. "He told me the shape of it." Sul sat down on the step below him. "The chamber, the tablet." "The ceiling," Arik said. "The condition." "Someone the rift recognizes," Sul said. "From both directions. Through and back." "My father," Arik said. "And me." The nod of a man receiving confirmation rather than revelation. The shape of it having been clear before Sol arrived. "The tablet says it isn't force," Arik said. "Contact," Sul said. "Sustained contact. The rift responds to recognition, the biological mechanism, the same as the ground cover. Someone it has registered, holding the connection long enough for equilibrium to form." Arik was quiet for a moment. "My father used that word. In the journal." He said the rift seemed to be seeking equilibrium the way any pressurized system sought it, not wanting to be open. Having been opened and not yet finding its way back. He paused. He understood the mechanism. He just didn't have the means to complete it, or didn't have time. Sul did not fill the pause. He was building toward it, Arik said. The journals aren't just documentation. He was preparing for something. A beat. And then he ran out of time. The stairwell held the silence. How far down? Arik said. 40 minutes. The passage from the 19th stratum is narrow for part of it. Arik stood. Not the movement of someone deciding. The movement of someone who had already decided and had been waiting for the confirmation before the body caught up. Show me, he said. Ragan was in the doorway of the second-level corridor. This was where Ragan was when he knew something was happening and hadn't been invited to be part of it. Close enough to know, far enough to be technically uninvolved, positioned so that when the time came to stop being technically uninvolved, he could cover the distance without making a point of it. He looked at Arik. Arik looked at him. No, Arik said. Yes, Ragan said. You don't need to. I know, Ragan said, with the patience of a man who had had this conversation many times. That's not the relevant question. Arik looked at Sul. Sul, who had watched this with the expression of a man updating his understanding of a relationship, said nothing. He's coming, Arik said. Yes, Sul said, who had assumed this from the moment he'd seen Ragan in the doorway. They moved, down through 17 strata. Sul led with the lamp. Arik followed. Ragan followed Arik. The descent had a quality the ascent earlier in the day had not, direction rather than exploration. The strata passed in sequence, each level older and quieter, the construction shedding the refinements of later centuries, the way the descent shed the noise of the siege. Each level taking a layer of the immediate present and leaving something older in its place. Nobody spoke. Sul offered waymarkers occasionally. The 14th, the air changes at the 12th. You'll feel it before you see it. Information delivered without requiring response. Arik received it without giving one. He thought about his father. Not deliberately. The thought arrived below the level of deliberate thinking, accurate and unwanted. His father in these corridors, or corridors like them, moving toward the same kind of destination with the same kind of purpose. Alone. Because there had been no one else who understood what he was doing. Moving towards something he understood better than anyone alive and less than he needed to. If you are reading this, something has gone wrong. Something had gone wrong. And here was the after. The sounds of the siege were gone by the 10th stratum. What remained was the descent itself, boots on worn stone, Sol's lamp, the breathing of 3 men going somewhere that required going. Sul, Arik said. Yes. After this, the other rifts. He paused. My father's maps showed 9, possibly more, some sealed, some not. Another pause. Someone needs to be paying attention to them. Yes, Sul said. Someone does. I've been paying attention to this one for 20 years without knowing what I was paying attention to. You were building the rusty swords towards this, Sul said. You had the instinct, but lacked the means to understand them. I have the framework now. Yes, Sul said, you do. The Valtor archive, Arik said. The journals, the maps, the maintenance records, it's yours. Whatever you need from it. Sul was quiet for a moment. That's a significant thing to offer. It's a significant problem, Arik said. The archive exists to address it. What else would I do with it? Not a question. Reagan made a sound behind them that might have been approval and might have been the stairwell's acoustics. Either way, he didn't elaborate, which was correct. The second stratum, the first, then below the first, the lower eastern corridor, the 19 strata behind them, and the chamber ahead. The passage narrowed. Soul went through first, hat off, lamp at arm's length. Arik followed, sideways for a stretch, the stone close enough on both sides that he could feel it radiating cold without touching it. Ragan came through after. Ragan did not comment on the passage. This was notable. He had apparently decided that commenting was not the appropriate use of the available energy, which was correct. Beyond the passage, the chamber. Soul held the lamp up. Arik had been in the Ironhold mine, had stood at the edge of the rift there, the first time, before he understood what it was, lamp in hand, and Kaelin pale behind him and Varane at his shoulder, receiving information in a register other people couldn't access. He had been in the other realm facility, had walked through the factory with borrowed certainty in his mind, and the systematic wrongness of a place that had been built to make an impossible thing possible. None of it had prepared him for this room. Not because it was larger or more dramatic. It was neither. Modest proportions, functional construction, the workmanship of people who cared about what happened in it rather than what it looked like. The tablet on the far wall was plain stone, the marks fine and close. What the room had was age. Not the age of objects, the age of purpose. The specific quality of a place created for a reason that was still the reason, that had been waiting for the reason to be relevant again. 400 years of Voss accumulating above it, without knowing what it was accumulating above. He could feel it in the air the way you felt the other realm near a rift. Not temperature, not pressure. Presence. Something had happened here for a very long time and had stopped. And the stopping was a wound in the room's character, and the wound was still open. He walked to the tablet. "Wasn't this where you guys came back from the other realm?" Soul asked quietly. "No, it spat us out somewhere, but not here. Above. It's a bit hard to remember. My memory has other pieces now." He looked at Ragan. "Yes." Ragan nodded and looked at Soul. "The old Kavashi sections," Soul said quietly. "I can read them if—" "I can read them," Arik said. Soul looked at him. "The family," Arik said. 300 years of Valtors. The language came with the function. I don't know Old Kavashi. I've never studied it, but I can read this." He paused. "The same way I could read the symbol on the mine wall. Something transmitted. Something my father carried and I inherited without knowing." "And the notation?" Soul said. Kaelin explained it. He looked at the tablet. "I don't need to read it. I know what it says." "Yes," Soul said. "You do." Ragan was at the chamber's edge, not looking at the tablet, but at the room around it, the marks on the walls, the worn floor, the evidence of sustained purpose in the stone. He had the quality he sometimes had in significant places, the quality of a man registering something he didn't have the vocabulary for and deciding whether vocabulary was required. He decided it wasn't. Arik stood in front of the tablet for a long time. His father had not known about this room. The Valtor archive documented the Ironhold rifts thoroughly. The maintenance records, the surveys, the pressure measurements, the entries that said seal intact, the shield holds in the handwriting of 7 Valtors across 7 generations. The Voss rift was in the archive as a known concern, unmaintained since the partition. But this room was not in the archive. His father had understood that a sealing was theoretically possible and had not had the mechanism. Had been building toward the mechanism, had run out of time. The mechanism was here, had been here, waiting. He turned from the tablet. "Where?" he said to Soul. Soul moved to the far wall, a section that looked different in the way that significant things looked different, the air around them carrying the quality of what they were adjacent to. "Here," Soul said. Arik moved to stand beside him. He felt it before he was fully there. The recognition. Not his recognition, the rifts. The warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. The biological acknowledgement that his father had described in the journal as the feeling of a place that has been waiting for someone it has already met. He had read that sentence 3 times in a cargo hold. He had understood it intellectually. He understood it now. He turned to Ragan. Ragan was watching him with the expression he wore when he'd assessed a situation completely and arrived at a position he wasn't going to state, because stating it would take longer than the situation allowed. "It's going to take a while," Arik said. "Yes," Ragan said. "Sul should go up. They'll need him." "Sul can make that decision himself," Ragan said. Sul, who had been preparing to say something, closed his mouth, made the decision. "I'll go up," he said. "I'll come back when it's done." He looked at Arik for a moment, the look of a man who understood the significance of what he was looking at and was choosing not to make it an occasion, which was the correct choice. "The work is more important than the worker," Sul said. "Your father wrote that, on the wall of the hidden room." He paused. "I think he was wrong, actually. I think the work and the worker are the same thing, but I understand why he wrote it." Arik was quiet. "So do I," he said. Sul nodded, turned, went back through the passage. His footsteps receded. The lamp went with him. The darkness in the chamber resolved into the faint luminescence that Arik hadn't noticed with Sol's lamp present. The quality of the stone itself, the same quality the other realm's stone had. The rift's influence radiating through the boundary, warm where ordinary stone was cold. Ragan lit his own lamp. He had apparently taken one from the second-level corridor without mentioning it. This was Ragan's approach to preparation. The chamber returned. They looked at each other. "You don't have to say anything," Arik said. "I know," Ragan said. "I wasn't going to." "Right," Arik said. "Although," Ragan said. "Don't," Arik said. Ragan closed his mouth. Arik turned to the boundary, to the place where the air was different and the stone was warm, and the rift pressed against him with the patience of something that had been waiting for the correct response and had understood from the moment he'd entered the chamber that it had arrived. He thought about Varane. Not deliberately. Varane in the mine, staff in hand, the quality of a man who has made a decision and is not second-guessing it. "I look forward to being your shield." He had meant it. The meaning hadn't ended when Varane had. The things that were meant truly didn't end with the person. They transferred, became part of the architecture of the people who'd received them. Varane's meaning was here, in this chamber, in the fact of Arik standing at this boundary at all. He thought about his sisters, Illyra, Mira, Sarah. People he didn't know, people he was going to see. He stepped forward. The boundary was a gradation. Each step into stronger recognition. The warmth increasing, the stone brightening fractionally, the air becoming less like ordinary air and more like the other realm's air. That stillness, that held breath quality. He stood at the point where the recognition was complete. Not dramatic. Not the cosmic contact of stories about ancient powers and chosen people. Simpler. The specific sensation of 2 things that had been in contact, resuming contact. The warmth of recognition. The settling of something that had been unsettled. A thing returning to its original relationship with another thing after a long interval of being out of it. His father had been here. In the other realm. In the Ironhold Rift. 14 months in the pale stone and the pewter sky, understanding the ground cover, understanding Mira, understanding the faction that didn't want the breach and the faction that did. The rift had registered him, had registered Arik, was registering Arik now, the accumulated contact of the Valter line arriving in one place at one time. The shield, it said, in the only language available to it. "Yes," he said, without speaking. He held the connection, not fighting it, not forcing it. Hold the connection and let the equilibrium find itself. He held it. The rift breathed. He breathed with it. It took as long as it took. The rhythm slowing, the exhalations spacing further apart, the held breath quality of the chamber changing from suspension to release, from something held in tension to something finding its rest. Like a door closing, not slamming. Closing, the controlled movement of a thing returning to its natural position, the latch engaging with the simple mechanical completion of a mechanism built for exactly this. The two sharp edges resolved. The shifting center was still. The breathing was done. The silence that replaced it was the silence of the mine in the iron hold after a long time of the rift's rhythm. The specific silence of an absence, a sound that wasn't quite a sound, no longer present, revealing by its absence how present it had been. Arik stood at the boundary and breathed. Regular breaths, his own. He was cold. The warmth of the rift's recognition had retreated with the ceiling. The connection closed, the biological acknowledgement withdrawn. The rift returned to something closer to ordinary stone, older and quieter than ordinary stone, but not the living presence quality it had carried before. He was entirely himself. He checked. The habit, pressing at the edges of his own thinking, testing the boundary between his thoughts and borrowed ones. All his. The other realm behind a closed door. He turned. Ragan was already standing. "Done," Regan said. "Done," Arik said. Ragan looked at the wall. At the stone, edges resolved, center still. He looked at it for a moment with the expression of a man completing an assessment. "Right," he said. He picked up the lamp. They stood in the natural pause that happened at the end of significant things before the body reorganized itself toward the next ones. Arik looked at the tablet. The two systems interwoven. 400 years of waiting. The design having worked on the timescale the designer had been willing to accept. He thought about saying something. He didn't. The tablet had been here without him for 400 years and had delivered its message. It didn't need him to say anything. He turned away. "I'm hungry," Regan said. "You've said that before." "I've been in a mine, a factory, another realm, and a second mine," Ragan said, "in the same day." "Fair," Arik said. They moved toward the passage. At the entrance, Arik stopped. Looked back at the chamber, the worn floor, the smooth walls, the evidence of sustained purpose in the stone. His father had never been here, had prepared for what happened here without knowing the shape of it, had understood the ceiling was possible, had not had the mechanism, had gone home to find the mechanism and run out of time. The work is more important than the worker. Sul had said he was wrong. Arik thought about Varane, who had been the shield without the name, Ragan, who had held the valley, Kalen, who had read the notation, Cass, who had found the 4 lines. The work, the workers. Sul was right that you couldn't have one without the other, but his father had been right too, in his specific context. A man running out of time, writing to a son who would not be ready for 15 more years, trying to say, "Don't let the cost of it stop you." The work continues. The work is what matters. The work went on. He had done his part of it today. Tomorrow there would be more. He went through the passage. 19. Surface. The tremor stopped. Nico felt it through his boots before he understood what he was feeling. The absence of something that had been present so long he had stopped registering it as present. The way you stopped registering the sound of a mill wheel or a river until the silence arrived and revealed, by contrast, what had been there. He was on the battlements. He had been on the battlements for most of the last 6 hours because the battlements were where the information was, and information was the currency of the next decision, and the next decision was all he was working with. He had stopped thinking in the register of what do we do about all of this approximately 30 hours ago and had been thinking exclusively in the register of what do we do in the next 10 minutes ever since. The tremor stopped, and he looked down at his boots without meaning to, the instinctive look of a man checking that the ground was still there. The ground was still there. What had changed was not the ground, but the quality of the air above it, the specific quality that had been present since the breach, since Saul's first reports from below, since the first time the stone had shifted in the way that stone did not shift when it was just stone. That quality was gone. He stood very still. Gorick, his aide, looked at him. "Sir? Did you feel that?" Aldrich looked at the ground. "The vibration stopping?" "Yes." "I felt it," Aldrich said carefully. "I wasn't sure if I was supposed to feel it or if it was adjacent to feeling it." "It was real," Nico said. He looked at the army below. The army had been, for the last several hours, operating with the inhuman smoothness of a force whose coordination came from somewhere other than ordinary channels of command. Signals that arrived too fast. Adjustments that happened without visible instruction. The precision that human armies achieved only in ideal conditions and only temporarily before the friction of individual humans doing individual things reasserted itself. That precision was degrading. Units that had been moving as one were moving as several. The adjustment time increasing. The coordination acquiring the friction of ordinary human organization. "It means something changed below," Nico said. He turned from the wall. "Find Arik, or Sol, whoever surfaces first." He paused. "And find the commanders, all of them. Battlements in 10 minutes. Gorick was already moving. Saul arrived first, with the dust of someone who had been considerably further down than the lower levels, and the expression of a man still processing the magnitude of what he'd spent the last several hours doing. He looked at the army. "It worked," he said. "Something worked," Nico said. "Tell me what." Saul told him. The tablet, the sealing mechanism, the rift responding to the Valtor line's recognition, the equilibrium returning. Arik is below, closing the connection to the other realm. Sealing. At least this rift, he thought. "And when it closes," Nico said. "Their coordination fails," Saul said. "The face-wearers lose their connection to the network. Whatever instruction or alignment they depend on, it stops. And also they will show their true faces." Nico looked at the army, at the degrading precision, at the units beginning to show their individual edges. "It's already happening," he said. Saul looked longer. "Yes," he said. "I think it's closed." They stood at the battlement and looked at an army that did not yet know what had changed, still positioned for a breach that was no longer possible, operating on the momentum of a plan that had just been cancelled at its foundation. Nico breathed. Not the managed breath of a man controlling his response. Just a breath, the kind that happened when something large and terrible had been occupying the space where breathing normally went and had vacated it. "Right," he said. The commanders arrived in the order that commanders arrived when someone had told them to be somewhere in 10 minutes, and the someone was the person currently responsible for whether they lived or died. 6 of them. Plus Saul, who had not been invited and had come anyway, which Nico had decided to treat as an asset rather than a breach of protocol, because Saul was the person who understood what was happening below, and below was the relevant variable. "Their army's coordination is failing," Nico said. "Not because of anything we did above, because of something that happened below." He paused. "The thing they've been waiting for, the reason the siege was the shape it was, is no longer available to them. They don't know that yet." "What do we do with that?" Petra said. She commanded the western section and had been doing it well, which Nico knew because the western section was not the section where problems arrived. Nico looked at the army. They had a city. Walls, gates, the accumulated defensive advantage of a place that had been building itself for 300 years, with the implicit knowledge that being somewhere worth attacking meant being somewhere worth defending. Exhausted defenders, insufficient supplies, a force that had been defending too long. The army below had 8,000 men, and coordination that was failing, spreading from the positions where the replaced soldiers were concentrated. The command structure, the coordination nodes, the human soldiers, the majority, losing direction rather than will. There was a window, not to defeat 8,000 men. The window was the moment between the coordination failing and the army reorganizing around its failure, when 8,000 men didn't know what they were doing, and before their human commanders reasserted direction. In that window, something could happen that changed the shape of what came after. Not the battle, the understanding. "We open the gates," Nico said. The silence had the quality of silence that arrived when something unexpected had been said, and the room was processing whether unexpected meant wrong or correct, in a way not yet considered. "Not wide," Nico said. "A delegation's width. Enough to signal that we're choosing this, rather than having it forced." He paused. "We have the prince." Kalen had been standing at the edge of the group with the quality he had in groups, present, attending, saying nothing until the saying was required. He looked at Nico now with the expression of someone who had understood where the conversation was going before it arrived. "Most of those men out there are Kervashi soldiers," Nico said. "They joined an army. They didn't sign up for what this is. When the coordination fails and they start asking questions, we give them something to ask the questions about," Petra said. "Yes," Nico said. He looked at Kalen. The boy had the bearing that road and illness and several months of running for his life had not managed to erase, the composure of someone trained for rooms like this one, for moments like this one. Not a child. Not performing adulthood. "Your Highness," Nico said, "I'm going to ask you to do something." "I know what you're going to ask," Kalen said. "I'd like to ask it anyway." Kalen inclined his head, the gesture of a person extending the courtesy of the formal structure to someone who was bothering to use it. "When those gates open, I need the army out there to see you," Nico said. "To understand what they're looking at. To have a question to ask that isn't why are we still doing this." He paused. "You don't have to say anything. You just have to be there." "I'll say something," Kalen said. Nico looked at him. "I know what to say," Kalen said. "I've been thinking about it since the battlements." He paused. "Since before the battlements." Nico believed him. The gates opened, not wide. A delegation's width, enough to say we are choosing this without saying come in. The specific aperture of a city that had decided the next move was talking. Nico stood at the gate with Kalen to his left and the commanders behind him and the city at his back, and looked at 8,000 men who did not yet know what they were looking at. Then Kalen stepped forward. One step past Nico into the space between the gate and the army. Not a dramatic step, not the performed bravery of stories where people stepped forward with their chins up and their voices carrying. Just a step. And then he was there, in the open, visible, and the visibility was the whole of it. He was not what 8,000 soldiers expected to see in the gap of a city's gate. He had the road on him, the dust, the wear, the quality of someone who had been in motion for months through difficult circumstances. He did not look like a prince in the ceremonial sense, but he looked like a Drakmor. The bone structure, the jaw, the brow, the unmistakable architecture of a bloodline that had been putting its stamp on royal coinage for 4 generations, visible even through the road and the illness, visible in the way that some things were visible when you were close enough to see them clearly. The nearest soldiers saw it. They started murmuring. Nico watched it happen, the specific moment when recognition arrived in a face that had not been expecting to recognize anything. The double take that was not theatrical, but involuntary. The whisper that moved sideways through the nearest ranks before anyone decided to whisper it. Kalen waited for it. He had the patience. The library patience. The patience of someone who had spent years waiting for people to catch up to what he already understood. Then he spoke. He did not shout. The voice carried, not the trained projection of someone who had practiced speaking to large groups, but the natural carrying quality of a voice speaking with complete conviction in a space that had gone quiet enough to hear it. "My name is Caelan Drakmor," he said. "My father was King Aldric. My brother Thalon sits the throne." A pause. Not a performer's pause, the pause of someone choosing the next words because the next words mattered, and he knew it. "I am not here to ask for your surrender," he said. "I'm not here to offer terms or negotiate conditions. I'm here because most of you joined an army. You swore to serve a king and a kingdom and the people of that kingdom. My kingdom." He paused. "I'm here to tell you that the king you've been following is not the man you swore to." The silence had texture now, the specific texture of thousands of people receiving something they had not expected and were processing. "I know what he looks like," Caelan said. "I grew up with him. He was my brother. He visited me in the library every day when I was too ill to leave it, and he brought me books he wasn't supposed to bring me, and he listened to the things I told him about them." A pause. "The man who sits the throne now does not do any of those things. The man who sits the throne now is something else, something that came through a passage beneath the Ironhold mines, and what you have been fighting for is not what you believed you were fighting for." Nico watched the nearest soldiers. He was not a man who had spent his life reading crowds. But you didn't need to be an expert to see what was happening in those nearest faces. The confusion, the doubt, the specific expression of people who had been carrying a certainty and had just been told the certainty had a crack in it. "I'm not asking you to believe me immediately," Caelan said. "I'm asking you to ask the question, to look at the man who led you here and ask whether the man you're looking at is the man you followed." He paused, and then to wait. "Because what comes next is going to answer the question for you." He stepped back. One step, back to the gate. Not retreat, completion. The body language of someone who has said what needed saying and is done saying it. Nico looked at the army. The nearest units were not moving. That was not nothing. 8,000 men, positioned for an assault that had not come, whose coordination had just failed in ways their human commanders didn't fully understand, who had just heard a boy who looked like a Drakmor tell them to ask a question. Not moving. Then, from somewhere in the army's depth, from the direction of the command structure, from the part of the formation most dependent on the coordination that had just failed, a signal went up. Not an attack signal. Hold position. Nico stared at it. "They're not advancing," Petra said. "No," Nico said. "That's... yes," Nico said. He looked at Caelan, who was standing at the gate with the expression of someone who had done the thing that needed doing and was now waiting to see what it produced. Patient in the library way, patient in the way of someone who understood that some questions took time to answer, and the time was part of the answer. Nico looked at the city behind him, at the walls that had held, at the defenders watching from the parapet with the specific quality of people who had been expecting an assault and were recalibrating. He looked at the gate, at the aperture that was a delegation's width rather than an invitation, at the choice it represented, not the choice of weakness, but the choice of a city that had understood what the situation was and had decided to address it directly rather than wait for it to arrive. He had been, it turned out, adequately equipped for this. He had not known that about himself until now. He found that he was glad to know it. "Get me a runner," he said. "I want to know the second there's movement in their command structure. Any movement." He paused. "And get Sol. I need the historian." Gorich was already moving. Nico stayed at the gate. He watched the army that was not advancing, and the prince who was waiting, and the city that was still standing, and he thought about nothing in particular, which he had become very good at. The next thing was coming. He could wait. 20. The reorganization. Momo had been counting soldiers for 6 hours, not the way commanders counted them, not as a number, not as a force to be assessed and converted into tactical implications. Individually, with the specific attention of someone who understood that the aggregate was always less useful than its components, and the components were people, and people were legible if you paid the right kind of attention. The northern battlement gave him the best angle. Not the highest point. The highest point gave you formations, and formations were for commanders. Momo wanted faces and movement, and the relationship between the two, and the northern battlement gave him that for the section of the army that mattered most, which was the command section, which was where the interesting things were happening. He had been here since the tremor stopped. When Sul had emerged from the lower strata with the specific dust and the specific eyes of someone who had found what they went looking for and more besides, Momo had adjusted his assessment of the situation below. The rift was sealed. The coordination was failing. What he'd been observing for 6 hours was not the army at its worst, but the army in transition. From the inhuman precision the rift's connection had provided to the ordinary friction of human military organization. The transition was the interesting period. The interesting period was when everything was decided. He had identified 19 face-wearers with reasonable confidence. Another 12 with moderate confidence. 7 more flagged as possible, a category he treated with appropriate skepticism. 31, minimum, distributed through the formation, not randomly. The face-wearers were concentrated in the command structure, the coordination nodes, the signal positions, the officer tier that translated strategic direction into operational instruction. You didn't need to replace every soldier in an 8,000-man army. You needed to replace the people who told the army what to do in enough positions that the direction of the army became your direction. 31 face-wearers had been running 8,000 soldiers. The borrowed certainty was degrading. He could see it in the movement, the slight increase in response time, decisions taking a fraction of a second longer, the face requiring more active maintenance. The pauses in expression becoming longer. Individual replaced soldiers beginning to show the seams in ways they hadn't been showing 2 hours ago. The ones furthest from the command center were the most degraded. Some had already withdrawn from their positions, slipping back through the formation with the quality of things conserving what remained rather than continuing to spend it. The command center was holding better. The most important replacements, the ones most invested in the face remaining coherent, they were holding. Thalon was holding. Momo found him in the formation's depth and watched him with the full attention he reserved for things that required it, which was how he reserved it. Quietly, with nothing visible in his posture to indicate the quality of what he was doing. The face was effortful. The features that had passed as Thalon Drakmor for 2 years of court life and military campaign were correct in the way of things requiring sustained effort to maintain. The jaw slightly wrong between expressions, the eyes taking their fractional second too long, and the movement, not military movement, not direction or command, internal, driven, the movement of something that needed to reach a location. Below this city was a rift that Thalon did not know was sealed. The connection that could restore what the sealing had taken. The only available solution to the degradation, and Thalon was moving toward it with the single-mindedness of something that had run out of other options. The gate was the way in. The gate was a delegation width open. Momo watched Thalon begin to move through his own formation toward it, noted the direction, noted the pace, calculated. He found a runner, a boy of perhaps 16, assigned to the battlement as a message carrier, with the quality of someone who had decided the role was the most important thing he'd ever been given. Momo gave him 3 words. "He's coming now." The runner looked at him. "To Tailin," Momo said. "Run!" The runner ran. Momo turned back to the battlement. Below, Thalon continued moving through the formation, soldiers making way with the automatic deference of people trained to make way for this face, not yet understanding that the face was becoming less the face they'd been trained to defer to with every passing minute. He had approximately 12 minutes. He began moving toward his position. He found Axel at the secondary breach point, checking the grip on his axe with the attention of a man for whom the check was genuinely analytical. Finding information in the grip that other people didn't know was there to find. 200, Momo said. Approximately. Concentrated in the outer positions, the ones most degraded. They'll move toward the rift because it's the only thing that can restore the connection. Through the gate, Axel said. Through the gate. Once Thalon moves through, he's the signal. When the primary face moves, the distributed face wearers follow. The coordination network, even degraded, is still running the same logic. Axel nodded, converting information into preparation. Ragan has the swords at the gate and the breach point, Momo said. He's been there for 20 minutes. Of course he has, Axel said. They stood for a moment in the secondary breach point's quiet, the rubble from the sealed mound, the cleared stone, the smell of old mortar and recent explosion. Momo, Axel said. Yes. After this? Yes. We go back to the ship. Momo looked at him. The weathered face, the salt and wind quality of a man who had spent his professional life on water and had been on land considerably longer than he was comfortable with. After this, Momo said, we go back to the ship. Axel nodded, returned to the axe grip. Momo moved on. He found Ragan where he expected to find him, half a step inside the gate and to the left, the position that gave the widest coverage of approaches from both directions, the position that 30 years of holding lines produced without conscious deliberation. Reagan looked at him. How many? 200. They'll come through in Thalon's wake. He's the signal for their movement. How long? 8 minutes, less if he moves faster than I've calculated. Reagan absorbed this. Looked at the rusty swords distributed through the approach, Joran, Lisa, Hask, the survivors, each in the position their experience had selected. They fight like whoever they're wearing, Reagan said to the swords. All the training, no hesitation, no self-preservation. The advantage is they're degrading, not at full capability. He paused. The disadvantage is there are 200 of them. Against us, Hask said, performing a calculation. Against us, Ragan confirmed. Bad odds, Hask said. We've had worse, Ragan said. When? I'll think of something, Ragan said. Hask made the sound he made when accepting a situation he found professionally unimpressive. Momo looked at Ragan. Kalen will be at the gate when Thalon comes through. The face slips, the army sees it. Kalen is there for them to see as well, the legitimate version. Most of the army will stand down. Most, Ragan said. The 200 won't. They have nothing left to lose and only one thing to move toward. Reagan nodded. 7 minutes now? Approximately. Ragan looked at the gate, at the delegation with aperture, at the city behind him, alive and stubbornly functional, at the swords in their positions. Then we hold the gate, he said. No emphasis, no performance of resolve. Just the statement of what was going to happen, in the register of a man who had held things before and had a settled position on the holding of them. Momo turned to go. Momo, Ragan said. He turned back. Don't die, Ragan said. Flat, practical. The statement of a preference that was also a sentiment, delivered in the only register Ragan had for sentiments. Momo looked at him. I never planned to. Neither does anyone, Ragan said. Plan better. Momo almost smiled. He moved. His position at the secondary breach point gave him the view he needed, the cover he needed, and the angle he needed. The three things a position required to be a position rather than simply a location. He checked his blades, the long one at his hip and the short one at the small of his back, the one most people didn't notice until noticing it was no longer the relevant activity. He checked the ground, rubble, cleared stone, the approach from the gate. He had walked it 3 times, mapping it through his feet as well as his eyes, because the feet needed to know the ground in a fight in a way the eyes couldn't fully provide. He checked the secondary approach. The alley to the left of the breach point, where the face-wearers who weren't heading directly for the lower city would come. They would split. Some direct, some flanking. Military instinct was the last thing to go. He had calculated 40 for the flank. He had positioned for 40, 2 minutes. He drew the long blade. Below, Thalon reached the gate. The features maintaining their coherence through what was visibly an active process. The jaw slightly wrong between expressions, the eyes taking their fractional second too long. The gate was a delegation width open. Thalon moved through it. On the wall above, Kaelin came down, not hurrying. The library patience. The patience of someone who understood that some things needed to be witnessed, and witnessing required positioning, and positioning required arriving before the thing rather than during it. In the formation below, the distributed face-wearers began to move. The signal had arrived. Gate ahead, rift below, the degraded coordination network transmitting the only instruction it had left. Move. 160 toward the gate, 40 toward the flank. He had calculated 40. There you are, Momo thought. He went to meet them. 21, Thalon at the gate. Kaelin had been watching his brother for 20 minutes. Not his brother. He had been making this correction in his head for 2 years, since the library, since the eyes that didn't react right, and the laugh that arrived 3 seconds late. He had been making the correction with the patient precision of someone who understood it was necessary, and that making it did not make it easier. It did not make it easier. He watched from the battlement as the figure that wore Thalon's face moved through the formation below, not commanding, not directing, not the military posture of a king at the head of his army. The driven quality of something following a pull, moving toward the rift beneath the city with the single-mindedness of something that had run out of other options. The face was wrong, even from this distance, even through the haze and the noise and the 8,000 men reorganizing around their confusion. The wrongness was visible to Kaelin, because Kaelin had the specific advantage of having known the right face, had memorized it with the attention he brought to everything he valued, had stored it in the part of his memory that preserved things carefully, because careful attention was what you did with things you understood might not last. He had understood, somewhere around age 10, that Thalon might not last. Not in the way the thing below was not lasting. In the ordinary way, the way that good and present and consistent people could still not last, because the world was not structured around their preservation, and the library had made this abundantly clear across 3 centuries of recorded history. He had paid attention to Thalon, the way you paid attention to things you understood were temporary. Every visit, every book, every afternoon when Thalon sat across from him and listened, genuinely listened, the way almost nobody listened, without the half-attention of someone waiting for the talking to stop so they could talk, to whatever Kaelin had been reading. He had paid attention, and it had not been enough, and here was the consequence. A figure in a formation below, wearing Thalon's face badly, moving toward a gate. Kaelin breathed. Arik appeared beside him. He had been there for perhaps 2 minutes before Kaelin registered the arrival. Arik had the quality of appearing in places without announcing it. The presence that made itself available without inserting itself, the way the best people in libraries stood near the books you were reading without making you aware of being stood near. They stood at the battlement together. Below, the figure moved. "I know," Arik said. Kaelin looked at him. "I know it's not him," Arik said. "You know it's not him." The pause of a man finding the right way rather than the right words. "That doesn't make the seeing of it uncomplicated." Kaelin looked back at the formation. "He visited me every day," he said. Not to Arik specifically, to the air, to the battlement, to the specific record that the saying of it created, the way saying a thing made it more real than knowing it. For 3 years. When I was most ill. The physicians said no visitors. There was a period when they thought the illness was going to be the kind that didn't recover. He came anyway. Arik said nothing. He said the rule about visitors was for people who needed their energy conserved, and I was clearly using mine on conversation, so the rule didn't apply. He paused. He made that argument to 3 different physicians and 1 senior steward, and eventually they stopped objecting because he had decided, and he was very persistent when he had decided. The figure below had reached the outer edge of its formation, moving through the final ranks toward the delegation width gate. He brought me books from the restricted sections, Kalen said. He'd take them and return them before the librarians completed their rotation. I found out later he had mapped it, written it on the back of a council agenda. 12 steps from the restricted archive to my room and 12 steps back. The rotation was 45 minutes. He had calculated the margin. A pause. He never told me. He just brought the books. Arik looked at him. He mapped it for you, Arik said. Yes, Kalen said. The silence had weight. Arik received it without trying to make it lighter, which was the correct response. He simply sat with it and let it be what it was. What do you need? Arik said. Kalen looked at the gate. To be there when it happens, he said. To be the one the army sees, not just Thalen, both of us, the real face and the borrowed one. So the army can see the comparison. He paused. And after, when it's over. The pause of someone arriving at the thing underneath everything else. I need to know what happened to him, whether anything is still. He stopped. He had the words. He had always had the words. He could not finish the sentence because finishing it would make the possibility real in the way that possibilities became real when they were stated, and he was not ready for that. Arik did not finish it for him, did not offer reassurance, did not reduce the uncertainty to a manageable size. He said, I'll find out, after, I promise. Not a promise he could be certain of keeping. Kalen understood this. He also understood that the promise was not about the certainty of the finding. It was about the commitment to look, the acknowledgement that the thing was worth looking for. Thank you, he said. He looked at the gate for a moment longer. Then he moved. The stairs from the battlement to the gate level were 32 steps. He had counted them twice, not because he needed the count, because counting was what he did when he was preparing for something, the habit of a person who processed through enumeration, who made the world manageable by giving it numbers. He took them at the pace of someone who had somewhere to be and understood the importance of arriving correctly. Not quickly, not slowly. The pace that communicated purpose without communicating urgency, because urgency was what you communicated when you were uncertain, and he was not uncertain. He had been certain for 2 years. The certainty had not made it easier. He arrived at the gate. Varane was there. The rusty swords at their positions, Joran at the left, Lisa at the right, Hask at the secondary with the arrow still in his shoulder that he had been ignoring for 2 weeks and continuing to ignore after inadequate medical attention, because Hask's relationship to his own injury was the relationship of a man who had decided it was an inconvenience, and inconveniences did not warrant the attention that actual problems warranted. Thalen to the left of the gate, with the quality of readiness he wore the way other people wore coats, naturally, without performance, always present. Cass at the position away from the front, document case in hand. She had, Kalen noted, identified the position that was both away from the front and had a clear view of the gate, which were in this geography the same position. She had identified it before arriving at it. He caught her eye. She gave him the look she gave things she had assessed and found adequate to the requirement, no more, no less. It was, he had come to understand, one of her more significant expressions. Varane looked at him. One look, the compressed assessment of 30 years. Then a nod. Small, specific. The nod of someone who has assessed and found the thing assessed adequate. Kalen positioned himself at the gate, not inside it. At it. The threshold, the line between the city and the space in front of the city, the place that was neither here nor there. He looked out. 8,000 men in the process of becoming something other than what they had been. Still a force, still armed, still organized in the approximate sense. But different. The coordination failing, the precision degrading into the ordinary friction of human organization. The inhuman smoothness replaced by the legible imperfection of people doing their best. People. That was the thing he had to remember and the thing he had to make them remember. They had joined an army. They had sworn to serve a king. They had been used, as people were used, by something that understood how to use people and had been planning to use them for a very long time. They were not the enemy. The enemy was wearing a face toward the gate. He could see the figure now, close. The delegation width opening was perhaps 30 feet ahead, the figure perhaps 40 feet beyond it, moving through the last of the formation. The soldiers making way with the decreasing conviction of people beginning to register that something was wrong but not yet able to name it. The face was effortful. The wrongness visible to anyone paying the right kind of attention. The nearest soldiers were beginning to pay the right kind of attention. The murmur starting. Pre-verbal. Not words yet, just the sound of a large number of people revising and understanding before the revision became language. Kalen stood at the gate and breathed. He thought about 32 steps. He thought about the library and the rotation and the map on the back of a council agenda. He thought about a voice saying the rule about visitors is for people who need their energy conserved. He thought about all of it and put it in the place where he kept the things that were true and important and that he was going to carry correctly. The place he had been building since the library, since the eyes that didn't react right, since the first moment he had understood what he was looking at and had been carrying that understanding without anyone to carry it with. He was not carrying it alone anymore. He breathed. And then the figure came through the gate. Not dramatically. The gate had been a delegation width open, and the figure came through it with the same driven, internal quality it had been moving with through the formation. Not commanding, not performing, not the military entrance of a king leading his army into a captured city. Just moving. Toward the rift. Toward the only available solution to what it was losing. The face-wearers who had been closest to the command position came through behind it, their faces degraded, features losing coherence at the edges first, the maintenance failing in the moments between expressions. The nearest human soldiers, close enough to see clearly now, were close enough to see it. The murmur intensified. Kalen stepped forward. One step into the open space between the gate and the approaching figure, the threshold space. The figure stopped. Not because of Kalen. The sight hymn in the gateway produced no instinctive response in something calculating toward the rift beneath the city. It stopped because the presence had registered and required assessment before proceeding. The assessment took longer than it should have. The face effortful. The jaw between expressions wrong. The eyes taking their fractional second to respond, the processing visible in the pause. Kalen looked at the face, directly. The way he had learned to look at difficult things, not flinching, not looking away, looking at the thing as it was, rather than as he wished it were, because looking at the thing as he wished it were was a kind of dishonesty he had never been able to manage. His brother's face, his brother's jaw and brow, and the specific set of the eyes that he had memorized across a decade of afternoon visits. The architecture of a person he had studied with the thoroughness of someone who understood that studying was what you did with things you loved. The face was wrong. His brother was not in it. He let this be true. The letting it be true was the grief, complete in a way it hadn't been before. Before it had always been mixed with the possibility of error, The chance he was wrong, the hedge of perhaps I am mistaken. Perhaps I am seeing what I fear rather than what is. He was not mistaken. He had not been mistaken. 2 years of knowing and now seeing, and seeing was the completion of knowing, and the completion was the grief, and the grief was his, and he was going to carry it correctly. He opened his mouth. "My name is Caelan Drakmore," he said. The voice carried, not trained projection, the natural carrying quality of a voice, speaking with complete conviction in a space that had gone quiet enough to hear it. "You swore to serve a king and a kingdom and the people of that kingdom." He paused. "I'm here to tell you that the king you've been following is not the man you swore to." The silence had texture now. Thousands of people receiving something they had not expected, processing. "I know what he looked like," Caelan said. "I grew up with him. He visited me in the library every day when I was too ill to leave it. He brought me books from the restricted sections. He'd memorized the librarian's rotation so he could take them and return them before anyone noticed. He used to make arguments to the physicians about why the rules didn't apply to him." He paused. He always won. He was very persistent when he had decided something, and he had decided that visiting me was what he was going to do. He looked at the figure. Directly. "The man who sits the throne now does not visit libraries," he said. "The man who sits the throne now is something else, something that came through a passage beneath the Ironhold mines and has been wearing my brother's face for 2 years. He paused. "I know this is difficult to hear. I'm asking you to look." He stepped aside. Deliberately. Creating the clear line of sight between the army and the figure at the gate. "I'm asking you to look at the face and tell me if it's the face of the man you swore to serve." The face slipped, not because Caelan had said to look, because the maintenance was failing, had been failing since the rift closed, the degradation progressing through the hours since, and the progression had reached the point where the effort of maintenance exceeded what was available to spend on it. The features that had been correct became the features that were not correct. What was underneath was visible in the specific way of things that had been present all along and had simply been covered, neither the other's natural form nor the borrowed one. Something between. A form in transition between two states, belonging completely to neither. The army saw it, the nearest soldiers first, then the wave, not a shout, not a scream, not the dramatic response that stories would assign to it. The sound of collective understanding, thousands of people revising simultaneously, the revision completing, becoming language, spreading outward through the ranks with the speed of things that were undeniable. Caelan watched it happen. He watched the nearest soldiers. Not the expression of people receiving supernatural horror, the expression of people who had been told to look for something and had looked and found it. The expression of people who had been fighting for something and had just discovered what they had been fighting for. He watched that arrive in face after face after face. He did not look away. The figure did not respond to the army's response. It moved, still toward the rift, still with the driven internal quality, still pursuing the only available solution with the single-mindedness of something that had run out of other options. Ragan moved to intercept, already positioned, the action smaller than it looked, because positioning correctly always made the next action smaller than it looked. The face-wearers moved with the figure. Caelan knew what came next. He had been told, Momo's runner, the 200, the face-wearers without the rift's connection moving toward the only thing that could restore it. He had positioned himself at the gate, knowing it was going to happen. Knowing and watching were different experiences. He had learned this today. He watched the rusty swords engage, Joran and Lisa and Hask and the survivors, people who had held a valley for 50 men and had arrived here because the holding had produced something worth arriving at. Fast, decisive, messy, real. He turned away, not because he couldn't watch, because there were things he could do and things that were not his to do, and this was not his. What was his was ahead of him. He walked through the gate and stood in front of the army, in front of 8,000 people making a decision. He was 14 years old, thin in the way of someone who had been ill most of his life and was going to be ill again before this was finished, covered in weeks of road. He did not look like a king in the ceremonial sense. He looked like a drachmor. The bone structure, the jaw, the brow, the bloodline's architecture, visible through the illness and the road, visible in the way that real things were visible. Not because of performance or presentation, but because of what they actually were. "You've seen it now," he said. He did not explain what it was. They had seen it. "I know that some of you have been fighting this war for a long time. I know you joined an army that told you what it was for, and you believed it, because it was your army and the king was your king." He paused. "I know that finding out what you've just found out is not a small thing." He looked at the nearest soldiers, individual faces, people. "I am not going to tell you what to do. I don't have the authority to command you, and I won't pretend I do." He paused. "What I will tell you is that the rift beneath this city is sealed. The plan that brought you here is over, and Thalassia did not start this war, and the people inside these walls did nothing that justified 8,000 men at their gates." He breathed. "I am asking you to put down your weapons, not for me, not for any political claim or diplomatic arrangement, because the war is over, and people who know the war is over and continue it anyway are not soldiers." He paused. "They are something else." He stopped. He had said what needed saying. He waited. The nearest soldier, a man, mid-30s, the army as a primary identity rather than a temporary condition, looked at Kalen for a long moment. Then he drove the butt of his spear into the ground, not dropping it, setting it. The gesture of a soldier making a choice about their weapon, not surrender, something more like, "I am choosing not to use this. The choice is mine." The soldier beside him did the same. The one beside that one. The wave moving through the ranks, slower than the wave of understanding, because understanding was involuntary, and this was a decision, and decisions moved at the pace of decisions. But moving. Kalen watched it. He breathed. He did not turn to look at what was happening at the gate behind him, because visible was his function here, the real face, present, the counterpoint to the borrowed one, and he stayed visible. Behind him, the sound of the breach was changing character. Still violent, still real, but different. A force degrading rather than holding, the coordination fragmenting without the rift's sustaining connection. In front of him, the wave continued. After a while, he thought about 32 steps and a map on the back of a council agenda. He thought about, "I'll find out. After. I promise." He thought about after, which had content now, some of it grief, which was correct, which was the completion of knowing, arriving as seeing, and the seeing was done, and the grief was his to carry, and he had been carrying things correctly for a long time. This was one more. He stood in the cold morning air in front of the army that was setting down its weapons, and breathed, and stayed visible, and let the after begin. It began. He was still standing. That was sufficient. 22. The breach revisited. The 200 came through the gate the way problems came through gates, when they had run out of other options. Not organized, not coordinated in the way that implied planning, but directed. The specific directionality of things that had a destination and were moving toward it regardless of what stood between them and the destination. Ragan was what stood between them and the destination. This was not a surprise to anyone. He had been at the gate for 23 minutes. In those 23 minutes, he had done what he always did before a line needed holding, checked his people, checked his ground, checked the relationship between the two, which was the relationship that everything else depended on. Joran at the left approach, missing the two fingers still, working around them the way he always worked around them, which was by ignoring their absence and compensating with everything else. Lysa at the right, not calm. She was too quick and too aware for calm. Settled. The expression of someone who had processed the situation, arrived at a position on it, and was in the position. Hask at the secondary. Arrow hole in his shoulder, inadequately addressed by a physician and subsequently unaddressed by Hask, who had determined that the physician's intervention had been sufficient to prevent him from dying of it, and anything short of dying was within his professional tolerance. The survivors of the valley at the positions their specific qualities recommended, not assigned, selected, through the shared comprehension that 30 years of difficult situations produced. Not language, something more like common knowledge. The ground, cobbled stone, wide enough for 8 abreast, narrowing at the gate. The sealed breach, mound to the left. Rubble from the first explosion, compressed and stable now, a feature rather than an obstacle, one that changed the approach geometry in ways that anyone coming through the gate wouldn't immediately account for. Ragan had spent 23 minutes understanding how it changed the geometry. He had positioned accordingly. The first 6 came through and found him. What followed was not elegant. Elegant fights were for people who had the luxury of choosing their opponent and their conditions and their timing. Reagan's situation was 200 face-wearers with nothing to lose, a delegation-width gate, and the rusty swords. He worked with what he had. The first 6 were 4 fewer than 6 in approximately 8 seconds, the reduction produced through the application of 30 years of professional violence, not fast in the showy sense, but fast in the real sense, the fast of decisions made before the conscious mind was involved and executed, before the opponent had finished processing that the execution had begun. The second 6 came through. The face-wearers fought like the people they were wearing. Training, muscle memory, the specific competence of whoever had been displaced. And no hesitation, no self-preservation. The 2 features that human training acknowledged and worked around were simply absent. The skills without the human limitations that normally accompanied them. A genuine tactical problem. He filed it under problems that were going to make the next several minutes expensive and managed accordingly. Absorbing what he had to absorb, not taking the hits that were avoidable, taking the ones that weren't, finding in each face-wearer the gap that the absence of hesitation created. Things without hesitation were predictable. They committed to lines of attack without the human calculation of cost. Cleaner lines, readable lines. Reagan read them. He had been reading lines of attack for 30 years. He took a hit along his left forearm, a slice through a gap the geometry hadn't covered. He noted it, filed it under non-critical, continued. The second wave was harder. They had watched the first wave's approach and updated based on the results, not the updating of people who feared the cost, but the updating of things that processed the results and generated a different approach, less frontal, more distributed across the approach's width, pressing for the positions the first wave had revealed. Ragan adjusted. The adjusting required communicating through the language 30 years of working together had compressed to its minimum. A gesture, a word, a shift in position. Not perfectly. Nothing adjusted perfectly in a fight, but adequately, which was the standard the situation was offering. Hask took a hit to the right shoulder. Not the arrow-hole shoulder, which was the left, demonstrating at least some variety in the damage distribution. It slowed him. It did not stop him, because Hask had decided the injury's opinion on the matter was not a significant input into his decision about continuing. He continued. The third wave bent the line, not broke it. The distinction mattered entirely. 120, less the costs of the first 2 waves, with the updated information of 2 approaches behind them. More organized, still without hesitation or self-preservation, but directed now with 2 waves' worth of approach data. They hit the line hard. Regan felt the step back, his own position moving, the step back being the bend being the thing that was not acceptable but was currently happening. "Hold," he said. Flat. Without the performance of command, the word as statement of requirement rather than instruction, the expectation that it would be met. The bend stopped. The line held at the step back. Worse position than before. Held. He looked at his people. The costs were real. Injuries on people who were continuing, which looked different from injuries on people who had stopped. The rusty swords had made the decision about continuing and were implementing it. Then the 120 hit something they had not planned for. Axel. He had come back from the secondary breach point. The flank managed, the pressing problem now the gate, Axel having made the assessment and moved accordingly. He arrived from the left side of the formation. The left side that the formation was not looking at, because the left side had been the secondary breach point, and nobody had communicated to the formation that it was no longer a concern. Axel made the formation aware of him. The awareness arrived with the specific quality of Axel's method of announcing himself, which was direct, substantial, and difficult to misinterpret. The part of the formation's attention that turned to Axel was the part that was no longer pressing the line. The line stopped bending. Ragan pressed forward. Joran went down. Not dead. Down in the way of someone whose body had made a unilateral decision about the sustainability threshold without consulting his professional opinion. He went down. Someone moved into his position. Lisa covered the gap. The line held. Joran got up. Not quickly. He took the position that his reduced state recommended, slightly behind the line, where he could see the full picture and do what reduced Joran could do, which was still considerably more than unreduced versions of many other people. "The right side," Joran said. Ragan looked. The right side was where the remaining coherent push was concentrated. The last directed movement of face wearers still operating with the quality of things that had a destination. The left and center had fragmented into the disorganized fighting of things that had lost their coordination. The right side still had a plan. The plan was the lower city, the rift, the connection that would restore what the ceiling had taken. The plan was not going to work. The things pursuing it did not know that. He moved to the right side. Lisa moved with him. They arrived with the specific quality of people who had been holding a line for some time and had reached the point where unpleasantness was both warranted and available. The right side's plan encountered difficulties. The difficulties were conclusive. The fight ended. Not cleanly. Fights never ended cleanly. They ended in the accumulated way of things that ran out of something. What the 200 ran out of was the capacity to continue being 200. Some were finished. Some had withdrawn, back through the gate, into the stillness that Kaelin's words had produced in the army's ranks, degraded and purposeless, a problem for later. Right now they were not the pressing problem. Ragan stood in the gate approach and looked at what it contained. Joran upright and reduced. Hask with 2 damaged shoulders. Lisa running a real-time assessment of what she'd absorbed. The survivors of the valley, each of them carrying the evidence of what holding cost, each of them still standing. He looked at each of them with the specific look he gave after fights, not clinical assessment, but the look of a man who understood that each of these people had made a decision to be here, and had paid the cost and was still standing, and that the still standing was the thing. They were still standing. He was still standing. The gate was held. He breathed. Once. He was about to turn toward the city when he saw it. One of the 200, not finished, not withdrawn, sitting against the sealed breach mound with the expression of something that had lost the face it was wearing. The features not gone, not resolved into the other's natural form. Between. The specific between of something in transition between 2 states, belonging completely to neither. The eyes. Large, dark. The eyes he had seen in the other realm, in the chamber where he and Arik had moved through the pale stone as wrong shapes with the right voices, when those eyes had watched from the dark with the patience of things that had been watching a long time and had decided watching was preferable to the alternative. He looked at the eyes now. They looked back. Not threatening, not calculating. Not the processing quality of the face wearers when they were performing their function. Just looking. The specific quality of something that had lost its purpose and was looking at the person in front of it with the only available activity left. Ragan looked back. He thought about what Arik had said his father's journal described. The faction that didn't want the breach. The gesture that hadn't been translated. The thing that had given Edric a stone. The recognition had not changed what he'd needed to do. It changed something else. Something that would require the later to address. He held the gaze for a moment longer. Then he looked away. At the city. At the gate. At the rusty swords in the positions they had held. "Right," he said. To nobody. To everybody. The word that was his word for this, for the moment after the thing that needed doing had been done. Not triumph, not relief. The acknowledgement that the immediate requirement was complete and the next one was waiting. He said it again, quieter. For the 50. Then he turned toward the city and went to find what came next. Epilogue. The wine was better than anything they usually drank. His father had been right. They sat at the kitchen table, the table that had been too heavy to move, that the Ravencrest men had left because leaving it was easier than taking it, that had been here through 15 years of cold and damp and the slow work of abandonment and was still here, still the table, the bottle between them. 2 cups. The afternoon light coming through the window that had lost its glass and admitted the air of the grounds, which smelled of 15 years of unmanaged growth, and underneath that, the specific smell of a place that had been a home. Ragan refilled both cups without being asked. Arik looked at the wall. He had left the hidden room open. There was no reason to close it anymore. The hiding had served its purpose. And from the kitchen table you could see the edge of the doorway, the dark of the archive beyond it, the corner of the survey map that showed the Ironhold region, and, at the edge of the map's scope, the marking that indicated the first of the remaining rifts. Green, sealed and stable. He had checked the colors before he closed the room. 2 amber, 2 red. The amber ones required attention. He had looked at their locations, one in the northern reaches above the old partition line, one in the coastal territories south of Kervash, both in regions that had been inadequately maintained since the partition, because neither country had understood what they were maintaining. The red ones. He had looked at the red ones for a long time. Status unknown was not the same as stable. Status unknown was the specific category of thing that was unknown because no one had gone to look. And no one had gone to look because no one had understood that looking was necessary, and the necessity had been there the whole time regardless of the understanding. He looked at the corner of the map. He picked up his cup. "The stone," Ragan said. Arik looked at him. Regan was looking at the fire they'd built in the kitchen hearth, which was the first fire in this kitchen in 15 years, which was doing what fires did with the specific enthusiasm of something that had been given good wood and a proper draw. "Your father's stone," Ragan said. "The one the other gave him." He paused. "It went with the estate." "Yes," Arik said. "Ravencrest Holdings." "Yes." A beat. "We'll need to find it," Arik said. Not a plan, not a commitment to a timeline or a method or a sequence of actions. Just the fact of it, set down on the table beside the cups, the thing that was going to need doing, acknowledged, available, waiting for the after of the after to arrive. Ragan nodded. He looked at the fire. "The face wearer at the gate," he said. "The one with the eyes." "Yes." "If there are others like it," Regan said. The wrong faction, the ones who came through because they were directed, not because they wanted the breach. He paused. What happens to them? Arik looked at the cup. I don't know, he said. Neither do I, Ragan said. But someone is going to have to find out. They sat with this. The fire, the cups, the open door of the hidden room and the map visible at its edge, and the 2 red marks at the limits of the survey. The stone that needed finding. The translation that had never been made. The after had content. Some of the content was the next thing. He refilled the cups. They drank. The ridge in the early morning. Arik stood in front of the staff in the cleft, the stones he and Ragan had arranged, the specific placement of each one, the care of it. The wind moved through the rocks with its almost language, the valley audible below, the light arriving from the east in the gradual way of light that had a long way to travel and was taking it. He looked at the staff for a long time. He thought about the mine, the other realm, the pale stone and the pewter sky and the ground cover warm under his boots, the network of it, the connection that ran through everything the others walked on. He thought about the borrowed certainty, the thoughts that had arrived in the wrong voice, the knowledge that had come with the face and had dispersed when the face dispersed. The access closed. He thought about what the access had shown him. The facility, the factory, the thing they had been building to make the breach possible. The systematic organization of a project that had required decades of preparation on both sides of the boundary, coordinated across the rift in ways he didn't fully understand, funded by the financial architecture that Cass had documented in 11 pages and was still documenting. The breach had been stopped. The preparation for it had not appeared from nowhere. He stood on the ridge and looked at the valley and thought about the decades, about what it took to build what had been built, about the coordination required, about the fact that the coordination had been possible, that communication across the boundary had been possible, that the rift had been used as a conduit for something other than transit. He thought about who on the human side had understood this. Not Ravencrest. Ravencrest had been a node, a facilitation point, the local machinery of a system whose center was elsewhere. Not Halveth. Not the merchant on page 9, who was in an eastern trade corridor with Cass and Talin riding toward him. Someone had directed it. Someone had understood the full scope of what was being attempted and had organized the human side of it across 3 decades and 2 countries with the specific efficiency of someone who had been doing this for a very long time. The wind moved through the rocks. The valley was audible. The staff was in the cleft. He turned from the ridge and went back down. Kaelin had been riding for 4 hours when he noticed. The man's name was Aldrin. He had been part of the Kingsguard escort for 2 years, reliable, efficient, the kind of soldier who executed instructions correctly and required minimal oversight, and whose presence Kaelin had stopped registering individually because reliable soldiers who required minimal oversight were the category of person you stopped registering individually after sufficient time. He was riding 3 positions back and to the left. The morning light was at a particular angle, the specific angle of early road light, low and direct, the kind that found the things that other light missed. Aldrin turned in the saddle to check the road behind them. The eyes, the fraction of a second. The processing pause. Kaelin looked at him for a long time. He had catalogued the tells for 2 years. The eyes that arrived at expressions late. The breathing that ran slightly off the timing. The absence of the specific imprecision that human faces had when they weren't being attended to. He had catalogued them and had told no one because telling required evidence, and he had not had evidence. He had had observation, and observation without evidence was the specific kind of knowledge that got 14-year-old princes dismissed as overwrought. He had the evidence now. He knew what he was looking at. There were other rifts still open. The closed rift only affected the ones who had gotten in that way. King Kaelin had work to do. He looked away. He rode. He began, in the part of his mind that was always running in parallel, composing the list. The people in the Kingsguard that he had been watching, the ones he had flagged and not yet resolved, the ones he had assessed and cleared and was now reassessing in the light of Aldrin's eyes in the morning road light. The court had been operating under a replaced king for 2 years. The replacement had required human facilitation. The facilitation had required people inside the court. He had known this. He had not yet known how many. He rode toward Curvash with the library patience, the patience of someone who understood that some problems revealed themselves on their own timeline, and that the correct response to the timeline was not to force it, but to be ready when it arrived. He was ready. He rode. Cass opened the document case on the 3rd day of riding. The road east was good road, maintained, direct, the kind that suggested the Eastern Trade Corridor was doing sufficient business to justify the maintenance, which was consistent with the merchant being where the account trail said he was and operating at the scale the account trail suggested. She reviewed the 15th account. Fully traced now, the chain complete from the Thalassian military budget, through the Ghost Network, through the Curvashi connection, through the 3 removes that led to the merchant's primary account, and then to the sub-accounts, and then to the specific transaction she had been following for 6 days before it resolved. She looked at the resolution. The transaction at the end of the chain was not to the merchant. The merchant was a node. She had understood this, had documented it, had noted that the merchant on page 9 was more central to the Thalassian network than to the Curvashi one. What she had not yet traced was what the merchant was central to. What the merchant connected to at the top of the chain rather than the bottom. The transaction was outgoing. The receiving account was not in either country's financial architecture. She had checked this 3 times before leaving Voss, knowing she would check it again on the road, knowing the checking was necessary because the finding was the kind of finding that required the checking. The receiving account was old. The oldest account she had ever encountered. The account structure predated the current banking conventions of both countries, predated the partition, predated the institutional framework that the current financial systems were built on. The account structure was the kind that appeared in Sol's histories and in the Valtor Archive's oldest documentation, and nowhere in ordinary commerce. The account had a name on it, not a Curvashi name, not a Thalassian name, pre-partition. The kind of name that had belonged to someone who had existed before the distinction between the 2 countries existed, before the partition had drawn the line that divided the shield and left both halves inadequate. She looked at the name for a long time. She thought about what it meant for someone with a pre-partition name to have an active account receiving funds from a network that had been operating for 30 years. She thought about the coordination. The financial architecture spanning 2 countries and 3 decades, the specific efficiency of an operation that had been running longer than most of its participants had been alive, that had continued through the deaths of key nodes and the replacement of key nodes and the detection of key nodes, without the detection slowing it, because the operation's center was not in any of the nodes that had been detected. The center was somewhere else, had been somewhere else the whole time. She wrote the name in her journal, looked at it. She was not done. She was going to need the access that Talin had said they would make sure she had, and she was going to need it across both countries and possibly beyond both countries, and the tracing was going to take longer than anything she had traced before, and the picture at the end of it was going to be larger than anything she had documented. She was not alarmed by this. She was interested in it, which was, in her professional experience, the opposite of alarmed, and the correct response to a problem of sufficient complexity. She closed the journal. She closed the document case. She looked at the road ahead, the Eastern Trade Corridor, the merchant at the end of it, the account that the merchant was a node in, and that the account's name suggested was the node of something much older and much larger, and much less resolved than anything the siege had addressed. "Cass," Talon said. She looked at him. He looked back with the expression of a man who had learned to read the quality of her silences and was reading this one correctly. How bad? He said. She considered. We're not done, she said. He held her gaze. How not done? He said. She looked at the road. We sealed a rift, she said. We documented a network. We addressed the nodes that were addressable. She paused. The network has a center. We haven't found it yet. He was quiet. We will, she said. It was not a comfort. It was not intended as one. It was the accurate statement of a woman who had been following financial chains for 30 years and had never failed to reach the end of one and was not going to start now. He looked at the road. Then we'd better keep riding, he said. Yes, she said. They rode. Behind them, 3 days west, Voss accumulated its next layer. Somewhere north of the old partition line, in a region that neither country had adequately surveyed, something that had been sealed for a very long time was becoming, incrementally and without announcement, less sealed. The map had marked it red, status unknown. The attention was coming. It had not arrived yet.